Chapter 1. The Air Disaster. A flight from the United States to Guangzhou, China, typically spans a maximum of 12 hours. However, since its departure at 6 p.m. last evening, an unsettling 13 and a half hours have elapsed, with the aircraft still navigating the clouds at an altitude of 10,000 meters, the reason for which remains shrouded in mystery. Complaints began to surface among the passengers. Just then, the plane commenced a steady descent, gradually lowering its altitude. Tang Shaolin pondered whether he had been overly anxious. It appeared they were finally approaching their destination. Just as he considered exhaling in relief, a voice, presumably that of the captain, resonated through the intercom. "Dear passengers, good morning. Our aircraft has encountered some difficulties. We kindly ask that you remain seated at this time. Please retrieve your life vests from under your seats, secure them properly, and pull the inflation tab, which is located at your right shoulder. Once you have completed these steps, fasten your seatbelt immediately. Should the oxygen masks deploy, please pull down the mask and place it over your nose and mouth. Remain calm and composed. We will do our utmost to ensure your safety. God is with us." The voice bore a hint of feigned calmness. Instantly, the cabin erupted into chaos as the passengers' emotions spiraled into disarray. What the hell is happening? Where are the life vests? Where are the flight attendants? Where the hell did they go? "Oh my God, I don't want to die. What's going on?" A cacophony of cries echoed throughout the cabin. Before long, the aircraft began to jolt violently, and, simultaneously, the cabin lost pressure, causing oxygen masks to tumble from their compartments. The plane plummeted rapidly, as luggage and various items were tossed about in the turbulence. Desperate screams and cries intertwined with the howling winds, resembling a mournful symphony heralding the apocalypse. The altitude of the aircraft continued to plummet, descending with a thunderous crash. A violent impact ensued. Time seemed to freeze, and the world fell into a profound silence. The fuselage fractured, and torrents of seawater surged in. With the last remnants of consciousness, Tang Shaolin unfastened his seatbelt and fought his way toward the breach, swimming towards the ocean surface. This sensation of life hanging by a thread in the water he had experienced once before. The first time was at the age of 15, while in the third year of junior high at the Nanxi River in Yunnan's Honghe Prefecture. Following the conclusion of the entrance examination, he and a few classmates conspired to smuggle themselves into Vietnam to engage in the trade of Sanchi. Classmate Li Jinfeng had relatives along the Vietnam border who could facilitate their crossing. Hearing of the lucrative prices for Sanchi in Vietnam, they envisioned purchasing it at a low cost in China and selling it at a significant profit in the Vietnamese market, where prices could exceed those in China by more than double. It was unclear how Li Jinfeng had acquired this information, but Sanchi, a specialty of Wanshan and Yunnan, was indeed capable of fetching high prices in Vietnam. Thus, when Li Jinfeng proposed the venture, Tang Shaolin and two other classmates, Shen Jinxiang and Zhang Wenwu, were immediately intrigued. Eager to earn some money during their break and alleviate their family's burdens, who wouldn't be tempted by the allure of wealth? After all, students were no exception. They had planned this endeavor for half a semester. Each deceived their parents into providing funds, which they pooled together to invest in Sanchi through Li Jinfeng, who had experience in the trade. The four of them amassed 4,000 yuan, procuring 3,000 yuan worth of goods while reserving 1,000 yuan for travel expenses. At that time, money held significant value. 4,000 yuan was a substantial sum for a few children. As soon as the holidays commenced, for classmates, filled with aspirations, journeyed with their ginseng through a relative of Li Jinf to clandestinely cross into Vietnam's Mekong County. They envisioned a prosperous future, yet the outcome starkly contrasted their dreams. Vietnam was impoverished then, and the families that offered them shelter resided in dilapidated homes, barely spanning 30 square meters, divided into 2 floors with bamboo slats as flooring. The only access to the second floor was via a rickety wooden ladder. At night, they slept on the bare bamboo, lacking even a blanket, tormented by a swarm of mosquitoes, making restful sleep elusive. Fortunately, the following day marked a market day in Mekong County. Despite their fatigue, they eagerly set up a stall with their ginseng, but alas, they were met with indifference. On rare occasions when someone inquired about the price, it was clear they had no genuine interest in purchasing, offering rates even lower than those back home. Not a single piece of ginseng was sold. The next day, they traversed the town, attempting to peddle their wares door to door, specifically targeting households that appeared slightly better off, but still returned empty-handed. That evening, the young men convened to analyze their situation, concluding that perhaps the county was too poor and that a larger city might yield better prospects. After deliberation, they resolved to take a bus from Mekong County to Laokai Province, hoping for a stroke of luck. Having come this far, they felt compelled to try. Thus, at the break of dawn the next day, they loaded their goods and boarded the Seoul bus departing from Mekong County to Laokai. The bus was modest and worn, resembling a converted cargo vehicle, filled to capacity. As they traveled along the winding, narrow roads, a sense of venturing deep behind enemy lines enveloped them. After over an hour of travel, they encountered a checkpoint. Predictably, they were asked to disembark the bus. At the checkpoint, Vietnamese armed police ordered them to face the wall, remove their outer trousers, and stand in a row with hands raised against the wall. Soldiers conducted a search on them, while a commanding officer paced behind and beside them. The soldiers emptied their belongings and instructed them to pull up their trousers. Just then, the commanding officer halted and, in a commanding voice, instructed the soldier searching Tang Shaolin, remove his underwear. The soldier, momentarily stunned, failed to comprehend the command. He must be hiding something in his underwear. The other 3 soldiers converged on Tang Shaolin, and one yanked down his underwear. As it turned out, no contraband was concealed therein. The Vietnamese officer's expression was one of astonished embarrassment, a sight to behold. Tang Shaolin glared back, mentally cursing the officer's ancestors multiple times over. Li Jinf, Shun Jinxiang, and Zhang Wenwu could not suppress their laughter, fully aware of the misunderstanding that had befallen Tang Shaolin. After several hours of questioning, registration, and reporting, they were ultimately thwarted in their attempt to reach Laokai and fulfill their dreams of wealth, with the checkpoint commander confiscating a significant portion of their ginseng. Around 4 or 5 in the afternoon, the checkpoint authorities assigned 3 armed Vietnamese soldiers to escort them toward the Chinese border. At that moment, they were utterly unaware of their destination or that they were heading towards the border of China. They walked ahead, with Vietnamese soldiers trailing behind them at a distance of approximately 4 to 5 meters. Anxiety gripped their hearts as they feared being taken to a remote location for execution. Where on earth are they taking us? Will they imprison us? Shun Jinxiang voiced his concerns, his tone laden with dread and apprehension. That seems unlikely. Although our communication is rather strained, I sense they harbor no ill intentions. Surely, they wouldn't go to such extremes. Li Jinfeng whispered, his voice tinged with worry. To be honest, Tang Shaolin was equally uncertain about how the Vietnamese soldiers would handle their situation. He believed they would not intentionally mistreat them. Yet the unpredictable nature of Sino-Vietnamese relations, marred by past conflicts, left room for doubt, and he feared they might face some hardships. Initially, they traversed a main road, but soon 3 Vietnamese soldiers abruptly called out to them from behind, gesturing for them to take a small path to the left. In that moment, their tension escalated. Would captors really lead them down a narrow route? Damn it, what do these scoundrels intend to do? Are they truly taking us to a secluded spot for execution? Shen Jinxiang muttered under his breath. The others remained silent, yet their anxiety was palpable, and Tang Shaolin was no exception. After walking along the narrow path for over an hour, they reached the edge of a jungle, where the 3 Vietnamese soldiers halted and began speaking rapidly in Vietnamese, gesturing for them to continue forward. 2 of the soldiers even raised their rifles, as if prepared to fire at any moment. The 4 young men stood bewildered, utterly clueless about the soldiers' intentions. What on earth do these Vietnamese soldiers want? Have they lost their minds? Li Jinfeng whispered in despair. We might just lose our lives here today. This is truly unfair. Zhang Wenwu murmured hopelessly. Shun Jinxiang walked with a tremor, nearly paralyzed by fear. We must proceed. They won't shoot. Although they are pointing their guns at us, the safety is still on. This type of gun is called an AK-47, also known as an assault rifle. I've handled one before. Tang Shaolin reassured them quietly. The 4 boys advanced another 10 meters, finally spotting a large river ahead. Upon reaching the riverbank, they noticed an elderly man waiting there, with his bamboo raft tethered nearby. Turning back, they realized the 3 Vietnamese soldiers had vanished. At this point, they began to grasp the situation, and their taut nerves finally began to unwind. It was now nearly dusk. The old man spoke Chinese and appeared to be a local villager. Across the river lies your China. I can ferry you over, but it will cost 80 yuan. 80 yuan was indeed exorbitant. After negotiating for quite some time, as dusk approached, the old man ultimately agreed to transport them for 30 yuan and 10 large ginseng roots. Once they reached the opposite bank, they felt a genuine sense of relief. It was now dark, and the group sat on the riverbank, reflecting on the strange experiences of the day. As they conversed, Shun Jinxiang suddenly realized he had forgotten the bag of ginseng and his clothes on the other side, where there was also money in his garments. But by then, the old man had already disappeared. Do you think he might have taken it? Li Jinfeng inquired. That I quietly placed it in the grass beside me, never imagining I would forget to retrieve it. The thought nearly caused a fright. Shen Jinxiang was quite anxious, and after some deliberation, it was decided that Tang Shaolin and Shun Jinxiang would swim over to fetch the goods and clothing. In truth, Tang Shaolin was not particularly skilled at swimming. He had merely splashed around in ponds during his childhood and only knew a bit of dog paddle. Li Jinf and Zhang Wenwu both claimed they could not swim, however. He suspected their reluctance to return to Vietnam stemmed from cowardice. Driven by a sense of responsibility, Tang Shaolin stepped forward and resolutely agreed to accompany Shun Jinxiang. The riverbed spanned approximately 50 meters, with the current flowing fiercely. Nevertheless, Tang Shaolin was confident he had once swum 100 meters back and forth in a reservoir. He thought that, at worst, he could swim to the opposite bank, rest briefly, and then return, believing it to be manageable. However, as he reached the river's midpoint, disaster struck. During his journey on the bamboo raft, his foot had been pierced by the wire securing it, and the pain from the wound surged through him, compounded by the fact that he had not eaten all day, leaving him physically depleted. He hesitated, contemplating whether to turn back. At that moment, the tumultuous waters swept him away, and he swallowed several mouthfuls of river water. He was repeatedly dragged to the riverbed, choking on mud and silt, struggling helplessly as despair enveloped him. Thus, he was mercilessly tossed by the fierce current for 5 or 6 minutes. For a time, his mind went blank. Convinced that death was imminent, he seemed to review the fleeting moments of his life in those brief minutes. Just as he was about to surrender, his foot grazed the riverbank's gravel. In that instant, he grasped the chance to survive. From that day forth, he truly learned to swim. Breaststroke, freestyle, backstroke. He even devised a unique swimming style reminiscent of a jellyfish, employing a principle akin to breaststroke, albeit swimming backwards. He found this method both swift and energy efficient. Holding his breath underwater, he could exceed 5 minutes. Even so, during this encounter in the ocean, he still felt the precariousness of his situation. Fortunately, he eventually surfaced above the waves, inhaling the briny, damp air deeply. The frigid waters of the early morning were biting, and the dim light over the surface revealed various floating debris, with occasional sounds of others surfacing nearby. Tang Shaolin continually reminded himself to remain composed and conquer his fears. He first removed his shoes, tying the laces together and draping them around his neck. With the faint morning light, he spotted a 5-liter plastic water bottle bobbing nearby, and to his delight, it contained half a bottle of water. Without hesitation, he clutched it to his chest, a lifeline he had found amidst despair. No one knew when the rescue team would arrive, and he felt compelled to continue searching for anything useful. Just then, a middle-aged man suddenly emerged from the water not far away, gasping for breath, bloodied and struggling in agony. Tang Shaolin swam to him and checked for injuries. The man's right leg was shattered at the knee, and a 20-centimeter gash on his left side oozed blood profusely. Given the severity of the man's injuries, he was unlikely to survive. Such a condition would surely attract sharks. Feeling helpless, Tang Shaolin turned away, swimming with the current towards the distance. Chapter 2. A journey together. At this moment, the eastern sky began to blush with the light of dawn, while the sea was shrouded in a thick mist, rendering visibility exceedingly poor. Tang Shaolin pondered quietly by his calculations. The aircraft should have already reached the South China Sea, with Vietnam to the west, or perhaps Hainan Island in China. Gazing at the substantial portion of mineral water in his hand, he mused that if he were to swim with the current, he might indeed return to the mainland. Yet if he were to land in Vietnam, it would amount to a second act of illegal migration. This thought brought an involuntary chuckle to his lips. as Tang Shaolin was lost in contemplation amidst the vast ocean. A faint, yet profoundly despairing wail, akin to the mournful cry of a night owl, drifted through the air. The sorrowful sound pierced his heart like a sharpened blade. Woo-woo. The lament echoed across the tranquil sea, amplifying its melancholic resonance. Stirred by the tumult of emotions, and after a moment of reflection, Tang Shaolin felt a sense of responsibility as a man. Although his own survival was uncertain, he could not ignore the heart-wrenching cries of a woman. Thus, he resolved to approach with caution, offering even a few words of solace. Nevertheless, he secretly vowed that should the other party prove unreasonable and attempt to drag him down, he would not hesitate to act decisively, even resorting to force if necessary to secure his own survival. Fearing that a sudden appearance might startle her, he called out softly from a few meters away from the source of the cries. "Hey, are you injured?" His voice, though delicate against the sound of the waves, was imbued with genuine concern. The girl was evidently startled by his unexpected presence. Her sobs ceased abruptly, yet she did not reply. Observing this, Tang Shaolin slowly advanced. Upon nearing, he discovered a girl clutching a suitcase tightly, shivering in the waves like a petal caught in the wind. As the morning light illuminated her features, he was taken aback by her extraordinary beauty, reminiscent of the long-legged star Zhou Xiaotong. In an instant, he recalled that she had been seated in the window seat of the row directly in front of him on the airplane, leaving a lasting impression. Clearing his throat, he feigned nonchalance and reassured her. "Crying won't help, you know? Well, go with the flow. Perhaps the heavens will shine upon us, and by dawn, a rescue team will come racing to our aid. Understand?" The girl, her voice trembling, replied, "We're so far from where the plane crashed. Can the rescue team even find us?" Woo-woo. He quickly steadied his own thoughts, saying, "Don't cry anymore. If you keep this up, you'll turn into a little kitten." Perhaps amused by his words, or finding her emotions slightly calmed, she indeed ceased her weeping. Seizing the moment, Tang Shaolin continued, "I've thought it over. Leaving the crash site could be a blessing in disguise. The blood and bodies of the victims are likely to attract sharks. Moreover, once the rescue team is aware of the crash in this area, they will undoubtedly cast a wide net to search, so there's no need to worry about them not finding us. In fact, distancing ourselves from that place might help us avoid danger. So, relax, just go with the waves. I think I've sprained my right ankle, and my hip might be dislocated." The girl looked at Tang Shaolin with doe-like eyes, filled with vulnerability. "Let me have a look," he said, handing her the half-full water bucket. "Can you hold this for a moment?" Though the bucket still contained a substantial amount of water, it was effortless to navigate in the buoyant sea. Tang Shaolin, quick-witted and agile, noticed that a pair of sneakers was tied to the handle of the suitcase. He thought to himself that the girl was quite meticulous, and he resolved to secure his own shoes to his suitcase as well. With all preparations complete, Tang Shaolin said to the girl, "Relax, let me attempt to assist you in resetting your ankle." The girl responded with a soft, While treading water to maintain his balance, he cautiously lifted the girl's right leg, murmuring, "Just try to relax, young lady." He then began the delicate process of resetting her injured foot. Indeed, Tang Shaolin was adept in his skills. In less than half a minute, he successfully restored her ankle. However, when it came to examining her hip joint, he found himself in a predicament. In the vastness of the ocean, there was no leverage to be found, and despite his considerable abilities, he felt powerless. With a heavy heart, he apologized. "I'm truly sorry, young lady. I am at a loss in the water. Once we reach the shore, I promise to do my utmost to assist you, all right?" The girl expressed her gratitude. "Thank you so much. My foot no longer hurts. I feel much better. Are you a doctor?" Tang Shaolin scratched his head and chuckled. "No, I merely studied some relevant knowledge in the past." "Is this your suitcase?" The girl replied, "No, I found it in the sea. It is remarkably well sealed and will not sink." Tang Shaolin added, "If you're thirsty, do drink some water. Don't overexert yourself." "Thank you. I can hold on a little longer. I'll drink when I truly feel thirsty." Her voice was soft, imbued with gratitude and a hint of shyness. "May I ask your name?" "Melissa." "And you?" "Oh, Melissa. Your name is as lovely as you are." "I am Tang Shaolin. It's a pleasure to meet you." "The pleasure is mine. Thank you, Mr. Tang. It's truly a stroke of fortune to meet you." It was evident that after their exchange, the girl's spirits had lifted considerably. Tang Shaolin once again regarded Melissa, unable to deny her graceful figure and exquisite curves, radiating youthfulness that rivaled that of a star. "Hello, may I join you?" Just as Tang Shaolin was savoring the remarkable sensation of their previous contact, a woman's voice echoed from a distance, disrupting the tranquility. Tang Shaolin and Melissa quickly turned to the source of the voice and saw a woman gazing at them from a short distance away. Although they were on the same level, the mist obscured her features. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Shaolin called out, "Of course, come over quickly." The woman swam towards them slowly. As she approached, all three exclaimed in astonishment, "It's you, the flight attendant." The flight attendant replied with a smile, "Hi, I remember both of you." After a round of introductions, they officially met one another. The woman's name was Alice, one of the flight attendants from the economy class. Although she was a foreigner, her command of Chinese was impressive. With her striking beauty and alluring figure, it was rare to find such a young and attractive flight attendant on a New Zealand flight, which explained why both Tang Shaolin and Melissa remembered her so vividly. Tang Shaolin inquired with concern, "Alice, are you all right?" "I bumped my head a little, there was no bleeding, and I'm fine now." "That's good to hear. Do you know what happened on the plane?" "I'm not sure." She continued, "I suppose we can only drift along with the current and hope to encounter a ship or an island. I still have more than half a bottle of cola and a few pieces of chocolate, which should sustain us for a while. I believe the rescue team will find us soon." "Alice, we also have more than half a bottle of mineral water, at least over 3 liters, said Tang Shaolin, shaking the water bottle. Alice's eyes brightened. "That's wonderful. With these supplies, the 3 of us should be able to last for at least 3 days." Tang Shaolin viewed the mineral water as a shared resource, a gesture that deeply moved Melissa. Although this area of the sea was not far from land, it should not be underestimated. The 2 girls required his encouragement to persevere, especially since Melissa was injured. Only through unity could they overcome adversity. 3 days will significantly increase our chances of rescue. Trust me, we will definitely make it to shore alive. As long as we never give up and remain persistent, we shall succeed. Everyone must keep their spirits high. However, Melissa appeared somewhat disheartened. "I'm injured, I will surely be a burden to you." Tang Shaolin hurried to reassure her. "Melissa, please do not think that way. The fact that we have met in this vast ocean is a divine fate. Do not underestimate your worth. Since we are destined to be together, we should support each other. Alice, do you agree?" Alice nodded vigorously. "Mr. Tang is absolutely right. Melissa, stop worrying. Let's work together and persevere." With tears welling in her eyes, Melissa expressed, "Thank you both." Tang Shaolin declared earnestly, "From this moment on, we are a survival team at sea." Alice smiled and suggested, "Melissa, let's appoint Mr. Tang Shaolin as our captain. Do you agree?" Melissa nodded eagerly, "Of course." "Captain Tang, please give us your orders." Tang Shaolin, with a serious expression, commanded, "Comrades, let us drift along the current." Thus, amid the misty expanse of the sea, a man and 2 women clung tightly to their suitcase, moving forward slowly. The life jackets they wore became their steadfast support against the fear that loomed in the vast ocean. Chapter 3. The strange storm at sea. The afternoon of the 3rd day arrived quietly, marking nearly 50 hours adrift on the vast, desolate sea. The shadow of rescue had yet to materialize, and the silhouette of the mainland remained elusive beyond the horizon. Though they had a modicum of fresh water, 2 days without sustenance had left them on the brink of starvation, their bodies and minds utterly fatigued, and their mental states subtly shifting. Initially, Tang Shaolin harbored a secret hope that the rescue team would not locate them too swiftly, allowing him to spend more time in the company of the 2 beautiful women. He even fantasized about the possibility of swimming to shore with them, ideally landing in Vietnam, where perhaps a more legendary tale could unfold. The ill-fated aircraft, an AUB 777, belonged to New Zealand Airlines, and Tang Shaolin was acutely aware of the myriad flaws within Western political systems. In times of disaster, government officials often engaged in blame-shifting, internal strife, and a lackadaisical approach to their duties, exhibiting alarming inefficiency. They indulged in leisure while neglecting the safety of the populace. Now, with 2 days elapsed and no sign of rescue, disappointment weighed heavily on him. The Chinese government would certainly not turn a blind eye to the safety of its citizens, especially with a significant number of Chinese on board. Initially, out of respect for foreign governments, China might have opted for a period of observation. However, 3 days had now passed without progress. This absence of action left Tang Shaolin questioning whether the crash site was indeed within the waters of the South China Sea. The shimmering sea mirrored the blinding sunlight, inducing a sense of drowsiness. Their exposed skin had long since suffered sunburn, accompanied by stinging pain. Prolonged immersion in seawater had rendered their hands and feet grotesque due to dehydration. Sleep was elusive on the open water, allowing only sporadic moments of drowsiness. And the trio appeared markedly gaunt. At that moment, Alice suddenly exclaimed in astonishment, "Look, there's an island ahead, a reef." Tang Shaolin and Melissa, roused from their stupor, turned their gaze in the direction of Alice's pointing finger. Indeed, a small island reef emerged, rising about 70 to 80 centimeters above the surface, encompassing an area of approximately 1 square meter. Alice exclaimed with delight, "This is wonderful. We can rest here. It's far better than being submerged in the sea. We can wait for the rescue team here." The girls wore expressions of sheer joy and excitement. The sight of this reef reinforced Tang Shaolin's conviction that they were indeed in the South China Sea. Regarding the delay in rescue, he speculated that perhaps it was an oversight, a mere accident where the search operations failed to cover the area where they found themselves. With the reef providing a place to settle, the three of them did not feel cramped as they sat upon it. Famished, they shared the last remaining piece of chocolate that Alice possessed. They decided to first assist Melissa in repositioning her dislocated hip joint before opening the box to examine its contents for potential utility. With Alice's assistance, Tang Shaolin swiftly helped Melissa successfully realign her dislocated hip. Melissa felt immensely grateful. Yet after 3 days of camaraderie, the trio had grown quite familiar with one another, and she refrained from uttering overly sentimental polite phrases. Tang Shaolin mentioned that his family resided in a rural area, in close proximity to Vietnam, separated merely by a mountain. During the Sino-Vietnamese War, his hometown was on the front line. The two girls listened with great curiosity, expressing their desire to accompany Tang Shaolin to celebrate the new year at his home if they managed to safely reach the shore. The mere thought of bringing two stunning beauties back home for the festivities filled Tang Shaolin with uncontainable joy, making him feel particularly proud. Subsequently, they attempted to open the suitcase. After several unsuccessful attempts at different combinations, Melissa reset the lock, and with the press of a button, it clicked open. To their delight, the contents inside were a wonderful surprise. No one anticipated that this suitcase, which had accompanied them throughout their journey, contained not only the owner's change of clothes, a large thin blanket, a tablet, a charger, charging cables, cosmetics, sunscreen, and half a box of condoms, but also a substantial bag of 1 kilogram packaged beef jerky. For the famished trio, this was akin to a timely delivery of sustenance. The two beauty-conscious girls eagerly picked up the sunscreen, meticulously applying it to their faces and arms, showcasing the innate desire of women to maintain their beauty, even amidst such dire circumstances. They also discovered the owner's passport and ID within the suitcase. The documents revealed that the owner was named Deng Qingqing, hailing from Hangzhou, Zhejiang, and her photo depicted a strikingly charming woman. It left them pondering her current whereabouts and well-being, evoking a sense of empathy. The beef jerky provided a much-needed boost of energy. The two girls decided to remain on the reef, awaiting rescue, as the discomfort of being submerged in seawater was truly unbearable, and Tang Shaolin had no grounds to object. Since her hip had been reset, Melissa had become more vivacious and cheerful, perhaps reflecting her true nature. Be cautious while swimming. Don't exert yourself too much. Complete recovery may still require some time, Tang Shaolin advised with concern. I feel much better now. I should be fine. I truly appreciate your help, Brother Tang. I never expected you to be so capable. Melissa exclaimed. You should also thank me. Without my assistance here, it would have been quite challenging for him to manage your treatment alone. Alice teased with a playful expression, her captivating large eyes sparkling with joy. Indeed, upon returning to China, I will surely repay you, dear foreign sister. Melissa replied, her smile radiant, her eyes bright and clear, her teeth white and even, complemented by a charming little canine tooth. And how will you repay us? Alice inquired. Of course, by treating you to a grand feast. The very first thing I will do upon returning is to take you both out for a sumptuous meal. Choose anything you desire. Tang Shaolin Zponde. Well, that sounds splendid. I didn't realize our little Melissa was a wealthy heiress. He jested. I am not a wealthy heiress. Merely an ordinary child of the common people. I have earned some money through stock trading. Money made from the stock market is what I can truly call my own. Melissa laughed heartily. I can't believe you're still a student and already proficient in stock trading, managing to earn money. Remarkable at this very moment. I find myself yearning for the dim sum of Guangzhou. Alice remarked, swallowing hard. Upon returning to Guangzhou, I shall renew my passport and celebrate the new year at the captain's home. What about you, Melissa? Of course, I will join you. My situation is far less complicated, as I merely need to procure a temporary identification card at the local service center. In the homeland, I can venture wherever I please, right, brother? Time trickled away, and not long after the sun dipped below the horizon, Tang Shaolin suddenly noticed at the eastern edge of the sea's expanse a vast expanse of dark clouds roiling like a formidable beast, clawing its way toward them with alarming speed. This is dire. A storm is imminent. The two girls followed Tang Shaolin's gaze and beheld the terrifying sight to the east. What should we do? The storm will surely trigger a tsunami. We cannot remain on this reef. Melissa's voice was laden with despair. Quickly, pack everything away. Be prepared to plunge into the sea. As Tang Shaolin hastily stowed their belongings into a suitcase, he urged the two girls onward. The once azure sky was gradually engulfed by surging dark clouds, leaving only a stifling gloom, as if the apocalypse were upon them. Hurry, into the sea, swim forward, Tang Shaolin shouted. The sea breeze had shed its gentle demeanor, transforming into a raging demon. They had barely swum 100 meters when the howling winds, accompanied by torrential rain, assaulted their bodies with ruthless ferocity, followed by towering waves that erupted from the sea. The waves clashed like collapsing mountains, roaring and splattering countless white froths, akin to enraged beasts venting their fury. Amidst the oppressive sea, flashes of lightning illuminated the storm, and monstrous waves surged. The three of them were like drifting leaves in the tumultuous waters, ever at risk of being engulfed by the surging tides. Suddenly, a colossal wave, towering over 10 meters, rose up and swept them into the ocean, scattering them apart. Tang Shaolin's head buzzed, and that sensation of hanging by a thread, reminiscent of his near drowning in the Nanchi River, returned. In this fleeting moment, he involuntarily reflected upon his past. He envisioned himself running to school with a backpack. During morning exercises, he had embarrassingly wet his pants. His parents and sister standing at the doorstep, welcoming him home with warm smiles, and a myriad of colorful fish swimming before his eyes, a breathtaking tableau. He felt as though he were soaring through the sky, like a kite severed from its string. The sky was murky, enveloped in mist. As he flew, darkness suddenly enveloped him. Then a glimmer of light appeared ahead, and he endeavored to soar toward it, only to find that the light was tantalizingly out of reach. No matter how desperately he tried to fly, toward the end. Chapter 4. Arrival on the island when Tang Shaolin awoke. He found himself sprawled upon a stretch of golden sand. Nearby, a group of satiated seabirds rested comfortably atop the rocks. The searing sun poured its warmth upon him, rendering his limbs weak and weary. As he stirred, a wave of nausea surged through him, prompting him to expel the discomfort from his stomach. What he brought forth was a mixture of seawater and sand, accompanied by a throbbing headache. Sitting up, Tang Shaolin surveyed his surroundings, deducing that he was indeed on an island. The tide had receded, revealing extensive shallows and a cluster of jagged rocks. A surge of excitement welled within him, only to be swiftly overshadowed by the sudden recollection of two companions. "Melissa, Alice," he called out, his voice tinged with urgency. Stumbling to his feet, he felt a growing anxiety as he traversed the sandy shore, desperately searching for any sign of them. Not far into his search, he spotted a suitcase lying on the beach, with two pairs of shoes still attached to it. He hurriedly approached, dragging the suitcase to a safer spot on the shore to prevent it from being swept away by the returning tide. After donning the shoes, he hastened southward in search of his friends. Amidst a cluster of rocks, he discovered Melissa lying motionless on the sand. Rushing to her side, He lifted her and carried her to the soft beach. Her body appeared limp, her complexion pale, and her lips tinged with a bluish hue, devoid of vitality. Tang Shaolin extracted some foreign matter resembling seaweed from her mouth and checked for her breath, only to find none. A further examination of her carotid artery revealed the absence of a pulse. Leaning closer, he pressed his ear against her chest. But the distant roar of the waves crashing against the rocks and the cacophony of chirping seabirds drowned out any sound that might indicate life within her. Faced with an urgent situation, Tang Shaolin wasted no time. He swiftly removed her life jacket and outer garments, cradling her in his arms with her head tilted downward, hoping to expel the seawater that had entered her body. After a vigorous series of compressions and movements, a considerable amount of seawater flowed from her mouth and nose. He then laid her flat and began administering cardiopulmonary resuscitation and artificial respiration. After more than 20 minutes, Melissa finally showed signs of life, with a cough. She expelled more seawater from her mouth and nose. "Melissa, wake up! Melissa, please wake up!" Tang Shaolin urged. Gradually, she regained consciousness, her voice quivering as she murmured, "Brother Tang, I thought I was dead. Sob, sob, sob." Tang Shaolin embraced her tightly, offering reassurance. "It's all right now, it's all right." Once he had helped Melissa dress, he carried her to the shade of a nearby palm tree to rest. With Melissa settled, Tang Shaolin jogged along the coastline in search of Alice, startling a flock of birds into chaotic flight. The eastern shoreline of the island extended approximately 2 kilometers. Tang Shaolin spent an hour scouring every corner of the beach, even examining all suspicious spots revealed by the receding tide, yet he found no trace of Alice. With a heavy heart, he returned to Melissa's side. She gazed at him with hopeful eyes. Tang Shaolin sighed deeply. "I couldn't find her. She hasn't drifted into this area. Sister Alice, where are you?" Melissa wept. The day was drawing to a close. They should find some respite. Both felt an overwhelming weight in their hearts. Tang Shaolin silently prayed for Alice's safety, hoping she had washed ashore on some distant beach to the west. Moments ago, he had glimpsed from the southern cliffs that beyond this island lay more land, the coastline stretching infinitely into the horizon. Once they settled, he intended to venture there in search of Alice. At that moment, Melissa noticed that Tang Shaolin was holding a coat, within which lay a substantial bundle. Realizing her gaze, Tang Shaolin remembered to place the items down and unveil their contents. Inside, a bountiful assortment of seafood awaited: fish, shrimp, crabs, shells, conchs, and even urchins, suitable for raw consumption. "Wow, this is enough to sustain us for 2 days. How did you come by all this?" Melissa exclaimed in astonishment. "I gathered them from the beach. The bounty here is truly abundant. The birds cannot devour it all. I also sense that the tidal patterns here are quite unique, with a more pronounced difference between high and low tides," Tang Shaolin explained. "What does that imply?" Melissa inquired, her brow furrowed in curiosity. "I am not certain at the moment. However, if I'm not mistaken, food should not pose a challenge here," Tang Shaolin replied. Melissa pointed to a few towering trees nearby and asked, "Are those palm trees?" "I observed sea birds feasting on the fallen fruits. I tasted one, and it was pleasantly tart and sweet, resembling palm fruit." She handed Tang Shaolin a fruit for his assessment. Tang Shaolin inspected the fruit, then stepped back to observe a lofty canopy, concluding that they were indeed palm trees. The trees bore an abundance of golden fruits. Although some had been pecked by the sea birds, approximately 2/3 remained, many of which were ripe. Furthermore, these fruits appeared larger than the palm fruits found in Indonesia. He took a bite, savoring the sweet and tangy flavor, affirming that they were indeed palm fruits, rich in sugars and various vitamins and minerals. There were 5 palm trees in total, standing out on this small island. The fruits, if harvested, would sustain them for several days. Tang Shaolin knew he could devise a method to gather them, but at present, his thoughts were consumed with finding water. Fortune smiled upon him as he discovered a freshwater pool nestled among the rocks, likely a collection of rainwater from the previous night. Having once drunk from rainwater pooled in a cow's hoofprint, he recalled that clear rainwater typically did not cause digestive distress. He covered the pool with leaves to shield it from the sun's heat and evaporative loss, then sought stones along the shore suitable for crafting a pot, successfully locating one and shaping it through hammering. This place not only offered an ample supply of seafood, but also the possibility of capturing birds, complemented by the palm fruits. With sustenance secured, he could hasten his search for Alice, firmly believing she was still alive. Approaching Melissa once more, Tang Shaolin said, "Let us go. The day wanes. We must find a suitable spot to kindle a fire and quell our hunger." At that moment, the sun had already begun its descent in the west. "What purpose do you have for that stone? Have you noticed? It is a pot." "Indeed, it is." The two of them walked along the shore heading south. Tang Shaolin recalled a large reef nearby that would serve well as a temporary shelter. Upon arrival, they found it to be quite suitable. The rising tide rarely reached this spot. "Brother Shaolin, look, what is that?" Melissa exclaimed, her face a mask of disbelief. Turning to look, Tang Shaolin discovered that not far from the Great Reef was a natural wind stove, complete with an air inlet, a chimney, and a hearth for firewood, topped with a place for a stew pot. The sea breeze would cause the fire to burn even more brightly, a remarkable gift from nature, almost beyond belief. How splendid! With this pot, everything is set. Tang Shaolin zestet. Several kilometers to the west, on another beach, Alice had awakened. Realizing she was still alive, her heart soared with excitement. Observing her surroundings, she deduced that she must be on an island, finally grasping the hope of survival. However, the sudden thought of Tang Shaolin and Melissa filled her with anxiety. Struggling to her feet, she dragged her weary body, limping along the beach while searching and calling out, "Melissa, Tang Shaolin, where are you?" She searched for a long while, but could not find any trace of them, and a wave of despair washed over her, prompting her to weep uncontrollably. At last, Alice felt parched and famished. In the distance, she spotted what appeared to be a grove of banana plants, and a surge of delight filled her as she bravely approached. Picking up a dry twig from the sandy ground, she cautiously tapped the area with the stick, wary of any lurking dangers. Although she did not find any ripe bananas, she discovered several banana sprouts. Thinking that these sprouts must be rich in moisture, she exerted all her strength to snap off a small sprout. Feeling that the banana grove might be unsafe, possibly harboring a venomous snake watching her, she cradled the sprout in her arms, continuing to clear her path with the twig until she emerged from the grove onto the sandy beach. Peeling away the outer skin of the banana sprout, she eagerly began to gnaw on it. Despite a slightly bitter taste, it was quite tolerable, and its high water content effectively alleviated her thirst. After quenching her thirst, she retrieved a few sea snails she had found earlier by the shore, found 2 stones, and cracked open their shells, removing what resembled intestines before nervously placing the snail meat into her mouth, chewing it thoroughly before hastily swallowing. Meanwhile, Tang Shaolin had spent over 2 hours lighting a fire in front of their temporary abode beneath the Great Reef. The two of them huddled around the fire, roasting seafood and relishing their meal, while several palm fruits rested on a nearby stone. These palm fruits were gathered by Tang Shaolin, who had climbed a palm tree using a vine to tie himself to the tree, allowing him to ascend the tall palm with ease. Additionally, Tang Shaolin had picked up a peculiar stone, claiming he intended to craft a stone axe. He utilized this stone to shatter dry grass, creating tinder, and then carve a groove in a piece of dry wood. With a slender stick sharpened against the rocks, he swiftly rubbed it back and forth in the prepared groove. His strength was considerable, and his speed remarkable. Indeed, he successfully kindled a fire. Contemplating the formidable wilderness survival skills of Tang Shaolin, Melissa felt a mix of joy and reassurance. Observing the man before her, despite a hint of rusticity, she noted numerous admirable qualities, standing at over 6 feet tall. He was handsome and robust, with a good temperament and stable emotions. In the glow of the fire, Melissa gazed at Tang Shaolin with a hint of infatuation. Chapter 5. Brother Tang's peculiar actions. As night fell, Melissa nestled beside the crackling fire, preparing to succumb to slumber. Tang Shaolin meticulously polished a peculiar stone, ensuring its integrity, before lying down behind her, using his body as a shield to protect her. Initially, Melissa's mind was a whirlwind. Her cheeks flushed with a mix of anxiety and embarrassment. She silently prayed, "Brother Tang, please do not act rashly. I am merely an 18-year-old high school student, inexperienced in such matters. You must not." Yet, Tang Shaolin adhered strictly to propriety, exhibiting no impropriety whatsoever. As time passed, Melissa's taut nerves gradually relaxed. A weight lifted from her heart. The exhaustion of her body combined with the warmth of the fire, and with Tang Shaolin's watchful presence behind her, she felt a sense of peace and slowly drifted into dreams. At dawn, Tang Shaolin rose early and made his way to the beach to work on his stone axe. Soon after, Melissa woke and added some dry wood to the fire, using the remaining embers to prepare breakfast. Tang Shaolin greeted her briefly before departing again. When he returned, he brought with him 3 sturdy logs and a bounty of vines. Expertly, he crafted the axe handle, binding the axe head securely with the vines, producing a functional tool. Seeing this, Melissa was filled with admiration. "Brother Tang, you are truly remarkable. On this desolate island, I shall depend on you." Observing her candid and lively demeanor, Tang Shaolin thought to himself, "This girl possesses an admirable spirit." He smiled slightly and replied, "In our countryside, such skills are quite commonplace. Not every rural child possesses your talents." She countered playfully, "Before I turned 10, I lived in a small town and met many country friends. None could compare to you." He continued, "Have you lived in the countryside?" She asked. "Indeed. My father is from a rural background. After graduating from a normal university, he returned home to teach high school. My mother hails from the provincial capital. They fell in love during high school and welcomed me into the world after graduation." "Your father, as a teacher, dating a student, doesn't that seem inappropriate?" Melissa teased, not offended in the least. "Not at all. My mother was the belle of the school, and my father was utterly smitten. Fortunately, they have always been loving and harmonious. Sometimes I find myself envious. I take pride in their love. It is evident that only a happy family could raise such an optimistic and cheerful girl like you." "Thank you, Brother Lin. Your parents must also share a deep affection, right?" "Of course, and their love is unpretentious." "Ha ha. Unpretentious is indeed a fitting term." Recalling the protection he provided the previous night, Melissa smiled sweetly. "From now on, I shall call you Brother Lin, if you do not mind." Tang Shaolin gazed at her innocent expression, smiling silently while pondering inwardly. How could this girl, after a night alone, become so vivacious? Though her figure was delicate and graceful, she was perhaps still underage. A fleeting glance during her rescue reminded him of the poetry about budding lotus flowers, drawing parallels to the character Huang Rong from Jin Yang's tales. Yet, he quickly reconsidered. Given the harsh realities of the world, she might very well be like those who ingratiate themselves with the powerful, sweet-talking in times of peril, only to transform entirely upon returning to civilization. Melissa, with a delicate and charming voice, persistently inquired. Tang Shaolin, with a sense of resignation, acquiesced. All right, call me whatever you like." Only then did she smile contentedly. Armed with a stone axe, Tang Shaolin swiftly sharpened 2 long wooden sticks to fashion spears, placing their tips over the fire to harden them further. After breakfast, he handed Melissa a spear, saying, "Take this for self-defense. Let us explore." Melissa took the weapon and waved it around a few times, her graceful demeanor eliciting a chuckle from Tang Shaolin. In this desolate island, with her companionship, he found joy amidst adversity. Just as they were about to set off, Tang Shaolin abruptly returned to the shelter, retrieving 2 condoms from his bag and slipping them into his pocket. Melissa was taken aback, her eyes wide in astonishment, while Tang Shaolin feigned ignorance. What was he planning? Had she said too much and led him to misunderstand? Had she known better, she would have kept her distance. One little hint, and he took a mile. What was she to do? Melissa's heart raced, anxiously trailing behind him. Upon reaching a large rock, Tang Shaolin paused. Melissa's tension peaked. He smiled and asked, "Did you discover something?" "Huh?" Melissa was completely unprepared for such a question, momentarily at a loss. Noticing her flushed cheeks, Tang Shaolin feigned curiosity. "Why is your face so red?" I am not." Melissa stammered in a flustered defense. Tang Shaolin pointed at the stone. "Look, there is water seeping from the cracks. Should we collect it, Brother Tang?" she asked. Instead of answering, Tang Shaolin cut several resilient branches, smoothing them out before retrieving the condom and handing it to Melissa. Instantly, she trembled with anxiety, mistakenly believing he harbored ulterior motives. internally cursing him as a beast in human guise. "Hurry up! Why are you dawdling? Open it and stretch it as much as possible," Tang Shaolin urged. Melissa, feeling bashful, took it hesitantly, her hands shaking in uncertainty. Observing her distress, Tang Shaolin snatched the condom to demonstrate. Following his lead, Melissa attempted to mimic him. Oblivious to its true purpose, Tang Shaolin inserted the bent stick into the condom, suddenly halting, unable to contain his laughter at her realization of her grave misconception. Embarrassed and indignant, she kicked at him, exclaiming, "You are unbearable." Tang Shaolin laughed heartily. "I apologize. I had no idea you were thinking inappropriately. You were the one who thought wrong." As the two sticks intersected, the condom transformed into a substantial makeshift container. Tang Shaolin then used vines and wooden sticks to construct a water diversion device, channeling the water from the rock crevice into the container. "This water is clean. I tested it yesterday. You stay here and rest. After the tide recedes, gather some seafood. I will look for Alice and return before nightfall. If you encounter others, immediately retreat to the mountains. This island is lawless and do not trust easily. Can I go with you? I am scared to be alone." Melissa pleaded softly. "It is too dangerous outside. Be obedient and stay put," Tang Shaolin replied, gently yet firmly. Reluctantly, Melissa nodded. The two drank their fill of water and returned to the shelter with 2 containers. Tang Shaolin secured the containers tightly and roasted some seafood. Before departing, he reiterated his instructions. "Do you remember what I said?" "I understand." With that assurance, Tang Shaolin felt at ease as he set off, burdened with provisions, water, and weaponry. As she watched his receding figure, Melissa felt a profound sense of loss. Yet, she recognized that, in his position, she too would be eager to seek out those who were lost. The forest was fraught with peril, and she would only serve as a hindrance. Remaining at the shelter, she had tasks to occupy her, gathering firewood, exploring, and perhaps even uncovering treasures. Upon reaching the mountain's summit, Tang Shaolin gazed out over the expansive western side, where the island stretched endlessly, covering at least 200 square kilometers. The island teemed with verdant foliage, its hills undulating and its ravines crisscrossing the landscape. In the distance, the outlines of other islands could be discerned on the ocean's surface. Where on earth was this? It could not possibly be the South China Sea. His mind was awash with bewilderment, yet answers eluded him, and a wave of confusion washed over him. Unable to see the northern beach from the peak, he resolved to descend and traverse the jungle, commencing his search for Alice from the southern shore, moving in a clockwise direction. The terrain to his left was relatively gentle, with sparse vegetation, making it easier to forge a path. Chapter 6. The joys of life on a deserted island. The descent from the mountain was relatively smooth. Yet upon entering the valley, Tang Shaolin immediately shifted into a state of alertness. After all, no matter how meticulously crafted the plan, unforeseen circumstances are often unpredictable. Just as he pondered, a sudden rustling sound emerged from ahead, prompting him to swiftly conceal himself within the thicket, holding his breath and fixating intently on the source of the noise. Before him, a robust wild boar foraged amidst the foliage, leading several piglets while occasionally emitting grunts. Tang Shaolin calculated silently. His objective was to find someone, and with his rudimentary weaponry, even a fortunate strike on the boar would not suffice to subdue it. Moreover, with ample food available, it was not worth the risk to provoke this formidable creature with its sharp tusks and immense strength. After careful deliberation, he decisively chose to circumvent the beast. After navigating through the low-lying underbrush, he arrived at a grove near the coastline. Once again, he heard a rustling sound ahead. Upon closer inspection, a gray figure darted by like a flash, resembling a fox. This sight only strengthened his resolve to craft a finely made bow and arrows. As he continued to contemplate, he suddenly sensed something unusual overhead. Looking up, he spotted a vibrant green snake coiled on a branch, flicking its tongue, poised to strike. Reacting swiftly, Tang Shaolin thrust his spear, bringing the serpent crashing down. The snake writhed in agony upon hitting the ground, yet he did not hesitate to deliver 2 more blows. Observing the creature still struggling, he plunged the spearhead forcefully into its skull, ensuring its demise. Emerging from the forest, Tang Shaolin reached the shoreline. The expansive, soft sand shimmered under the sunlight, yet he was too preoccupied to appreciate the beauty around him. He hastened forward, vigilant as he scanned the surroundings in search of Alice's whereabouts. Under the scorching sun, the beach radiated heat waves, intensifying his sense of urgency. The forest was lush and vibrant, brimming with life under the sun's embrace. As he walked, Tang Shaolin suddenly spotted human footprints on the sand, clearly left by bare feet. Continuing onward, he also discovered remnants of seashells and the outer skin of banana shoots, instantly invigorating his spirit as he dashed in the direction of the tracks. After running for approximately 2 kilometers, he heard the sounds of a fierce struggle. A group of monkey-like creatures was attacking a woman, and upon closer inspection, he recognized Alice. She was valiantly wielding a branch in defense, yet was being gradually pushed towards the sea. With a mighty roar, Tang Shaolin charged forward, brandishing his spear and stone axe like a fierce tiger. The creatures, baboons, were thrown into disarray upon seeing a rescuer approach. Alice, Tang Shaolin, felt tears welling in her eyes from the swell of emotions. "Tang, is it you?" she cried out, her voice filled with urgency. "Are you all right? Have you been hurt?" he asked with genuine concern. "I'm fine," she responded brightly. However, before they could exchange more words, the baboons launched another offensive. The leader of the baboons, with its tousled fur and robust physique, bared its teeth and lunged at them with fierce determination. Unfazed, Tang Shaolin executed a series of strikes, sweeps, jabs, and thrusts, forcing the baboon to dodge and retreat. After feigning a couple of thrusts, he drove his spear deep into the chest of the baboon leader. Infuriated and wounded, the creature recoiled, and taking advantage of the moment, Tang Shaolin plunged the spear even deeper. The injured baboon staggered back, and with a bloodied spear in hand, Tang Shaolin watched as the leader, rolling and scrambling, led its kin away into the forest. Clearly, these baboons, frequent foragers in the area, perceived Alice as an intruder in their territory. Alice could no longer endure the weight of her burdens and collapsed into Tang Shaolin's embrace, tears streaming down her cheeks. Tang Shaolin held her tightly, whispering words of comfort. After consuming the food and water he had brought, Alice regained some strength. Having spent the previous night on the beach, anxious about potential beasts lurking nearby, she had not slept a wink. Now, knowing Melissa was safe, the tension in her body eased, and drowsiness washed over her like a tide. Tang Shaolin sat with her on the beach, allowing her to rest peacefully for an hour. On their return journey, Tang Shaolin opted to retrace their steps, for familiarity with the route promised greater safety. Alice, unable to walk comfortably barefoot, was either carried or supported by him when they encountered difficult terrain. Both reveled in the warmth and reassurance that this intimate contact brought. As dusk fell, they arrived at the eastern side of the island. The moment the two girls reunited, they embraced and wept, having once thought they would never see each other again. Now, after their ordeal, their reunion felt surreal. Tang Shaolin watched the three of them with a heart full of reflection. With food and water secure, they could now patiently await rescue. He contemplated crafting a bow and knife, as the metal pieces at the bottom of his suitcase were perfectly suited for such a task. Should they linger here for an extended period, he also wished to explore the entire island. If this truly was an untouched paradise, perhaps he could one day name it after himself. If there were indigenous people, engaging with them and sharing knowledge would surely be an enriching experience. He even imagined what it would be like to pen a book chronicling these adventures. Yet, while such thoughts were delightful, did truly uncharted territories still exist in this world? For now, he could hunt and explore with the two young women, passing the time together. That night, Tang Shaolin shared a sleeping space with the two girls, yet maintained a respectful distance. After all, they had only recently met, and crossing boundaries might lead to awkwardness upon their return to civilization. The following day, Tang Shaolin wove a pair of exquisite slippers for Alice from soft vines, which deeply touched her. Meanwhile, the stone pot Melissa had discovered days prior was expertly refined by Tang Shaolin with a stone axe, perfectly fitting their natural stove. With the stone pot, they could not only boil water and produce sea salt, but also diversify their cooking methods beyond mere barbecues. In response to their praises, Melissa smiled mysteriously and announced, "I have wonderful news. Behind the palm trees, I discovered a small cave, which might serve as our shelter." Tang Shaolin eagerly urged her to lead the way. The cave was remarkably concealed. Its entrance was narrow, requiring them to bend to enter. Yet the interior was spacious and dry, measuring around 7 or 8 square meters. Complete with a skylight, Tang Shaolin immediately devised a plan to construct a rain shelter over the skylight, ensuring ventilation and a place to make fire. The area outside the cave was broad and flat, with scattered rocks forming a natural barrier. Without hesitation, the trio set to work, first lighting a fire inside the cave to drive away insects and dampness, then laying down straw to create beds. Tang Shaolin skillfully crafted a wooden door and finally erected a roof over the skylight using stones, grass, and leaves. After a flurry of activity, their cozy and inviting new home was complete. That night, lying on a straw bed covered by a light blanket, with the two girls nestled beside him and the sound of waves lapping at the shore, Tang Shaolin felt as though he were in a dream. With mountains and waters, delectable food and stunning scenery, and the company of lovely companions, this life was more delightful than he had ever imagined possible. Chapter 7. Arm yourself. He could not allow himself to languish in the present feelings, letting himself waste away. After all, stranded on a deserted island, his location was entirely unknown, and the arrival of a rescue team remained uncertain. The future could hold dangers and unforeseen events, shrouding everything in ambiguity and unpredictability. He must concentrate, rally his spirits, and swiftly ascertain whether there were other survivors on the island, while also devising a long-term survival plan. He intended to hasten the crafting of a knife the following day, fashion a simple bow, and set out westward for exploration the day after. Fortunately, he lacked neither food nor water at present, making it an opportune moment to solidify these plans under the clear skies. On the following day, in an effort to enhance their meals, Tang Shaolin constructed numerous bird traps along the sandy shoreline. The design of these traps was not complex. A large stone was propped up, supported by a slender stick, which had a mechanism set upon it, and bait was placed above. Once a seabird pecked at the bait and triggered the mechanism, the stick would tilt, causing the stone to fall and firmly pinning the bird. This method was taught to him by his grandfather in his youth for hunting quails. In his hometown, many children crafted such traps, though the skill varied. Those who excelled achieved remarkable results. After completing the traps, Tang Shaolin retrieved a piece of iron from the suitcase. It was a suitably thick piece, 5 centimeters wide and 30 centimeters long, each end featuring a 2-centimeter tail, originally intended to secure the bottom panel of the suitcase. The tails formed a right angle with the blade, resembling a curved shape. With the assistance of the two ladies, they found 2 suitable stones, one to serve as a base and the other as a hammer. They ignited a fire on a naturally formed hearth, repeatedly heating the iron until it glowed red and softened. Through relentless hammering and quenching, they fashioned a rudimentary cleaver. Although the knife appeared coarse, it would surely prove functional once a handle was affixed. After breakfast, Tang Shaolin instructed Alice to remain by the shore to gather seafood and monitor the traps, while he and Melissa ventured into the hills to gather firewood and search for suitable materials for crafting a knife handle and bow. This arrangement was made because Alice lacked appropriate footwear for climbing. Upon reaching a small hillside not far from the shore, Tang Shaolin was struck with delight as he discovered a depression filled with several Chinese fan palms. The golden flowers of the palms were truly dazzling. Could it be that there were Chinese fan palms here? This would provide the necessary material for my bowstring. I had been pondering what vines would be suitable for this purpose, and this revelation resolved a significant dilemma. Melissa, unfamiliar with Chinese fan palms, found nothing unusual in their presence. Tang Shaolin jumped into the depression to collect the palm fibers, and Melissa followed suit. He sensed an elusive presence within the depression that seemed to permeate and affect him as he moved. However, judging by Melissa's expression, she evidently did not share this sensation. The low trunks of the Chinese fan palms bore plenty of fibers, which could be woven into strong ropes. The palm flowers were also edible when cooked, rich in nutrients. Curiously, he wondered why they were flowering in this season. In the ancestral home of Tang Shaolin, all ropes were traditionally woven from this exquisite Chinese palm fiber, allowing him to master the art of palm rope weaving from a young age, a skill he acquired swiftly under his grandfather's tutelage. His grandfather, a highly respected elder in their hometown, was a man of profound knowledge, deep thought, and unwavering beliefs. Under his guidance, Tang Shaolin learned numerous skills. Although they may appear somewhat antiquated by today's standards, they could prove invaluable on this deserted island. Forging iron, polishing tools, and crafting various implements were merely supplementary skills for his grandfather, who also possessed remarkable martial prowess, capable of severing a banana tree with just 3 barehanded strikes. In his youth, it was said he could fend off 10 adversaries at once. His grandfather imparted several sets of martial techniques to Tang Shaolin, which, while seemingly ordinary, concealed profound secrets. Over time, Tang Shaolin grasped the intricacies of these techniques and adeptly applied them in combat, countering opponents with precision. Whenever the villagers faced insurmountable difficulties or conflicts, they would seek his grandfather's assistance, for his advice invariably led to harmonious resolutions. Coupled with his discreet talents and the myriad of extraordinary tales surrounding him, his grandfather held an air of mystery in the hearts of the people. Living to the venerable age of 105, his funeral attracted villagers from hundreds of miles away, including even Vietnamese attendees, marking the most elaborate funeral in their hometown since the establishment of New China. In his younger years, his grandfather aspired to pass on his vital skills to Tang Shaolin's father or uncle, hoping to ensure the continuity of his craft. Unfortunately, they succumbed to the allure of modern education, feigning respect for the elder while secretly dismissing his teachings, treating every encounter with indifference. Consequently, his grandfather placed his hopes on his young grandson, Tang Shaolin, who had always admired the esteem his grandfather commanded across the surrounding villages. Thus, he held his grandfather in high regard and eagerly pursued the seemingly outdated yet remarkable skills he imparted. Although these skills seldom found relevance in his academic and social life, save for a few instances during schoolyard altercations where they proved effective, they might finally hold significant value on this isolated isle. Tang Shaolin took a moment to keenly sense the elusive, almost palpable energy surrounding him. It indeed existed. Unable to contain his curiosity, he asked Melissa, "Do you feel anything unusual while walking in this depression?" "Unusual feeling? What do you mean?" She replied, somewhat perplexed. "Are you trying to play tricks on me again?" Tang Shaolin, reminded of the incident when he had teased her with a condom, she felt a mix of embarrassment and irritation, pinching his waist in response. Tang Shaolin refrained from explaining, recognizing her lack of awareness. He mused that perhaps he was mistaken, and the recent air disaster, coupled with days spent adrift at sea, might have caused some abnormality in his body. He could only hope for the best regarding his health. In Tang Shaolin's hometown, many of his Miao compatriots thrived, historically passionate about crafting bows and crossbows. His grandfather excelled in this art, creating bows that were both aesthetically pleasing and highly functional. He once stated that the finest materials for bow making in their region were the mountain peach tree and rosewood, hence the saying, "mountain peach bows, rosewood crossbows." The peach tree possesses remarkable resilience and sufficient strength, making it an exceptional material for crafting bow bodies. The hardwood, known for its durability and wear resistance, is ideal for constructing the arrow slots of crossbows, ensuring shooting accuracy. However, on this desolate island, Tang Shaolin has yet to locate either peach wood or hardwood, and must initially select some promising-looking materials to create the bow. In due course, he hopes to find superior wood to fashion a more refined bow. Once they have gathered the materials required for the bow and arrows, they collect an ample supply of dry wood for fuel on their way back to the campsite. Alice joyfully rushes over to share the good news. Tang Shaolin's traps have captured numerous seabirds. Melissa leaps with excitement, cheering in delight. They proceed to pluck the feathers from the captured seabirds, and Tang Shaolin carefully collects suitable feathers for the arrows, washing them thoroughly with clean water. He ponders the lack of flavor in the seabirds without salt, and takes it upon himself to teach the two girls how to refine sea salt. With their assistance, they boil the clean seawater until it evaporates, leaving coarse salt behind. They then add fresh water, and filtered clean ash water. Once a crust forms at the bottom of the pot, they pour out the remaining brine. The crust contains harmful impurities, and they boil the remaining brine again to yield fine white salt. Alice skeptically dips her finger into the salt and tastes it, her face lighting up with surprise and joy as she gives Tang Shaolin a thumbs up. It's amazing. The flavor is so pure. Melissa also tries a small amount, exclaiming, "I never expected that bitter seawater could produce table salt. This tastes just like what we have at home." Tang Shaolin, you are incredible. Tang Shaolin adds, moreover, this salt is non-toxic and beneficial to health. Brother Lin, how did you learn this method of refining sea salt? I read it in a book. When they sprinkle salt while roasting the seabirds, the flavor is extraordinary, and both girls agree it is the most delicious food they have ever tasted. After lunch, Tang Shaolin instructs the two girls to continue refining sea salt while he focuses on crafting the bow and arrows. After a full day of effort, he successfully creates a bow that feels just right and over 20 arrows. The arrowheads are treated with fire, making them quite hard. Ideally, metal would enhance the arrowheads, but such resources are unattainable on this isolated island. He attaches feathers to the ends of the arrows, giving them a commendable appearance. He uses dry grass to fashion a target and tests the bow as performance. After several adjustments, he achieves an impressive accuracy, hitting 9 out of 10 shots from a distance of 10 meters. The girls watch in admiration as he shoots, impressed by his speed and precision, and they eagerly express their desire to try. Tang Shaolin allows them to attempt shooting, but neither manages to hit the target. This requires skill. I will teach you gradually, he assures them. After dinner, Tang Shaolin solemnly informs the two girls, tomorrow, I will venture out to explore the western area. You should stay here and refine more sea salt and create an SOS international rescue signal on the beach. Please ensure your safety. If someone approaches from the sea, hide and observe to assess their identity. Should a pirate brandishing a firearm appear, it is imperative to remain concealed. Chapter 8. The Mysterious Ruins on the following morning. The sun cast its golden rays upon the enigmatic island at dawn. Tang Shaolin rose early, meticulously preparing ample provisions and fresh water, ready to embark on an exploration of the western part of the island. The two women watched his industrious figure with hearts heavy with worry and reluctance. Once he had gathered his belongings, they embraced him tightly, offering heartfelt kisses. Alice nestled close to his ear, softly admonishing him to ensure his safety and return alive, confessing that without him, their existence would be insufferable. Tang Shaolin nodded gently, his gaze resolute, and set forth on his unknown journey, carrying their concerns with him. Upon reaching the summit, the weather was exceptionally clear and the view remarkably vivid. In the far distance, he could barely discern the outline of another, larger island. Tang Shaolin pondered privately. Could that be the land of some nation? Perhaps Indonesia? If so, there might be hope for rescue. He retraced the path he had taken while searching for Alice, descending the mountain, traversing through the jungle until he arrived at the shore, then continuing along the coastline. As he walked, a sudden rustle emanated from the forest to his right. He halted, his gaze fixed intently upon the thicket, carefully observing but finding nothing amiss. Despite his lingering curiosity, he pressed onward. After a short distance, the woodland emitted another unsettling sound, sending chills down his spine. Without hesitation, he picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it towards the source of the noise. The stone struck a branch with a resounding thud, startling the surrounding stillness. Yet still, no creature revealed itself. He continued his trek, and before long, the forest stirred once again. Tang Shaolin felt an inexplicable sensation of being watched, a shiver creeping up his spine as he contemplated the possibility of wild men inhabiting the island. This thought sent a chill through him, prompting him to quicken his pace. After running approximately 3 to 4 kilometers, he paused to observe his surroundings, finding the forest silent once more, leading him to believe he had been overly imaginative. After walking for about an hour, Tang Shaolin arrived at a broad sandy beach. Glancing up towards the mountains, he noticed a tree adorned with plum-colored fruits. Holding his spear, he cautiously advanced towards the tree. As he approached, he discerned what felt like a path beneath the thick layer of fallen leaves, obscured by thorns and wild grass. Yet his instincts suggested this had once been a thoroughfare. 2 minutes later, upon nearing the tree, he was astonished to discover it was a plum tree, a variety he knew all too well. In his hometown, during plum season, the village would be filled with the sweet and tangy fruits, which would turn a deep black upon ripening. In bewilderment, he murmured to himself, questioning how a plum tree could exist in such a place. How peculiar indeed. With this curiosity lingering in his mind, he continued his ascent up the mountain. After roughly 10 minutes of climbing, an unsettling realization began to dawn upon him. Certain traces hinted at a previous human presence in this region. Upon reaching a flat area at the mountaintop, he was taken aback by the sight before him. A vast graveyard nestled among the trees to his left. One particular grave stood out, considerably larger than the others, presumably belonging to an individual of great significance. Tang Shaolin approached the grave and beheld a crude stone tablet inscribed with the words "Tomb of Ma Siming," accompanied by an epitaph. The passage of time had weathered the stone, rendering the inscription somewhat indistinct. Nevertheless, Tang Shaolin managed to discern fragments of text. A person of the Great Ming of Huaxia fell in battle against the ferocious Black bandits. A person of the Great Ming of Huaxia? Could it be that Zheng he had traversed this place during his voyages to the west? Were the Black bandit savages? Did this island harbor such wild men? A flurry of thoughts raced through Tang Shaolin's mind. He recalled that Zheng he had returned, suggesting that these individuals had successfully departed. If that were the case, this must be an ordinary archipelago, and escape should be feasible. With this realization, Tang Shaolin felt a sense of calm wash over him. He believed that the rescue team would undoubtedly locate this place. Even if they failed to find it, they could devise a means to return to the civilized world. Nonetheless, a chill pervaded the air, and Tang Shaolin sensed that lingering here was ill-advised. Suddenly, a terrifying roar erupted from behind him, a shrill and piercing sound that sent shivers down his spine. He immediately fled from the graveyard. In an instant, a horde of snarling baboons burst forth from the forest, baring their teeth and lunging toward him. The sight was enough to instill considerable fear in Tang Shaolin. Realizing that these were the same baboons that had been vanquished the previous day, he understood that they had returned for vengeance, having tracked him from a beach. Stay calm. Remain composed. He repeatedly urged himself. Tang Shaolin swiftly unslung his bow, knocking an arrow and unleashing a flurry of shots at the leading baboons. The arrows whistled through the air, striking their marks and sending the wounded baboons retreating into the woods. Seizing the moment of chaos, Tang Shaolin charged forward, engaging the beasts with his spear. Today, it seemed there was no baboon leader present. The creatures behaved like a disorganized mob. After several exchanges, he succeeded in slaying 3 baboons. Witnessing the prowess of this human warrior, the remaining baboons began to withdraw. The forest echoed with the anguished cries of the injured baboons as their sounds gradually faded away. Perhaps the baboon leader was nursing its wounds on some distant hillside. Tang Shaolin Muset. Determined, Tang Shaolin resolved to traverse the jungle and descend toward the northern part of the island. He intended to follow the coastline eastward before cutting through the forest back to the campsite. He could not venture further. Otherwise, he risked being unable to return that night. By doing so, he would effectively cover half the coastline on the western side of the island. Typically, survivors would hesitate to enter the forest and would likely establish shelters near the beach, increasing the likelihood of encountering other survivors. The remaining stretch of coastline could be explored on another occasion. He could not bear to leave the 2 women behind for the night, as it weighed heavily on his mind. He glanced at his quiver and noted that he had already discharged 8 arrows, leaving him with 10. Silently, he prayed, "May I not encounter any more baboons." As he descended, he arrived at a flat expanse where he stumbled upon a perplexing sight. There lay remnants of crumbling walls, clearly indicative of a previous habitation. If he were not mistaken, the inhabitants of this place were likely the same Huaxia people whose graves he had seen atop the mountain. The signs of Huaxia civilization were unmistakable among the remnants. He beheld a stone, utilized by ancient men to support the bases of wooden pillars, upon which was engraved a dragon, accompanied by the intricate characters of the traditional Chinese word for dragon. He could not help but ponder the implications of Zheng He's voyages to the west. What, then, was the story of this village? Perhaps a portion of those who once traversed this land chose to remain, or perhaps some had strayed from their path, becoming lost in this maritime expanse, ultimately settling here and encountering the indigenous inhabitants. Gazing upon these vestiges of antiquity, Tang Shaolin was filled with profound emotion. Uncertain whether those ancient people had become extinct or if their lineage persisted, having departed from this place to rejoin the civilized world. In his exploration, Tang Shaolin also discovered remnants of sweet potato vines and Buddha-esque hand vines, which had evidently transformed into wild flora within this forest. As he wandered, a stream meandered down from the mountains, flowing alongside the village and toward the sea below. Following the stream's course, he ventured toward the shore. The water bifurcated midway, and he chose to descend along the right branch, traversing the valley for half an hour until he arrived at the fringes of a mangrove forest, with the sea stretching below. Just as he hesitated to investigate the mangroves, he suddenly heard cries for help emanating from the distance on his right. The voices suggested that more than one person was in distress, and the scene appeared somewhat chaotic. Without a moment's hesitation, Tang Shaolin plunged into the thicket, hastening toward the source of the cries, remaining acutely vigilant. His swift movement startled a flock of birds foraging in the marshland beside the mangroves, which took flight en masse toward the sea. He silently congratulated himself for not opting to pass through the lower path, for there might have been something dreadful lurking within. Even in their absence, carelessness in the marsh could lead to perilous entrapment. At last, he reached the edge of the forest and beheld the distressed individual. It was a woman, and the situation appeared quite tumultuous, with shadowy figures seemingly moving about in the vicinity. Chapter 9. The battle with the python and the encounter with Maja moments later, he finally grasped the perilous scene before him. At the edge of the swamp, a man was fiercely entangled with a gigantic python, the creature as thick as a barrel. Beside him, another man was flailing a wooden stick, striking the serpent in a frantic and disorganized manner. Not far from the shore stood a woman, her body smeared with mud, anxiously crying out for help. Tang Shaolin immediately rushed towards them. Initially startled by his sudden appearance, the woman quickly regained her composure and implored, "Comrade, please help us, save him." The python had the man firmly ensnared, pressing him into the mire, its gaping maw poised to strike at his head, the dark brown scales glimmering ominously in the dim light. The man attacking the serpent was evidently cowardly. His feeble attempts not only failed to intimidate the python, but instead provoked it further into a frenzy. The ensnared man struggled to brace himself against the python's neck, his face turning a shade of blue, clearly on the verge of succumbing. In a split second, Tang Shaolin swiftly set down his belongings, wielding a machete, and plunged into the murky water of the pit, charging directly towards the grappling duo, splashing mud that sprayed onto the surrounding aquatic vegetation. In that fleeting moment, he sensed a hint of familiarity in the woman's features, but there was no time for contemplation. The urgency of the rescue took precedence. Amidst the chaos, Tang Shaolin seized the opportunity and struck fiercely at the python's head, causing a gash to appear. Taking advantage of the creature's pain, he extended his left hand to aid the beleaguered man, pressing down firmly on the neck of the serpent. The trapped man exhibited remarkable resilience, clinging steadfastly to the python's neck in defiance. Together, they managed to pin the serpent's neck against the muddy bank, and Tang Shaolin aimed for another blow at its head. However, due to the soft earth and the dullness of his blade, his attempts failed to deliver a fatal strike. Suddenly, the python relinquished its grip on the man, its body scraping through the mire with a rustling sound. Tang Shaolin sensed impending doom. Before he could react, the python had coiled tightly around him. The freed man still clung desperately to the serpent's neck, and Tang Shaolin felt a surge of gratitude, thinking, "This man is truly a tough one." The python's grip tightened, making it increasingly difficult for Tang Shaolin to breathe, the sensation of suffocation overwhelming him. Holding his breath, he concentrated all his strength into the blade, gradually driving it into the vulnerable area of the python's neck. Instantly, serpent blood gushed forth, splattering their faces. The python writhed and struggled, and with each convulsion, The muddy water turned a deep crimson hue. It was unclear how long they persevered, but slowly the serpent's strength waned, and it ceased its attacks. The two men collapsed on the bank, gasping for air, utterly exhausted, while the woman offered gentle words of comfort nearby. The other man, filled with shame, recognized that his overwhelming fear had rendered him nearly useless. After introductions, Tang Shaolin learned that the young man who had been attacked was named Ma Zhe, also of Chinese descent, a former soldier currently working at his brother-in-law's herbal medicine company. He stands over 1.70 meters, possessing a handsome visage and an energetic demeanor, exuding the distinctive robustness and resilience of a soldier. He is currently accompanying his wife, her sister, and brother-in-law on a reconnaissance trip to New Zealand. The brother-in-law is the chairman of their company, while the sister, seated nearby, is named Zhao Yingmei. Zhao Yingmei is strikingly beautiful, with a slender figure characterized by delicate shoulders and a narrow waist, yet ample hips. Despite the passage of time, she retains an undeniable charm. Truly beautiful women possess the ability to make men overlook their age. Her husband perished in the recent aviation disaster. Another man, named Kai Zhengyu, is also among the survivors of Flight EUB 777, having been mysteriously cast ashore on this island after encountering a maritime storm, much like Tang Shaolin and his companions. Their camp is situated a few kilometers away by the sea, housing a total of 25 individuals. Some sustained injuries during their escape, and while foraging for medicinal herbs, they unexpectedly fell prey to a massive python on their return. Had it not been for Tang Shaolin's selfless intervention, the consequences would have been dire. Tang Shaolin was taken aback to discover that Zhao Yingmei is a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. Upon examining the herbs they had gathered in their vine basket, he recognized a particular herb, known in his hometown as rhubarb, which his family had used to treat wounds on piglets during castration. Tang Shaolin informed them that he hailed from the eastern side of the island, where two companions awaited him. Ma Zhe invited Tang Shaolin to rest at their camp and share a meal before continuing on, which Tang Shaolin graciously accepted. They secured the python with vines and transported it back to their camp using wooden poles, estimating its weight to be no less than 200 kilograms. During the journey back to Ma Zhe's camp, Tang Shaolin finally recalled the source of the familiarity he perceived in Zhao Yingmei's face. It stemmed from a time when he was merely 6 years old, residing in his former hometown before relocating to the town. This memory seemed to date back to 1995, during the nation's poverty alleviation campaign. A work team had visited their village, and among them was a young and beautiful member who stayed at his home for 6 months. She appeared to be a vocational school student, remarkably attractive. He vividly remembers that as he was preparing to start school, Zhao Yimei would wrap his new books in old newspapers, her packaging both neat and aesthetically pleasing. Whenever she had a moment, she would assist him with his studies, offering words of encouragement and sharing stories about city life, fueling his curiosity and aspirations for urban existence. She lived and dined with them, and Tang Shaolin even shared a bed with her, captivated by her enchanting fragrance, a scent that lingered in his memory for a long time thereafter. She would rise early, often jogging in the mornings, sometimes exercising beneath the lychee tree beside their home, bending and stretching, her beauty impeccable in Tang Shaolin's eyes. The girl was named Zhao Yimei, affectionately referred to as Yumei by her colleagues and the villagers. Tang Shaolin also called her by that name. He pondered whether there was a connection between the present Zhao Yingmei and Zhao Yumei, questioning if they might indeed be the same person. Yet he mused, such coincidences seem improbable. Were the odds of encountering someone in such an isolated place? The thought struck him as utterly astonishing. Upon arriving at the camp, everyone gathered to marvel at the enormous python, exclamations of awe resonating throughout the crowd. Among the survivors, a diverse group of both young and old, Chinese and foreign, there was a particularly endearing little girl. The respect the group held for Ma Zhe became evident to Tang Shaolin, who realized that it had been Ma Zhe leading them all along. Observing the eclectic assembly, Tang Shaolin felt an increasing admiration for Ma Zhe. The little girl, with her large, innocent eyes and charming demeanor, had come on vacation with her parents. Tragically, her father had suffered an injury in the ocean and passed away, leaving her mother to drift with her at sea. When a storm struck, the mother was knocked unconscious by the waves, and upon awakening, they found themselves on this island, fortuitously encountering Ma Zhe and his companions. As the girl curiously appraised Tang Shaolin, he knelt beside her, gently stroking her silky hair and smiling as he asked, "How old are you?" "I'm 5 years old, big brother. May I ask you a question? Did you kill that big snake?" "That giant snake was slain by both me and Uncle Ma." "You should call me uncle too. I'm already 25. Calling you uncle makes you sound old. I think I'll call you brother instead. I call Maja brother too. Don't you prefer being young?" The surrounding onlookers erupted in laughter. A woman chided her. "Nyo, be polite." All right, I will call you brother then. Brothers like to feel young, so Nyo shall call me brother," the girl replied. The woman, presumably Nyo's mother, appeared to be in her 30s, strikingly beautiful, with a slight bulge in her abdomen that suggested she might be expecting again. After Tang Shaolin and Ma Zhe washed the blood and grime from their bodies by the sea, they were approached by a stunning woman who bore a resemblance to Zhao Ying. She grasped Ma Zhe's sleeve with genuine concern, inquiring about his encounter with the snake and whether he had sustained any injuries. Ma Zhe introduced her as his wife, Zhao Ying. "This is Tang Shaolin, my brother. I owe him a great deal today. Without his assistance, I might have ended up as the python's meal, and by now, I would likely have been digested." Tang Shaolin and Ma Zhe exchanged knowing smiles. Tang Shaolin sensed that Zhao Ying lacked something in comparison to her sister. Though he could not quite articulate what it was, perhaps it was a matter of grace or bearing. Noticing a group of people dragging the giant python towards the sea, Tang Shaolin inquired, "Brother Ma, are they going to deal with that snake? I have a request. May I take the snake tendons? I have a use for them." "Of course. Come, let us go together." Seeing that they were using stone knives, Tang Shaolin produced his machete and made a circular incision at the snake's neck, carefully peeling away the massive skin. He then delicately extracted a segment of the greenish material from the python's spine, pulling it out slowly. This was the snake tendon, thicker than a thumb and over 6 meters long. Maja marveled, "Brother, you are quite skilled. I surmise you intend to use this for bowstrings." "Indeed, this tendon is sufficient to craft 2 bows. I shall prepare it properly, and if I can find an appropriate tree, I will make one to gift to you." "Brother Ma, thank you immensely. I have been overwhelmed with tasks all day, scarcely able to craft even 2 decent tools or weapons. You see, our knives are still fashioned from stone." "My brother, from what materials is your knife made? Where did you procure the iron?" "I noticed a piece of iron taken from a suitcase. I observed that there are suitcases in your camp as well, which should contain some metal that you could potentially repurpose." Ma Zhe praised Tang Shaolin for his nimble intellect and adept manual skills. Shortly thereafter, Ma Zhe invited Tang Shaolin to converse at his and his wife's dwelling. During their discussion, Tang Shaolin learned of another camp located a few kilometers to the west of Ma Zhe's group, though he was uncertain of the number of inhabitants there. When the conversation turned to the plane crash, Ma Zhe recounted 3 versions of the tale circulating in their camp. One narrative suggested the aircraft encountered magnetic interference, resulting in a malfunction that led to the crash. Another posited that an unforeseen issue within the plane's navigation system caused it to run out of fuel and subsequently fail. Yet another claimed that the plane was hijacked by bandits who altered its course until the fuel was exhausted, at which point the hijackers forcibly opened the cabin door and leapt into the sea for survival, leading to a loss of cabin pressure, deemed the primary cause of the disaster. Regardless of which version was true, it no longer held significance for them. What mattered now was how to proceed and survive. After a while, 3 individuals entered, a Chinese man and 2 foreigners. Tang Shaolin shook hands with them, and through Ma Zhe's introduction, he learned that the young Chinese man was named Lu Yong, in his 20s and quite spirited. The older foreign gentleman, named John, was a scholar from Australia in his 50s, while the younger, lanky man, Peter, hailed from New Zealand. Before long, Zhao Ying and several other women entered, bearing food laid upon banana leaves. The spread included fish, lobster, conch, and of course the freshest snake meat, along with wild vegetables. Through Zhao Ying's introduction, Tang Shaolin discovered that the Middle Eastern girl among them was named Jessica, from Armenia, while Aoki Keiko was from an island nation, and Li Hui was the mother of the little girl. The women were warm and polite, bringing in the food before promptly exiting. "John, Peter, and Liu Yong joined in the meal, undoubtedly prominent figures within this camp. Maja expresses gratitude, stating, "Brother Tang Shaolin, I cannot thank you enough today. It is a pity we have no wine. If we did, we would surely indulge until inebriation. Given enough time, we might even brew fruit wine for future occasions. Ma Ge, you are too courteous. There will be opportunities for revelry. I must continue my journey shortly, so I can only partake briefly today. It would be wise to remain tonight and depart early tomorrow. I fear you may not have enough time to return safely, as the night brings its own dangers." John and Peter voiced their concerns, mentioning they had heard wolves howling in the forest a couple of days prior. Tang Shaolin shared information about his camp, expressing particular concern for the safety of the two women, which led to their agreement on matter. Peter offered to accompany Tang Shaolin, but Tang Shaolin declined, assuring him, "There is no need for concern. This will be my second passage through that area." Tang Shaolin turned to the gathered individuals and inquired if they had any means of determining the precise location of the island they currently inhabited. Peter mentioned that he and John had employed rudimentary methods to gauge their position, estimating that the latitude was near the equator. However, due to the inability to ascertain the standard time of this locale, they could not calculate the longitude, estimating their location to be in the vicinity of the South Indian Ocean near the equator. After partaking in some sustenance, Tang Shaolin expressed his intention to return to his camp. Maja arranged for Peter, Liu Yong, and Kai Jingyu to accompany him. Before his departure, Maja pulled Tang Shaolin aside and said, "Brother, I suggest you consider moving over to stay with us. This way, we can look out for one another. After returning, discuss it with your two women. We would be delighted to welcome you at any time. Brother, you are a commendable individual, and I hope we can face challenges together and support one another in surviving." Tang Shaolin agreed to discuss it with the two women and promised to move over as soon as possible, barring any unforeseen circumstances, taking along serpent tendons. Maja also picked up a substantial piece of serpent meat, instructing Kai Zhengyu to carry it and accompany Peter in escorting Tang Shaolin away. As he turned to bid farewell, Tang Shaolin spotted Zhao Yingmei among the crowd, smiling and waving goodbye to him. He returned her gesture with a subtle smile. Peter and the others escorted Tang Shaolin to the edge of the sea, beside the thicket, before returning. Chapter 10. The moment of crisis. By the time he arrived at the foot of the eastern mountain, it was afternoon, with the sun descending in the west. After bidding farewell to Peter and the others, Tang Shaolin swiftly plunged into the coastal thicket. This was a valley that extended all the way to the southern beach. He intended to traverse this valley in search of the path he had taken while descending to find Alice. The terrain here sloped downward from south to north, and at the valley's bottom lay a dry ravine. He walked south along the edge of the ravine, with a towering cliff to his left. Without this natural barrier, he would never have dared to venture along the valley floor. To the right of the ravine, a gentle slope was shrouded in ancient trees that blocked the sunlight, casting the valley into a dim and eerie atmosphere. As he proceeded, anxiety gripped him, and he remained ever vigilant, fearful that a large, ferocious beast might suddenly leap from the underbrush. The occasional haunting calls of birds echoed through the forest, heightening the sense of foreboding, accompanied by strange sounds produced by animals scurrying about. Tang Shaolin endeavored to dismiss the childhood fears instilled by local legends, convincing himself that he was merely a savage in this island forest, traversing familiar terrain. After approximately 2 kilometers into the forest, he reached the midsection of the valley when suddenly a chilling howl erupted from the right slope. The sound seemed to come from a distance, but it sent chills down his spine as he pondered the possibility that these creatures had caught wind of his scent and were approaching. With the weapons at his disposal, he might manage to fend off a single wolf, but a pack would spell disaster. In a moment of desperation, he sliced a small piece of snake meat and tossed it onto the slope above, then hastened onward. He thought to himself that if those beasts were indeed following his scent, they might be momentarily distracted by the meat, granting him precious time to escape. He sprinted forward, barely noticing snakes fleeing nearby, his focus solely on reaching a place to ascend the mountain to feel secure once more. Suddenly, a distinct howl pierced the air, followed by the cacophony of multiple wolves, their proximity estimated to be within a few hundred meters. His mind raced as he devised a strategy. He reminded himself to remain calm, certain that a solution existed, and contemplated climbing a tree to survey the situation. Then, his eyes brightened as he spotted a few thick vines hanging from a cliff to his left, descending to just over a meter above the valley floor before wrapping around a sturdy tree. He dashed towards the vines, thorns tearing at his clothes and fingers. Finally reaching the base of the vines, he leapt upward, grasping them to ascend. Minutes later, he found himself perched atop the cliff, more than 10 meters high. Looking down, he saw several forest wolves circling frantically below, baring their teeth at him with menacing snarls. A wave of relief washed over him. He picked up a stone nearby and hurled it down, striking the largest wolf, which yelped in pain. There was no time to linger with these beasts. The slope above the cliff was gentler, and relying on his memory, he hurried along the incline toward the path. As the sun dipped below the horizon, he realized he must find the path he had descended before darkness enveloped the land, for danger lurked close at hand. On the eastern beach, a lifeboat gently approached the shore. A robust black man reclined upon the lifeboat, and as it collided with the rocky beach, he stirred to life. Instantly invigorated by the sight of the island before him, he disembarked with deliberation, securing the lifeboat to the rocks, and retrieved a Nepalese kukri, grasping it firmly as he made his way onto the island. At that moment, Melissa and Alice were preparing dinner at the entrance of a small cave, blissfully unaware of the peril that was silently converging upon them. With Tang Shaolin delayed in returning, anxiety gnawed at their hearts. They frequently wandered to the palm trees, gazing towards the southern shore in hopes of his return. Finally, as night descended, they resolved to commence their evening meal. Just as they finished grilling and were about to dine, an unexpected rustling emerged from the vicinity of the palm trees. Melissa, mistaking it for Tang Shaolin's arrival, eagerly dashed over to greet him. Yet, before she could process the situation, a shadow leapt from the thicket, swiftly overpowering her. The sudden turn of events sent a chill of fear through the two girls. The muscular man constricted Melissa's neck with his left arm, brandishing the kukri before her face, and bellowed in English, "Do not utter a sound. If you comply, I shan't harm you. Release her." Alice shouted defiantly, brandishing a spear in her grasp. "You filthy wench. Discard your fire stick, lest I be forced to take action. I demand you free her." Though fear coursed through her veins, causing her hands to tremble, Alice steeled herself against showing her trepidation. The man controlling Melissa gradually advanced towards Alice. In a sudden movement, he shifted the kukri to his left hand, released his grip on Melissa, and delivered a heavy blow to her neck. With her breath already faltering, Melissa succumbed to darkness, collapsing to the ground. The man discarded her and turned his attention to Alice, whose hands quaked even more violently. "You scoundrel, I shall fight you." With that, Alice lunged forward, thrusting her spear at the man. He deftly sidestepped, seizing the spear's tip and forcefully yanking it towards him, simultaneously delivering a crushing elbow strike to Alice's face. She staggered back, falling to the ground, blood streaming from her mouth and nose. The strong black man unleashed a flurry of kicks upon Alice, cursing, "You wretched creature. You deserve this." Noticing 2 lengths of jute rope beside the fire, remnants of the women's earlier handiwork, he bound Alice with 1 length, dragging her to the fire's edge, then secured the unconscious Melissa beside her with the other rope. "Melissa, wake up. Are you all right?" Alice called desperately, yet Melissa remained unresponsive. The man entered the cave briefly, then returned to the rocky outcrop to survey the surroundings, ultimately returning to the fire to devour the food the 2 women had prepared. "You beast! May you meet a wretched fate." Alice spat vehemently. The man indulged in gluttonous feasting while casting lecherous, sinister glances at the 2 women. After over 10 minutes of satiating his appetite, he patted his distended belly contentedly before rising to relieve himself upon the jagged rocks outside the cave. As he urinated, his predatory gaze swept across the deserted shoreline, finding no cause for concern. His twisted logic reasoned that had these women possessed companions, surely they would have returned by now from foraging or other tasks. This self-serving justification merely soothed his conscience for the atrocities he intended to commit, the Nepalese kukri never leaving his grasp. Returning to the flickering firelight, he grasped Alice's chin with crude fingers, his obscene laughter echoing as he leered. "What an exquisite Chinese flower you are. Delightful indeed. You vile beast. Filthy swine." Alice spat through bloodied lips, her eyes blazing with murderous defiance. Wiping her spittle across his face with grotesque relish, he licked his fingers with perverse delight. "Such fire in this white bitch," he sneered. "I shall make you scream with pleasure until death claims you." With brutal force, he hauled her bound form upright, dragging her toward a palm-fringed boulder. The merciless stone bit into her flesh as he slammed her prone body against its unyielding surface. "What are you doing, you monster?" she cried in anguished protest. "What do you think, whore?" came the snarled reply as calloused hands violated her undergarments. Alice's soul-rending wails of despair pierced the night, her spirit broken yet unyielding against the unspeakable violation. Chapter 11. A life taken as the imposing figure of the African man approached, driven by an insatiable desire. The very air seemed to crystallize, rendering the moment suffocatingly tense. Alice's eyes widened in terror, tears brimming as her body trembled uncontrollably, ensnared by the man's powerful grip. Utterly unable to escape, enveloped by a shroud of despair. Suddenly, a shadow darted forth like a wraith from behind the nearby rocks. It was Tang Shaolin, returning just in time, wielding a stone axe aloft with all his might, and he swung it down fiercely towards the man's head. There was a dull thud, reminiscent of a heavy object striking the ground, and before the man could utter a sound, he collapsed like a lifeless heap. This all transpired in the blink of an eye. Yet, Tang Shaolin did not relent. As the man fell, he swiftly followed up, delivering several more blows to the man's head. Each strike was imbued with boundless fury and resolve. The man's skull was soon reduced to a gruesome pulp, blood and brain matter splattering in all directions, while his body convulsed in its final throes. He would never have imagined that after days of drifting across the vast ocean, having finally reached this seemingly tranquil island, his life would so abruptly and decisively come to an end. Tang Shaolin hastened to Alice's side, freeing her from the ropes that bound her tightly. As she felt the bonds loosen, she flung herself into his embrace, weeping uncontrollably, her cries filled with fear, injustice, and a profound sense of relief at having survived. Tang Shaolin gently patted her back, offering soothing words. "It's all right, it's over now. You're safe." Once Alice's sobs subsided, she and Tang Shaolin hurried to Melissa's side. At that moment, Melissa lay unconscious, the ropes deeply embedded into her skin. Tang Shaolin swiftly worked to free her, then began administering first aid. He pressed her chest rhythmically and forcefully, his brow furrowed in concentration, his eyes reflecting urgent concern. After a strenuous effort, Melissa finally began to stir from her stupor. As she awoke, she remained engulfed in terror, her gaze frantic and fearful, as though trapped in an unending nightmare. She babbled incoherently at Tang Shaolin, her hands flailing in disarray. Tang Shaolin quickly reached out to calm her, and under Alice's gentle coaxing, Melissa gradually regained her composure. The two girls nestled into Tang Shaolin's embrace, weeping bitterly, seeking solace from the immense shock they had just endured. Tang Shaolin looked upon them with eyes filled with compassion and tenderness. After a considerable time, Tang Shaolin carried the lifeless body of the African man to the edge of the cliff on the southern shore. He stripped the man of his clothing and shoes, then bound a heavy stone to him with rope. Once these tasks were complete, he stood at the precipice, inhaled deeply, and with a forceful throw, cast the body into the depths of the sea below. With a resounding splash, a large spray of water erupted, only to quickly return to tranquility, as if this wicked life had never existed in the world. Upon returning to the camp, Tang Shaolin tended to Alice's facial injuries. Her wounds were not particularly severe, merely some swelling and bruising, fortunately without the risk of scarring. However, she bore other injuries inflicted by the kick of that man. After attending to her wounds, they shared a modest meal. Once all was settled, the night had deepened, enveloping everything in silence, save for the rhythmic sound of waves lapping against the shore. The following morning, sunlight danced upon the surface of the sea, creating a shimmering spectacle. Tang Shaolin inspected the lifeboat used by the robust man and discovered its unique design, a multifunctional apparatus. Remarkably, it also functioned as a parachute. Unlike conventional parachutes, which typically feature breathable fabric and common shapes, this one was distinct. Its canopy was non-breathable, rectangular, and balanced through several central openings, evidently engineered for parachuting onto the ocean. Attached to the safety harness was an inflation device, which, upon landing on the water, could be utilized by anyone who could swim to maintain balance and extract air into the canopy, thus transforming it into a lifeboat. The safety system also included a storage pouch, and upon opening it, Tang Shaolin was pleasantly surprised to find a first aid kit containing essential medical supplies, including antibiotics, bandages, and antiseptics. This lifeboat seemed to corroborate the theory that the plane had been hijacked, suggesting that the man was likely one of the perpetrators. Yet, a puzzling question lingered. How had he brought the Nepalese gold knife aboard the plane? The tangled web of thoughts was overwhelming, so Tang Shaolin decided to cast them aside, lest he burden himself further. He suspected that the two women had sustained internal injuries, particularly Alice, who had developed a slight cough. He urged her to rest in bed, while Melissa insisted she was fine, so he allowed her to recuperate as well. He administered 2 antibiotics to Alice. The events of the previous night felt like a cursed nightmare, haunting his thoughts and proving difficult to shake off. After breakfast, he resolved to take a stroll in the nearby mountains to refresh his spirit. The rhubarb that Zhao Ying, the traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, had recommended could be used for both external and internal treatment, and he wondered if it might be found in the mountains, hoping for a stroke of luck. He was cautious not to venture too far, constantly wary that other criminals might have infiltrated the island, so he confined his exploration to the hills near the shoreline. Perhaps fortune favored him, for he indeed discovered rhubarb growing on the mountainside, lifting his spirits. Upon reaching the hollow where he and Melissa had previously encountered the Chinese palm trees, he suddenly recalled that the flowers of these palms possessed anti-inflammatory and diuretic properties, prompting him to enter the hollow to gather the blossoms. As soon as he stepped into the hollow, he felt that familiar, elusive energy coursing through his body. He pondered that it was unlikely his own body was at fault. Rather, it must be that this place harbored something extraordinary. With this thought, he began to pace back and forth, keenly attuned to the energy that fluctuated with his movements. He speculated whether there was an object hidden somewhere in the flat terrain. The farther he moved away, the weaker the energy felt, while proximity intensified its presence. As he mulled over this, he commenced a meticulous search of the ground. Indeed, he soon discovered an object slightly larger than his thumb, dark in hue, with an ordinary shape yet remarkably smooth, bearing an unusual appearance reminiscent of a meteorite, albeit astonishingly polished. As he extracted the object from the depression, he realized he could still sense the energy emanating from it, thus confirming that this force originated from a stone. He carefully secured the stone within a small pouch of his jacket, zipping it closed. It fit perfectly in this compartment. Uncertain of the stone's purpose or whether it would prove beneficial or detrimental, he resolved to take it back for further contemplation. The quantity of herbs he gathered was limited, but better than none at all. He also collected some palm flowers and hurried back. Upon returning to the camp, Tang Shaolin cleaned the gathered herbs and prepared a concoction for the two women to consume. The palm flowers were boiled and served as a vegetable dish. Sensing that Melissa was fine, he hoped fervently for Alice's swift recovery. Chapter 12. The enigmatic energy stone. For the next 3 days, the rain fell incessantly, a gentle patter that seemed to envelop the world in a shroud of tranquility. The trio spent the majority of their time within the confines of the cave, only venturing out when the tide receded, allowing Tang Shaolin to bare his torso and scour the shore for marine treasures. During this period, the two young women gradually regained their strength, their health returning to a state of normalcy. Alice's facial injuries healed, and she radiated her former vitality once more. Amidst this backdrop, Tang Shaolin found himself in a particularly jubilant mood, for he had made a remarkable discovery. The seemingly unremarkable stone nestled in his pocket exerted a peculiar influence on his body. Over these few days, his appetite surged, his hunger striking swiftly, yet his strength amplified. and his body felt invigorated and at ease. He realized he could keenly perceive every subtle movement of seabirds in flight and discern the raindrops tumbling from the heavens with clarity. His auditory senses sharpened significantly, and his speed in running and moving became astonishing, devoid of any sense of fatigue. As night fell, he could faintly discern the surroundings, the stones seemingly bestowing upon him extraordinary abilities. He was enveloped in an unprecedented excitement, secretly cherishing this newfound marvel, choosing to withhold its effect from the two girls, savoring the wonder in solitude. The myriad transformations instigated by this mystical stone ignited his imagination. What changes might the future hold because of it? He was filled with anticipation, tinged with a hint of trepidation. On the fourth morning, the sky remained overcast, yet the rain had finally ceased. Tang Shaolin tasked Melissa with monitoring the sea from the camp, while he and Alice ascended the mountain in search of suitable wood for crafting a bow, as well as gathering firewood. Alice now possessed a pair of appropriate shoes for climbing. After washing and drying the robust attire and footwear of the strong man, Tang Shaolin donned them himself, offering his own washed and dried garments to Alice. His physique mirrored that of the powerful man, making the clothing and shoes a fitting match. Although Alice appeared somewhat oversized in Tang Shaolin's clothes, her height allowed her to manage, and after placing palm leaf insoles in the shoes, they fit comfortably. Melissa harbored some dissatisfaction with this arrangement, but found no grounds for rebuttal. Alice, however, was elated, having longed for an opportunity to venture out with Tang Shaolin. Since arriving on the island, her lack of suitable footwear had left her feeling constrained. As they climbed the mountain, Alice's spirits soared, and she incessantly inquired about Tang Shaolin's past, his life in New Zealand, and other matters. In turn, he shared anecdotes about his family, mentioning that he had 2 daughters and that he was the younger of the 2. His father owned 2 dairy farms and had promised to bestow one upon her as a wedding gift. If we are rescued, you should indeed go to New Zealand after celebrating the spring festival. You could work on my father's farm. That sounds wonderful. What salary will your father offer me? I will urge him to provide you with a generous wage. Who knows, he may even consider marrying off his daughter to you in the future. Tang Shaolin felt a tinge of embarrassment at her playful remarks. Somehow, he suddenly recalled a novel he had read, seemingly titled Deborah, depicting women joking while milking cows. To Tang Shaolin's delight, he had unexpectedly discovered suitable mountain peach wood for crafting a bow, which filled him with elation, a sentiment shared by Alice. As they joyfully carried the timber back, rain began to pour from the sky, prompting them to seek shelter. They found a dry nook among the stones, but the rain intensified. Alice, glancing at Tang, inquired about any new discoveries from his exploration to the west. Tang noticed a captivating allure in her eyes, stirring a strong response within him. He was aware that Alice had hinted at her feelings over the past couple of nights. Though he was concerned about being discovered by Melissa, distracted, he replied to Alice, "I haven't had the chance to discuss this matter with you too lately. Indeed, there are new findings, but it's a long story that we can delve into later tonight." Alice, sensing Tang's unease, boldly reached into his shirt, caressing his firm chest. Tang embraced her shoulders and kissed her lips, igniting a fervor within Alice. Thus, they were enveloped in a passionate fervor. 3,000 words omitted here. An hour later, they reluctantly parted ways and descended the mountain. That night, as he lay in bed, Tang recounted his explorations and observations in the West to the 2 women, omitting his less favorable speculations and judgments. The girls were both elated and astonished. They were joyful that there were other survivors on the island, alleviating their feelings of isolation. Yet they were shocked to learn that traces of the Ming dynasty had existed on the island. The 2 women immediately engaged in animated discussion. Melissa elaborated. Regarding the plane crash, I leaned towards the theory that it was hijacked. The black man who attacked us was surely one of the criminals. It must have been that the plane malfunctioned or ran out of fuel, forcing them to jump out prematurely. When the incident occurred, they likely had already communicated with their backers, and someone would come to rescue them. That unfortunate soul, stranded on this deserted island, must have failed to open his parachute in time, plunging into the sea and losing contact with his team, which led to his current predicament. Your imagination is quite vivid, but I believe he may not have been on the same flight as us. Our airline's security checks are extremely stringent. He could not have brought a Nepalese knife on board, Alice countered. Melissa retorted. The security in your Western countries may appear strict on the surface, yet there are numerous loopholes in the management system. It's possible that there are malefactors within the security checks. It could very well be a collusion from within. Alice was left speechless and shifted the topic. What do you think about those Ming Dynasty people? Did they leave, or do they still remain on this island, only to have perished for some reason later? Melissa remarked, extinction is impossible. The Chinese will never be extinguished, no matter where they go. They can triumph over both natural disasters and man-made calamities. It is quite possible that they have simply departed. Brother Tang Shaolin, having observed the bases of pillars and the remnants of walls, cannot definitively prove that the people of the Ming Dynasty truly resided here. Perhaps they merely passed through and aided the indigenous inhabitants in constructing a few houses as a token of remembrance. For wherever the Chinese go, they are known for their benevolence. All of this remains mere speculation. The true answer will only emerge once we have comprehensively explored the entirety of the island, Alice interjected. Tang Shaolin was astonished. He had never expected the seemingly carefree Melissa to possess such depth. As he listened to the two beautiful women engage in their spirited debate, he felt overwhelmed. He interrupted their discourse, adopting a conciliatory tone, and asked, "Do you think we should move over and live with everyone else? There are advantages and disadvantages to relocating, and at present, I am uncertain whether the benefits outweigh the drawbacks. Whether we move or not, I will defer to your judgment." Alice expressed her stance. Brother Tang, both Melissa and I look to you. You are our leader. You must make the decision. If we move, we will go with you. If we stay, we will remain here with you. Melissa echoed her sentiment. Tang Shaolin felt a profound sense of gratitude, reassured that his care for these two women had not been in vain. He understood that the most pressing matter at hand was to survive on this island. To achieve this, it was imperative to gain a comprehensive and clear understanding of the island itself. In order to explore with peace of mind, he recognized the necessity of moving to live alongside Ma Zhe and the others, for he could not bear the thought of the girl's safety being compromised. Chapter 13. An encounter with robbers on the road. A few days later, they resolved to relocate. During this time, Tang Shaolin had crafted 3 bows from peach wood. One was bestowed upon Alice, while another was reserved for Ma Zhe. Only Tang Shaolin's own bow and the one intended for Ma Zhe boasted strings made from snake tendons. Alice's and Melissa's bows, however, were strung with palm fibers. This disparity left the two young ladies quite displeased, prompting Tang Shaolin to promise that he would replace their bowstrings with snake tendons once he secured some snakes. After 2 days of rigorous training, the girls exhibited remarkable progress, mastering the fundamentals of archery. Within a range of 10 meters, their accuracy soared to approximately 80. Tang Shaolin wielded a Nepalese knife, while Alice was equipped with a machete modified from a suitcase, and Melissa brandished a stone axe. They sought a secluded spot to conceal their multifunctional lifeboat, opting first to settle in the west, with plans to return for it when they embarked on explorations of other islands. During these days, Tang Shaolin also fashioned 2 backpacks, and along with the suitcase that remained usable, they managed to stow all their possessions within these 2 backpacks and the suitcase, leaving ample space. With one backpack slung over his shoulders and Alice carrying another, Melissa took charge of the suitcase as the trio set forth towards the western part of the island. They chose the same direction Tang Shaolin had taken when he initially sought Alice, navigating clockwise around the island. This choice was made for 2 reasons. Tang Shaolin was aware of the presence of forest wolves in the valley to the right, making it perilous for the 2 girls. Additionally, a clockwise route would allow them to explore the coastal line Tang Shaolin had not traversed, potentially leading to new discoveries. Upon arriving at the spot where Tang Shaolin had previously spotted a plum tree, he pointed it out to the girls, who were overjoyed and clamored to taste the plums. As they approached the tree, Tang Shaolin cautioned them that the area might harbor baboons, urging them to remain as silent as possible. They soon discovered that most of the ripe plums had already been picked, and it was uncertain whether it was the work of the baboons. Just then, they overheard voices emanating from the nearby underbrush. Tang Shaolin signaled for silence, and the 3 of them concealed themselves behind some bushes. Faintly hearing the conversation between a man and a woman. While Alice and Melissa struggled to make out the dialogue, Tang Shaolin, due to his energy stone, could hear it distinctly. I noticed that dog-headed strategist gazed towards you. He must have taken a liking to you. The man remarked. I am utterly vexed. But what can be done? I shall never allow him to take advantage, the woman replied. I wonder what those individuals are up to back home. Each one appears more sinister than the last. That bald fellow is over 50, yet he is covered in tattoos and behaves so brazenly. I never expected to find ourselves stranded on this desolate island, where instead of assisting one another, we live as if in a society of slaves, the man's voice continued. Just refrain from speaking such things in the camp. If those few hear you, it will cost you your life, the woman warned. A bunch of bandits. The man scoffed. Shall we venture to the camp ahead and seek refuge with them? The woman proposed. We cannot ascertain the nature of their leader. I fear that all crows are black in this world, the man replied. A woman, indeed, is but a human being. When cast away on a deserted island, devoid of the constraints of law, her more unsightly nature may reveal itself. Come, let us not squander any more time. If we delay our return, those others will surely become irate. The band of brigands, languishing in idleness, enjoy the finest accommodations and the most bounteous meals, while we, cursed as we are, have crammed so many into a single hovel that even a moment of intimacy is rendered inconvenient. The toil we endure each day is wearisome, sigh. But let us not voice our grievances. We must be cautious that others do not overhear. Having journeyed so far, such an opportunity is rare. I yearn to pause and revisit this moment. Enough, do not strain your health. We shall speak of this another day. Do not bestow any kindness upon that scheming tactician. Ensure he does not gain an upper hand. Indeed, I shall not acquiesce. What more can he do to me? Though we find ourselves on this desolate isle, surrounded by our fellow countrymen, I refuse to believe they lack even the most fundamental moral compass. Last night, yet another woman vanished. It remains uncertain whether she lives or has perished. Now, every few days, one more person goes missing. I wonder how many of the over 50 souls will ultimately remain. Given the current circumstances, I shudder to think what actions they might resort to in time. And I remain in the dark regarding when a rescue team might arrive. Indeed, we are most unfortunate. Let us proceed. We can tarry no longer. We must traverse the graveyard ahead, and I confess I feel a certain trepidation about it. Furthermore, what purpose does such discourse serve? Two figures emerge from the thicket, making their way up the mountain. To my astonishment, there exists a camp housing more than 50 souls. Tang Shaolin was taken aback. He had never anticipated such a number to have survived on this island. What shall we do? Should we follow them to their camp? Melissa inquired. Certainly, we must go. Tang Shaolin Ziplit. Will the inhabitants of their camp pose difficulties for us? Alice asked, her concern evident. Fear not. We are merely passing through. I believe they shall not harm us. Tang Shaolin reassured her. The three of them trailed behind the two survivors at a distance as they passed through the graveyard, veering left towards the northwest rather than following the path Tang Shaolin had taken. After a journey of over 20 minutes, they arrived at the edge of a forest on a hillside, where the two individuals retrieved firewood that had been previously set aside and began their descent towards the sea. From this hillside, one could observe a vast expanse of jungle sprawling below to the left, dense and verdant, extending for 3 to 4 kilometers until it met the western coastline of the island. The air was filled with the melodious calls of various birds, and occasionally, wild monkeys frolicked in the treetops, their excited cries echoing through the forest. Tang Shaolin mused that once again he had missed the far western shoreline. They maintained a prudent distance from the two ahead, and after half an hour reached the seashore, turning right. Along the way, they encountered numerous other survivors. Some gathered firewood on the mountain, while others foraged for seafood along the shore. After approximately 20 more minutes, they finally arrived at a coastal camp, modest in construction, assembled from thatch, branches, and leaves. As they approached the camp, they were intercepted by an individual who hurried over to them. From whence do you three hail? When did you arrive on the island? We have been on the island for over a week now, having landed on the eastern side. Is it just the three of you? Yes, it is just the three of us. Would you like to join us? For now, we prefer not to, as we are merely passing through. No sooner had the words left our lips than several robust men emerged from the camp. Leading them was a bald old man, clad in a tank top, adorned with somewhat crude tattoos, some of which peeked out from beneath his shirt, giving him a rather comical appearance. Beside him walked a thin, medium-sized man, whose eyes bore a sly and lecherous glint, undoubtedly the cunning strategist. Following closely behind was a well-built young man, standing approximately 1.9 meters tall, his physique imposing, with scars etched across his face and head. His expression was somewhat vacant, yet bore a hint of menace. There were also several less conspicuous men, accompanied by a few women who appeared to be idle. Upon seeing their leader approach, the patrolling soldier stepped aside and addressed the bald man. "Boss, these three have come from the east, have been on the island for over a week, and claim they do not wish to join us, merely passing through." "Oh," the bald man responded. "If you wish to pass through here, you must leave behind everything you possess, and then we shall let you go." "Hey, you baldy, what do you mean by that? Are you robbing us?" Melissa protested loudly. "Listen, you blonde brat, show some respect. This is not robbery, it's the law. This is our territory, understand?" The bald man retorted angrily. "And what if I refuse?" "Tang Shaolin ziplit non chalen." Interesting. The imposing young man stepped forward and addressed the bald man. "Boss, shall I teach this brat a lesson?" The bald man waved him off, signaling that it was unnecessary. Just as he was about to speak, someone from the onlookers recognized Alice and exclaimed, "That foreign woman is a flight attendant from the plane." Yes, I remember now. She is indeed the flight attendant," they echoed. "Since she is a flight attendant, she should explain to us what happened on the plane. When will the rescue team arrive?" At that moment, Melissa interjected, "What are you all shouting about?" "Yes, she is a flight attendant, but she's just that, a flight attendant. She is not the pilot. How could she possibly know anything about the incident? Do you have any sense of reason? She, like us, is also a victim, a survivor. Before the incident, she was serving in the economy class and never left that section. She has no knowledge of what went wrong with the plane." "Indeed, that is the truth," Alice explained to the crowd. "On behalf of the airline, I sincerely apologize for the distress caused to you all. I understand that my simple apology cannot remedy the pain and loss you have suffered. However, I, too, am a victim, a survivor stranded on this desolate island. Just like all of you, I can offer no assistance. I only hope that each of you can remain safe until the rescue team arrives. I am truly sorry." After Alice finished speaking, she bowed deeply to everyone. Indeed, the crowd ceased their clamor. At that moment, the bald man spoke up, inquiring where they intended to go. Tang Shaolin replied, "To be frank, my friend is at the camp ahead, and we are heading there." "Ah, I see. Here is the deal. I want to make things difficult for you today. I will select someone to face you in a one-on-one hand-to-hand combat. If you defeat him, I will allow you to pass and take your belongings. If you lose, you must stay and join us." "What do you say?" "Absolutely not," Melissa interjected, hands on her hips, exuding an air of defiance. Tang Shaolin tugged at the hem of her garment and turned to the bald man, asking, "How shall we determine the victor? Is being knocked down considered a loss? Do we have an agreement? A gentleman's word is his bond." "Very well. Let the contest begin." Tang Shaolin removed his burdens and set them on the ground, while the two women beside him wore expressions of deep concern. By this time, a crowd had gathered around them. "Brother Tang Shaolin, are you truly going to compete with them? Do you think you can win? That fool looks as sturdy as an ox. Can you manage it?" Melissa voiced her anxiety. "Indeed, Tang, might we negotiate an alternative solution?" Alice urged, equally distressed. "Fear not. I believe I shall prevail," Tang Shaolin reassured them, stepping toward the center of the crowd, where a man of average height awaited him. He had initially expected the bald man to choose the burly young fellow for the duel, but to his surprise, the bald man selected a medium-built young man instead. This man, approximately 30 years of age, sported a square jaw and a serious demeanor, exuding the presence of someone well-versed in martial arts. As Tang Shaolin entered the arena, his opponent lunged at him with a swift punch aimed at his head. Although the man moved rapidly, Tang Shaolin perceived his actions and intentions clearly. He deftly sidestepped the blow and swiftly maneuvered behind the man. The opponent immediately pivoted, launching a high kick towards Tang Shaolin's head. Tang Shaolin bent at the waist, tilting his head to the right to avoid the strike, and simultaneously swept his right foot towards the opponent's supporting left leg. The man's leg was struck forcefully, causing him to lose his balance and tumble heavily to the ground. Alice and Melissa erupted in delight, cheering and clapping. The onlookers failed to comprehend how swiftly Tang Shaolin had dispatched his adversary. His movements were astonishingly rapid, bordering on the unbelievable. The fallen man quickly sprang back to his feet, clasping his fists in a gesture of respect towards Tang Shaolin, saying, "Brother, I concede." Tang Shaolin reciprocated the gesture, politely replying, "I appreciate your sportsmanship." The bald leader, witnessing his subordinate's defeat, wore an expression of utter dismay. Yet he quickly masked it with a smile directed at Tang Shaolin, stating, "Brother, you are indeed remarkable. Excellent skills, truly excellent." "Too kind. You showed mercy and spare me the embarrassment," Tang replied. "Why not become friends? Today, why don't you and your two companions join me for a meal? Let us get to know one another." "Thank you for your kindness, my dear brother, but we are in a hurry today. We shall certainly pay you a visit at a more convenient time. Since you must depart, I shall not insist. Might I ask for your name, so that if we cross paths again, I may recognize you as my brother?" "I am Tang Shaolin. May I inquire your esteemed surname?" "I am Lu Tianba." Thus, a potential crisis was averted. After leaving the opposing camp, Alice jested, "Tang, just now, I felt as though I were watching a Chinese martial arts film. It was simply astonishing." Melissa could not help but chuckle, adding, "Indeed, it was as if we had traveled back in time and encountered a band of highway robbers." "Brother Tang Shaolin, your martial prowess is truly formidable. With a single sweeping kick, you sent that fellow tumbling. Brother Lin, you are magnificent, quite dashing. I adore you. A kiss." With that, she planted a playful peck on Tang Shaolin's cheek. "Sister Alice, do you not love Tang?" "I." Alice blushed in embarrassment. "If you love him, then kiss him. Don't be so coy, you foreign lass." Alice also bestowed a kiss upon Tang Shaolin's cheek. Tang Shaolin's heart swelled with joy as he stood there grinning foolishly. At that moment, they spotted three figures suddenly emerging from the forest behind them. Chapter 14. Settling in suddenly, three figures emerged from the forest. A man and two women, their expressions fraught with anxiety. Tang Shaolin, observing that they bore no ill intent and were far removed from Lu Tianba's camp, inquired, "What is the meaning of this? Why are you following us?" The young man hurried forward, his face marked by earnestness as he urgently replied, "We wish to accompany you." The couple at the forefront appeared to be in their early 20s. As Tang Shaolin scrutinized their attire, he realized they were the same individuals he had seen conversing beside the plum tree. The woman possessed an exquisite beauty, her every smile and frown imbued with captivating charm. Tang Shaolin couldn't help but marvel. No wonder that so-called strategist harbored affections for her despite knowing she had a boyfriend. The other woman, in her 30s, was naturally beautiful but dressed casually, exuding an air of disarray. As Tang Shaolin regarded her, an inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over him, a sentiment shared by Melissa and Alice. "We feel that staying in this camp is unsafe. The leaders possess dubious character," the young man explained, his brow furrowed with concern. "This matter is not one to judge lightly," Tang Shaolin replied, shaking his head slightly, his expression grave. "Are you aware that there is another camp ahead? We are on our way to seek refuge there, and bringing you three along may prove inconvenient. Moreover, if your previous camp discovers your departure, it could invite unnecessary trouble. Please, take us with you. We are not afraid of hardship or fatigue. We simply feel unsafe here. We wish to live well, for only in survival is there hope. Don't you agree? Your skills give us a sense of security. I wish to learn from you. Frankly, I feel utterly useless, unable to even protect my girlfriend. If you would be so kind as to shelter us today, I would be eternally grateful. Should we ever escape this desolate island, I vow to repay you," the young man implored, his eyes brimming with expectation as he fixed his gaze on Tang Shaolin. In a civilized society, one might find legal protections in such situations. But stranded on this forsaken island, the inability to safeguard one's beloved indeed posed a significant dilemma. After all, the island adhered more closely to the law of the jungle. If his inability to protect her stemmed from cowardice, Tang Shaolin would be reluctant to assist. Yet, if it arose purely from a lack of capability, coupled with a genuine desire to improve, he would be more than willing to extend a helping hand. As Tang Shaolin pondered this, Melissa suddenly turned to the woman behind them and asked, "Are you named Deng Qingqing?" "Yes, how did you know?" Deng Qingqing responded, her face a canvas of confusion and surprise. "The suitcase I carry is yours. It contains your ID and passport." Melissa explained with a smile. "That is mine. I can't believe you found my suitcase." Deng Qingqing exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with joy. Alice, noticing her astonishment, quickly added, "I can hardly imagine such a coincidence. I apologize. But we have already used the things inside. That's quite all right. After all, it was you who found it," Deng Qingqing reassured them. Deng Qingqing gracefully waved her hand, her face radiating a warm smile. Tang Shaolin found this circumstance rather coincidental. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke, "Very well, you may accompany us. However, should Liu Tianba inquire about your presence in the future, do not mention that I brought you along." "Thank you, big brother. We intended to leave on our own, and we are immensely grateful for your willingness to let us join you." How do we ever say that? The notion of changing locations and choosing one as companions is fundamentally a personal choice. Yet on this desolate island, many matters defy logic. The young man nodded fervently, his gratitude palpable. Thus, Tang Shaolin's group welcomed 3 new members: the man named Zhang Xiaola, his girlfriend Zhao Xiaoman, and Deng Qingqing. As Tang Shaolin and Melissa walked behind, Melissa playfully nudged Tang Shaolin, whispering, "Both of these women are quite attractive. Have you taken a liking to them?" Tang Shaolin feigned a strike at her, prompting her to giggle and sidestep. After an arduous journey, Tang Shaolin and his companions finally arrived at Maji's camp, where they received a warm reception. Maja exhibited great generosity towards Zhang Xiaola, Zhao Xiaoman, and Deng Qingqing, welcoming them into the fold, which greatly relieved Tang Shaolin. Zhao Yingmei also displayed enthusiasm, particularly towards Melissa and Alice. Among the 20 or so men and women in the camp, some were chopping wood while others were gathering hay, all working together to help construct shelters for Tang Shaolin and his group. Even a 5-year-old girl, Aikik, rushed over to assist by carrying grass. Tang Shaolin, Zhang Xiao, and the newly arrived women were deeply moved. The bond between the women developed swiftly, akin to that of sisters, in a mere span of minutes. After 3 hours of relentless effort, 2 adjacent shelters were finally erected. Tang Shaolin, Alice, Melissa, and Deng Qingqing settled into a spacious shelter, while Zhang Xiaola and Zhao Xiaoman constructed a smaller one. Once the shelters were completed, it was afternoon, the perfect time for dinner preparation. The women busied themselves with cooking, engaging in conversation, and learning from one another, their camaraderie deepening. After dinner, Ma Zhe and Tang Shaolin took a stroll by the seaside. "Brother Ma, I sense you are troubled. Peter and John are absent from the camp. Where have they gone? It feels as though we are missing a few people. Have they departed?" Tang Shaolin inquired. "Indeed," Ma Zhe replied with a chuckle. "The food we've been obtaining from the sea has dwindled recently. They ventured into the forest the day before yesterday to explore for alternative food sources and to scout for a more suitable location to establish camp. It has been 2 days now, and I worry about their safety. After all, we are still unfamiliar with the island's circumstances." Tang Shaolin pondered briefly before recounting his discoveries on the island. Traces left by the Ming dynasty, the presence of baboons and forest wolves, his encounter with a man of African descent in the east, and the experiences he had today at Liu Tianba's camp, sharing them all with Ma Zhe. "Brother, I am astonished by all that you have endured and witnessed during this time. The sheer volume of information is overwhelming. We truly must venture forth, or we shall never comprehend the essence of this island. I am aware of a camp to the west, yet I did not anticipate that there would be over 50 individuals there. Given the circumstances surrounding the formidable African man you mentioned, I surmise he must be from the same flight as ours, which lends credence to the notion that our aircraft was indeed hijacked. It is evident that the plane has deviated from its intended course, as corroborated by John's measurements. Your discovery of traces left by the Ming dynasty people on this island fills me with a profound sense of astonishment. I ponder whether our ancestors have departed this isle, and if the rumored marauding Africans still inhabit it. These are mysteries we must unravel. Indeed, Tang Shaolin remarked, Magie. I shall set out tomorrow to locate Peter and John. This will also enable me to delve deeper into the particulars of our surroundings and identify more suitable places for habitation. In such a vast expanse of islands, I believe that sourcing food should not pose a challenge. Once we have settled, I intend to allocate time for further exploration of other islands. It is imperative that we acquire a comprehensive understanding of this territory, as it is vital for our survival. Maja responded, You are correct. However, as you have only just arrived, I suggest you rest for a few days to become acquainted with the inhabitants of the camp while I seek them out. Mago, do not contest my decision. I have resolved that you shall oversee the camp security while I venture out to explore. My desire to ensure the safety of the two women accompanying me prompted my decision to reside with you all. Maja acquiesced, Very well. I shall defer to your wishes this time. Moving forward, we will jointly manage the camp, as our collective efforts are essential for everyone's well-being. Tang Shaolin insisted, Mago, you should still take charge of camp affairs. Managing a camp requires attention to myriad details, which I find too intricate. Given your military background, I trust you will adeptly oversee this camp. I can arrange for Alice to assist in management, as her unique position as a flight attendant provides her with certain advantages. Maja expressed his approval. Having Alice involved in management is an excellent idea. Tang Shaolin concluded, By collaborating effectively, we will surely rise to the challenges ahead. It would be fortuitous for a rescue team to arrive soon. If not, we must devise a plan to escape this desolate island and return to civilization. As the night enveloped us, the gentle sea breeze caressed our skin. The sky was clear and expansive, and the stars twinkled like jewels embedded in a black velvet canvas. Chapter 15. Jungle Rescue and the Discovery of Ancient Ruins. At the break of dawn the following day, a gentle rain began to fall. Tang Shaolin, with a sharp spear at his waist and a handmade bow and arrows slung across his back, ventured toward the westernmost forest of the island. Maja had informed him that Peter and the others had headed to that very forest. Just before his departure, Maja presented him with 2 thumb-sized milky stones and a cloth bag containing a small pouch no larger than a fist. Curiosity piqued, Tang Shaolin inquired about their purpose. These are flint stones, along with tinder powder used for igniting a fire. Flint stones? Tang Shaolin was perplexed. The stones appeared quite ordinary, resembling the common flint from his hometown. While flint could spark when struck together, he had never imagined it could be used to kindle a flame. Immediately, he crouched down to shield the light and struck 2 stones against each other, producing a shower of sparks that were indeed searing. They were genuine flint stones. Noticing that the surface of the stones showed little wear, he realized their durability. With excitement, he asked, Who discovered them? Where were they found? They were stumbled upon by Liu Tianba and his camp members, who extorted our rations for 3 days in exchange for these flint stones. Later, we found that such stones could be collected along the seashore, albeit in limited quantities. Now, nearly everyone venturing out to hunt from the camp carries one. Tang Shaolin had not previously noted the presence of such stones on the eastern side of the island. With these stones, igniting a fire would become remarkably effortless. After more than 2 hours, Tang Shaolin arrived at the forest. As he stepped into the thicket, he became akin to an experienced tracker, meticulously observing footprints and broken branches for clues. The forest was eerily silent, occasionally interrupted by the calls of unknown creatures, heightening the tension in the air. Deeper within the woods, Peter, John, along with Lu Yong, Jessica, and Aoki Keiko, trudged wearily, their simple packs on their backs and hastily modified spears in hand. The dense foliage concealed their figures. The air was thick with the scent of damp decay, and the ground beneath their feet was soft and muddy, making progress arduous. Peter led the way, his brow furrowed as he surveyed their surroundings. John cleared obstructing vines with his spear. Lu Yong remained alert, muscles tensed. Jessica grasped her spear firmly, her gaze resolute. Aoki Keiko's keen eyes missed no detail. Around 5 p.m., deep within the forest, Tang Shaolin suddenly heard fierce roars and cries for help echoing from ahead. His heart raced, and he quickened his pace toward the sound. The cacophony of violence and desperation grew ever closer, and what would take an ordinary person half an hour to traverse, he covered in less than 10 minutes. Before long, he spotted Peter, John, Lu Yong, Jessica, and Aoki Keiko encircled by a pack of massive forest wolves. The wolves, imposing in size, bared their teeth, their eyes gleaming with a predatory hunger as they growled menacingly. Peter and John stood back to back, John's spear broken, his clothes tattered, his face a canvas of exhaustion and fear. Lu Yong valiantly defended against the oncoming wolves, gritting his teeth, beads of sweat cascading down, muscles taut with strain. Jessica, struggling to maintain her composure, her eyes reflecting despair, wielded her spear to fend off the menacing wolves. Akiyuki Keiko, with her left arm wounded and blood staining her sleeve, her complexion pale, still clutched a fragment of her spear with unwavering determination. In a swift moment, Tang Shaolin shouted, "Everyone hold on, stay focused," as he rapidly approached them, knocking an arrow with fluid precision. He moved while aiming at the lead wolf, his gaze resolute and unwavering. The arrow flew through the underbrush and between the branches, striking the lead wolf squarely in the neck. The wolf howled in agony and collapsed, causing a brief chaos among the pack. Seizing the opportunity, Tang Shaolin shot another wolf, then drew his long knife, moving with the agility of a leopard, plunging into the throng of wolves, his blade flashing as he skillfully evaded their attacks. Peter and the others, upon witnessing the rescue, felt a spark of hope ignite within them, summoning their strength to stand alongside Tang Shaolin against the pack. Yet, they soon realized their involvement was no longer necessary. They were still reeling from the astonishing display of prowess exhibited by this formidable man. His speed, stability, and accuracy were simply astonishing, leaving them in a daze. In a mere 3 to 4 minutes, 4 wolves lay slain, while the remaining 2, injured and sensing defeat, fled into the wilderness. As the battle concluded, Tang Shaolin sheathed his weapon and approached the group. Peter, regaining his composure from earlier astonishment, addressed Tang Shaolin. "Tang, my dear friend, thank you immensely. I took your last rescue of the horse lightly, but today I have truly witnessed your prowess. You are remarkable." "Peter, you flatter me," Tang replied modestly, as others echoed their gratitude. Tang Shaolin reassured them, "There's no need for thanks. I am now part of the camp, sent by Maja out of concern for your safety." The group expressed their joy and welcomed Tang Shaolin's addition. Tang instut Peter, Lu Zong, and Jessica to gather the wolf carcasses while he first examined John's injuries. A gash marred John's calf, but it was shallow and not serious. Tang retrieved water and herbs from his pack to tend to John's wound before turning his attention to Akiyuki Keiko. By this time, the light rain had ceased, and sunlight filtered through the forest canopy, casting a mosaic of light and shadow. Akiyuki Keiko pressed her left palm tightly against her right arm, blood seeping through her fingers. A 5-centimeter gash marred her arm, and her delicate features contorted in pain. Tang Shaolin reached for water and herbs, then paused, helping her apply pressure to the wound while signaling her to remove her outer jacket. Beneath it, she wore a short-sleeved shirt, revealing the wound prominently. Tang produced a sterile water pouch to cleanse her injury, the water having been boiled. "Thank you," she murmured. After washing the wound, he sprinkled herbal powder upon it, the fresh scent of the herbs mingling with the metallic tang of blood in the air. This herbal powder would staunch the bleeding and reduce inflammation. Tang then took out his knife, expertly slicing a T-shaped incision in the lower half of his own shirt, tearing off a piece with a swift motion, and efficiently bandaged Akiyuki Keiko's wound. Keiko Aoki found herself somewhat entranced by his gaze. After tending to her wound, she stood up to express her gratitude, uttering a simple thank you. Suddenly, from the nearby thicket, a rustling sound erupted, and Tang Shaolin instinctively turned to shield her. The bow and arrow on his back glimmered coldly in the sunlight. "Wow, a wild boar is fleeing." Someone yelled. It was Lu Yong. Jessica explained, "Those wolves must have been fixated on that wild boar, thinking we were competing for their food." The tense atmosphere gradually eased. Fortunately, the wild boar had escaped, as everyone had just battled a pack of wolves and were reluctant to confront another foe. Tang Shaolin surveyed his surroundings and noticed a glimmer of light filtering through the treetops to the northwest. Supporting Shaolin, he led the group towards the source of illumination. As they traversed a patch of low wild banana trees, Jessica suddenly pointed ahead and exclaimed, "Look!" The group's view opened up magnificently. A basin, sprawling across an area equivalent to 4 or 5 football fields, glistened from the rain, with droplets on the grass reflecting a spectrum of colors. A stream, about a meter wide, meandered from east to west along the edge of the basin, its crystal-clear waters revealing smooth pebbles that shimmered amber in the sunlight. Wild roses bloomed vibrantly by the stream, their pink and white petals swaying gently in the breeze, attracting dozens of blue-winged butterflies that danced playfully. "Jackfruit!" Lu Yong suddenly shouted, pointing at 3 stout trees by the stream. Heavy fruits hung from the branches, their spiky skins glistening with a lustrous sheen after the rain. They hurried forward, and Tang Shaolin tapped the trunk with the handle of his knife, declaring, "They're ripe. We'll have a feast tonight." Peter squatted down to touch the soft, loamy soil, noting, "The elevation here is about 2 meters higher than our original campsite, providing excellent drainage." Keiko Aoki suddenly pointed to the southwestern rock face, exclaiming, "Look over there." The group turned to see a vine-covered archway, with only half of its stone structure visible. The moss-covered lintel bore the faint inscription of the 11th year of Yongle. Peter exclaimed in astonishment, "Tang, did your ancestors come here?" "Yes, they must have been from the Ming dynasty of China." "Have you heard of Zheng He's voyages?" Everyone nodded in acknowledgement. "Our ancestors were seafaring long before yours in the West." Zheng He's expeditions began in the 15th century, around 1405, while Columbus's voyages commenced in 1492, a full 87 years later. "Well, that is impressive." Peter chuckled, though his expression suggested a hint of rivalry. Tang Shaolin continued with a smile. "The British transporting criminals to Australia occurred a full 300 years after Zheng He's journeys." "Oh, by the way, Peter, are you Australian? Were your ancestors sent to Australia during that time?" "Oh no, I'm a New Zealander. My ancestors were Jewish, and my father's generation migrated from Norway." Peter quickly clarified, then teasingly turned to Xiao In. "Xiao In, you're Australian. Were your ancestors British criminals?" Xiao In awkwardly replied, "I would like to think that even if my ancestors were criminals, they were political prisoners fighting for democracy." The group erupted into laughter, while Peter and Xiao In exchanged mischievous glances towards Jessica. Jessica disdainfully glanced at the two, exclaiming, "What are you staring at? I am not Australian. I am Armenian." This elicited a hearty laugh from the crowd. Tang Shaolin was intrigued by why this beautiful foreign girl spoke Mandarin so fluently, with a hint of a Beijing accent. However, as they were still unfamiliar with each other, he refrained from inquiring further. John shifted the conversation, stating, "Historical records detail Zheng He's voyages during the 11th year of the Yongle reign. Might we deduce our current location based on those routes?" Indeed. Akiyuki Keiko chimed in, before turning to Tang Shaolin. "Tang-san, are you familiar with that historical narrative?" "With 5 millennia of history, it's hard to keep track," he replied. Nevertheless, Zheng He's routes were somewhat consistent. The 11th year of Yongle should correspond to his 3rd or 4th voyage. "It is said that his fleet encountered a storm near Sumatra," Tang Shaolin explained. "Could it be that we are on a small island in Indonesia?" Akiyuki Keiko inquired. "I doubt it is that straightforward," Tang Shaolin responded. "I share that sentiment. Things are not as simple as they appear," Peter added. With no clear direction emerging, they reluctantly ceased their discussion. However, truth be told, this place was quite splendid. "We might consider relocating our camp here," Jessica remarked cheerfully. The group concurred, feeling it was a feasible idea. Tang Shaolin assisted John to the stream's edge for a rest, assigning Lu Yong to care for John and Akiyuki Keiko, while he, Peter, and Jessica ventured to survey the area for potential dangers and examine the vegetation. They discovered numerous edible wild fruits and vegetables, and noted that they were approximately 500 meters from the western shore. Beyond the stone archway, an ancient path led to the seaside. With some restoration, it could be made passable again. Given its age, the path was barely discernible, making it difficult for anyone passing by the coastline to notice it. Tang Shaolin found this location quite promising for establishing a camp, and planned to return to discuss the move with Ma Jia. Upon returning, Lu Yong pointed to a cave beneath the cliff not far behind them, saying to Tang Shaolin, "There's a cave up there. Indeed, behind the stream, a cave lay concealed by vines cascading from the mountain, explaining why it had gone unnoticed earlier. The entrance was about 4 to 5 meters from the stream and approximately half a meter above it. They gathered some dry grass and wood to fashion torches, igniting them with flint and tinder. Slowly, they entered the cave. The interior spanned around 70 to 80 square meters, providing ample space devoid of crevices or holes that could harbor snakes or rodents. The average height exceeded 2 meters, and the ground was level and dry. This cave is quite commendable. I propose we spend the night here, Peter declared, his voice reverberating within the cavern. What do you think this is? Jessica pointed at a small mound on the left side of the cave's entrance. Everyone then noticed the slightly raised earth. Ah, could it possibly be a grave mound? Lu Yong exclaimed, his expression one of astonishment. It indeed resembled a burial site, akin to that of a child. In truth, Tang Shaolin was uncertain. Typically, the people of Huaxiao would not bury a grave solely within a cave. However, it was conceivable that the deceased's parents hailed from a region with such customs. Or perhaps there were unique circumstances that warranted such an arrangement. In some areas of Huaxia, cave burials are indeed practiced. He recalled vividly the Miao people's tradition of cave interment in Guizhou, where coffins are simply placed within the cave without the need for burial. Should we excavate to investigate? Peter inquired. Are you jesting? If it is indeed a person buried there, it would be a profound disrespect to the deceased. It could disturb their soul. Based on your previous remark, we might not find peace tonight, Jessica asserted, her words sending shivers down the spines of those present. Peter instinctively took a few steps back, distancing himself from the mound, murmuring, "Oh my God, I apologize, I was merely joking." Suddenly, Lu Yong bowed towards the cavern, earnestly proclaiming, "Esteemed one, we seek refuge in your abode for the night. We hope we do not intrude. We harbor no ill intentions, so please do not manifest to frighten us." The others were taken aback by Lu Yong's gesture. Tang Shaolin, Peter, and Lu Yong ventured into the nearby woods to gather some dry twigs, which they brought back to the cave to kindle a fire. They then assisted Xiao In and Aoki Keiko into the cave to rest. Subsequently, Tang Shaolin led the group in preparing the wolf meat, explaining the methods of handling wolf and wild boar meat with patience as he worked. Aoki Keiko watched Tang Shaolin's diligent figure, feeling an unusual affection for this man blossom within her heart. Chapter 16. The new camp on the following morning. The dawn broke like a golden tide, spilling over the layered leaves of the forest and bathing the world in a warm, orange hue. Delicate flecks of light filtered through the gaps in the foliage, casting lively shadows on the ground, akin to mysterious patterns painted by nature itself. Tang Shaolin and his companions, having gathered their belongings, hoisted the remaining wolf meat and pelts, and set off on their journey back to the seaside camp. They walked eastward along the southern coastline until they reached the plum tree, then ascended the mountain toward the camp. This path was familiar to Tang Shaolin, having traversed it twice before. Despite their injuries, Xiao In and Aoki Keiko gritted their teeth and persevered, keeping pace with the group. After a morning of arduous trekking, they finally returned to the seaside camp by midday. The camp's inhabitants, upon seeing Tang Shaolin and the others return, breathed a sigh of relief. Learning of Xiao In and Aoki Keiko's injuries, Zhao Yingmei, Alice, and the other women hurried to assist in redressing their wounds. Alice, a responsible flight attendant, found camaraderie with Zhao Yingmei, who could impart knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine. In this desolate island, acquiring such knowledge and recognizing herbal remedies was indeed essential. Tang Shaolin entrusted the wolf meat and pelts to the companions responsible for logistics that day. He instructed them to consume the wolf meat at noon, ensuring everyone had their fill, and to promptly commence the preservation of the remaining meat. This marked the first time in a while that they could indulge in meat other than seafood, sparking joy and smiles among the group. The logistics team sprang into action. Some busied themselves with kindling a fire and preparing to cook or grill, while others fetched fresh water to meticulously clean the wolf meat. Except for the injured Xiao In and Aoki Keiko, Tang Shaolin, Peter, Jessica, Lu Yong, and others who had returned gathered in the middle of the camp to discuss matters concerning the new encampment. With a stick, Tang Shaolin diligently sketched a topographical map of the new site in the sand, articulating the location, surrounding terrain, and resources. A clear stream nearby provided ample water, and the fertile land was well suited for crop cultivation, ideal for long-term development. As he spoke, a lively discussion ensued among the group, with voices intermingling as questions arose and ideas were exchanged. After listening to the report, Majin nodded slightly. From what you have shared, I too believe this location is indeed more suitable for our long-term development. Tomorrow, we will send a preliminary group to assess the situation. If all is well, we shall erect a couple of temporary shelters before transitioning to more permanent accommodations, as we must consider our long-term plans. The group enthusiastically agreed. Meanwhile, the wolf meat sizzled over the campfire, the flames joyfully licking the meat, with fat dripping and sparks flying as the rich aroma of cooked meat wafted throughout the camp. The processed wolf pelts were neatly laid out on smooth rocks to dry, glistening under the sunlight with an amber sheen, capturing the curious gaze of Nyo. She gently touched the pelts with her fingers while engaging in conversation with Melissa, seemingly discussing the wolves running through the forest. For the safety of the camp, Maja arranged for Tang Shaolin and 3 experienced men to remain at the old campsite to protect the women and children. Meanwhile, Xiao In and Aoki Keiko stayed behind to recuperate, while he would lead a team to the new campsite the following day, taking the lead. That night, as Alice lay in Tang Shaolin's embrace, she expressed her desire to accompany Ma Zhe and the others to the new campsite. I believe I can be of assistance too. Would you permit me to go with them? Dr. Zhao Yingjia, and he Miao Miao would also be going. Indeed, Brother Tang. Both Qing and I wish to join as well, Melissa chimed in. Tang Shaolin did not immediately acquiesce, but instead posed another question. Who is he Miao Miao? Peter's beloved. The fair-skinned girl from Sichuan, Alice replied. A girl from Sichuan? You know that term? Tang Shaolin was intrigued by Alice's familiarity with it. Alice informed him that Peter's father-in-law would also be joining the team the next day. Peter's father-in-law? He Miao Miao's father? That old man with a thick Sichuan accent responsible for logistics? So he is Peter's father-in-law, Tang Shaolin realized. Yes, doctor. Zhao informed me that he had worked in construction for many years and continued in that field upon arriving in New Zealand. Now I understand. Tang, do you agree to let me accompany them tomorrow? Yes, Brother Tang. Do you consent to our going? I heard Lu Yong recount how you rescued them from the wolf pack. They hold you in the highest esteem. Allow me and Sister Alice to showcase our capabilities. Along with Qing. Dang Qing, who had been lying nearby, chimed in, Exactly, Brother Tang. Please let us go. I have done everything over there, even carrying timber. I'm unafraid of hardship. Tang Shaolin replied. As for taking the lead, you two should refrain from crowding in. There will be plenty of opportunities to demonstrate your skills in the future. Alice may go, but you must prioritize safety. I have discussed with Ma Zhe the prospect of involving you in the camp's management. Excelling before that is essential. I plan to refrain from participating in camp management, dedicating most of my time to exploring this island. The next morning, Ma Zhe set out with the team toward the new campsite. Upon arrival, he was quite pleased with the location. After a thorough analysis and consideration of everyone's opinions, he concluded, based on everyone's suggestions, we will establish our residences to the east, where the terrain is elevated, allowing us to avoid the water source to the west and prevent contamination while providing an overview of the entire camp. We will leave a large expanse of open space near the water source for crop cultivation and future training. With this ample land, we may achieve self-sufficiency. Tang Shaolin has informed me that there are sweet potato seedlings and seeds for Buddha's hand melons on this island. We may also uncover other crop seeds. As our ancestors once inhabited this place, they must have left us unexpected surprises. I am confident in our survival here, and I hope everyone shares this confidence. As long as we unite, no obstacle is insurmountable. After listening, everyone was deeply inspired and wholeheartedly agreed with the plan, filling the atmosphere with hope for the future. Subsequently, as they began to construct temporary shelters, each individual demonstrated remarkable enthusiasm, creating a lively and dynamic scene. Chapter 17. Confronting Melissa's complex psyche, the women remaining at the old campsite were equally preoccupied. Some were engrossed in the meticulous process of refining sea salt, which demanded immense patience and attention to detail. The lye water they added had to be filtered, ensuring that no impurities mingled with the precious brine, while they constantly adjusted the temperature, observing the subtle changes in the salt water. Others busied themselves with the art of curing wolf and fish jerky, skillfully applying spices and arranging the neatly cut pieces of meat with an urgency that surpassed their usual pace. Among them, Deng Qingqing, Zhao Xiaoman, and Nyonyo's mother stood out exceptionally. Nyonyo's mother, named Li Hui, although originally from a bustling metropolis, had swiftly adapted to life on the deserted island, transforming into a diligent farmer. Even in her advanced state of pregnancy, she worked with a vigor that rivaled anyone else's. Tang Shaolin, noticing her efforts, expressed his concern. Li Hui, do not overexert yourself. You have a baby to consider, and it's important not to affect the fetus. Li Hui merely smiled gently, responding softly, it's fine, Brother Tang, I know my limits. Doing what I can brings me peace of mind. As night fell, Melissa instructed Deng Qingqing to stay with Zhao Xiaoman, while Zhang Xiaola also joined the group at the new campsite. After completing the day's tasks, Tang Shaolin returned to his quarters, only to find Melissa alone inside. He couldn't help but inquire, Melissa, where has Deng Qingqing gone? Melissa blinked and replied, she went to sleep with Zhao Xiaoman. Zhang Xiaola is not here, and Zhao Xiaoman is afraid alone. Tang Shaolin considered this reasoning, yet an inexplicable unease welled up within him. Facing Melissa alone stirred a complex mix of emotions. He both longed for her company and feared losing control in this intimate setting. Alice had encouraged him to solidify a closer relationship with Melissa, yet he perceived her as an enigma. She claimed to be a university student from New Zealand, yet he sensed that she was not being truthful. With her innocent and youthful demeanor, she appeared to be no older than 18. Should they develop a deeper bond, returning to the civilized world would be fraught with guilt, a burden he dreaded carrying for a lifetime. Perhaps Melissa would also come to regret such a relationship. Thus, he resolved that, at least for now, they must not cross that line. Conversely, Melissa's thoughts were entirely different. Although she was merely a girl, just turned 18, in the aftermath of the plane crash and the subsequent twists of fate, Tang Shaolin was the first person she encountered. From the treacherous journey at sea to the eventual refuge on this desolate island, he had been her unwavering protector. Despite his seemingly simple exterior, he exuded a handsome bravery and a profound sense of responsibility, qualities that undeniably stirred her heart. Melissa yearned to offer herself entirely to Tang Shaolin. Tang Shaolin harbored both affection and a hint of apprehension towards her. She possessed a keen insight, always perceptively grasping the nuances of her surroundings. On the day Tang Shaolin and Alice returned from the mountains on the eastern side of the island, Melissa immediately sensed that something significant had transpired between the two. That night, after a spirited exchange with Alice, she found herself restless, unable to sleep. In the stillness of midnight, she urged Tang Shaolin to release Alice. Embracing herself tightly as she drifted into slumber, her legs entwined around him in a firm grasp. That night, she wept in silence, her tears moistening the tips of her hair, while Tang Shaolin, though filled with perplexity, dared not inquire about the cause of her sorrow. He was acutely aware that lying together with Melissa was undeniably precarious. A mere slip could lead to uncontrollable consequences. Thus, he continually reminded himself to remain composed, never to lose his sense of propriety. Melissa, too, exhibited signs of anxiety, her body burning with heat and trembling slightly, fervently hoping that events would unfold in the manner she desired. Yet, who could have anticipated that, as Tang Shaolin gently wrapped his arms around her, he would commence a tale? He began slowly, allow me to share a story. There exists a small cave at the new camp, within which lies a grave, possibly of a child. This topic instantly captivated Melissa's full attention. She tilted her head in curiosity and asked, how could there be a grave? Tang Shaolin elaborated. Our ancestors once inhabited this land. They were likely from the Ming dynasty. There stands a stone archway inscribed with the 11th year of Yongle, suggesting that the buried child was among those who perished young during that era. Considering the passage of time, it may have existed for over a century. I plan to relocate that grave. Upon hearing this, Melissa appeared perplexed. Why would you do that? The grave is perfectly at rest in the cave. Why must you disturb it? Tang Shaolin patiently explained. I envision a future where you, Alice, and I reside in that cave. What? I would never agree to that. I certainly do not wish to live there, and I am certain Sister Alice would not want to either. I forbid you from living in the cave. Melissa immediately objected, her agitation palpable. Tang Shaolin chuckled helplessly. I believe the cave is far sturdier than the shelter we constructed. In fact, we spent the previous night in that very cave and found it quite agreeable. No, I simply refuse to reside in that small cave. Melissa remained resolute. Observing her determination, Tang Shaolin could only soothe her. Let us defer this discussion until Alice returns. Or perhaps we can reconsider it once we have moved. He recognized that this conversation had deftly alleviated the potential awkwardness of the night. Indeed, as Melissa's grievances towards Tang Shaolin faded, she gradually succumbed to slumber. The following night, it seemed that after a day of deep contemplation, Melissa had devised a strategy to counter Tang Shaolin's proposal of living in the cave. She donned her petite, endearing demeanor once more, speaking in soft, gentle tones, which left Tang Shaolin feeling quite anxious. Hastily, he shifted the topic, attempting to steer the conversation away from an uncontrollable path. If we are rescued and return to China, what will be your first course of action? He asked. Melissa tilted her head, responding without hesitation, I will proceed according to our original plan. I must first invite you and Sister Alice for a celebratory feast. And then, I shall visit your home with Sister Alice, and afterward, return to see my parents. You, my dear girl, truly lack a sense of gratitude. Shouldn't your first instinct be to return home and see your parents? I could simply give them a call. Are you still planning to continue your studies in New Zealand, or do you have other intentions? Melissa fell silent for a moment, then slowly replied, to be honest, I no longer wish to go to New Zealand. I want to pursue my studies diligently here and participate in the National College entrance examination. What? Have you let the truth slip? You previously claimed to be a university student, yet now you say you wish to take the entrance exam. Just how old are you? Have you been deceiving me all along? I Haven T deceived you. I have long surpassed the age of 18. I simply struggle with my studies. Many individuals my age are attending university. What are you implying? Are you trying to trap me in conversation? I want to engage with you any longer. Tang Shaolin gazed at the adorable, yet somewhat stubborn girl before him, and an overwhelming urge surged within him to gently embrace her, to kiss her, to make her an indispensable part of his life. However, he suppressed this impulse, continually reciting his self-invented mantra in his heart, and gradually drifted into slumber. Chapter 18. Moving into the cave after 2 days of relentless efforts, the advanced team, led by Ma, just successfully constructed 2 makeshift shelters. Although these temporary abodes were somewhat rudimentary, they sufficed for the group, providing shelter from the elements. Thus, on the 3rd day, everyone returned to the seaside camp, preparing for their relocation to the new site. The procession set forth with great vigor. The robust men carried rudimentary furniture and wielded an assortment of weapons and tools, marching at the forefront with resolute determination, clearing the path for those who followed. Tang Shaolin steadily carried Nyonyo, moving leisurely in the midst of the group. Nyonyo waved a meticulously woven palm leaf banner, its fabric fluttering in a breeze, while joyfully singing nursery rhymes she had learned, her melodious voice adding a light-hearted ambience to their journey. The women followed in an orderly fashion, burdened with various clay pots and utensils, symbols of their hopes for a better future. After traversing a considerable distance, they finally arrived at the new campsite. The women, having never set foot in this place before, were captivated by the breathtaking scenery that unfolded before them. A vast, level expanse of grass resembled a natural green velvet carpet stretching into the horizon. A clear stream flowed gently, its sandy bottom visible, sparkling under the sunlight. Lush fruit trees adorned with delightful fruits surrounded them, exuding a sweet aroma. And vibrant butterflies danced among the blossoms, creating an enchanting tableau. Such a mesmerizing sight stirred the hearts of the women, their eyes brimming with eager anticipation for their new life. Melissa, Zhao Xiaoman, and Deng Qingqing were equally unable to contain their excitement, while Nyonyo, resembling a jubilant fawn, frolicked joyfully on the grass, her laughter echoing throughout the camp. She often chased after the fluttering butterflies, attempting to capture the ephemeral beauty. The temporary accommodations were set in a clearing beside the stream, while the planned permanent residence was designated to the east, away from the water source, effectively avoiding moisture and potential contamination. Maja approached Tang Shaolin with a serious expression, stating, "There's a grave inside that cave, making it rather inconvenient for habitation. I propose we use it as a storage space for supplies. What do you think of this arrangement?" After a moment of contemplation, Tang Shaolin replied, "I don't mind the grave inside. How about this? I will discuss it with Alice and Melissa, and if they have no objections, we can stay in the cave." Maja furrowed his brow and candidly remarked, "Don't you find it unsettling? For the past 2 days, the women have been inside the cave while we slept outside. It feels uncomfortable to me." Tang Shaolin continued, "If it's truly a concern, we could move the grave and find a suitable location for proper burial. That shouldn't be an issue." Maja waved his hand dismissively and said, "If you wish to stay, then stay. I have already consulted everyone, and they all feel that living inside is inappropriate. However, one could also construct a house outside, allowing you to choose your dwelling at that time." Tang Shaolin nodded and replied, "All right, I will discuss it with the two of them tonight." In his mind, Tang Shaolin had already devised a plan. Regardless of whether they resided in the cave or utilized it as a storage facility, the first step was to relocate the grave. Therefore, he did not rush to consult with Alice and Melissa, thinking that if they agreed, they would move in. If they disagreed, they would stay outside. Nevertheless, the grave would undoubtedly be moved, irrespective of the cave's future purpose. Thus, at the break of dawn the following day, Tang Shaolin summoned Lu Yong and Zhang Shaolin, and together they commenced preparations for the grave relocation. They meticulously searched the forest and ultimately selected a suitable spot, then took up their tools and began to dig. Once everything was in place, they returned to the cave and cautiously began to unearth the grave. However, at the moment the grave was opened, everyone was astounded. The first sight that met their eyes was a collection of charcoal. As they gently pushed aside the charcoal, they discovered a layer of grass mat beneath, which was in a state of decay. Filled with curiosity, they slowly unveiled the grass mat, and to their astonishment, what lay within was not a corpse but a trove of tools: 4 hoes, 2 sickles, 3 cleavers, and 2 axes. Although these tools bore the marks of time, with rust adorning their surfaces, a closer inspection revealed that, with a bit of maintenance, they could still be put to use. This unexpected discovery meant that Tang Shaolin's iron plate knife could now be allocated to the cooking team. The joyous revelation sent everyone into a frenzy of excitement. They rushed to share the good news with each other, spreading the word to every individual present. With these handy tools at their disposal, the confidence in the construction of their camp surged. Everyone understood that this would significantly expedite their progress, enhancing the efficiency of tree felling and enabling them to acquire building materials more swiftly. Moreover, with hoes in hand, the planting efforts could proceed concurrently with the camp's construction, making the cultivation of land and sowing of hope all the more attainable. Undoubtedly, this was a monumental stroke of good fortune. Upon hearing the news, Maja approached Tang Shaolin with a beaming smile, saying, "Now, living in a cave will no longer feel uncomfortable for you. If you hadn't insisted on relocating the grave, we would never have discovered these tools. Therefore, as previously discussed, it is perfectly fine for you to reside in the cave while we build you a house outside. What do you think of this arrangement?" Tang Shaolin, somewhat apprehensive, inquired, "Will this arrangement raise any concerns among everyone?" Maja patted Tang Shaolin's shoulder reassuringly. "Not all. Rest assured, I will clarify everything with them." Watching Maja's retreating figure, Tang Shaolin finally comprehended why everyone chose to follow him. When Alice and Melissa learned that the cave concealed tools rather than a body, they too were filled with joy, both expressing their willingness to move into the cave. Melissa playfully leaned toward Tang Shaolin and asked, "Brother Tang Shaolin, if it truly were a person buried in that grave, would you still insist on moving in regardless of our objections?" Tang Shaolin gazed at her gently and earnestly remarked, "That is certainly not the case. If it were indeed a grave, we would never consider dwelling within it." Melissa chuckled heartily and replied, "Brother Tang Shaolin, I find that you're not only intelligent, but also a tad mischievous, which I quite like. With that, Tang Shaolin joined in the laughter. Thus, the decision was made. Yet Tang Shaolin, Alice, and Melissa did not slacken their efforts and labor simply because a residence had been chosen. On the contrary, like everyone else, they engaged each day with vigor in the construction of their camp. After all, they all understood that the establishment of the camp was vital for the survival and future of each individual, an obligation that none could shirk. After 2 weeks of tireless toil, a brand new camp finally unveiled itself before their eyes. The cave, too, underwent a remarkable transformation under their meticulous decoration, featuring a spacious and comfortable bed, a mosquito-repelling grass curtain adorning the entrance to effectively deter insects while adding a touch of homeliness, and a sturdy wooden door ensuring their safety. With hearts full of joy, Tang Shaolin, Alice, and Melissa moved into this cozy little cave. Simultaneously, the agricultural endeavors of the camp made significant strides. Portions of land had already been sown with sweet potatoes, chayote, and some potatoes and dry rice sourced from the village Tang Shaolin had previously discovered. The cultivation methods for sweet potatoes were varied. They could be planted directly with sweet potato vines or sprouted from the tubers themselves. Potatoes could be propagated from their fruits by placing them in a warm, moist environment, where they would soon sprout numerous shoots. These shoots could then be carefully removed for planting, with a single potato often yielding several seedlings. As for chayote, it could simply be buried in the soil to grow. Tang Shaolin was fortunate to uncover over a dozen grains of dry rice. With the community's diligent nurturing, they would soon cultivate vast fields of seedlings. Additionally, someone serendipitously discovered onion seeds in the forest beside the new camp, which were believed to have been brought to the island by their ancestors from Middle Eastern countries. These seeds were now solemnly planted in the ground, and everyone eagerly anticipated the harvest. Tang Shaolin often pondered the possibility of discovering even more varieties of seeds on this enigmatic island. He also noted a type of yam growing in the forest, which resembled one from his hometown, and he planned to transplant it back to the camp for cultivation. Furthermore, he envisioned designating an area specifically for the rearing of wild boars or other animals captured from the outside. Should they succeed in domesticating them, it would greatly benefit the camp's meat supply. Notably, the pathway to the seaside was also restored through the collective efforts of everyone, greatly facilitating travel and the transportation of supplies. Now, gazing upon this vibrant and hopeful new camp, each person felt a genuine sense of anticipation for life on this island. They increasingly believed that as long as they united in purpose and exhibited resilience in their struggle for survival, they could thrive on this land and create a beautiful life of their own. After all, one must continue to live in order to embrace boundless possibilities and hope. Chapter 19. The peculiar bet. After the establishment of the new camp, everyone utilized their ingenuity to continuously refine the pottery-making techniques. The pottery jars and bowls they produced now exhibited superior quality. In parallel, individuals showcased their skills by mending clothes, weaving straw sandals, crafting fish hooks, and even fashioning their own toothbrushes. Through their collective efforts, life in the camp experienced remarkable enhancement. One day, while Tang Shaolin and Peter were engrossed in studying the pottery firing process, Melissa skipped over with an eager expression and asked, "Brother Tang Shaolin, could you help me make a clay ocarina? I can play the ocarina." Tang Shaolin, taken aback, chuckled and replied, "You can play the ocarina? I never imagined you possessed such talent." However, crafting an ocarina is no simple task. It poses considerable difficulty without a mold. "Peter, could you lend a hand in figuring this out?" Peter chimed in, "Indeed, it is challenging, but we can modify the shape while making the clay body, allowing Melissa to blow into it for testing. Although it may be cumbersome, I believe we can achieve it. Let me give it a try." After several days of diligent effort, coupled with Melissa's patient cooperation throughout, Peter finally succeeded in creating 2 clay ocarina prototypes. Once fired, the 2 ocarinas appeared identical. Yet their tones were distinct, one resonating with a crisp and melodious sound, while the other produced a rich and profound timbre, both enchanting to the ear. From that day forward, the camp was often filled with the ethereal melodies of Alice playing the ocarina. The gentle tunes, akin to babbling brooks, conveyed a sense of longing, evoking a deep nostalgia for home among the listeners. Tang Shaolin also remained industrious, utilizing the wolf pelts acquired previously and drawing upon his innate crafting skills. Fashioned two beautiful garments which he presented to Alice and Melissa. The two donned them with immense joy, feeling a wave of warmth. The attire was not only cozy but also exquisitely designed. In their delight, they each bestowed a heartfelt kiss upon Tang Shaolin as a token of gratitude. The southern beach resembled a natural treasure trove, abundant with various avian and aquatic resources, temporarily providing ample sustenance for the camp. During leisure moments, groups would venture to the beach, wielding their homemade fishing gear to catch fish or meticulously foraging for shells, reveling in nature's generous bounty. With the continuous expansion of the camp, the intricacies of management grew increasingly complex, leading to a gradual refinement of the organizational structure. Alice took charge of the logistics department, coordinating the resource allocation between the hunting and planting divisions. Her meticulous nature ensured that all materials were distributed systematically, guaranteeing smooth operations across departments. Peter, with his extensive experience and exceptional skills, assumed the role of head of the hunting department. He led his team to explore new hunting grounds, thereby opening additional avenues for food procurement. Zhao Yingmei and Nyonyo's mother took on the responsibility of the infirmary, safeguarding the health of all. Zhao Yingmei diligently cared for each injured individual, earning the affectionate title of Sister Ying from the community. Peter's father-in-law, Old He, along with John and Zhou Wangxi, managed the planting division, drawing upon their profound experience and expertise. Under their attentive stewardship, the garden flourished, bursting with vitality. Two elderly gentlemen oversee the cafeteria's affairs, along with Liang Taichung, Yu Hand, and two middle-aged women, all of whom possess culinary talents. Maja serves as the camp manager and has appointed two deputy managers to enhance the camp's administration. The first deputy manager, Lu Yong, is tasked with overseeing patrols and ensuring the camp's safety, a critical position he fulfills with unwavering vigilance. The second deputy, Peter, assists Maja in managing various matters. Tang Shaolin, wishing to avoid being constrained by specific duties that could impede his future explorations, has been assigned the role of chief supervisor, responsible for monitoring camp affairs and empowered to propose reforms and corrections in the event of any perceived injustices or irrationalities. The camp has established rules to ensure that everyone performs their designated roles and conducts their work in an orderly manner during regular days. However, in the event of an enemy invasion, all members must transform into warriors to collectively confront danger, to equip everyone for potential threats and enhance their self-defense capabilities. The camp has organized extensive military training activities. Maja personally takes on the role of chief instructor, leading all young men and women through rigorous physical and combat training while imparting the nuances of military boxing. Except for Nyonyo's mother, who is pregnant, and Lao He and Xiao En, who are unable to participate due to health reasons, everyone else actively engages in the training, including Tang Shaolin, who understands the importance of leading by example to establish credibility for Maja within the camp. The girls, including Alice, Melissa, Zhang Xiaola, Zhao Xiaoman, and Deng Qingqing, exhibit tremendous enthusiasm as they sweat in the training ground, each movement executed with focus and determination, showcasing their indomitable spirit. On ordinary days, Ying Jie appears gentle and graceful, her petite stature belie her nearly 40 years. Despite her age, her skin remains as delicate and smooth as that of a young woman in her 20s, fair and rosy. During training, she embodies strength, her every gesture infused with power. Her flushed cheeks glow with the unique mature charm of her age, enhanced by the sheen of perspiration. Tang Shaolin, inadvertently witnessing this scene, finds himself momentarily entranced. In a fleeting reverie, he perceives a semblance to the childhood figure of Yumei, and the faint fragrance from his memories lingers in his nostrils, evoking a trove of cherished recollections. The more he observes, the more he contemplates the similarities between the two, silently resolving to uncover the truth when the moment is opportune. Ever since Tang Shaolin bravely rescued several individuals from the depths of the jungle, Melissa has felt an unshakable suspicion that Aoki Keiko harbors feelings for him, a quiet jealousy blossoming within her heart. This sentiment becomes increasingly palpable during training sessions, as she secretly competes with Aoki Keiko, determined to outshine her. Aoki Keiko exhibits exceptional physical prowess, giving her all in every training session without faltering. In her quest to surpass her, Melissa doubles her efforts, rising early each day for physical training and earnestly seeking advice on combat techniques from others. Over time, her physical capabilities and training performance have markedly improved, and her confidence has blossomed. On this particular day, in the midst of a combat training class, Melissa can no longer contain her competitive spirit and boldly proposes a duel with Aoki Keiko, eager to seize the opportunity to teach her a lesson. Keiko Aoki, without hesitation, readily agreed. "All right, how shall we compete?" Melissa, with unwavering determination, replied, "Let us engage in barehanded free fighting. The one who is knocked to the ground shall be deemed the loser in a best-of-3 rounds." "Very well. What shall be the prize or penalty for victory?" Keiko inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Melissa responded, "The victor may make one request of the defeated, provided it is within their ability to fulfill, and the latter must comply." "Agreed. A gentleman's word is his bond." The two quickly reached an accord. Soon, they found themselves on the beach, assuming their stances. The surrounding area was instantly filled with a crowd of spectators, all cheering for them. As the match commenced, both competitors swiftly found their rhythm, exchanging blows in a fierce contest. Melissa launched relentless attacks, while Keiko maintained a tight defense, waiting for the opportune moment to counter. Dust swirled upon the beach as their figures danced in a flurry of motion. Ultimately, after an intense struggle, Keiko emerged victorious with a record of 2 wins to 1 loss. With a hint of pride, she remarked, "I have yet to decide on my request. I shall present it once I have formulated it." Frustrated, yet unwilling to concede, Melissa replied, "You have 3 days. It must be within that time frame." On the afternoon of the 3rd day, Keiko approached Melissa with a serious demeanor, stating, "I have come to make my request. Speak, but it must be within my capacity." Melissa responded cautiously. "It is indeed something you can accomplish," Keiko assured. "Then proceed," Melissa urged. "Do not interfere in my pursuit of Tang Shaolin," Keiko stated bluntly, revealing her demand. At once, Melissa's brows furrowed in indignation, firmly refusing. "I knew you harbored ill intentions. That is unacceptable. You are not honoring your word." Keiko raised her voice. "To covet another's affection, what sort of matter is that? Would you acquiesce if the roles were reversed?" Melissa retorted angrily. "A wager entails acceptance of its terms. Should I lose, I would certainly comply. You lack integrity and are being unreasonable." Keiko countered, "I am willing to consider other requests, but this one is utterly out of the question." Melissa maintained her resolute stance. "No, you must comply. You have no justification for refusal, especially since you proposed the conditions yourself. Now you wish to renege. Very well, I shall disclose this matter to the camp." Keiko threatened. "You are shameless." Melissa's face flushed with anger. "You are the one lacking in honor. Considering your youth and ignorance, I shall compromise. I will refrain from pursuing him for 3 months. But you must give me a ceramic ocarina. If you cannot fulfill this, I shall seek the camp leaders to arbitrate." Keiko pressed her advantage relentlessly. Melissa, both exasperated and anxious, ultimately had no choice but to concede to Keiko's final condition. As Keiko departed, she coldly remarked, "Consider what my request would have been had I lost. Is it not the same matter? This is utterly absurd." The fairy from this island truly discerned Melissa's thoughts, and she was on the verge of exploding with fury, yet found no outlet for her frustration. Thus, she silently clenched her teeth, suppressing the anger within her heart. Chapter 20. Determining that she is Miss Yume on that bright morning, sunlight poured unreservedly over the island, casting shimmering golden reflections upon the sea's surface. Tang Shaolin, accompanied by Alice, Melissa, Lu Yong, and Deng Qingqing, journeyed to the eastern side of the island, a place where Tang Shaolin, Alice, and Melissa had once resided, to retrieve the multi-functional lifeboat they had previously hidden there. Before their return, they gathered an abundance of seafood and ensnared over 10 seabirds using traps, while Lu Yong also harvested numerous palm fruits. They fashioned 2 paddles and, navigating along the southern edge of the island, propelled the lifeboat towards their new camp, once again experiencing the thrill of drifting upon the sea. The salty sea breeze playfully tousled their hair as they sailed. Upon reaching the shoreline adjacent to the new camp, they found Peter and several others intently engaged in fishing. The sight of the lifeboat on the water left them utterly astonished. Once they recognized Tang Shaolin and his companions, their attention was immediately captivated by the pristine lifeboat, their eyes sparkling with excitement as they exclaimed, "Wow, this lifeboat is magnificent. I want to take a spin on the water. Perhaps I'll catch an even larger fish." All eyes converged on the lifeboat, which was regarded as a rare treasure. Alice and Melissa beamed with pride, their eyes glimmering with exhilaration. After handing the lifeboat over to Peter and the others, Tang Shaolin made his way alone towards the camp. After the day's exertions, his throat felt parched, craving the warmth of boiled water. He arrived at a small stream by the entrance of a cave, where, coincidentally, he encountered Zhao Yingjia, Zhao Shaoman, and he Miao Miao washing clothes by the water's edge. The stream was crystal clear, revealing the sandy bottom where sunlight danced, casting dappled shadows beneath the surface. As the three women washed, they chatted and laughed merrily, their joyful laughter echoing along the stream, seemingly casting aside the hardships of life on the deserted island. Zhao Shaoman, with her keen eyes, spotted Tang Shaolin and immediately called out, "Tang Shaolin, do you want to take off your clothes? We can help you wash them." Tang Shaolin glanced at his attire and chuckled, replying, "They aren't tea dirty yet. No need to trouble you." He observed, "What a delightful day it is. You all seem so cheerful." Zhao Yingjia paused her work, looked up, and smiled. "A happy day is still a day, and an unhappy day is also a day. We might as well be joyful every day." Tang Shaolin nodded in agreement. "That's a wise sentiment. One should remain optimistic, for with optimism comes good fortune." Curious, he Miao Miao leaned in and asked, "Brother Tang, do you possess the ability to divine fortunes? Did you foresee that the cave did not conceal a grave?" An idea sparked in Tang Shaolin's mind. He seized the opportunity to probe Zhao Yingjia, wondering if her sister and Miss Yume were indeed the same person. Thus, he feigned mystery and replied, "I cannot predict fortunes, but I can read faces. Would you like to give it a try?" "Absolutely. How do we do that?" He Miao Miao inquired eagerly. "Primarily, we examine palmistry," Tang Shaolin replied with utmost seriousness. "Is that for real?" He Miao Miao asked, half believing. "Of course it is," Tang Shaolin affirmed confidently. He Miao Miao, upon hearing this, unhesitatingly extended her right hand. Tang Shaolin feigned meticulous scrutiny of her palm, primarily observing her pinky finger, for he knew this digit most accurately reflected whether the individual had engaged in arduous labor prior to arriving on the deserted island. He examined her left hand and then her right, occasionally scrutinizing her gaze and expressions, before gravely proclaiming, "Your fate line is quite auspicious. You possess a kind heart, an immense capacity for tolerance, a long-term perspective, a carefree spirit, and an absence of greed. You are destined for wealth, even if you do not actively pursue it. Riches and honor will naturally gravitate towards you." "Wow, my fate is so splendid," he Miao Miao exclaimed in delight. Observing this, Zhao Shaoman quickly extended her hands, eagerly approaching Tang Shaolin. "Brother Tang, please take a look at mine as well." Tang Shaolin pretended to earnestly examine her hands, gazing into her eyes for a moment, before slowly articulating, "You are kind-hearted, clever, and generous towards friends, unconcerned with trifles. However, you tend to lack decisiveness in critical moments. Your fate is adorned with romantic prospects, making you susceptible to external influences on your life's journey. Yet, as long as you remain true to your original intentions and understand that one must give to gain, you will assist your partner in achieving great things. You are destined for prosperity, though your wealth will materialize through the support of your partner. A life of affluence awaits you, indeed." Zhao Shaoman beamed with joy, unable to contain her smile. As it was Zhao Yingjia's turn, Tang Shaolin observed her with particular diligence, finally stating, "You are upright and prudent. Your fate line indicates great wealth and endless honor throughout your life." Suddenly he paused, his brow furrowing slightly. "What is it? Is there a problem? Zhao Yingjie inquired nervously. Tang Shaolin continued, according to your fate line. There are times when you may experience a lack of security. Your fate has been altered. Although your overall fortune is favorable, there are certain damages or deficiencies. Ah, my fate has been altered? What does that mean? Zhao Yingjie asked in astonishment. Have you perhaps changed your age or name? Tang Shaolin, Obet. I did change my name. I was originally in the Jade generation, but after consulting the family tree, I changed it to the English generation. Does that count as a name change? Zhao Yingjie replied, perplexed. Exactly. Do you carry any jade pendants or similar items? Tang Shaolin inquired further. I used to wear one, but I lost it during an escape, Zhao Yingjie said. A hint of disappointment in her tone. Ask Maja to help you create a pendant from stone to wear. It can provide some benefit, Tang Shaolin suggested. Oh, thank you. I truly appreciate it, brother. Zhao Yingjie expressed her gratitude. You're welcome, Tang Shaolin replied. At this moment, he was finally certain that Zhao Yingjie was indeed the jade maiden he had sought. He meow, still unsatisfied, insisted that Tang Shaolin continue his readings. But he quickly interjected, too much observation will diminish its efficacy. With that, he rose to depart. After Tang Shaolin left, the three women began searching along the creek for suitable stones to craft as pendants. Meanwhile, as he walked back to the camp, Tang Shaolin contemplated how to seamlessly introduce himself to Zhao Yingmei. He pondered silently whether it was necessary to acknowledge their identities in their current dire circumstances on this deserted isle. What would her reaction be upon recognition? How should they interact thereafter? Would it be filled with joy, or would they find themselves ensnared in an awkward predicament? In truth, Zhao Yingmei had long harbored a vague suspicion that Tang Shaolin was indeed the little Lindsay of yore. Ever since she learned from Alice about the general whereabouts of Tang Shaolin's family, her conviction had only grown stronger. That mischievous little Lindsay, who once lay beside her under the same quilt, daringly kissed her and swore that he would marry her when they grew up. She had felt both anger and amusement at the time, yet inexplicably, he had occupied an immensely significant place in her heart. She had often deemed this sentiment peculiar, even perverse. On the year of her marriage, as she prepared to depart her hometown for Dali, she inexplicably found herself at Lindsay's ancestral home. Upon arriving in the village, she discovered that his family had moved to the town. Without hesitation, she rushed to the town, and after much effort, she finally located their residence. However, only his grandfather was home, who informed her that Lindsay's parents were away visiting friends, and he was at school. In her haste, she hurried to the school, only to be told by his classmates that he had gone to the county for a mathematics competition. With eager anticipation, she found herself disappointed, having failed to meet him. In desperation, she left behind a hand-knitted sweater, uncertain if it would fit him. She mused that perhaps this was the design of fate. She should not have sought him out, and thus the heavens allowed them to miss each other time and again. Indeed, she had repeatedly questioned herself about the true purpose of her visit. Eventually, she accompanied her family to Dali and later moved to Kunming. Her husband hailed from a family of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, renowned in Dali, and later opened a branch in Kunming. Having always held a fascination for traditional medicine, she frequently assisted at the shop, and over time, she absorbed a considerable amount of knowledge. After the Kunming branch was established, she resigned from her previous job and devoted herself entirely to the field of traditional medicine. As their enterprise flourished, her husband extended their business into the realm of traditional Chinese medicine, and she managed this aspect while practicing medicine herself. During a recent trip to New Zealand, she intended to expand traditional Chinese medicine into that land, but unexpectedly encountered a dreadful plane crash on her return journey. To find herself reunited with Lindsay on this desolate island was a twist of fate, an extraordinary reconnection amidst adversity. She contemplated allowing that faint affection to gradually fade into memory. Now nearing 40, she no longer wished to acknowledge him. Such recognition would only exacerbate the awkwardness. What would it achieve? He was surrounded by two stunning beauties, while she felt like a faded blossom. Perhaps Tang Shaolin had also recognized her, but chose not to acknowledge it. This thought dampened Zhao Yingmei's spirits. She reassured herself to let things unfold naturally and prioritize survival above all else on this deserted isle. Upon returning from the mathematics competition, a classmate had informed Tang Shaolin that a beautiful lady had visited him and left behind a lovely sweater. Tang Shaolin had always believed that it was his aunt who had sent the gift. However, upon inquiring, he discovered that she had never been there. He then speculated that it must have been his uncle's girlfriend who brought it, perhaps due to subsequent issues in their relationship, leaving the matter an unsolved enigma. Little did he realize that the sweater was actually a gift from Miss Yume. As he strolled along, a sudden idea struck him. He thought that when he ventured to other islands for exploration, he could invite Zhao Yingmei along, suggesting that she accompany him to gather herbs. In this manner, their reunion might not be so awkward. Perhaps it could even provide an opportunity to engage in a heartfelt conversation about the years gone by. Chapter 21. Embarking on an exploration of the new island, Tang Shaolin plans to set off within the next 2 days towards the nearest island in the northwest for exploration. Upon hearing the news, many expressed their desire to accompany him. He refrained from giving a direct response, stating that he would first consult with Ma Zhe before making any decisions. Currently, there are over 30 people in the camp, and the interpersonal relationships are quite intricate. Ma Zhe remarked that the selection of participants must consider a balance of interests. Thus, Tang Shaolin would not hastily reach a conclusion. That evening, Tang Shaolin took Alice to the seaside. Before their departure, he wished to bring Alice here to reminisce about the past. Since acquiring the energy stone, his need for intimate contact had significantly increased, and he frequently sought affection from Alice. She, too, could distinctly perceive his transformation. Each instance of intimacy brought her immense joy, sometimes to the point of near fainting from the intensity. "Have you been thinking of me again, you rascal?" Alice playfully inquired as they reached the seaside, behind the rocks where they often rendezvoused. "I think of you incessantly," he replied. Alice had bestowed upon him this rather unrefined nickname, and the two soon became affectionate with one another. 2 hours later, they returned to their dwelling in the small cave. Melissa shot them a fierce glare and then informed Tang Shaolin. "Not long after you left, Dr. Zhao came by. He expressed his desire to join you on the island exploration, hoping to find some herbs he requires." Tang Shaolin felt a surge of delight. He had been at a loss for an excuse to bring Dr. Zhao, Miss Yume, along, and this reason was indeed perfect. Previously, when Alice and Melissa had expressed interest in joining, he had concocted reasons to refuse them. Now, with Dr. Zhao's proposal, he wondered what Ma Zhe would think. Lost in thought, Ma Zhe arrived. Alice hurried to boil water for tea. Tang Shaolin turned to Melissa and said, "Go find Nyonyo to play with." "I won't go." Tang Shaolin recognized that she was sulking and did not dare to press her further. Ma Zhe announced, "The participants have been determined. From Peter's group, you must choose either Jessica or Aoki Keiko. Zhang Xiao and his hunting team have recommended Yang Hua." Melissa sat nearby, her eyes fixed intently on Tang Shaolin. When their gazes met, he understood that the conflict between Melissa and Aoki Keiko was related to him. So to avoid complications, he suggested, "Peter's group is short on personnel, so there's no need to transfer anyone. Zhang Xiao's group still has Zhang Xiaolu, right? How about we let Zhang Xiaolu join?" Ma Zhe replied. Zhang Xiao did not recommend Zhang Xiaolu. Perhaps he is now a key member of their group and works well with them. He has his own considerations. I believe Jessica would be a good fit. Let her and Yang Hua join. Ma Zhe did not mention Aoki Keiko, clearly aware of the underlying tensions between her and Melissa. Tang Shaolin concurred. That works as well. Having a woman on the team would be more convenient. He then inquired, "Zhang Xiao, Yang Chaofeng, and Yang Hua, are they in romantic relationships with those 3 women? It seems those 6 are always inseparable." Ma Zhe confirmed, "Pretty much. Yang Chaofeng and Qin Mengzhu are a couple. Yang Hua and Huang Wenwei are together, and Zhang Xiao is with Yin Xiaomei. Yin Xiaomei was originally with old Zhou, but somehow she ended up with Zhang Xiao. Old Zhou? Is it that Zhou Wangxi who often helps in the kitchen?" "Indeed. I initially believed that old Zhou was involved with a certain middle-aged woman from the cooking team." "You mean Lu Hongzui and Shen Daiyan?" "Shen Daiyan is paired with Yu Han from the cooking team, while Lu Hongzui is with Liang Taichung from the planning department. As for old Zhou, he is currently single." "I see." Tang Shaolin then remarked, "With Zhang Xiao and his team comprising a mix of men and women, will it affect hunting efficiency?" "So far, there seems to be no indication of that. By the way, Zhang Xiao has also requested to transfer his girlfriend Zhao Xiaoman to their team, which has already been arranged for today. At this moment, Melissa interjected, I think it would be delightful for Zhao Xiaoman to join our group and gather seafood by the seaside. What else could we do there? We can't consume that many wild vegetables. Indeed, Tang Shaolin agreed. I feel the same way. They could transfer at least 2 of the original 3 women from their team. Currently, our food supply still largely relies on seafood. Maja commented, that makes sense. I will ponder how to arrange this. Just then, Alice served the brewed tea, which was actually wild cassia seeds picked from the forest. After taking a sip, Tang Shaolin said solemnly, can we enlist old Joe for this? He cooks well and could assist with logistics. Sure, he is quite agreeable. I will speak with him shortly. As for Lu Yong, is there no arrangement for him? We should invite him along as well. Lu Yong, has recently been getting quite close to Deng Qingqing, who accompanied you. Tang Shaolin replied, I am aware. They seem well suited. Lu Yong is a fine young man. Deng Qingqing had endured significant hardships at Lu Tianba's camp. Standing firm against intimidation and coercion, she is a self-respecting and strong-willed girl. We discovered her suitcase at sea, which contained items that were immensely helpful to us. One could say she has done us a favor. By fortunate coincidence, we later brought her over from Lu Tianba's camp, and I have always regarded her as a sister. If they could be together, that would be wonderful. I hope Lu Yong treats her well. Melissa chimed in, Maja, let me tell you, Tang Shaolin, Alice, and I, during our time of desperation at sea, opened Qingqing's suitcase, and inside was a large bag of beef jerky, which truly saved us. Matze curiously inquired, how did you later realize that the suitcase belonged to Qingqing? Melissa responded, there were her passport and ID in the suitcase. When we met her, we confirmed it. Maja remarked, what a coincidence. You truly share a significant bond. Melissa excitedly exclaimed, exactly. Hey, why don't you go play with Qingqing? Tang Shaolin chuckled. Melissa replied, that Japanese woman lives with them, and I at least want to see her. Tang Shaolin responded, Aoki Keiko is quite pleasant. You should learn to get along with different people. Enough. I can't stand her demeanor. She resembles a sly fox. Tang Shaolin felt somewhat awkward, while Ma just suppressed a laugh. Melissa stood up and said, I'm going to find Nyonyo and see if she is awake. If you don't take me next time, I won't let you off easily. With that, she pushed the door open and stepped outside. As darkness descended, I ventured forth with you. Wait for me. Alice hurriedly chased after us. Tang Shaolin remarked, I apologize for any amusement I may have caused. Maja commented, this girl is quite charming, and beautiful too. You must be secretly pleased. Tang Shaolin replied, at times, she could be rather exasperating. Maja continued, her personality closely resembles that of Huang Rong. Tang Shaolin concurred, indeed, there is a resemblance. Initially, I thought she was merely putting on an act, but over time, I realized that this is simply her nature. After sipping a couple of cups of tea, they returned to the matter at hand. Maja stated, if you intend to bring Lu Yong along, I shall find a way to make adjustments. Additionally, I have discussed with Ying about including her sister, Zhao Yingmei, as well. She possesses medical knowledge, which could prove invaluable should any mishap occur. Tang Shaolin inquired, who will manage the infirmary then? Maja replied, isn't Alice here, along with Nyonyo's mother, Li Hui? Should anything arise, Ma Yingjie can also lend her assistance. Tang Shaolin concluded, with a total of 6 individuals, this will suffice. Any more, and the lifeboat will be overburdened. I initially intended to go alone for the sake of convenience. I cannot help but worry, fearing you might be abducted by a wild woman. They both laughed heartily. After some further idle chatter, Maja took his leave. The following day, Tang Shaolin, Zhao Yingmei, Lu Yong, Yang Hua, Jessica, and Zhou Wangxi formed a 6-member team, embarking on their exploratory journey to the new island. They had made thorough preparations. Tang Shaolin brought along a light blanket and a first aid kit he had found on the lifeboat. Considering the unknown circumstances on the island, they packed provisions and fresh water for 2 days. As the group paddled the lifeboat, they navigated the sea for the better part of the day and, around 4 o'clock that afternoon, landed on the nearest island to the northwest. They approached a broad, sandy cove and decided to explore the island in a clockwise direction, starting from the eastern shore and moving southward. After walking approximately 5 kilometers along the coast, they discovered a cave not far from the shoreline, beside which a small stream flowed down from the mountains, merging with the sea. By this time, it was already 6 in the evening, and Tang Shaolin resolved to rest within the cave, planning to continue their island exploration the following day. Chapter 22. Reunion with Yume at the entrance of the cave. They kindled a large bonfire, using torches to dispel the dampness and mosquitoes within. After such careful preparations, the cave's environment improved significantly. Once settled, the group gathered around the fire, savoring their meals and engaging in cheerful conversations. Their spirits were remarkably buoyant, filled with laughter and joy. As night fell, they established a watch schedule. Yang Hua and Old Zhou were assigned the first shift. Considering Old Zhou's advanced age, he was placed at the forefront. Tang Shaolin and Zhao Yingmei took the second shift, while Lu Yong and Jessica were designated for the third. Tang Shaolin's arrangement was undoubtedly motivated by a desire to converse more with Zhao Yingmei. When it was time for Tang Shaolin and Zhao Yingmei to stand guard, he inquired, "Do you know why I arranged for us to be on the same shift?" Zhao Yingmei retorted, "Is there any particular reason for that?" Tang Shaolin sensed her feigned ignorance and replied candidly, "You are indeed Zhao Yumei. You must have known by now that I am the little Lindsay from back then, correct?" At that moment, they leaned against a large boulder, the sea breeze gently caressing their bodies. Tang Shaolin remained vigilant of their surroundings. After a brief silence, Zhao Yingmei responded, "Indeed, the reason I did not acknowledge you sooner is that I felt there was little significance in doing so at this moment. But honestly, you were truly charming back then, and I never imagined you would have grown up so much. My impression of you remains fixed in those days. Who would have thought we would reunite on this desolate island?" Tang Shaolin replied, "When I had a fleeting sense that you were the Yume, I remembered. My heart was filled with excitement. I longed to recognize you immediately. I never expected to encounter you here. I am eager to learn how you have fared over the years, how you have managed." Consequently, Zhao Yingmei recounted her experiences over the years, omitting the visit to Tang Shaolin's hometown from her narrative. She and her husband remained childless due to his insistence on seeking traditional Chinese medicine for remedies, particularly since her father-in-law possessed considerable expertise in this field. Regrettably, while they could treat others' ailments, their own issues lingered unresolved, and her father-in-law's stubbornness impeded their lineage until his passing, leaving them fortunate that her husband had 2 brothers, both of whom had children of their own. "Life truly is fraught with challenges," Tang Shaolin remarked, then shared his own journey through the years, from elementary school to middle school, from middle school to high school, and finally to university. He recounted his time in Kunming and how, through a friend's introduction, he ended up working in New Zealand, culminating in this current predicament. Zhao Yingmei sighed, "Ah, time flies. 20 years have passed in the blink of an eye." Tang Shaolin Muset. "I find it rather peculiar that we ended up on this island after the plane crash. I have asked a few others, and none were conscious when they arrived." "What was your state at that time, Yume?" Zhao Yingmei replied, "I too was in a state of unconsciousness. When I awoke, I found myself lying on the sandy shore. I recall being engulfed by monstrous waves after a tempest at sea, and then I became disoriented. I thought I was surely doomed, having swallowed a considerable amount of seawater, and thereafter my mind became a blank canvas. For a fleeting moment, I imagined I was riding a magnificent steed, galloping across a verdant prairie. Subsequently, I envisioned myself reclining upon a fluffy white cloud, drifting serenely through the sky. After that, my memory faded entirely." Tang Shaolin remarked, "Thus, I find it quite peculiar. Moreover, the tidal variations here are remarkably pronounced. The hues of the sunset appear more vivid than in other places, and the moon shines brighter than in my hometown. I cannot shake the feeling that this place is extraordinary. Everything seems orchestrated, as if governed by a mysterious force or an unseen hand." Tang Shaolin hesitated to mention the enigmatic energy stone he possessed. Zhao Yingmei responded, "I share a similar sentiment, particularly regarding the ancient ruins left by those who may have once been trapped here. I wonder if they, like us, arrived here under inexplicable circumstances, and what their ultimate fate may have been. Thus, we are left pondering our own destinies." Tang Shaolin encouraged, "Sister Yume, let us remain optimistic, believing that they have safely departed, and that we too shall eventually find our way out of here. Indeed, Zhao Yingmei smiled, her smile radiant. Tang Shaolin gently clasped her small hand within his own, resting them against his chest. Zhao Yingmei remarked, "In my mind, you still resemble the 6-year-old boy I once knew. I never imagined that the little Lindsay I met would grow into such a tall and handsome man." She had intended to comment on his good fortune in encountering both Alice and Melissa, two enchanting beauties on this desolate island, but hesitated, fearing Tang Shaolin might misconstrue her words as jealousy. Tang Shaolin, somewhat bashful, replied, "You flatter me. You remain as beautiful as ever, perhaps even more captivating than before." Zhao Yingmei sighed, "You certainly know how to charm, but I'm not that young girl anymore, gullible to every word." Tang Shaolin extended his hand, grasping Zhao Yingmei's, asserting, "I speak nothing but the truth. This is my heartfelt sentiment." He continued, "I can never forget those cherished moments. I was quite audacious then, unafraid, daring to cry and insist on sleeping beside you. Looking back, I am in awe of my own courage." Zhao Yingmei inquired, "You were so young then. Do you truly remember?" Tang Shaolin affirmed, "Of course, I remember your laughter, the way you bent down to stretch. I can never forget the subtle fragrance that enveloped you." Zhao Yingmei, with a hint of self-deprecation, replied, "Enough of that. I am nearly 40 now. You make me feel quite embarrassed. Here I am, stranded on a deserted island, reduced to the scent of sweat." Tang Shaolin, with deep affection, declared, "In my heart, you will always be the enchanting Yumei. May I embrace you?" Without waiting for a reply, he pulled Zhao Yingmei in his arms. Startled by this unexpected gesture, she struggled momentarily, but upon realizing he would not relent, she conceded. "Go ahead, embrace me. I have become an old hag. Why should I fear your embrace?" Tang Shaolin, with the earnestness and tenderness of his childhood, savored the softness of Zhao Yingmei and the familiar scent that enveloped her, feeling as though nothing had changed. "You haven't altered. You remain just as you were. Your fragrance is still delightful." "How could that be? You must be teasing me." All right, Shaolinzi, let go of your aunt." "No, I won't." Tang Shaolin playfully pouted, relishing the moment. "Stop it now," she said, pushing him away. "We cannot let others see us. They might mock us." Concerned for her well-being, especially as it was time for Jessica and Yanghua to take over their watch, he reluctantly released her, and they parted ways. Upon changing shifts, it was impractical for them to lie together in the cave, and after settling into their respective spots, both found it difficult to drift into slumber. The following day, they resumed their journey. The island exhibited a terrain that was elevated in the west and lower in the east. The extensive woods visible from their camp were merely a fringe along the western edge, not extending more than 50 meters in depth. Beyond the forest lay a vast, gentle slope, predominantly adorned with shrubs and wild grasses, while the conditions on the island's reverse side remained unknown. They planned to circumnavigate the island that day, returning to their landing site to establish a temporary shelter before exploring the mountain the next day. However, after 2 hours of walking, they encountered a chasm over 10 meters wide that cleaved the island in two. Flocks of seabirds flitted between the cliffs, and occasionally a larger, unsightly bird resembling a bat would dart among them, seemingly preying on the smaller birds. A natural bridge, Zhao Yingmei, standing closest to the sea, exclaimed as she pointed towards the chasm above. The others were initially oblivious until they reached her location, where they beheld remnants of a fault line approximately 40 meters high above the chasm, resembling a natural bridge. It was only from this vantage point that they truly perceived the towering cliffs on either side of the chasm, which were densely dotted with nests, creating a remarkable sight. Chapter 23. The love story of Old Joe. It remains uncertain whether this channel traverses the entire island. The water within it appeared ominously dark, evoking a sense of discomfort. Tang Shaolin could faintly discern something gliding beneath the surface, while the others saw nothing at all. Across the channel, the opposing island was shrouded in mist, with trees and the mountain's contours partially obscured, exuding an air of enigmatic allure, starkly contrasting with the conditions on their own island. Tang Shaolin picked up a stone and cast it into the channel. Moments later, the spot where the stone fell erupted as if boiling, followed by the startling emergence of several sea snakes, each as thick as an arm. The sight was chilling, causing two women to shriek in fright. Lu Yong inquired, "Crossing this channel may prove perilous. Should we not take the lifeboat and navigate around to continue our circumnavigation of the island?" Tang Shaolin, noting the peculiar sight of the opposing island and the potential dangers lurking within the channel, expressed his reservations. The conditions here are complex, and the ascent from this point is quite steep. It would not be wise to proceed recklessly into the water with so many of us. We shall postpone our exploration of the opposing island. Perhaps we can traverse via the natural bridge above. Or it is possible that the northern side of the island is connected, allowing for passage. Let us return to our original landing point to set up camp. From there, we can explore the gentle slopes we encounter along the way, which will prove convenient. Not far from the beach, there is a small spring from which we can procure fresh water. I shall finalize our specific exploration plan this evening. What does everyone think? Recognizing the wisdom in avoiding blind risks, the group unanimously agreed with Tang Shaolin's proposal and began their return journey. The weather was sweltering, the sun blazing overhead, and everyone felt somewhat fatigued. As they traversed the long coastline, the scenery offered little of particular note. Tang Shaolin noticed old Zhou lagging behind, assuming he was weary, and signaled for Lu Yong and the others to slow their pace. Approaching old Zhou, he asked, "Old Zhou, are you managing? Do you need to take a break?" Old Zhou replied, "No need. Do not underestimate my stamina. I merely walk at a slower pace." Seeing that old Zhou appeared to be in decent spirits, Tang Shaolin suddenly recalled the matter concerning old Zhou and Yin Xiaomei, and lowered his voice to say, "Old Zhou, there is something I wish to inquire about. If you don't mind." Old Zhou responded, "What is it? Feel free to ask." Tang Shaolin inquired, "I heard from Ma Zhe that you were once together with Yin Xiaomei. Why did you part ways?" Old Zhou sighed and slowly replied, "This is a lengthy tale. When we first arrived on the island, we got along quite well. However, one day, Xiaomei went out with others to gather firewood and returned quite late. After that, she expressed her desire to break up. I can understand her wish to part, but I cannot fathom why she chose to be with the most unattractive man in the camp. That fellow's face was riddled with blemishes, his features were awkwardly arranged, and his physique resembled that of a gorilla. Although I am older, I still believe Xiaomei should not have chosen such a person." Tang Shaolin, unable to suppress a laugh at old Zhou's disparagement of the man, concurred, "I too find that fellow rather unattractive." Old Zhou continued, "She is a beautiful girl from the countryside. I met her on a live-streaming platform. Initially, I had no intention of developing a relationship with her. I simply found her to be a pleasant person. I sent her a few small gifts along with messages, and in return, she replied sincerely. We began to converse in the comments section and eventually exchanged WeChat contacts. Our interactions on WeChat flowed effortlessly, despite the significant age difference. We shared similar perspectives on many matters, and gradually, feelings began to blossom. I confided in her about my age, my late spouse, and that my daughter was already married with children. Nevertheless, she expressed her desire to meet, stating that even friendship would suffice. At first, I suspected she might be a scammer, but upon getting to know her, I discovered she was genuinely kind-hearted, engaging with her as an ordinary retired individual. She was quite willing to continue the relationship without ulterior motives. Eventually, we became a couple, and I was thoroughly satisfied with her, as she expressed her contentment with me as well. I worried about how to face her parents, only to later learn that she was an orphan who had lived with her uncle before moving to the city. Initially, I thought she was merely seeking affection and that her feelings for me were not rooted in love. But as time passed, it became evident that our love was authentic. After 2 years of companionship, she proposed marriage. At first, my daughter strongly opposed the idea, but gradually accepted it, realizing that the girl was unaware of my ownership of a company. When she eventually learned about my business, she was taken aback and distressed, fearing that I might misconstrue her intentions as financially motivated. However, recognizing her admirable qualities, I proceeded to obtain our marriage certificate, and we have been wed for 6 months. Our recent trip to New Zealand, which was meant to be enjoyable, turned into a calamity as we encountered an aviation disaster and found ourselves stranded on a desolate island. I remained perplexed as to why she suddenly changed. While we were at sea, She consistently encouraged me, fearing that I might falter. Yet, upon returning from a mountain that day, her demeanor shifted. She mentioned that if we were able to leave this place, she would still wish to be with me, which I cannot comprehend. Tang Shaolin speculated. Could it be that she harbors a secret? Is she being coerced? Lao Zhou responded, I have pondered that as well, but without evidence. When questioned, she denies it. Perhaps she has genuinely changed. After all, she is only 24, and I am nearing 60. She professed her willingness to stay with me if we ever escape, and if that day arrives, I would be able to accept her. Though young, she possesses a mature mindset. Tang Shaolin, feeling somewhat guilty, remarked, I apologize for bringing up painful memories. Please do not take offense. I am at a loss for how to comfort you. Lao Zhou replied, It's quite all right, truly. Thank you for your concern. Tang Shaolin reflected. The intricacies of emotions are indeed indescribable, both complex and fickle. The most enigmatic and elusive aspect of existence is undoubtedly human emotion. Indeed, came the affirmation. Upon returning to our destination, it was already 5 p.m. Everyone worked together harmoniously. Some constructed shelters while others ignited fires for cooking, all proceeding in an orderly fashion. After dinner, Tang Shaolin addressed the group. Tomorrow, we shall split into 2 teams. One group will continue exploring the northern coastline to ascertain whether this island connects with the one across the water. Should we discover a link, we will proceed from there, possibly taking 2 days for this venture. The other group will hunt on the hillside, but please refrain from venturing beyond the ridge into the valley behind, as I have observed signs of wild rabbits in this area. Tomorrow, I will take 1 team member along the coastline to explore northward. Aside from Lao Zhou, who will remain at the camp, who among you is willing to accompany me? I will go with you, Lu Yong volunteered. Zhao Yingmei remarked. Lu Yong, it would be best if General Tang and I went together. You should remain here and hunt, as I am not particularly skilled in that area. In fact, Tang Shaolin shared the same sentiment. He inquired of Zhao Yingmei, Are you physically capable? This journey may require considerable endurance. Zhao Yingmei confidently replied, I have no issues with walking. In fact, I might even surpass you in stamina. Her assertion elicited laughter from the group. Very well. It shall be Sister Ying and I who venture forth. Tang Shaolin then turned to Lu Yong and the others, instructing, You shall follow Lu Yong as led here. Ensure your safety, particularly against venomous snakes. It is imperative that you return to the camp by day's end and do not spend the night outdoors. Lu Yong acknowledged. Understood, General Tang. You all must also exercise caution. Tang Shaolin affirmed, Indeed, we shall. He then addressed Old Zhou, saying, Old Zhou, take care to remain vigilant while alone at the camp. Rest assured, I will be cautious, came Old Zhou's reply. Chapter 24 Encounter with Hornets. On the following morning, the sun cast its golden rays across the island, bestowing a luminous glow upon this enigmatic land. 2 groups, adhering to the assignments of the previous night, donned their packs and bows, wielding their tools as they prepared for departure. It was a clear day, with birds chirping joyfully and insects whispering in the grass, while the warmth of the sun intensified, permeating the air with heat. Lu Yong, Yang Hua, and Jessica advanced along a gentle slope. Not long after, they stumbled upon a large rock that bore the droppings of a wildcat, with fresh traces evident. This was undoubtedly a promising sign, suggesting that prey, such as mountain mice or wildfowl, might be concealed in the vicinity. The trio exchanged glances filled with excitement, eagerly anticipating a fruitful find. Meanwhile, Tang Shaolin and Zhao Yingmei trudged alongside one another for 2 hours, the relentless sun wearing them down. Ahead, a babbling brook meandered down the mountainside, sparkling like a lively silver ribbon. Tang Shaolin, as if discovering a treasure, promptly discarded his heavy burden, shed his shirt, and leaned over to immerse his face in the refreshing waters. In that instant, a wave of coolness enveloped him, dissipating the heat and fatigue that had plagued his body. Just as Tang Shaolin reveled in this moment of bliss, a piercing scream from Zhao Yingmei broke the tranquility. He quickly raised his head to see her pale face, frantically rushing toward him. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a swarm of hornets ominously hovering above her, poised to strike. Thanks to the extraordinary vision and hearing bestowed by the energy stone, Tang Shaolin discerned the imminent threat with clarity. Almost simultaneously, Zhao Yingmei reached his side. Without a moment's hesitation, he embraced her tightly and rolled onto the sandy ground, shielding her beneath him. The swarm of hornets circled overhead, emitting a chilling buzz. Strangely, they hovered without descending to launch their attack. Tang Shaolin speculated that perhaps the energy stone was exerting its protective influence over them. Did you disturb their nest? Have you been stung? Tang Shaolin inquired with concern, holding the trembling Zhao Yingmei close. No, I spotted what seemed to be a medicinal herb and thought to investigate. Little did I know, it concealed a nest of hornets. I accidentally bumped my head against it, and it terrified me. Zhao Yingmei's voice trembled, revealing her lingering fear. Typically, hornets would return to their nest if they failed to attack their target within a minute or two. However, 3 minutes had elapsed, and the swarm continued to hover above them, showing no signs of departure. Tang Shaolin remained firmly pressed against Zhao Yingmei, their position taking on an unmistakably intimate nature. As he lowered his gaze, his eyes involuntarily locked onto her face. In that moment of connection, Zhao Yingmei's cheeks flushed crimson, and her heart began to race uncontrollably. "Get up," Zhao Yingmei whispered, her voice tinged with a hint of panic. "Do you believe that if I rise, these hornets will unleash their fury upon you?" Tang Shaolin's voice was deep and gentle, his eyes filled with affection and concern. Zhao Yingmei, peering through a gap, noticed the swarm of wasps densely hovering above, and understood that any slight movement could provoke an attack. At that moment, she realized Tang Shaolin's gaze was intently fixed on her, his fervent eyes seemingly piercing through her very being, which only heightened her unease, leaving her momentarily bewildered. Suddenly, Tang Shaolin leaned down and softly kissed her lips. In that instant, Zhao Yingmei felt a powerful surge coursing through her body, her mind blanking out entirely. They were engulfed in this sudden tenderness and passion, the world around them fading into oblivion, leaving only the rhythmic sounds of their heartbeats and breaths. However, moments later, as Tang Shaolin, unable to restrain himself, sought to deepen their connection, Zhao Yingmei abruptly snapped back to reality and forcefully pushed him away. "No!" Her voice, though faint, resonated with determination. Indeed, despite the solitude of the seaside, such actions in broad daylight left her feeling vulnerable. Tang Shaolin glanced to the side and noticed that the wasps had mysteriously flown away, allowing him to slowly rise from Zhao Yingmei's presence. Flushed with embarrassment, she hurriedly straightened her clothes, her heart brimming with shyness and excitement. A profound silence enveloped them, the air thick with a subtle yet sweet ambience. After a considerable time, Zhao Yingmei gradually regained her composure, lifting her head to softly inquire of Tang Shaolin. "How do we get across?" "I have a plan," he replied confidently. He then picked up a knife and ventured into the nearby woods to fell a small tree. With their belongings strapped to their backs and Tang Shaolin wielding the tree as a shield, they cautiously proceeded toward the wasp nest. Under his protection, they successfully navigated through the perilous area. Meanwhile, Lu Yong, Yang Hua, and Jessica had made substantial gains. They discovered numerous rabbits on a mountain and had successfully hunted 4. Observing their bounty, Yang Hua had a brilliant idea and suggested, "Who among you can set traps? We should make a few. If we can catch live rabbits, we can raise them. Rabbits breed rapidly, ensuring our food supply in the future." Both Jessica and Lu Yong found this proposal highly appealing, and the trio began earnestly discussing how to construct traps, eager to capture more wild rabbits. As Tang Shaolin and Zhao Yingmei journeyed onward, they soon encountered a familiar ravine obstructing their path once more. It dawned on them that this was the very ravine they had encountered the previous day, evidently a feature that traversed the entire island. Gazing at the cliffside on the western edge of the ravine, densely dotted with seabird nests and flocks of birds soaring above, Tang Shaolin pondered that these seabirds might also constitute a part of the sea snake's food source in the trough below. "We should retrace our steps," Zhao Yingmei suggested resignedly, eyeing the ravine before them. With no other option, they turned around and began their journey back along the path they had come. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at a bay. Here lay a valley, where a crystal-clear stream cascaded down from the mountain. Gazing upward, The verdant woods of the valley sprawled abundantly, shrouded in an aura of mystery. A glimmer of curiosity sparkled in Zhao Yingmei's eyes as she inquired, "Shall we venture into this valley to explore?" Tang Shaolin contemplated silently, pondering the possibility of traversing through this very path to reach the shores on the western side of the island. With ample time still at hand, they should be able to make it. Moreover, the prospect of exploring the unknown valley alongside Zhao Yingmei sent a thrill coursing through him, and the memory of holding her close ignited an insatiable yearning within. Coupled with his unique abilities to safeguard her, he nodded without hesitation, and together they resolutely stepped into the enigmatic embrace of the valley. Chapter 25. No regrets in this life. Tang Shaolin and Zhao Yumei meandered along the gently flowing stream, the humid air infused with the fragrance of lush vegetation. Unknown birds chirped melodiously among the branches, composing a lively symphony for their secretive journey. As they progressed, Zhao Yumei suddenly halted, pointing to a diminutive tree and exclaiming, "Shaolinzi, look, this is African leaf." The small tree stood merely 70 centimeters tall, its leaves unfurling and swaying gently in the breeze. Tang Shaolin, intrigued, leaned closer to inspect it. "What special purpose does this little fellow serve?" he inquired. With a twinkle in her eyes, Yumei explained, "Jiaoan and old, he both suffer from hypertension. This African leaf, along with cassia seeds, possesses properties that regulate blood pressure. It's a rare treasure." Upon hearing this, Tang Shaolin's eyes sparkled with excitement. He promptly retrieved a sharp knife from his belongings and carefully excavated the small tree, wrapping it meticulously for the journey back to their campsite for planting. As they continued, the two resembled treasure hunters, their keen eyes searching for more botanical wonders. They discovered various herbs, some shrub-like, others grass-like. Each time, they unearthed a plant. Tang Shaolin treated it with utmost reverence, as if he had stumbled upon priceless gems. Unbeknownst to them, over an hour had slipped by when they stumbled upon a large pond. The water was crystal clear, spanning over 100 square meters, with schools of fish joyfully swimming within. To their delight, they realized this pond was the source of the stream they had followed, while another waterway meandered westward, likely connecting with the stream beside the cave where they had camped 2 nights prior. At this moment, the afternoon heat had left both of them drenched in sweat. Gazing at the refreshing pond, they exchanged knowing smiles and decided to cleanse themselves of fatigue. Initially, Zhao Yumei felt a touch of shyness, hesitating at the water's edge. Observing this, Tang Shaolin tactfully turned away. Soon after, they shed their garments and stepped into the cool water. Sunlight danced upon the surface, creating shimmering ripples. And Yumei's fair skin glistened like exquisite jade, her graceful figure standing tall like an ethereal fairy. As Tang Shaolin beheld the enchanting woman before him, his heart surged with emotion, thoughts swirling in his mind. They frolicked in the water, laughter echoing through the forest. Water droplets splashed around them, refracting the sunlight into a prism of brilliance, mirroring their current elation, radiant and sublime. Eventually, realizing that dusk was approaching, they reluctantly donned their clothes and began their journey homeward, planning to return to the place where they had rested 2 nights ago. Following the winding stream to the west, they traversed the broad, sandy path, likely shaped by the torrents of a flood. To their right, steep cliffs soared, adorned with numerous bird nests reminiscent of the swallows from Tang Shaolin's hometown. Above, swallows flitted gracefully across the sky, while to the left lay gentle hills, beyond which a valley awaited. Perhaps the mountains beyond were where Lu Yong and his companions had gone hunting. Alongside the parched riverbed, expansive patches of grass appeared sporadically, dotted with trees. Small birds flitted joyously, butterflies danced gracefully, and a riot of wildflowers bloomed in vibrant colors, as if they were walking through a breathtaking canvas. "Shaolinzi, this place is simply exquisite," Zhao Yumei exclaimed. Indeed, if one were to establish a base on this island, it would be an ideal location, both spacious and abundant in water sources. To survive on this island and procure more resources, it is essential to consider the future establishment of a base or a branch here. After walking approximately a kilometer, Tang Shaolin suddenly halted, pointing at a 2-meter-high crack in the cliff to his right. exclaiming, "This crack is truly remarkable. I must take a closer look." Zhao Yumei nodded slightly, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. Tang Shaolin swiftly felled 2 trees, each as thick as a bowl, binding them firmly together and leaning them against the edge of the crevice before climbing up with both hands and feet. The fissure extended over 2 meters deep and more than 10 meters long, spacious enough to accommodate over 10 individuals. The ground within was smooth and flat, with no excessive crevices on the walls, imparting an unusual sense of security. It seemed as though a divine hand had gently traced an opening in the cliffside. A surge of inspiration filled Tang Shaolin as he called down, "Yumei, this place is splendid. Let's spend the night here." After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Yumei nodded in agreement. The two gathered dry grass and leaves, meticulously laying them on the ground of the crevice to create a comfortable bed. Zhao Yumei also foraged for bitter wormwood and mosquito-repelling herbs to ward off insects. Once they had completed their tasks, night had fully descended. They consumed some jerky to satiate their hunger and lay side by side within the crevice. The luminous moonlight cascaded down, gently enveloping the two. Zhao Yumei nestled softly in Tang Shaolin's embrace, resembling a gentle kitten. Tang Shaolin, feeling the softness in his arms, was filled with happiness and contentment. He had never imagined that his childhood dreams would truly materialize. The once naive little boy and the vibrant young girl now found themselves together in this moment, their closeness evoking a sense of timelessness as they reminisced about the past, sweet words flowing from their lips. Xiaolin, Xiaolin, Yumei. In those days, Tang Shaolin's village was impoverished, yet life was filled with joy. Zhao Yumei often carried a notebook and a pen, conversing with the villagers in the fields, occasionally jotting down notes and sketches. At those moments, the little follower, Tang Shaolin, would watch her from a distance. Sometimes, Yumei would join the villagers in the fields, working alongside them. When she rolled up her pant legs while working, revealing her fair and slender legs, the men would steal glances, swallowing hard, while the women would often tease her about which young man would be fortunate enough to have her as a bride. Hearing such remarks would infuriate Tang Shaolin, who would assert, "Sister Yumei is not getting married. She wants to be anyone's wife." The thought of her marrying someone else was unbearable. She simply would not marry. After a day's work in the fields, Yumei would lead him to wash their feet by the ditch. Zhao Yumei's feet were exquisite, and Tang Shaolin had never seen a more beautiful pair. On nights when the moon shone brightly and the stars twinkled, Yumei would often gather Tang Shaolin and many other village children to play games on the school playground. Engaged in a game of tag, everyone was in hot pursuit of one another, playing hide-and-seek, finding someone only to gently nudge them. But who would take on the role of the pursuer or the seeker? Everyone extended their index fingers, gathering them together, beginning to count. Little stool, crooked feet, a blooming flower, blossoming by the wall. The elder sister can't afford a flower to wear, while the second sister awaits their mother's return, who goes to the market to buy gold hairpins. And then silver ones. The brother buys powder. The uncle buys flowers, preparing the younger sister to marry into the Tian family. They steam glutinous rice cakes for her, enough to make her burst from a single meal. The last word to fall upon someone would determine their fate. 2 hours later, Yumei lay exhausted yet blissful in Tang Shaolin's embrace, her eyes reflecting a hint of worry and reluctance. What if I miss you in the future? Will there be opportunities for us to be together again? Tang Shaolin held her tightly, affirming, "Of course. It is with you by my side that we can discover more rare herbs. We will have many chances to venture forth together. Shaolinzi, my dear sister, may I ask how you possess such remarkable abilities that both Alice and Melissa willingly follow you? Indeed, you speak the truth. I am quite capable." Huh? Zhao Yumei took a moment to comprehend Xiao Linzi's expression before finally bursting into laughter and playfully scolding, "You mischievous rascal. If I weren't bad, you and T love me." Zhao Yumei seized the flesh on his arm, squeezing persistently until Xiao Linzi begged for mercy. The two indulged in playful antics until they finally paused. Tang Shaolin gazed intently at Zhao Yumei's face, then said earnestly, "Sister, I have a secret to share with you, one that I've kept buried in my heart, never disclosed to anyone, including Melissa and Alice. and likely will not be revealed to another. Will you help me keep the secret? If you can remain silent, I shall tell you. What secret? So mysterious? Tang Shaolin pondered for a moment and replied, When I was living on the eastern side of the island with Melissa and Alice. One day, I wandered into a depression adorned with several trees, and suddenly sensed a wondrous energy affecting my body. I was startled at first, but gradually acclimated. That energy brought about significant changes within me, filling me with comfort and strength. Since then, I have felt more vibrant, sleeping soundly, and feeling stronger than ever before. Is that true? Don't try to fool your sister. Of course it is true. From my observations, both Melissa and Alice are unaware of the existence of that marvelous energy. I can take you there sometime to see if you can feel it. So after all this, you are claiming that your impressive abilities stem from some extraordinary energy you acquired? Yes, exactly. You cheeky rascal trying to deceive your elder sister. The two resumed their playful banter, immersed in a sweet atmosphere until, suddenly, a howl echoed from a distance. Zhao Yumei jolted in fear, exclaiming, There are wolves. Yet Tang Shaolin remained calm, reassuring her, Do not fear. They cannot reach us, and we are safe. In fact, I would welcome their approach. If we could slay a few, we would have meat to savor tomorrow. Chapter 26. A bountiful harvest having spoken. Tang Shaolin retrieved 2 wooden beams that had been resting on the crevice. He then directed his attention towards the source of the howling wolves, mimicking the bleating of sheep. Within minutes, the pack was indeed drawn to the area beneath the fissure, their luminous blue eyes darting back and forth. Fixated on the 2 individuals above, agitated with excitement, Zhao Yumei, confronted with the wolves at such close proximity for the first time, trembled in fear. From his elevated position, Tang Shaolin drew his bow, aiming at one of the wolves. With a swift release, the arrow flew, striking true. A piercing howl echoed as the wolf collapsed, struggling momentarily before succumbing to death. In less than 10 minutes, Tang Shaolin had dispatched 5 wolves. To conserve his arrows, he ceased his hunting. The remaining wolves lingered restlessly in the vicinity until dawn arrived. The following morning, after breakfast, Tang Shaolin fashioned a carrying harness, stacking the 5 wolves neatly within it. Once secured, he bundled the herbs he had unearthed the previous day atop the wolves, creating a more manageable load. Shaolinzi, 5 wolves are already quite heavy. Let me carry the herbs, he insisted. You only need to bear the bow and arrows. I cannot bear to let Yumei carry such a burden, he replied. Zhao Yumei felt warmth spread through her heart. Tang Shaolin proceeded westward as planned. Zhao Yumei remarked, The wolf pack headed in this direction last night. Should we not turn back to avoid encountering them again? Do not worry, they cannot harm us. I have my ways to handle them, Tang Shaolin assured her confidently. Although Zhao Yumei remained uneasy, she was reassured by his self-assurance and chose not to voice her concerns further. Upon reaching the western mountain, the stream cascaded down the slope, with dense jungles to the right. Here, they discovered a patch of bitter bamboo, and Tang Shaolin noted that one of the stalks had been recently cut. Judging by the condition of the remaining stump, he estimated it to have occurred no more than 6 months prior. Unbeknownst to Yumei, who was walking ahead, she remained oblivious to the anomaly. Gazing at the mist-shrouded thicket to the right, Tang Shaolin fell into contemplation. Following the stream downward would lead them to the seaside, precisely to the cave where they had resided 2 days prior. Despite the rugged terrain, passage remained feasible. Approximately 20 minutes later, they successfully arrived at the western coastline and proceeded along the shore towards their camp. At the central campsite, Peter was busy constructing a sheep pen with Kai Zhengyu, Aoki Keiko, and Peter's father-in-law, Lao He. They had captured a wild goat the previous day and decided to raise it for the time being. At that moment, Zhang Xiao and his companions were passing by on their way to hunt. Zhang Xiao approached with a mocking tone. Peter, you caught just 1 ram. Why bother building a sheep pen? Why not slaughter it and share the meat? One cannot dismiss the possibility of capturing a ewe in the future. Besides, our sheep pen is quite unique and sturdy. If we fail to catch a ewe, we might instead secure a wild boar, which could also be housed within, Peter replied, maintaining a semblance of politeness. Wild boars, those are not easily captured. Have you even succeeded in hunting one thus far? Zhang Xiao retorted with a biting sarcasm. Peter's face flushed with embarrassment, for indeed, they had not captured a wild boar, while Zhang Xiao and his group had recently succeeded in hunting one just days prior. Due to the competition with Zhang Tianba's camp, the western jungle assigned to them has become barren. Not even wild boars or hares can be found. However, can this serve as an excuse for their inability to hunt wild boars? It seems rather unconvincing, and it would only invite ridicule for being outperformed by Lu Tianba. Observing Peter's silence, Zhang Xiao continued to provoke, asserting that such matters could be entrusted to others and that it was a waste of time to dwell on them. They ought to go hunting instead. Unable to contain himself, Peter retorted, "Zhang Xiao, what do you mean? Are you instructing me on how to act? If we wish to survive here long term, the island's wildlife will dwindle and resources will become increasingly scarce. Developing agriculture and animal husbandry is not only vital for preserving the island's ecology, but is also in our own best interest. Do you understand?" Zhang Xiao scoffed, "Oh, so it's for the sake of protecting the ecological environment and ensuring sustainable development. My apologies for my narrow-mindedness. Please continue." "Zhang Xiaoyu." With an indifferent huff, Zhang Xiao departed, leaving Peter seething in frustration, his face pale with anger. On the way into the mountains, Zhang Xiao loudly complained, "A bunch of fools trying to cultivate and raise livestock on this deserted island is nothing short of ludicrous. Wherever there are people, ecological destruction follows. Yet they still preach to me about reason." Yang Xiaofeng quickly chimed in, "Brother Xiao is absolutely right. Some people are utterly useless trying to play both roles. We should live according to the laws of nature. Who knows? One day, a rescue team might find us. Why bother with all this nonsense?" Yet, Yin Xiaomei remained unconvinced. "It's easy to say that. Who knows when a rescue team will arrive? What if we have to wait for months or even a year?" Zhang Xiao continued, "Even if a rescue team does not come, engaging in farming and breeding here is impractical. The food from the sea is our primary source. What we find on the island is merely supplementary. I truly do not wish to associate with this unrealistic group. Instead of farming, it would be far more prudent to focus on crafting fishing nets. If the day comes when we establish our own independence, it will be due to the burdens imposed by these individuals, and I will apologize to nobody. If that day arrives, would you follow me?" Yang Xiaofeng quickly responded, "Brother Xiao, wherever you go, we will follow without question. We will heed your every command." Zhang Xiao nodded in satisfaction and turned to Huang Wenhui, asking Wenhui, "What about you and your spouse? Are you willing to follow me? We will listen to Brother Xiao. Wherever he goes, we shall go," Huang Wenhui replied, earning Zhang Xiao's approval. Just days prior, Zhang Xiao had taken advantage of Huang Wenhui in the jungle, using his authority as group leader. While lying in wait for prey, he had strategically positioned her in a secluded spot, circumventing her defenses to forcefully engage with her. She was quite compliant, and from then on, he could manipulate her as he pleased. Although Huang Wenhui initially despised Zhang Xiao, upon reflection, she realized that as a woman on this deserted island, her best option was to rely on men. Whether she followed one or several, it mattered little. Zhang Xiao had even threatened her, implying that disobedience could lead to dire consequences for her and Yang Hua. In truth, Zhang Xiao's primary concern was for Zhang Xiaola. He had gone to great lengths to bring Zhang Xiaola into his fold, primarily for Zhao Xiaoman, whose striking appearance and physique had captivated him from the moment they first met. Consequently, Zhang Xiao inquired of Zhang Xiaolu, "Cousin, how about you? Are you willing to join me?" Zhang Xiaolu, inherently timid, hesitated to outright refuse, responding, "Xiao Gu. I came to this camp with General Tang and must consult him before making any decisions." "Coward, you still need to seek others' opinions on your own matters? Who is he to you? Truly ridiculous." Yang Xiaofeng rebuked, "Zhang Xiaolu, you are utterly ungrateful. Xiao Gu invited you out of respect. Do you understand? Why are you shouting so loudly? We are all brothers. Xiao Lu is new here and unfamiliar with Xiao Gu's character. It is only natural for him to be indecisive at this moment. Listen, Xiao Lu, over time you will come to understand Xiao Gu's worth. He is absolutely someone you can trust. The principle going forward is that those who share a bond become brothers and sisters, enduring hardships together and sharing blessings." "Thank you, Xiao Gu," Zhang Xiaolu replied. "Ah, Now that is more like it. Behind them, Zhao Xiaoman seethed with resentment, her teeth clenched. She suspected that Zhang Xiao, this repugnant man, intended to recruit her and Zhang Xiao Lu into their group for ulterior motives, harboring ill intentions. This despicable lecher had been leering at her since the day they arrived, and worse still, he would take liberties with her at every opportunity, even brushing past her inappropriately. She found him utterly loathsome, yet felt too intimidated to voice her feelings. She resolved that once Tang Shaolin returned, she would seek his counsel to arrange for herself and Xiao Lu to be reassigned from this group. Such a villain, coercing and enticing others to betray the camp and establish their own faction. Before noon, Tang Shaolin and Zhao Yumei returned to the camp. Old Zhou was astonished to see the 5 wolves Tang Shaolin had brought back. At that moment, Lu Yong, Yang Hua, and Jessica were out hunting. Upon noticing that Old Zhou had woven 5 or 6 cages containing rabbits and wild chickens, Tang Shaolin was filled with delight. Zhao Yumei dashed toward the cages like a little girl, exclaiming, "What a bountiful harvest today!" Tang Shaolin and Old Zhou swiftly processed the wolf meat, skinning and butchering it, then marinating it with sea salt before hanging it to smoke. Shortly thereafter, Lu Yong and the others returned with several wild chickens and a pregnant ewe, all alive. Together with the 5 wolves, Tang Shaolin promptly decided to have Lu Yong, Yang Hua, and Old Zhou escort these supplies back to the camp, leaving enough wolf meat for their sustenance, while sending the majority back. He instructed them to ensure that the camp members would properly care for these live animals. Old Zhou, once back, please take extra care to ensure these creatures are well looked after. After lunch, Tang Shaolin set out again with Jessica and Zhao Yumei. They traversed the forest and climbed over the hills, arriving at the mouth of the valley they had discovered the previous day. Jessica remarked, "Those goats must have entered the valley from here." Thus, the 3 followed the trail of the flock deeper into the valley. As they searched, judging by the footprints, it appeared that the wild sheep had returned from the valley to the yellow slope. Tang Shaolin noted that their current position was roughly opposite the mountain where he and Yumei had spent the night before. He suggested, given the sweltering heat, "Shall we go wash in the pond we found on the mountain yesterday?" Upon uttering those words, he immediately felt regret, his gaze towards Zhao Yumei becoming somewhat evasive, to which she shot him a disdainful glance. "Where can we take a bath? Where can we take a bath? Hurry and lead us there. I feel as though I might perish from the heat, drenched in a layer of foul sweat." Not far off, Jessica, with her keen ears, caught wind of Tang Shaolin's remarks. Without waiting for Zhao Yumei's response, she dashed over, evidently oblivious to the earlier exchange of glances between Tang Shaolin and Zhao Yumei. "Where is it?" Tang Shaolin stammered, it's... Zhao Yumei, with a bright smile, pointed towards the mountain and told Jessica, "It should be up there, by a large water pool, quite safe and clean." "That's splendid. Should we going?" Jessica inquired. "If Governor Tang is going, we naturally have no choice but to follow," came the reply. Tang Shaolin shrugged, a bitter smile playing on his lips. The 3, each harboring their own thoughts, made their way up the mountain. Chapter 27. Rebellion. Zhang Xiao was once a skilled boxer, having clinched a gold medal in provincial competitions. Bound by the constraints of law and order in the civilized world, he had no choice but to adhere to societal norms. However, now stranded on a desolate island, especially with the gnawing fear that he may never return to civilization, his selfish, domineering, and ruthless nature began to stir. Among those who harbored the deepest resentment toward Zhang Xiao was Yin Xiaomei. Her decision to leave Old Zhou and align herself with Zhang Xiao was not born out of a desire to betray Old Zhou, but rather stemmed from circumstances beyond her control. One fateful afternoon at the seaside camp, Yin Xiaomei and her companions ventured into the mountains to gather firewood. On their return, seeking convenience, she placed the firewood in a thicket by the shore and discreetly slipped behind a large rock. It was there that she witnessed a horrifying scene. Zhang Xiao was violently smashing the head of a middle-aged woman lying on the ground with a stone, all the while shouting, "I'll make you resist. I'll make you bite me. Die, just die." Only later did she learn that the woman was a member of Lu Tianbai's camp. Frozen in terror, Yin Xiaomei stood paralyzed. By the time she gathered her wits, Zhang Xiao had already spotted her. He lunged towards her, dragging her beneath the rock and menacingly threatened, "If you dare to speak of this, I will take your life." Trembling with fear, she pleaded, "Please don't kill me. I won't tell anyone. I promise." Zhang Xiao held her behind a rock, observing that there was no one else around. As dusk approached, he recognized Yin Xiaomei as one of his own and recalled her as old Zhou's woman. Finding her physically appealing, he threatened, "What guarantee do you offer?" "Character guarantee," she replied, to which he scoffed. "Character? On this island, it holds no value. If you cannot provide me with convincing terms, I will not hesitate to end your life." "What must I do for you to spare me?" she asked. "Leave that old man and come with me, and I will trust you." "But what is this?" "This is the only way you can earn my trust, and indeed your only choice." Otherwise, after much deliberation, Yin Xiaomei finally acquiesced. "I will do as you say. I will break up with old Zhou and then be with you." "Very well, I want you now." Before she could respond, Zhang Xiao reached out with his predatory hands. Tears of humiliation and resentment streamed down Yin Xiaomei's face. Afterward, Zhang Xiao compelled her to assist him in tying a large stone to the corpse before casting it into the sea. Zhang Xiao and his group arrived at a barren slope, where he instructed Yin Xiaomei, Wang Mengzhu, and Zhang Xiaola to venture into the thicket in search of traces of prey, while Huang Wenhui and Zhao Xiaoman were assigned to gather wild vegetables on a nearby hillside. He and Yang Chaofeng perched on a rock, exchanging boastful banter. "Fengzi, doesn't this situation seem bizarre? One moment I was asleep, and the next, I find myself on this godforsaken island. Not even a glimpse of a boat in sight. Isn't that peculiar? What rotten luck?" Yang Chaofeng, tucking his chin in, agreed. "Indeed, I've been keeping an eye on the situation by the shore, and I haven't seen even a single broken fishing net. In other places near the sea, one finds an abundance of discarded mineral water bottles and foam boxes. But here, it appears as though a robbery has left everything untouched. Perhaps it is indeed the will of the heavens that we are abandoned here to fend for ourselves." Zhang Xiao suddenly leaned closer, lowering his voice, his eyes glinting with a cold light. "Fend for ourselves? This is precisely the opportunity bestowed upon us by the heavens. Consider it. Without laws or regulations, might makes right. The strong set the rules. As long as you follow me faithfully, you will indulge in the finest delicacies and pleasures. Those enchanting ladies on the island will not hesitate to choose whomever they desire." He rubbed his chin, revealing a set of yellowed teeth. "Once we establish our independence and solidify our position, everyone from the northern and southern camps will heed our command. In due time, we shall reign as the sovereign rulers of this archipelago." Mention of women invigorated Yang Chaofeng, who lowered his voice and said, "Xiao Ge, those girls around Tang Shaolin are quite enticing, especially that foreign blonde and Melissa." Before he could finish, Zhang Xiao interrupted him with a forceful slap on his thigh, erupting in a torrent of curses. "Just mentioning her infuriates me. Last time by the seaside, I merely jested, asking if she and the Japanese girl were fighting over men, and she had the audacity to call me a gorilla. I cannot let this go one day. She will be begging on her knees." Zhang Zhao's gaze was suddenly drawn to Zhao Xiaoman in the distance. She was tiptoeing to pick wild vegetables, her slender waist twisting gracefully in the sunlight. Zhang Zhao's throat tightened, and he swallowed hard. How could that little enchantress be with that good-for-nothing Zhang Xiaola? The last time I saw her, my pants nearly burst. He grasped Yang Chaofeng's shoulder, shaking him vigorously. "Quick, give me some advice on how to win her over and make her obedient." Yang Chaofeng, with a sly smile, replied, "Xiao Gu, I know that your intent in bringing Zhang Xiaola into our group was for this woman. Women are drawn to the strong. Just look at how Tang Shaolin has tamed his camp. Doesn't Zhao Xiaoman follow suit? If you take down Tang Shaolin and Peter, those tough nuts, she will undoubtedly rush into your arms, crying and pleading. Besides her, there may be other beauties who will flock to you as well." Zhang Zhao's eyes sparkled with possibility as he stroked his chin, contemplating. "I will challenge that foreigner Peter in the camp and leave him searching for his teeth. Then I shall set up a ring. I refuse to believe Tang Shaolin can resist stepping in. I have always found Peter to be insufferable, especially with his choice of a Chinese girl. I want to stand for it. As for Ma Zhe, he may look imposing, but he merely knows a few flashy moves. One punch from me could shatter his nose. Once I've dealt with these arrogant fools, who would dare defy me in the entire camp? At that point, not just Xiao Man, but all women will have to call me master. Yang Xiaofeng was brimming with excitement, rubbing his hands together. Xiao Gu, your strategy is brilliant. Once you ascend to the top, I shall be your second in command, and indulgence will soon be ours. We are merely at the beginning, Zhang Xiao declared, rising to his feet and brushing off the dirt from his clothes. Today, I have no desire for hunting. Tell Zhang Xiaola and the others to retreat. We shall head to the old camp by the sea. Let the women gather seafood along the shore while we catch some seabirds to bring back as offerings. When the day arrives that I set up the ring, the real spectacle shall commence. The two exchanged a knowing smile, a grin imbued with cunning and ruthlessness, more scorching than the midday sun. Chapter 28. The enigmatic Jessica. The three individuals reached the riverbed on the mountainside, and after a short distance, they discovered the crevice where Tang Shaolin and Zhao Yingmei had spent the previous night. Wow, the opening in that cliff is truly remarkable, Jessica exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing it. Zhao Yingmei, contemplating the inevitable revelation of their situation, calmly replied, "Last night, I stayed there with Mr. Tang." Jessica gazed at them in disbelief, her eyes wide with surprise. Really? Noticing the two logs bound together beneath the cliff, she quickly understood and exclaimed excitedly, "I want to climb up and take a look." With that, Jessica sprinted over, propping the logs against the edge of the crevice, and began to ascend. A look of regret and embarrassment washed over Tang Shaolin's face, while Zhao Yingmei shot him a fierce glare. "This place is splendid, far superior to our makeshift shelter. Let's stay here tonight, as the camp is deserted and lacks essential supplies," Jessica called down from her perch above. "All right, we shall stay here tonight. Come down first. We can bathe. There's a pool not far ahead," Zhao Yingmei responded with a smile. "Excellent. This is fantastic." Tang Shaolin stood rooted to the spot, anxiously scratching his head, filled with remorse. Zhao Yingmei found his demeanor both amusing and exasperating. When Jessica approached, she suddenly felt a tinge of shyness, turning her face away to compose herself. At that moment, Jessica exchanged a knowing glance with Tang Shaolin, as if to convey her understanding. Upon reaching the pool, Jessica was brimming with excitement. The water was crystal clear, revealing schools of fish swimming gracefully below. Eagerly, she shed her outer garments, revealing her alluring red lingerie, and with a splash, she leapt into the water. "Look at that! Foreign girls truly have splendid figures," Zhao Yingmei teased Tang Shaolin. He remained silent, begrudgingly acknowledging Jessica's exquisite shape, fair complexion, and striking beauty. Zhao Yingmei quickly followed suit, removing her clothing, while Tang Shaolin stood awkwardly, fidgeting like an inexperienced maiden. "Why aren't you disrobing? Did you not suggest coming here for a bath? Where has your boldness from yesterday gone?" Zhao Yingmei chided, prompting Tang Shaolin to finally shed his clothes and join her in the water. Before long, the three of them were frolicking and splashing in the water, thoroughly enjoying themselves. After about half an hour, Zhao Yingmei expressed her need to conveniently step behind some nearby bushes. Jessica inquired if she required company, to which Zhao Yingmei waved her hand dismissively. "No need, it's broad daylight." Once Zhao Yingmei departed, Tang Shaolin and Jessica continued their playful antics by the pond. As time passed, and it became apparent that Zhao Yingmei would not return soon, Jessica suddenly pushed Tang Shaolin down at the water's edge and kissed him. Initially, he was taken aback, his mind racing in confusion, pondering the girl's exuberance. Yet, under Jessica's ardent advances, he gradually embraced her tightly. This scene was fortuitously witnessed by Zhao Yingmei, who, concealed behind a thicket, was filled with discontent. However, upon reflection, she reminded herself that she and Tang Shaolin were not in a romantic relationship, compelling her to suppress her emotions. It was not until the two parted ways that she emerged from her hiding place. An hour later, the trio donned their clothing and ventured into the woods to gather firewood. After collecting a sufficient amount, Zhao Yingmei suggested that Jessica take some back to start a fire, claiming she wished to gather more with Tang Shaolin. Jessica, understanding her intentions, could only comply and return with the firewood. Once Jessica had distanced herself, Zhao Yingmei confronted Tang Shaolin, inquiring about the sensation of kissing her. Tang Shaolin was immediately flustered, realizing Zhao Yingmei had witnessed the earlier incident. His face flushed, and he was rendered speechless. "I see you two were quite engrossed," she remarked. "It was her who initiated it." "It was clearly mutual," he replied. "Do not be upset," she continued. "I am not angry. On this deserted island, life is challenging for everyone. I empathize with Jessica." "Thank you, it was not my intention," he responded. No sooner had the words left his lips than Zhao Yingmei leapt into his arms, the two embracing tightly as they shared a passionate kiss. "Xiaolin, I will not easily succumb to jealousy, as long as you hold me in your heart," she whispered. "You may." Half an hour later, they returned to their dwelling, arms laden with firewood. That night, as they settled down to sleep, Zhao Yingmei generously offered Tang Shaolin the middle position, which made him feel somewhat awkward. Jessica naturally nestled into Tang Shaolin's embrace, causing his heart to race, and he resorted to silently reciting his self-invented calming mantra in an effort to steady his emotions. Before they could drift into slumber, the distant howling of wolves pierced the night. "Wolves!" Jessica exclaimed, a hint of anxiety in her voice. "Those must be the same ones from yesterday," Zhao Yingmei replied. "It is likely. They may be seeking vengeance for their fallen companion. It will be beneficial to hunt a few more today. This island seems to harbor quite a number of wolves. If we reduce their population, the wild rabbit numbers will increase, ensuring a more abundant food supply for us, while eliminating these wolves may seem to disrupt the ecological balance. Our intervention may ultimately restore it." As before, Tang Shaolin imitated the bleating of sheep to lure the pack towards them, then launched an attack from an advantageous position. Tonight, there were more wolves than before, at least 20 in number. Jessica joined the fray, revealing her remarkable prowess. Together, they managed to bring down 12 wolves, 5 of which were claimed by Jessica. The pack retreated only in the early hours of the morning. After the wolves departed, Tang Shaolin finally succumbed to sleep and fell into a vivid dream. He envisioned himself swimming in the ocean, employing his unique jellyfish stroke when a playful dolphin approached, frolicking alongside him and nudging against him. Suddenly, the dolphin dove beneath the surface only to leap out again, vanishing from sight. As he searched for it, the dolphin re-emerged, landing on him and drenching him with water. Turning away to evade the splash, he was startled to find himself embracing none other than Jessica. An unusual feeling washed over him, jolting him awake. At that moment, he realized it was raining heavily outside, the sound of raindrops pattering softly. In his drowsiness, he sensed a hand resting upon him. Upon closer inspection, it was Jessica's hand, appearing as though she were in slumber or perhaps feigning sleep. Tang Shaolin gently moved her hand aside, yet as soon as he did, it returned restlessly to its previous position, leaving him feeling utterly helpless. The dawn had yet to break when Tang Shaolin was suddenly roused, only to find that Zhao Yingmei was no longer by his side, which filled him with a sense of panic. He sat up and scanned the surroundings, calling out Zhao Yingmei's name. Upon hearing a response, he glanced towards the gap below, where he beheld Zhao Yingmei diligently tending to the carcasses of the wolves. "When did you rise?" he inquired. "Just got up. These wolf carcasses are quite a mess, so I thought I would tidy them up," she replied. As Tang Shaolin reclined once more, he took advantage of Zhao Yingmei's distraction. However, Jessica's movements grew bolder, startling him into swift action to halt her. This time, they descended to the seaside, beside the stream adjacent to the cave where they had previously resided, intending to process all the wolf meat before transporting it to their temporary campsite. Previously, the task of fetching water from 500 meters away had consumed an excessive amount of time, not only due to the distance, but also because the water flow was minimal. Chapter 29. Contradictions. Time rewinds to yesterday afternoon at the central camp. As Zhang Xiao returned with his companions, they observed numerous individuals assisting in the construction of a sheep pen. Nearly half the camp was engaged in this endeavor, a mixture of men and women, with Maja also busy among them. The elderly man, Zhou Wangxi, was present as well. Peter was surrounded by Lu Yong, Yang Hua, and Aoki Keiko, animatedly recounting something in English, his gestures exaggerated. The listeners occasionally displayed focus, curiosity, and bursts of laughter. Zhang Xiao felt a wave of displeasure at Peter's demeanor, a jealousy that bred contempt, viewing him as nothing more than a hypocritical jester. Spotting Yang Hua amidst the crowd, Huang Wenhui joyfully dashed toward Peter. It was then that Zhang Xiao heard someone calling his name, Zhang Xiao. Zhang Xiao. It was Ma Zhe. He approached Ma Zhe. Zhang Xiao, you've worked hard. How was your harvest today? Ma Zhe inquired. Zhang Xiao managed a faint smile. Today wasn't fortunate. I gathered some seafood, foraged for wild vegetables, and caught a few seabirds. Not bad at all. That's quite good. Luck doesn't come every day. You've labored hard. Tell your team to wash up and prepare for dinner, Ma Zhe replied. At this moment, Yang Hua and Huang Wenhui joined Zhang Xiao. Xiao Ge. Yang Hua greeted him with a polite smile. Zhang Xiao clapped Yang Hua on the shoulder. You've returned. All well? Yes, I escorted supplies back with Lu Yong, bringing back quite a few live animals, wild rabbits, wild chickens, and even a pregnant mountain goat. Zhang Xiao exclaimed with exaggerated mirth. Excellent. Now the sheep pen has truly been justified. I was mocking Peter this morning, and now he has a you to accompany. Zhang Xiao was quite adept at feigning. His remarks were primarily directed at Ma Zhe. Before he could finish, Ma Zhe interrupted. Indeed, whether by coincidence or luck, it appears well matched. Thankfully, the ram was not slaughtered. Haha, indeed. Zhang Xiao laughed heartily. The ram was the very one Peter had insisted should be killed, and his laughter seemed to dissolve any misunderstanding. Ma Zhe patted Zhang Xiao on the shoulder, expressing concern. Quickly now, arrange for everyone to return their tools, wash up, and prepare to dine. As Zhang Xiao departed, he smiled at Yang Hua. Let us chat tonight. Yang Hua nodded in agreement. Ma Zhe addressed the laborers constructing the sheep pen. Everyone has worked hard today. Gather your tools. The day is done. During dinner, Ma Zhe deliberately approached Zhang Xiao. Yang Xiaofeng, sensing Ma Zhe had something to discuss, discreetly withdrew. Tonight's meal is quite enjoyable. We have roasted lamb and boiled wild vegetables. How does it taste? Ma Zhe inquired. Quite good, Zhang Xiao replied. Without oil, those wild vegetables would be unpalatable. Fortunately, the wild boar you hunted had a thick layer of fat, yielding over 20 pounds of oil, enough for a while. Zhang Xiao nonchalantly acknowledged, internally pondering that this fellow was certainly up to no good by ingratiating himself. In a grave manner, Ma Zhe said, I wish to discuss a matter with you. I intend to disband Peter's hunting group while retaining your team. We must gradually develop agriculture and animal husbandry. Reflecting on the evolution of human civilization, it transitioned from hunting to planting and raising livestock, which aligns with the natural progression of civilization. In the future, we will not only cultivate various vegetables, but also enhance the production of staple foods like rice. And marine products can also be farmed. Therefore, the primary direction of our food sources must change. What are your thoughts on this? Your argument holds merit. However, hunting remains a primary source of sustenance at present. You are correct. For a considerable period, hunting will undoubtedly continue to be significant. Due to operational needs, there may be adjustments to your hunting group. Zhao Xiaoman and Huang Wenhui from your team will be reassigned to the agricultural group to participate in planting and breeding activities. I cannot agree to this. Although they are women, their contributions to our group are immensely valuable. Hunting is not merely reliant on strength. It requires experience. Under my guidance, the women in our group have developed essential skills and expertise in this regard. Thus, I assert that they are indispensable. Currently, our group should expand rather than contract, at least for the time being. We can revisit this matter once agriculture and animal husbandry have been established. Then let us transfer only Zhao Xiaoman. What do you think? That is unacceptable. Not a single member from our group can be reassigned. Zhang Xiao, what do you mean by that? This is insubordination. Do you possess any sense of the greater picture? What do you mean? You want to transfer people as you please? I have painstakingly nurtured them. Have you considered my feelings in doing so? Is this not an utter lack of respect? Zhang Zhao's voice rose significantly, drawing the curiosity of many onlookers. In the distance, Yang Xiaofeng revealed a subtle smile. Peter and Lu Yong approached, puzzled by the exchange between the two. Zhang Xiao, filled with indignation, exclaimed, Ever since Tang Shaolin arrived at our camp, the atmosphere has shifted. Previously, Captain Ma would consider our feelings and decisions. But ever since his arrival, perhaps influenced or coerced by him, things have changed. Look, you personally approved the transfer of Zhang Shaola and Zhao Xiaoman, and just a few days later, you've reversed your decision. What does this mean? At this moment, Peter interjected, Zhang Xiao, do you understand your attitude? The allocation of work is Ma's prerogative. Even if he decides something one moment, he can alter it the next. As our supervisor, he possesses that authority. What is the meaning of your blatant provocation? In a fit of rage, Zhang Xiao hurled a pot to the ground and shouted, You insolent fool! This does not concern you. Who do you think you are? Do you want to fight? I've been wanting to take you on for a long time. With that, he charged at Peter, who was equally agitated and prepared to retaliate. But Lu Yong restrained him. Zhang Xiao cursed loudly, Damn you! You think marrying a Huaxiao woman makes you a person of worth? Peter, unwilling to back down, retorted, You ugly creature! You gorilla! Damn you! Enough! What a spectacle it is to witness two grown men bickering like shrewish women. Lu Yong, escort Peter away. Maja then turned to Zhang Xiao, reproaching him. Control your temper. I believe you have misunderstood Tang Shaolin. When he returns, let us sit down and have a proper discussion. Zhang Xiao, dear Zhang Xiao, one must possess a broader perspective and focus on how to survive. When the rescue team arrives, what shall we do if they do not come? How can we escape this place and return to civilized society? That is our shared objective. Although both parties were restrained, their flying kicks still left marks upon each other. This enmity has undoubtedly been established. Chapter 30, Undercurrents as Night Fell. Maja and Zhao Ying arrived at a small cave, where Alice and Melissa were at home. Alice greeted them warmly. Hello, Manager Ma, Sister Zhao. Melissa and I were just about to look for you. Since you are here, let us discuss matters. Maja nodded, go on. Alice's demeanor turned serious. I believe we must expedite Tang Shaolin's return. I sense some unsettling elements have emerged within the camp. My intention in summoning you is precisely this. I never anticipated that my suggestion to recall Zhao Xiaoman would provoke such a strong reaction from Zhang Xiao. This completely caught me off guard. Who do you plan to send to New Island tomorrow? I intend to send Yang Hua and Kai Zhengyu, while Lu Yong will remain here, Maja replied. Melissa interjected eagerly. I have conferred with Sister Alice, and I would also like to go to New Island tomorrow. Alice reproached her, You little brat, don't complicate matters. What did I ever agree to your going? You all look down on me and deny me the opportunity. How can I prove myself otherwise? Melissa retorted. Maja pondered for a moment. The sea is rather unsafe. It would indeed be inappropriate for you to accompany them. Alice suggested. I recommend that Lu Yong arrange for a subordinate to accompany Kai Zhengyu instead. This is merely a suggestion. Once again, Alice's foresight was commendable. I shall return to discuss this with Lu Yong, Maja concluded. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the couple departed. Upon returning, Maja instructed Zhao Ying to summon Lu Yong and said, Arrange for someone to accompany Kai Zhengyu to New Island tomorrow. What does that sound? I have already decided to send Liao Jun along, Lu Yong replied. Is this individual reliable? I have a good relationship with him. There should be no issues. Have him update Tang Shaolin on the situation at the camp and urge him to return promptly. You must enhance security measures here. I have arranged for Peter and Aoki Keiko to temporarily join the security team under your command. Understood. Peter has already spoken to me, and I have made all the arrangements. Alice and Melissa's residence is also a tool shed. We must prioritize its protection. That has been arranged. Peter and Aoki Keiko will oversee it. Is there any news from Zhang Xiao? He should be at his residence chatting with Yang Hua. Before nightfall, he encountered me and inquired whether he should go to New Island tomorrow. I told him to wait for your arrangements, adding that I wished to spend some time with Ching Ching and would go another time. That sounds reasonable. What is your impression of Yang Hua? I am not very familiar with their group. From my interactions over the past few days, I find Yang Hua to be quite decent. He does not seem to align with Zhang Xiao or Yang Chaofeng. Initially, he was assigned to Zhang Zhao's group due to his experience in hunting. That does ring a bell. However, it's hard to ascertain. I fear that constant proximity may lead to Zhang Zhao's influence over him. By the way, how are things with Zhang Xiaola and Zhao Xiaoman? Everything is normal. That is good to hear. I suspect Zhang Zhao's actions may be an attempt to forcibly retain Zhao Xiaoman. I believe it is not solely that. Zhang Xiao has always been restless and likely has ulterior motives beyond just Xiao Xiaoman. Indeed, he is quite a dangerous individual, especially with Yang Qiaofeng fanning the flames. Upon the return of Tang Shaolin, it is imperative that the issues concerning these two individuals be addressed. We cannot allow circumstances to escalate unchecked. Indeed, if we do, chaos will inevitably ensue within the camp. Moreover, we may find ourselves in a perilous situation, the consequences of which could be dire. Very well, Lu Yong. You may return for now. Do not hesitate to reach out if necessary. That evening, unexpectedly, rain began to pour, lasting for over 2 hours. Fortunately, the living creatures had been moved to the warehouse adjacent to the kitchen. Maja was seldom so anxious, uncertain whether the following day would be suitable for venturing out to sea. The construction of a sheep pen would likely be delayed. On the following morning, the weather cleared. The dawn revealed itself gently, painting the horizon with soft hues of pink. The sun, akin to a child just awakening, gradually rose, rubbing its sleepy eyes. Golden sunlight scattered across the sea like shards of gold, causing the water's surface to shimmer with rippling reflections, harmonizing beautifully with the rosy glow of the sky. The moist sea breeze, imbued with a salty tang, swept across the beach, where the fine sand sparkled in the morning light as though strewn with countless tiny stars, while meandering footprints stretched across the soft sand. Melissa, Deng Qingqing, Zhao Yingjia, Nyonyo's mother, Nyonyo, along with 2 middle-aged women from logistics, arrived early at the seashore to collect marine treasures. Their occasional excited shrieks expressed their delight in bountiful finds. Under the rising sun, Liao Jun and Kai Jingyu set off as planned towards the new island. During breakfast, Maja approached Zhang Xiao and said, "Today, let us remain at the camp and construct the sheep pen together. There shall be no hunting. Let it be. We shall venture out for some peace and quiet. Such matters are better left to the monkey," Zhang Xiao replied dismissively. Maja held little hope of persuading him and chose to let it be. Little did he know that this indulgence would lead to significant trouble later on. By noon, Liao Jun and Kai Jingyu arrived at the temporary camp on the new island, where they found Tang Shaolin, Jessica, and Zhao Yingmei engaged in smoking wolf meat. They were delighted to see the duo, having gathered a bounty of wild grapes, coconuts, and several large jackfruits. Upon their arrival, instead of resting, they called Tang Shaolin to converse by the shore. Tang Shaolin, puzzled by their sweat-drenched appearance and lack of respite, felt a sense of tension, fearing something might have happened to Alice and Melissa. The two recounted in detail the events from the previous night when Zhang Xiao had erupted in anger. The root of Zhang Zhao's outburst seemed to stem from his unwillingness to have Xiao Xiaoman reassigned from their group. He was previously a 4-time provincial boxing champion, renowned for his fighting prowess. His blatant provocation of Manager Ma, claiming he was under your manipulation and threat, along with his altercation with Peter, is clearly directed at you, Governor Tang. Tang Shaolin furrowed his brows, deep in thought. He had been perplexed by Yin Xiaomei's inexplicable betrayal of old Zhou in favor of Zhang Xiao. Previously, he had given little thought to Zhang Zhao's attempts to recruit Zhang Xiaola and Zhao Xiaoman, but now, reflecting on his actions, it seemed clear that Zhang Xiao was not an innocuous character, and his intentions appeared far from benign. Determined, Tang Shaolin made an immediate decision to gather their belongings, ensure all supplies were accounted for, and return home without delay. In the afternoon, Tang Shaolin and the others approached the shore outside the central camp. Not far away, a young man responsible for patrolling the seaside, whom Tang Shaolin remembered as Xiong Kaizhou, hurried towards their lifeboat. "Governor Tang, you have returned." The young man appeared somewhat anxious. "Indeed, we're back. Thank you for your hard work, Xiao Xiao. It's no trouble at all. You have done the real labor." Tang Shaolin handed him a large jackfruit, instructing him to summon a few others from the camp to assist with the unloading. At that moment, a beautiful girl emerged from a nearby makeshift shelter, shielding her eyes from the sun as she gazed in their direction. Upon recognizing Tang Shaolin and his companions had returned, she joyfully called out and sprinted towards them, followed closely by an even smaller, equally lovely girl. "Brother Tang Shaolin is back. Brother Tang Shaolin." The little girl echoed her excitement. Brother Tang Shaolin brother Tang Shaolin. Indeed, these two girls were Melissa and Nyonyo. Melissa was clad in wolfskin shorts and a cotton top, her skin sun-kissed, hair tied in a ponytail, and barefoot. Nyonyo donned a similar ensemble, both adorned with elements of wolf fur. Against the backdrop of the sea, beach, and jungle, the sight of the two girls running was akin to a charming and heartwarming painting. As they drew closer, Melissa leaped into Tang Shaolin's embrace, wrapping her arms around his neck and her legs around his waist, resembling a baby koala, showering his face with affectionate kisses. Tang Shaolin held her waist tightly. Nyonyo, who had followed closely, extended her hands, yearning for Tang Shaolin to hold her as well. He bent down to lift her, planting a kiss on her cherubic face. Brother Tang Shaolin, you've been gone for a few days, and your beard has grown. You look like a wild man. Uncle is indeed a wild man. Let the wild man give a kiss. Nyonyo giggled with delight. Zhao Yingmei and Jessica observed this scene with a twinge of envy. Zhao Yingmei inquired, Melissa, what have you been doing over there? We've been making sea salt in the shelter, and Nyonyo's mother is also there. Just then, they noticed a young woman standing at the entrance of a shelter, resting her hand against the wall, glancing their way, her belly slightly rounded with pregnancy. Chapter 31. The death of Zhang Xiaola. Upon his return, Tang Shaolin wasted no time in resting, immediately immersing himself in the construction of the sheepfold and rabbit hutch. With his involvement, the enthusiasm of the workers soared, and the pace of construction accelerated significantly. The camp buzzed with fervor, occasionally resounding with the spirited calls of laborers. Much to Ma's delight, as the sun dipped below the horizon and dinner concluded, the night enveloped the surroundings. Yet Zhang Xiao and his team had not returned. Such delays were not uncommon. Sometimes adverse weather or long distances necessitated an overnight stay for those venturing out. However, a sense of unease gnawed at Maja, an inexplicable worry that Zhang Xiao might attract trouble. He approached Tang Shaolin, expressing his concerns. I cannot shake this feeling of unease. I fear that Zhang Xiao may pose a threat to Zhao Xiaoman. His volatile nature leads him to act recklessly. It is only recently that I have recognized this trait in him. Tang Shaolin shared his apprehensions regarding the safety of Zhang Xiaola and Zhao Xiaoman, for they had placed their trust in him when they first arrived at the camp. He did not expect them to contribute significantly. His only hope was for their safety. My concerns mirror yours. Tomorrow, Lu Yong and I will lead a few individuals in search of them, splitting into two groups. Brother, if Zhang Xiao stubbornly refuses to heed my wishes and declines to transfer Zhao Xiaoman, how should I respond? Do not fret. If he targets me, I have every reason to return. I intend to confront him. He may fancy himself a champion, but I will ensure he submits to my authority and learns to tread carefully in the future. That fellow is no pushover. What are the odds of you defeating him? 10 out of 10. Is that so? Truly? If he dares to challenge me, let him witness my prowess. Maja remained somewhat skeptical. At that moment, Zhang Xiao and his team rested in a cave nestled within a valley. After satisfying their hunger, the others took refuge inside. While Zhang Xiao and Yang Chaofeng engaged in hushed conversation by the fire at the cave's entrance, their words drowned out by the crackling flames. Brother Xiao, why did you not send Yang Hua to the new island this morning, opting instead for Liao Jun and Kai Zhengyu? I believe Ma distrusts our team and wants them to report your confrontation with him and that foreigner to Tang Shaolin, Yang Chaofeng whispered. Zhang Xiao scoffed. I never imagined Ma Zhe to be so petty. With such a limited perspective, he dares to assume leadership? Brother Xiao, if we do not return tonight, will Tang Shaolin perceive it as a sign of our fear? Let him think whatever he pleases. I even hope he dares to challenge me. Do you think I relish sleeping outdoors? Have you not seen the abundance of supplies Tang Shaolin has brought back from the new island? We must demonstrate that our team is not to be underestimated. We must capture that wild boar tomorrow. Indeed, our leader is right. We cannot afford to be looked down upon by the camp. Only by winning their hearts can we achieve our goals. Zhang Xiao nodded precisely. You must cultivate relationships and win people over regularly. I had no idea Brother Xiao harbored such ambitions. From now on, I shall strive to win hearts and minds. By the way, Xiao Ge, what are your thoughts on Tang Shaolin's martial arts? Do you feel confident in defeating him? Are you doubting my capabilities? I am, after all, a provincial boxing champion. Tang Shaolin is merely a country bumpkin, a laborer who emerged from the countryside. Even after moving to New Zealand, he remains just another worker, relying on a smattering of rural knowledge to attract a following of women. It hurts me to no end. I am determined to turn this camp upside down. First dealing with him, followed by Ma Zhe, that arrogant fool. Boss, I am steadfastly with you. If we can't thrive in this camp, we shall establish our own domain. At that point, without women, we shall. I have changed my mind. I shall not establish my own domain. I intend to demonstrate with my fists that I am worthy of being the leader. As night deepened and preparations for rest commenced, Zhang Xiao caught sight of Zhao Xiaoman lying nearby. Her graceful silhouette in repose quickened his heartbeat, and an impure thought surged within him. The following morning, Zhang Xiao, accompanied by his team members, lay in ambush within the valley, awaiting the wild boar herd they had discovered the previous day. He deliberately positioned himself and Zhang Xiao near the coastline, preparing to hunt once the others drove the boars in their direction. In an effort to earn Zhang Xiao's trust, Zhang Xiao patiently imparted hunting techniques, promising to nurture his skills. However, Zhang Xiao sensed Zhang Zhao's ulterior motives and responded perfunctorily, secretly wishing for an early reassignment from this group. What do you think of Xiao Ge? Is he a good guy? Xiao Ge is loyal. Thank you for teaching me so much. Haha, as long as you follow me wholeheartedly, I guarantee you a life of luxury. I can also teach you martial arts. I am a provincial boxing champion, you know? I know, Xiao Ge. By the way, if Maja brings up transferring you and your wife again, you must refuse him. Our group needs to grow. We cannot afford to lose members, understand? But Xiao Ge, I still wish for Xiaoman to join Melissa's group. She has endured too much hardship following me. She arrived on this deserted island in such a state and remains frail. Hunting is not suitable for her. Zhang Zhao's expression darkened instantly. Do you not understand? Once our group flourishes, we can split into two, allowing Zhao Xiaoman to lead one group and assigning her easier tasks. Think carefully. Do not let me down. Zhang Xiao inwardly cursed. How dare this coward defy him? At that moment, distant boar calls echoed as they approached. Zhang Xiao immediately signaled for Zhang Xiaola to be silent. A large sow appeared, accompanied by a litter of piglets. Yi, these piglets may not even be a month old. Do we really intend to kill them? Zhang Xiaola whispered. Certainly. Do not show mercy. The two seized the opportune moment to spring forth, engaging in a struggle with a wild boar. Zhang Xiao took advantage of an opening, thrusting his spear into the sow's belly, but Zhang Xiaola stumbled and fell. Hurry, deliver the finishing blow. The enraged sow knocked Zhang Xiao to the ground. Rising swiftly, he seized the spear from Zhang Xiao's hands and plunged it fiercely into the wild boar. By the time the beast fell, Zhang Xiao was covered in blood. He turned to Zhang Xiaola and bellowed, "You worthless fool! You nearly cost me my life." Zhang Xiaola sat paralyzed on the ground, his eyes wide with terror as he faced the menacing glare of Zhang Xiao. After surveying his surroundings and confirming that no one was near, a murderous intent ignited within Zhang Xiao. This disobedient wretch posed a significant inconvenience. Eliminating him would grant Zhao Xiaoman effortless control. As Zhang Xiaola observed Zhang Xiao drawing nearer, panic surged through him. Xiao Ge, what are you going to do? He stammered. In a flash of cold light, a spear pierced directly into Zhang Xiao's heart, ensuring that Zhang Xiaola had breathed his last. Zhang Xiao swiftly dragged his lifeless body beside that of a wild boar and plunged the spear into his flesh to fabricate the appearance of an unfortunate accident. Once he had completed this grim task, he shouted into the woods, "Help! Something has happened. Please, someone come. Something has occurred." His voice was deliberately laced with urgency and dread. Chapter 32. The Death of Zhang Xiao as Yang Chaofeng, Wang Mengzhu, Yang Hua, Huang Wenhui, Yin Xiaomei, and Zhao Xiaoman hastily arrived at the scene. They were met with the harrowing sight of Zhang Xiaola lying lifeless in a pool of blood. The group was momentarily paralyzed, their faces etched with shock and disbelief. After a brief, stunned silence, Zhao Xiaoman's anguished cries shattered the oppressive stillness. "Xiaola! Xiaola!" She stumbled towards Zhang Xiaola's lifeless body, her voice rife with despair and sorrow. "Xiaola, wake up! Please wake up! What has happened?" How could this be? Shaola, Shaola. Tears cascaded down her face like a torrential flood, soaking her cheeks. Her trembling hands longed to touch Zhang Shaola. Yet she was gripped by a profound fear of confronting the cruel reality before her. Suddenly, Zhao Xiaoman whirled around, her eyes ablaze with fury and accusation as she fixed her gaze on Zhang Xiao. What on earth has happened? Zhang Xiao appeared visibly flustered, his voice tinged with incredulity and panic as he stammered, "We were battling a wild boar, and in the chaos, he threw the spear at the beast, but it missed. As he charged forward, somehow that spear pierced his chest. He endeavored to feign an expression of grief and shock, attempting to persuade the others that this was merely a tragic accident. I refuse to believe it. His death is undoubtedly connected to you. You killed him. I will not let this go." Zhao Xiaoman, consumed by rage, lunged at Zhang Xiao like a frenzied lion. However, her frail form posed no threat to him, and he swiftly embraced her, urgently trying to explain, "Xiaoman, this truly was an accident. I do not believe you. Return Zhang Xiao to me, you scoundrel. Do not touch me." Zhao Xiaoman struggled fiercely, pouring all her strength into striking Zhang Xiao, her tears and snot mingling on her anguished face. Zhang Xiao endured her fury, continuing to plead, "I cannot fathom how this occurred. I understand your pain. I considered him a brother. I'm heartbroken over this outcome. I am sorry. I failed to protect him. I knew he was eager to prove himself, but I never anticipated this would happen." His words were laden with sincerity, making it momentarily difficult to discern the authenticity of his grief. Yin Xiaomei, standing at the back, appeared as pale as a ghost, her eyes brimming with terror. Doubt consumed her. How could the spear so fortuitously have penetrated Zhang Xiao's chest? In the tumult of the struggle with the boar, how could such a bizarre coincidence arise? With the spear striking precisely at the critical point, she was certain that this was no accident. Zhang Xiao must have killed Zhang Xiaola, and she speculated that Zhang Zhao's motive was to eliminate him in order to claim Zhao Xiaoman for himself. The thought nearly drove her to the brink of collapse, and she gasped for breath, her chest heaving violently as she closed her eyes, striving to quell the tempest of anger and fear swirling within her. In truth, no one present believed Zhang Xiao's death was an accident, but apart from Zhao Xiaoman, the others remained silent, paralyzed by their fear of Zhang Xiao. Zhao Xiaoman relentlessly struck Zhang Zhao's face and kicked him with her feet. Unable to endure any longer, Zhang Xiao bellowed as he forcefully pushed Zhao Xiaoman away. His voice filled with fury. "Enough. We are stranded on this desolate island, struggling to survive in the wilderness. The act of hunting inherently carries risks. The death of one among us is a natural occurrence. Perhaps I too may meet my end one day. Huang Wenhui, Wang Mengzhu, restrain her, allow her to regain her composure. Yang Hua, keep an eye on them." With that, Zhang Xiao called Yang Chaofeng to a secluded spot by the shore to discuss matters. Filled with confusion, Yang Chaofeng inquired, "Brother Xiao, what is truly happening? Was Zhang Xiao's demise really an accident?" Zhang Zhao's tone was frigid yet resolute. "If I declare it an accident, then it is so. A life has been lost. What is of greater consequence now is what we shall do next. Offer me your counsel." After a moment of contemplation, Yang Chaofeng proposed, "We must relocate to another island. Indeed, to the one where Tang Shaolin and his group have gone. At present, no one believes us, nor do they accept that Zhang Xiao's death was accidental. We have no choice but to flee. Yesterday afternoon, your outburst prompted Ma Zhe to send someone to inform Tang Shaolin, and he is likely already at the central camp. With that foreign woman, Alice, and Melissa by his side, he would not remain there after witnessing your commotion." "That is a valid point," Zhang Xiao acknowledged. "However, how do we reach the new island? Swimming there is out of the question." Yang Chaofeng replied, "That is simple. There are large bamboo groves in the forest. We can construct a bamboo raft." "Indeed, I was too frantic to think of that," Zhang Xiao exclaimed with delight. After pondering for a moment, he said, "Here is the plan. Fengzi, you and Yang Hua will go first and escort Zhao Xiaoman along. I will remain here, for I have a bold scheme. I intend to adhere to the original plan, to eliminate Tang Shaolin, defeat Ma Zhe, and seize control of the camp. If I succeed, I will arrange for someone to retrieve you. Huang Wenhui will stay with me. for I also wish to prevent Yang Hua from harboring ulterior motives. I shall claim that there are wild men roaming the island and that Zhang Xiaolo was slain by them, while you were also abducted by these wild men. Should they not believe it, it matters not. They possess no evidence. As long as you remain undiscovered, they cannot act against me. Should they doubt my word, I shall use that as justification to deal with them. Zhang Xiao plotted, his eyes glimmering with ambition. Yang Xiaofeng's eyes darted back and forth, and after a moment, he expressed admiration. Brother Xiao, your strategy is remarkable. Suddenly, he considered another possibility. However, what if Tang Shaolin does not return and remains there? I fear an encounter with them. Rest assured, Zhang Xiao reassured confidently, if he is still cowering there. As long as you avoid their camp upon landing and conceal yourselves, once I stir up trouble here, he will undoubtedly return. Brother, I trust you. Fortune favors the bold. I am with you in this grand endeavor. We shall surely succeed this time. I will find a way to sway Yang Hua's thoughts. We will go ahead and await your favorable news there. When you come to retrieve us, I will take good care of Yin Xiaomei. Yang Xiaofeng affirmed with determination. Zhang Xiao responded with enthusiasm. Excellent. From this moment forth, we shall share both fortune and adversity. Today, I wish to forge a brotherly bond with you. While we do not seek to be born on the same day of the same month, we earnestly desire to depart this world together. The two knelt by the seaside, facing the vast ocean, solemnly vowing to unite as brothers in arms, pledging an unbreakable brotherhood. They meticulously charted their escape route, planning to enter the sea from the northern side of the island, avoiding Lu Tianba's encampment, and then veering west to bypass the central camp, ultimately steering towards the new island. Upon their return, they moved Zhang Xiao's lifeless body aside, with Zhang Xiao removing his own garment to cover Zhang Xiao's face, feigning profound sorrow. Subsequently, he summoned everyone to cut bamboo. The gathering was filled with confusion, as the crowd could not fathom Zhang Xiao's intentions or the purpose behind the bamboo cutting. Yet, out of respect for his authority, none dared to voice their queries. By the time the bamboo raft was completed, it was already 3 in the afternoon. They would likely arrive at the central camp's waters after nightfall, under the guise of darkness, ensuring they would go unnoticed. It was at this juncture that Zhang Xiao called Yang Hua aside for a private conversation. Hua, I am grateful you have agreed to follow me. We have a plan to relocate the majority of our comrades to the new island, where we will establish a foothold. I must remain here for certain matters, and I request that Huang Wenhui be left behind. Brother, why must we leave Huang Wenhui? Yang Hua inquired. It is not that I doubt you. These are extraordinary times, and I must act accordingly. Please understand, rest assured, I will return her safely in due time. Although reluctant to see his girlfriend treated as a hostage, Yang Hua dared not oppose. He thought to himself that Yin Xiaomei and Zhao Xiaoman were both more attractive than Huang Wenhui, and thus he believed Zhang Xiao would not harm her. Reluctantly, he acquiesced. Zhang Xiao further cautioned Yang Hua. Zhao Xiaoman is emotionally unstable. You must keep a close watch on her and ensure she does not escape. Yang Hua nodded in agreement. To prevent their comrades from facing hardship upon arrival, Zhang Xiao severed the hind legs of 2 wild boars, meticulously cleaned them, and instructed them to take the provisions with them. Zhao Xiaoman was nearly forcibly placed upon the bamboo raft, her heart brimming with despair and trepidation, uncertain of the unknown fate that awaited her. Chapter 33. The destined woman Zhao Xiaoman, after bidding farewell to Yang Xiaofeng and Yang Hua, Zhang Xiao swiftly returned to the lifeless body of Zhang Xiaolu, accompanied by Huang Wenhui. After much contemplation, he resolved to cast Zhang Xiao Li's remains into the ocean. Initially, he had intended to return the body to the camp, but the complications that might ensue were daunting. He decided to embrace his villainous role fully, preparing explanations for Ma Zhe, with a sense of assurance already settling in his mind. This course of action was merely a slight modification of the previous script. Similar to his previous handling of Yin Xiaomei, he involved Huang Wenhui in the process of disposing of the body, understanding the significance of her participation. Their actions would subtly compel them to accept their roles as accomplices, naturally aligning their stances in a defensive alliance with him. They gathered some vines and chose a spot where the sea was deep, securing a heavy stone to Zhang Shaoli's body. Together, they lifted the remains and cast them into the ocean. After completing the grim task, the duo made their way toward the stream in the forest, their figures flickering in and out of view among the trees. The babbling water seemed to whisper untold secrets, and upon reaching the stream's edge, they washed away the discomfort from their earlier encounter with the corpse. Subsequently, they laboriously transported the wild boar meat they had stored there, heading toward the cave where they had sheltered the previous night. Huang Wenhui led the way, her form swaying gracefully, her steps light yet tinged with fatigue. Zhang Shao followed closely behind, his gaze drawn to the alluring sway of her hips, a sudden thought of the white tiger flashing through his mind, causing him to swallow instinctively, a flicker of elusive desire glimmering in his eyes. As they returned to the cave, dusk had settled, casting the cavern into the likeness of a colossal beast's maw, dark and profound. Upon entering, Zhang Shao adeptly rekindled the campfire, the flames crackling to life, their orange glow illuminating the rocky walls and casting their shadows upon the rough stone. They silently skewered the wild boar meat over the fire, the rich aroma gradually filling the air, yet the peculiar silence remained unbroken, with only the sound of the flames echoing within the cave. Once their hunger was satiated, Zhang Shao's demeanor turned grave. He regarded Huang Wenhui with a gaze that bore both caution and calculation, meticulously instructing her on how to recount their experiences upon returning to the camp. Huang Wenhui perceptibly sensed the veiled intentions behind his words, although perplexed and anxious. She was unprepared for the enormity of the fabrications they were about to concoct, capable of overturning everyone's understanding. Zhang Shao, feeling uneasy, reiterated his confirmations, repeatedly simulating potential inquiries, presenting a series of intricate questions. Huang Wenhui consistently responded with composure, articulating her answers with clarity, showcasing an extraordinary level of calmness and intelligence. Observing her remarkable performance, a look of satisfaction crossed Zhang Shao's face, silently congratulating himself on the astute decision to keep her around. This woman was indeed perceptive. On the second day of winning her over, he had playfully teased her, "Oh, the little white tiger." To his surprise, she confided a secret. Zhao Xiaoman was also a little white tiger. As this thought coursed through his mind, Zhang Shao felt the blood within him surge, his heartbeat quickening with fervor. His face bore a lewd and sycophantic grin, and every time he spoke, his repulsive yellow teeth were laid bare. As time passed, the temperature within the cave seemed to rise steadily. Zhang Shao shifted to sit beside her, his lascivious gaze intensifying, fixating on Huang Wenhui. "You've had a rough few days. Try to relax," he urged. Huang Wenhui lowered her eyes in silence. In this remote mountain cave, with only a man and a woman, the air was thick with Zhang Zhao's nauseating presence. She was acutely aware that there was no escape, ultimately left with no choice but to acquiesce. The flickering firelight cast shadows as breaths grew heavier, enveloping the cave in an increasingly intimate atmosphere, as if an invisible net ensnared the two of them. The scene shifted to evening. The twilight descended like thick crimson ink, gradually staining the horizon. The evening sun painted the sea a deep scarlet, breathtaking in its beauty. Yang Hua and Wang Mengzhu fervently paddled their bamboo raft, gliding slowly across the ocean, each stroke infused with trepidation for the unknown. Yin Xiaomei and Zhao Xiaoman sat side by side, their bodies trembling slightly, their eyes filled with unease. Yang Chaofeng sat opposite them, his gaze reeking of repugnant lust. Scanning back and forth between the two, he secretly calculated that his companion, Wang Mengzhu, had an elegant name, yet her appearance left much to be desired. Had it not been for the necessity of finding support on this deserted island, he would never have even glanced at her robust form. He fantasized about the possibility that if Zhang Shao grew weary of one of the girls, he might bestow either Yin Xiaomei or Zhao Xiaoman upon him, a notion that filled him with dark delight, causing a sinister smile to creep across his lips. Zhao Xiaoman gazed down at the undulating water, memories flooding her mind like a tumultuous tide. In the summer of 2010, at the tender age of 17, she was innocent and full of dreams for the future. Alongside girls from Jining and other places, she fell prey to the enticing lure of high-paying jobs, embarking on a journey to Zishuangbana. However, what awaited them was a waking nightmare. Under the coercion of human traffickers, they were forced to traverse dense and perilous jungles, smuggling themselves into Laos. By the banks of the Mekong River, they boarded a rickety bamboo raft, the furious waters crashing against it, mercilessly splashing the terrified faces of the young girls. This unsteady vessel carried them into a darker abyss, the Kokong region along the China-Myanmar border. The casinos and entertainment establishments run by Taiwanese bosses became their prison. Zhao Xiaoman, blessed with beauty, quickly caught the attention of the management upon her arrival and was thrust into the KTV scene. Here, she was compelled to endure the company of repulsive Taiwanese men, their actions and words leaving her utterly disgusted. In this sunless place, she met Zhang Xiaola, who had also been deceived into becoming a pimp. Zhang Xiaola was kind-hearted, always discreetly looking after her. Whenever a perverse gambler harbored ill intentions towards Zhao Xiaoman, he would concoct various excuses, falsely claiming she was on her menstrual cycle to protect her from harm. This pure affection shone brightly in their sordid environment. Yet, their bond was perceived as a challenge by the thugs. On a night of torrential rain, Zhang Xiaola was dragged into a warehouse and brutally beaten in a bid to protect her. Zhao Xiaoman was compelled to endure relentless acts of brutality. Her anguished cries echoed through the corridor, mingling with the sound of rain, filled with despair and suffering, piercing Zhang Xiaola's heart like a dagger. One fateful day, a twist of destiny unexpectedly arrived. When the boss, pallid and shaken, summoned Zhang Xiaola to the conference room, he encountered a representative sent by his uncle. In that moment, he dared to believe that he could indeed see the light of day once more. To bring Zhao Xiaoman along, his uncle expended an additional 100,000 yuan. Upon returning to his homeland, Zhang Xiaola, undeterred by societal judgment and the opposition of his family and uncle, resolutely wed Zhao Xiaoman. Although she was unable to bear children due to childhood traumas, they discovered a warm haven in each other's companionship. Their lives, though unremarkable, brimmed with happiness. Reflecting on a more distant past, Zhao Xiaoman was born in the Shipaiching village of Guangzhou, where her parents toiled tirelessly. At the tender age of 8, her father was imprisoned for robbery, leaving her mother to shoulder the entire burden of the family. Frequently working night shifts, young Zhao Xiaoman had to return home alone from school, learning to cook for herself. One quiet evening, after finishing her meal and homework, she went to bed, forgetting to lock the door. In the dead of night, the horrors inflicted by a neighboring tenant descended upon her like a nightmare. Out of fear and helplessness, she chose silence, and this experience became an indelible scar on her heart. 3 years later, her mother remarried, and Zhao Xiaoman was sent back to her hometown in Huaihua. That fateful summer at the age of 12, her father, newly released from prison, reached out with malevolent intent, inflicting yet another deep wound upon her already scarred heart. These traumas shadowed her, yet with Zhang Xiaola's companionship and care, those wounds began to heal. Suddenly, the bamboo raft rocked violently, pulling Zhao Xiaoman back to reality. She recalled how, just days earlier, Tang Shaolin had read her palm, proclaiming she bore the mark of romantic fortune, a notion she had not fully grasped at the time. He advised her that as long as she remained true to her heart and treated her partner well, she could help him achieve great success. She envisioned that if she could escape this desolate island and return to civilization, she and Zhang Xiaola would open a CAF together, seeking not wealth or fame, but a life of peace and joy. Yet now, the man who cherished her as a treasure would forever lie beneath the soil of the island. And she, once again, was the object of Zhang Zhao's malevolent desire, her future shrouded in uncertainty. She pondered how she could break free from the web of fate. She remembered that she and Xiaola had followed Tang Shaolin to this camp. If he knew of the calamity that had befallen them, he would never stand idly by. He would surely avenge Xiaola by taking Zhang Zhao's life. Chapter 34. The search on the island indeed, as Zhao Xiaoman had surmised. Regardless of whether Zhang Xiao had taken the life of Zhang Xiaola or another innocent soul, once Tang Shaolin became aware of Zhang Zhao's nature as a merciless demon, he would undoubtedly seek to end his life. After a discussion with Maja the previous night, Tang Shaolin, accompanied by Lu Yong, Jessica, Aoki Keiko, and Deng Qingqing, embarked on their quest to locate the missing person early this morning. Upon arriving at the beach beside the loquat tree, they split into two groups. Lu Yong led Aoki Keiko and Deng Qingqing in the direction of the old camp by the sea, while Tang Shaolin and Jessica headed east towards the location where he had initially landed with Alice and Melissa. This arrangement stemmed from Ma's analysis the night prior. He speculated that Zhang Xiao, feeling discontent in recent days, might have lost interest in hunting and could be lingering near the old camp. Considering that Zhang Xiao had returned the previous night with only a few seabirds and shells, Tang Shaolin suspected they were either at the old camp by the sea or along the eastern coast, as both areas were distant from the main base and abundant in sea life. As Tang Shaolin and Jessica traversed the sandy beach along the South China Sea, they passed through dense jungle and ascended to the island's highest peak. To the east lay the very spot where they had previously landed. Tang Shaolin had traversed this path several times, rendering it familiar to him. Upon reaching the summit, they were met with a breathtaking view of the island, which exceeded Jessica's expectations in size, stretching at least 10 kilometers from the southern to the northern shore. From their vantage point atop the mountain, they could see only the southern coastline. The northern beach remained obscured from view, and naturally, the old camp was nowhere to be seen. Seated upon the rocky summit, they attempted to identify various directions based on memory, only to realize that there were still many uncharted territories on the island. By this time, it was around 1 in the afternoon. While they were entranced by the stunning scenery, Zhang Xiaola had already met his tragic fate in a northern valley, a fact unbeknownst to Tang Shaolin. Unlike Maja, who was sensitive and anxious, Tang Shaolin's understanding of Zhang Xiao was superficial, making it difficult for him to fathom the depths of a villain's cruelty. This morning, when Jessica insisted on joining the search, he understood her sentiments, and he too harbored a sense of anticipation. An unspoken bond seemed to flourish silently between them as they journeyed. Standing atop the mountain, Jessica embraced herself, closed her eyes, and appeared to be immersed in a fervent prayer. Then, cupping her hands into a trumpet shape, she called out loudly towards the valley, releasing her inner joy. Turning to face the eastern sea, she shouted again, her voice carried by the wind. The sea breeze tousled her golden hair and graceful features, her tall and elegant figure resembling a warrior goddess from ancient Greek mythology. Tang Shaolin could not help but recall the day by the pond when Jessica had boldly pressed him down for a kiss, and the intimate gestures she had shown him while carrying Zhao Yingmei. He understood well that this passionate woman would eventually ignite a different kind of spark between them. Just then, Jessica suddenly shouted in English, "Tang Shaolin, I love you." This unexpected declaration sent a tremor through Tang Shaolin's heart, leaving him in awe of her boldness beyond his imagination. Together, Tang Shaolin and Jessica descended the mountain towards the familiar beach as memories flooded his mind. As they arrived at the seaside, Tang Shaolin strolled along the beach with Jessica, recounting tales of yore. Though the secret of his clandestine rendezvous with Alice on the mountain remained carefully tucked away in his heart. With the tide receding, they gathered an abundance of seafood. The bounty of nature here truly astonishing. The place where you once lived is so delightful, with endless seafood, sea birds, and cozy little caves. We shall stay here tonight. I want to fully experience it, Jessica exclaimed with excitement. Tang Shaolin smiled silently, aware that, given Jessica's spirited nature, this day would inevitably come. As night fell, they sat by the campfire in front of a small cave, savoring barbecued delicacies and palm fruits while engaging in deep conversations. Their words were often laced with sweet teasing, the atmosphere growing increasingly intimate. In a moment of spontaneity, Jessica rose and danced gracefully by the fire, inviting Tang Shaolin to join her. They embraced in the flickering light, sharing kisses as a warm, romantic ambience enveloped them. Meanwhile, Lu Yong and his companions were at an old campsite by the sea, roasting a wild rabbit they had caught earlier in the mountains. Noticing the absence of Zhang Xiao and his group, they ventured into the mountains to search for them. But the island was vast, and they could not find them, so they returned to the old campsite to rest, planning to continue their search the next day. Yang Hua and his group were navigating a bamboo raft in the vicinity, still within the mountains. Yet, even if they had spotted the raft, they would have assumed it belonged to Lu Tianba's camp, never suspecting it was the raft arranged by Zhang Xiao to escort Zhao Xiaoman's escape. On the western side of the island, the moonlight cascaded like water over the bamboo raft, where Yang Hua and Wang Mengzhu strained against the oars. The raft had drifted far from the island, and the briny sea breeze rushed towards them. Zhao Xiaoman clutched the edge of the raft tightly, her knuckles turning white, her eyes shimmering with an intensified will to survive. She silently vowed to herself she must escape from this raft and ensure her survival, to prevent her from fleeing. After dark, Yang Xiaofeng bound her hands behind her with vines. "Sister, I need to relieve myself," Zhao Xiaoman said at that moment. "Brother Yang, Zhao Xiaoman needs to go. Could you loosen the bindings?" Yin Xiaomei inquired. "If I untie you, will you jump into the water to escape?" Yang Xiaofeng asked whatily. "We are so far from the island now, with such strong winds and waves. Where could I possibly flee?" Yin Xiaomei urged. After a moment of hesitation, Yang Xiaofeng decided to loosen the vines. After all, Zhao Xiaoman was someone Zhang Xiao had taken a liking to, and he dared not be too harsh. Zhao Xiaoman moved to the rear of the bamboo raft, while Yang Xiaofeng kept a watchful eye on her. Realizing that his intense gaze was inappropriate, he turned away. Suddenly, with a splash, Zhao Xiaoman leapt into the sea. The raft was instantly thrown into chaos. "Quick, pursue her! Yang Hua, jump into the water! Brother Feng, I can't swim. No matter, you must go. We will row after you." Yang Hua reluctantly plunged into the water, but lacking any swimming skills. He had previously relied on a life jacket for buoyancy during his survival at sea. Now, without it, he was at a loss. After swimming for a few meters, fatigue from rowing soon overwhelmed him, and he could only turn back towards the raft. Meanwhile, Yang Xiaofeng struggled with the oars, unable to steer the raft for what felt like an eternity. By the time Yang Hua returned to the bamboo raft, he was utterly exhausted. Gazing at the vast expanse of the ocean, Yang Xiaofeng was filled with regret. Once Yang Hua regained his breath, he inquired, "Brother Feng, what should we do now? Should we continue the pursuit or head towards the new island? Perhaps she is just ahead, too fatigued to swim further. Let us search. We might encounter her." Consequently, the bamboo raft turned around to commence its search. However, after half an hour, not even a trace of Zhao Xiaoman was discernible. Yang Xiaofeng pondered, fearing the worst for the woman, and instructed Yang Hua to turn back, resuming their journey towards the new island. Meanwhile, Zhao Xiaoman, in her panic, had lost her sense of direction and could only rely on her instincts to swim desperately through the sea. Chapter 35. An unexpected bounty of piglets with the dawn's gentle light piercing through the cloak of night. The following morning witnessed the emergence of a resplendent sun, akin to a flaming orb, rising slowly from the vast expanse of the sea. Its soft yet potent rays enveloped the ocean in a magnificent crimson veil as the waters, drenched in sunlight, shimmered in dazzling hues of red. The scene before them was breathtaking, resembling a dreamlike tapestry that captivated the soul. Amidst this enchanting backdrop, Lu Yong, Aoki Keiko, and Deng Qingqing resolutely ventured into the forest. In pursuit of Zhang Xiao and their companions, they resolved to explore another valley. Shortly after entering the valley, a faint yet distinct sound of piglets reached their ears. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that the sounds were numerous, indicating more than one piglet was present. This unexpected discovery invigorated the trio, who cautiously followed the sounds deeper into the valley. At last, beneath a rock, they uncovered a nest of adorable piglets. The mother pig was absent, and the little ones appeared exceedingly weak, likely starving. Their delicate pink skin, tiny ears, and eyes reflecting a hint of naivete rendered them utterly endearing. However, they seemed to be less than a month old, appearing particularly fragile. There were 7 piglets in total, and upon sighting the 3 unexpected visitors, their eyes brimmed with terror. Yet, with the cave entrance surrounded, the piglets had no avenue for escape, huddling together in trembling fear. Observing this, Lu Yong quickly devised a plan. He instructed the 2 women to guard the cave entrance, preventing any chance of the piglets fleeing. while he hastily gathered several large stones to securely block the opening. This effectively contained the piglets within the burrow. Subsequently, they scavenged for wooden sticks in the vicinity, working in unison to construct 2 sturdy pig cages. After investing over an hour in this endeavor, Lu Yong pondered the possibility of encountering the mother pig during this time. Based on the behavior of the mother pig abandoning her piglets, he surmised that it was her first experience of motherhood and that she might not be very large. He felt confident in capturing her, relying on his considerable strength. If she failed to appear, they would assume the piglets had been forsaken. Once their preparations were complete, the mother pig remained elusive, possibly truly abandoned or perhaps met with an unfortunate fate. A sudden thought struck Lu Yong. What if the mother pig had been hunted down by Zhang Xiao and his group? Cautiously, the trio extracted the piglets from their makeshift nest, gently placing them into the cages, careful not to harm the fragile lives. To facilitate the transport of the cages, Lu Yong crafted 2 sturdy harnesses, securing the cages firmly in place. He shouldered one cage, intending for Deng Qingqing to carry the other, but Aoki Keiko swiftly seized the task. Aware of Deng Qingqing's frail constitution, she recognized that even traversing the forest was a challenge for her, let alone shouldering such a heavy burden. Deng Qingqing understood that her presence might render her a burden, yet she could not bear to leave Lu Yong's side. Keiko Aoki possessait sa petite stature. Her skin fair and exquisitely smooth, exuding a captivating sensuality. Her sweet smile and enchanting phoenix eyes are particularly appealing to men. Melissa, concerned that this woman might attract Tang Shaolin, had a confrontation with him, while Deng Qingqing feared that Lu Yong would be drawn to Keiko Aoki. Thus, she insisted on joining Zhang Xiaola, Zhao Xiaoman, and herself in the quest to locate them, using their shared origin from the same camp as an excuse. Lu Yong, however, understood Qingqing's unspoken feelings, yet in his heart, he could never develop affections for Keiko Aoki. The humiliating history of China had instilled in him an unshakable resentment towards the islanders. After tending to the piglet, they followed the most recent route it had taken, continuing along the trail marked by its footprints. Soon, they arrived at the edge of a stream, where they discovered evidence of someone having processed a wild boar's carcass. Could it be the mother boar? Lu Yong's eyes sparkled with excitement as he remarked, "It might be left by Zhang Xiao and the others." They set the piglet down and attempted to offer it some water through the pig pen. The little creature eagerly drank, possibly parched and famished. Upon uncovering the trail of Zhang Xiao and his companions, the trio felt a surge of exhilaration, their steps growing lighter as they closely followed the footprints to a small cave where Zhang Xiao had once stayed. However, the cave was now deserted. Keiko Aoki meticulously examined the charcoal and ashes in the fire pit, sensing the residual warmth and deducing that they had not departed long ago. At the mouth of the valley, they stumbled upon the site where Zhang Xiao and his group had hunted the wild boar. While they were scrutinizing the scene, Keiko inadvertently noticed a piece of cloth hanging from a wooden stake, a remnant of a white t-shirt. Upon further inspection of the ground, she discerned drag marks, and the condition of the blood suggested that the entity being dragged was clearly not a wild boar. Considering the cloth's appearance and the evidence on the ground, Keiko was filled with perplexity, suspecting that someone might have been injured. Yet, after a moment's hesitation, she silently tucked the cloth into her pocket. After surveying the surroundings, Lu Yong stated, "Zhang Xiao and the others may have returned to the camp. We should head back." Thus, they embarked on their journey home, laden with their fruitful discoveries. Traversing the forest, they reached the southern shore of the island 3 hours later, with the sun now at its zenith. They gathered some seafood along the coast, ignited a bonfire, and resolved their lunch predicament before proceeding along the shoreline towards the camp. With the acquisition of these piglets, the camp's farming endeavors could advance significantly, and joy radiated from each face. At that moment, Zhang Xiao and Huang Wenhui had already returned to the camp. They recounted a startling tale to Maja, with Zhang Zhao's expression grave as he declared, "There may be wild men on the island. Yang Hua, Yang Tao Feng, Zhao Xiaoman, Zhang Xiaole, Yin Xiaomei, and Wang Mingzhu might have been captured by them. Only Huang Wenhui, who went to the restroom, managed to escape. I happened to be fetching water, and when I returned, there was no one in sight. I called out loudly, and Huang Wenhui emerged from the bushes. We chased after them to the seaside, but there was no trace left, nor did we know what vessel they had arrived on. Upon hearing this, Maja furrowed his brow, momentarily unable to discern the veracity of Zhang Zhao's words. He inquired, "What leads you to believe that it was indeed the wild men who abducted them?" Huang Wenhui responded, "While I was concealed in the grass, I caught a glimpse through the gaps. I saw those figures, tall and imposing, of African descent, wielding long spears, their faces adorned with vibrant paint. They were bare-chested, with only leaves modestly covering their lower bodies." With Huang Wenhui's account, Maja found himself persuaded by their narrative, particularly given the numerous disappearances that had occurred. 2 hours later, Lu Yong and his companions returned to the camp. Upon seeing the piglets they brought back, Zhang Xiao felt a surge of panic. Were these not the very piglets they had slain alongside their mother? How had they managed to locate them? Nevertheless, he quickly regained his composure, realizing that they had already returned the remaining sow's meat to the camp. Even if they had indeed discovered the site where Zhang Xiaola had been slain, there would be no incriminating evidence to uncover. Why was he in such a fluster? After handing the piglets over to Peter and old Zhou, Lu Yong and Aoki Keiko sought out Maja. Peter, upon seeing the piglets, was filled with exuberance, exclaiming, "Wow, this is fantastic! Such adorable little piglets." Lu Yong and Aoki Keiko meticulously recounted to Maja the details of their discovery, which seemed to indicate the location where Zhang Xiao and the others had resided, as well as the scene of the wild boar hunt. Upon hearing Maja relay Zhang Zhao's and Huang Wenhui's statements, Lu Yong and Aoki Keiko were taken aback. Aoki Keiko contemplated voicing her doubts, but ultimately remained silent, refraining from producing the cloth strip from her pocket, pondering the possibility that perhaps Zhang Xiao and his companions had indeed encountered the wild men. Chapter 36. The escape. The morning light, delicate as gossamer, softly permeated the little cave on the eastern side of the island. Jessica curled up in Tang Shaolin's embrace, listening to her even breaths, while a smile unconsciously graced the corners of his mouth. He gazed tenderly at the beauty nestled within his arms. Tang Shaolin had long been puzzled by Jessica's remarkable command of the Chinese language. It was only last night that he learned she was of Armenian descent, yet born into privilege as the daughter of a diplomat, raised in the heart of Huaxia's capital, and educated in its culture. It was no wonder she spoke fluent Mandarin, far surpassing his own rudimentary skills as a native of the remote mountains. He gently pressed a kiss to her forehead, carefully attempting to rise. At the slightest movement, she stirred awake. "Sleep a little longer. I will rise first to prepare breakfast," he whispered. Jessica shifted, suddenly aware of her aching body, feeling as if she had been trampled by a herd of cattle. The memories of their passionate night filled her with delight. She looked up at Tang Shaolin, seeing the love reflected in his eyes. Playfully, she wrapped her arms around his neck and pouted, "I want breakfast, and I want it now." Tang Shaolin, understanding the seductive glimmer in her eyes, found himself ensnared once more in their intimate embrace. Eventually, he placed another gentle kiss on her forehead and softly said, "You should rest a bit longer. I will head to the beach to gather some seafood for breakfast. I will call for you once it's ready." "All right," Jessica replied, her face a portrait of exhaustion and satisfaction. Tang Shaolin dressed and made his way to the shore. The morning sun bathed the ocean in a resplendent crimson hue, transforming the sea into a breathtaking canvas, exquisite enough to captivate the heart. As he focused on gathering seafood, a figure lying on the nearby beach caught his attention. Confused, he wondered how anyone could have drifted to this desolate island. As he approached, he realized it was a woman, her clothing and form strikingly familiar. With urgency, he gently turned her over, his expression shifting instantly. It was Zhao Xiaoman. At that moment, Zhao Xiaoman's face was ashen, her lips tinged with a bluish hue. Though she had ceased to breathe, a faint pulse remained. Without a moment to spare, Tang Shaolin scooped her up and dashed towards the cave, shouting, "Jessica! Jessica, wake up! We need to save her!" Inside the cave, Jessica, startled by his cries, hurriedly dressed and rushed out. She saw Tang Shaolin anxiously attempting to revive a woman. Without hesitation, she stepped forward and upon recognizing Zhao Xiaoman, declared, "Let me take over." Jessica swiftly commenced resuscitation, her hands interlocked as she pressed down on Zhao Xiaoman's chest 30 times, followed by a breath into her mouth, repeating the cycle. However, despite her efforts, Zhao Xiaoman remained unresponsive, and Jessica soon found herself gasping for breath. Witnessing her exhaustion, Tang Shaolin quickly took her place to continue the life-saving attempt. Finally, during the third round of resuscitation, Zhao Xiaoman began to cough violently, expelling a significant amount of seawater, and gradually opened her eyes. As she gazed upon the familiar face before her, she momentarily believed she was dreaming. Staring blankly at Tang Shaolin, a faint smile slowly emerged on her face as she struggled to lift her hand to caress his cheek. Just as her hand was raised to the heavens, she suddenly awakened, recalling the harrowing events of the past few days. Her husband, Zhang Xiaolu, had been brutally murdered. In her desperate attempt to escape the clutches of Zhang Xiao, she had fought valiantly against the waves, nearly losing her life in the process. Tears streamed down her face. Tang Shaolin hurried to console her, saying, it's all right, don't be agitated, just rest for now." Jessica, standing nearby, quickly offered her a cup of warm water and a few open sea urchins before bustling off to prepare breakfast. Tang Shaolin patiently helped her sip water, then extracted the delicate flesh of the sea urchin to feed her. Gradually, Zhao Xiaoman regained her strength as she consumed some sustenance. She began to recount to Tang Shaolin the ordeal she had endured over the past 2 days. It turned out that after leaping from the bamboo raft into the ocean in a bid for survival, she initially had the moonlight to guide her. However, as the moonlight faded, she lost her sense of direction and was left to swim blindly, relying solely on instinct. At first, she managed to propel herself with a frog kick, but soon her strength waned, forcing her to float on her back upon the water surface. Exhaustion overwhelmed her, leading her into a cycle of delirium and clarity, during which she feared for her life. She had gone a day and a night without food or water, ultimately succumbing to a deep faint that carried her to this point. Tang Shaolin felt an inexplicable sense of destiny. At last, Zhao Xiaoman turned to him and asked, "Brother Tang, do you believe Zhang Xiaolu died accidentally? It must have been Zhang Xiao who took advantage of the situation to end his life." Sometimes, a woman's intuition proves remarkably accurate. Yet based solely on Zhao Xiaoman's account, there was insufficient evidence to definitively accuse Zhang Xiao of murder. Tang Shaolin reassured her, saying, "If Zhang Xiao indeed killed Zhang Xiaolu, he will surely reveal a flaw. Should it be confirmed that he was responsible, I vow to ensure he pays for his blood debt." Zhao Xiaoman suddenly grasped Tang Shaolin's hand, imploring, "Brother Tang, you must believe me. Zhang Xiao is unequivocally a villain, a devious and sinister demon." "I believe that," he replied. "Rest assured, once there is evidence to confirm that he murdered Zhang Xiaolu, I will avenge him, ensuring that he pays for his crimes." Zhao Xiaoman did not dwell excessively on the matter. She maintained faith in divine justice, convinced that ultimately, wrongdoers would be held accountable, just as Tang Shaolin had said. If he had indeed killed Zhang Xiaolu, he would inevitably expose his guilt. Tang Shaolin longed to return immediately to confront Zhang Xiao, leaving Jessica to accompany Zhao Xiaoman during her recovery. However, upon reflection, he considered that Zhang Xiao was still on the island. If he were to leave the 2 women behind, they might face unforeseen dangers. Since Zhang Xiao had chosen to remain, he likely had ulterior motives. Any actions he took would surely betray him. Weighing the options, Tang Shaolin resolved to wait until Zhao Xiaoman had fully regained her strength before returning. Some matters require patience, allowing time for developments to unfold, as this might yield unexpected revelations. The following day, Zhao Xiaoman was finally able to walk. The 3 of them embarked on the journey back to the camp. As they traversed the rugged terrain, Zhao Xiaoman, still weak from her ordeal, was unable to reach the central camp that day and had to rest along the seaside for the night, intending to continue their journey the following day. The weather turned overcast, and a morning mist, resembling shredded clouds, drifted over the coastline. The once crystalline sea was now draped in a silvery gray veil. with the meandering tide line between the rocks flickering in and out of view, diluted into a watercolor blur by the thin fog. The humidity rising from the forest coalesced into milky tendrils, entwining the gnarled roots of a millennia-old banyan tree. The sea breeze, laden with briny mist, swept across the beach, causing the fine sand to lose its warm hues and transform into a gray-white velvet blanket. The entire world was rendered into indistinct silhouettes by the fog, and all things were steeped in a moist silence, with time itself becoming thick and sluggish. Last night, Tang Shaolin and Jessica had sheltered Zhao Xiaoman between them, striving to provide her warmth. Yet she fell ill and developed a fever. Both Tang Shaolin and Jessica were deeply concerned, but Zhao Xiaoman, with her resilience, insisted, "It's nothing. We can continue our journey." After consuming a modest meal, the trio resumed their trek. Meanwhile, at the central camp, Huang Wenhui was accompanying Melissa and others at the seaside, where they were reaping a bountiful harvest. They gathered the seafood and sent 2 individuals back to the camp, while the rest continued eastward along the shore, foraging for wild vegetables amidst their beachcombing. As they worked, laughter and conversation filled the air, and among them were 4 young women who had only joined their camp the previous night. They had arrived in a group of 10, 6 men and 4 women, with 4 of the men being Jin Ziming, Chui Yonghao, and others whom Lu Yong had encountered at the old campsite by the sea. The men were assigned to various tasks, while the women were temporarily grouped with Melissa. Gradually, the fog began to dissipate, restoring good visibility at the seaside. However, upon glancing upward, ominous dark clouds loomed from the north, drawing nearer. Suddenly, Melissa exclaimed with excitement, "Brother Tang Shaolin is back." Huang Wenhui, who had been foraging for wild vegetables at the forest's edge, instinctively looked up. Upon seeing Zhao Xiaoman's figure, her countenance turned ashen. Her? How did she escape? This is disastrous. Panic-stricken, Huang Wenhui seized the opportunity while Melissa was distractedly rushing to Tang Shaolin and stealthily retreated into the thicket. Everyone's attention was fixated on Tang Shaolin and his companions, and he was preoccupied with the enthusiastic girls, leaving no one to notice Huang Wenhui's actions. She dashed through the underbrush, taking a shortcut towards the camp, desperate to alert Zhang Xiao that their deception was on the verge of being uncovered. Covering a distance of approximately 3 kilometers in just over 10 minutes, Huang Wenhui reached the edge of the camp, slowed her pace, and navigated through a patch of vegetable fields, heading straight for the residential area. Last night, Zhang Xiao had quietly climbed into his bed, tormenting himself until dawn. He was undoubtedly still asleep. Entering his room, she found him indeed soundly slumbering. Without hesitation, she shook him awake. As Zhang Xiao was about to erupt in anger, he saw it was Huang Wenhui, and he suppressed his fury. Huang Wenhui urgently implored, "This is bad. Get up. Something has happened. Zhao Xiaoman has returned with Tang Shaolin." What? What did you say? Zhang Xiao sprang up from his bed, his anxiety palpable. Are there others with them? Upon catching sight of Zhao Xiaoman, Tang Shaolin, and Peter, along with that foreign woman from their group, there was no time for idle chatter. We had to make a hasty retreat. Zhao Xiaoman must have escaped from Yang Hua and his companions. Just then, a thunderous roar resounded from the heavens, startling the 2 of them. In a flurry, they gathered their belongings and darted into the jungle behind their dwelling, scrambling up the mountain in a desperate flight, their figures quickly vanishing amidst the dense foliage. Chapter 37. Zhang Xiao falls in love with Huang Wenhui at the moment when Tang Shaolin, Jessica, and others escorted the exhausted Zhao Xiaoman back to the camp. Torrential rain began to pour down, transforming the landscape into a gray, misty curtain that enveloped the entire encampment, shrouding it in a veil of obscurity. Tang Shaolin acted swiftly and with composure, promptly placing Zhao Xiaoman in the infirmary. Once he confirmed her temporary safety, he wasted no time and immediately joined forces with Ma Zhe. As they consolidated information, a sense of foreboding washed over them. When they approached Zhang Zhao's residence with a glimmer of hope, they opened the creaking door only to be met with an eerie silence. Their eyes scanned the disheveled bed and scattered belongings, and they exchanged a glance that ignited an ominous intuition within them. After a thorough search, the harsh reality was confirmed. Zhang Xiao and Huang Wenhui had quietly fled, leaving behind a chaotic scene that spoke of their haste. Tang Shaolin declared, "You need not follow me. I will scout the area nearby. I shall go as well. We'll search separately." Peter exclaimed, "Be safe." Maja called out, his voice ringing with concern. The two plunged into the curtain of rain, dispersing in opposite directions into the jungle, vanishing from sight. The rain pelted down mercilessly upon Tang Shaolin, and the wind whipped the raindrops into his collar, yet he paid it no mind. Empowered by the energy stone, he swiftly searched within a 2-kilometer radius of the camp's perimeter. He meticulously examined every dense thicket and shadowy corner, leaving no stone unturned in his quest for any suspicious signs. However, as moments ticked by, an hour slipped away without a trace of the two. All that remained were the damp, yielding earth and branches battered by the rain. He reluctantly made his way towards Peter's direction to regroup. After joining Peter, they continued their search for another hour in that direction, but found nothing. As darkness descended, they had no choice but to return to the camp. Upon their return, Maja patted both of their shoulders, offering words of reassurance. On this deserted island, they cannot escape. Once the weather clears, we can resume our search. Standing beneath the eaves, Tang Shaolin gazed at the relentless downpour, contemplating for a moment. Ultimately, he conceded that Maja's reasoning held merit and reluctantly abandoned his pursuit. His eyes filled with a mix of reluctance and concern. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiao and Huang Wenhui stumbled through the rain, their vision blurred by the downpour, and the muddy path beneath their feet made each step exceedingly arduous. As night began to fall, they finally discovered a shallow cave beneath a cliff deep within the forest, a refuge from the relentless rain. The entrance of the cave was strewn with dry leaves and branches that had not been drenched, indicating that it had once served as a resting place for hunters. Zhang Xiao furrowed his brow, surveying the surroundings. He had never been to this place, and speculated that the remnants were perhaps left by Peter's group or Lu Tianba's camp, considering that crossing the mountain and walking another 2 miles would lead to Lu Tianba's territory. Regardless, with the torrential rain outside and darkness approaching, this location was undoubtedly safe for the time being. With a slight sense of relief, they mustered their spirits and gathered some firewood nearby, igniting a campfire for warmth and comfort. The flickering flames dispelled some of the chill in the air, casting light upon their weary faces. Exhausted and famished, Huang Wenhui retrieved some pre-prepared jerky from her backpack, and they began to share the meager sustenance. In this trying moment, Zhang Xiao realized for the first time the meticulousness and thoughtfulness of Huang Wenhui. As the firelight danced, her gesture of offering the jerky stirred an unusual sentiment within him. "What shall we do now?" Huang Wenhui inquired softly, her eyes filled with concern. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Xiao replied with unwavering resolve, "Let's rest for a while. Once the rain subsides, we can venture to Lu Tianba's camp under the cover of night and see if we can pilfer a bamboo raft to row ourselves to the new island. I'm utterly exhausted and hardly able to move. Besides, whether we can indeed steal a raft remains uncertain. With such torrential rain, the sea must be tumultuous, presenting considerable danger." Huang Wenhui expressed her worries, a frown etched upon her face. "What do you propose instead?" Zhang Xiao countered, irritation creeping into his tone. "Perhaps we should seek refuge with Lu Tianba and his group. Haven't many of his camp defected to our side? Surely they would accept us," Huang Wenhui suggested. Revealing her thoughts, Zhang Zhao's eyes lit up, clarity dawning upon him. Indeed, just yesterday, several individuals defected from Lu Tianba's camp to the central base. He must be seething with anger. If I were to defect as well, he might welcome me with open arms. Should we be accepted? I could escape this life of fugitive existence. Establishing a foothold at Lu Tianba's camp and gaining his trust would grant me the opportunity to rise anew and fulfill my grand ambitions. With that thought, he embraced Huang Wenhui tightly, kissing her as he excitedly declared, "You are truly my lucky star. How can you be so wonderful and clever?" Huang Wenhui playfully chided him. "Why must you be so rough? You show no tenderness at all. This evening, we must carefully strategize. Tomorrow morning, we shall approach Lu Tianba and devise a plan to persuade him to retain us and utilize our abilities." The gleam of ambition sparkled in Zhang Zhao's eyes. Securing our stay would be commendable enough. Do you truly expect him to favor us? Huang Wenwei questioned skeptically. Upon your mention, I believe I have formulated a rough plan. Zhang Xiao asserted confidently. Your plan sounds meticulous, yet its execution is fraught with potential complications. While unforeseen events may have arisen prior, we must anticipate them. Huang Wenhui rationally analyzed. I believe my misfortunes are mere happenstance. I refuse to accept that I am doomed to perpetual bad luck. This time, I am entirely confident that I can persuade Lu Tianba to willingly keep us. Zhang Zhao's tone was resolute, as if he could already glimpse the dawn of success. Pray tell, what is your plan? Huang Wenhui asked with curiosity. Thus, Zhang Xiao articulated his strategy, analyzing it in detail for Huang Wenhui. Throughout the discussion, she occasionally pointed out possible pitfalls or unforeseen circumstances, to which Zhang Xiao attentively considered and refined his plan. After 2 hours of meticulous deliberation and analysis, both individuals concluded that the plan was flawless, possessing absolute feasibility. In a moment of excitement, Zhang Xiao pressed Huang Wenhui down into a pile of dry leaves. Over the past few days of companionship, Zhang Xiao realized that he had genuinely fallen for Huang Wenhui. Throughout their arduous escape, she consistently considered his well-being. He understood that her deep involvement in the plan had subtly transformed her. This woman was not only intelligent and capable, but also perfectly aligned with his desires. In matters of intimacy, he felt that Huang Wenhui was far more compatible with him than Yin Xiaomei. Regardless of the position, whether standing or lying down, from the front or the back, their bodies melded seamlessly, a sensation he had never experienced with other women. Huang Wenhui felt similarly over the past few days. Her initial aversion to Zhang Xiao had gradually evolved into acceptance, and then into admiration and love. She perceived Zhang Xiao as an extraordinary man, ambitious and daring, whose temporary setbacks were merely due to unfortunate circumstances. In her heart, she believed that as long as he continued to strive, one day he would rise to prominence and become the sovereign of the island. Zhang Xiao had already become the future hero in Huang Wenhui's eyes. At this moment, turning back to love Yang Hua seemed unimaginable to her. Thus, she preferred to join Zhang Xiao in seeking refuge in Lu Tianba's camp rather than venture to the so-called New Island. For this man, she was willing to face any hardship without hesitation. Chapter 38. Sheltered by Lu Tianba the following day, the rain fell persistently, like a lingering sorrow. Drizzling from the overcast sky, Zhang Xiao and Huang Wenhui tightened their damp clothing and, with their burdens on their backs, resolutely stepped into the curtain of rain, making their way towards Lu Tianba's camp. Their strides were unwavering, as if the path ahead held their only hope. Around 9 o'clock a.m., they finally arrived at the outskirts of Lu Tianba's encampment. The camp was heavily guarded, with vigilant soldiers on watch, weapons in hand, blocking their passage as if preparing for a formidable enemy. Upon learning that the two hailed from the Maja camp and were eager to meet Lu Tianba, the soldiers, cautious not to be remiss, promptly sent someone to relay the message inside. Shortly thereafter, several individuals emerged from the camp to escort Zhang Xiao and Huang Wenhui within. Lu Tianba met with them privately. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Xiao recounted his experiences over the past 2 days, presenting a carefully crafted narrative that he and Huang Wenhui had meticulously devised the night before. His tone fluctuated between indignation and earnestness, striving to immerse Lu Tianba in the fabricated scenario he had conjured. At last, tears welled in Zhang Zhao's eyes as he poured out his grievances, his voice trembling with emotion. Director Lu, I am truly at my wit's end. Tang Shaolin has relentlessly pursued my destruction over a woman. The death of Zhang Xiaolo was undeniably an accident, yet his girlfriend, Zhao Xiaoman, insists that I am the murderer. I intended to escort Zhao Xiaoman to New Island for her safety, planning to bring her back once the truth was revealed, but she escaped midway, returning to the camp and stirring up trouble. Ma Zhe and Tang Shaolin, without discerning the facts, have branded me as the murderer of Zhang Xiaola and accused me of desertion. I am innocent. His voice quavered with a sob, his face etched with grievance and helplessness. Lu Tianba furrowed his brow, his expression filled with doubt as he pressed for clarity. Please elaborate. I am still unclear about the situation. Suppressing his inner turmoil, Zhang Xiao recounted the fabricated account once more, blending truth and fiction. Then, with a tone of regret, he added, I admit, the mention of wild men was a moment of panic, a lie born of desperation. I never anticipated it would backfire and ensnare me. I am wronged. You clever fool. Your wits have led you astray, Liu Tianba said, a hint of mockery in his voice. Director Liu, you are magnanimous. Please take us in and grant us a chance to survive. Zhang Xiao pleaded earnestly, his eyes brimming with hope. Enough, enough. Stop your crying. What is this fuss about? How trivial. Now, tell me, did 10 individuals escape from our camp the day before yesterday? Did they flee to Maja's side? Liu Tianba abruptly shifted the topic, his gaze piercing as he fixed it upon Zhang Xiao. Indeed, I did see several unfamiliar faces heading towards our camp the day before yesterday afternoon. It appeared to be 6 men and 4 women. Were they the ones? Zhang Xiao feigned deep contemplation in his response. Yes, it is they. Just as I suspected. Damn it. Why do our people always run to them? Do we see none others coming this way? Is it that our conditions are so dire? Liu Tianba exclaimed, his face a mask of resentment. Director Liu, are we not here seeking refuge with you? Zhang Xiao quickly interjected, attempting to ease the tension. Yes, yes. Liu Tianba's expression softened slightly, and he then inquired of Zhang Xiao, do you possess any special talents? Zhang Xiao replied with a hint of pride, I do not have any particular specialties. But I can hunt, and I once won the provincial Sanda championship. Does that count as a talent? Liu Tianba's eyes brightened with excitement as he exclaimed, Provincial Sanda champion? That is an excellent talent. Once the weather clears, we shall organize a friendly match to showcase your skills. After a brief pause, he added with curiosity, logically, with your abilities, Maja should be employing you effectively. How did you end up in such a predicament? To be honest, Liu, ever since Tang Shaolin arrived, Maja has been completely enchanted by him. The atmosphere in the camp has deteriorated significantly. Previously, Maja treated me quite well. He would consult me on decisions and consider everyone's interests and feelings. Now, he only listens to Tang Shaolin, disregarding the sentiments of us veterans and ignoring our opinions and suggestions. The discontent towards the management among us is palpable, Zhang Xiao explained helplessly. No wonder. After Tang Shaolin passed through our camp, 3 individuals went missing. They must have followed him, Liu Tianba said with indignation. You are correct. Those 3 were Zhang Xiaola, Zhao Xiaoman, and Deng Qingqing, Zhang Xiao concurred. Upon hearing this, Liu Tianba nodded slowly. Brother, I have decided to take you under my wing. Thank you so much. We will certainly follow your lead and adhere to your every arrangement. Zhang Xiao exclaimed, his face brimming with gratitude. Excellent. Have you ever been to Xindao? Liu Tianba inquired. I have not, but my cousin-in-law, Yang Hua, has been there. He should be there now, Zhang Xiao responded. At that moment, Liu Tianba's gaze fell upon Huang Wenwei, who had been quietly standing to the side as he began to scrutinize her. Huang Wenwei felt somewhat uncomfortable under his gaze and timidly bowed, saying, Good day, Manager Liu. My name is Huang Wenwei, and I am Zhang Zhao's cousin. You are Yang Hua's girlfriend and Zhang Zhao's cousin? Are you blood relatives? Liu Tianba pressed further. Yes, he is my biological cousin. Manager Liu, I implore you, please grant us a chance to survive. Coming to this deserted island has already been immensely challenging, and we are being bullied and hunted. It is truly unbearable. We are at our wits' end. Please accept us and allow us to live discreetly in your camp, safe and sound. If we can return to civilized society, we will undoubtedly express our profound gratitude for your kindness. Huang Wenhui's voice trembled. Her eyes filled with helplessness and hope. Seeing Huang Wenhui's timid yet somewhat bashful demeanor, Liu Tianba felt a surge of delight. Zhang Xiao observed all of this, contemplating in silence. Liu Tianba asked Huang Wenhui, Is Yang Hui your husband? No, he is merely my boyfriend. We began our relationship after arriving on this deserted island. Huang Wenhui replied softly. I see, Liu Tianba remarked, his tone laden with meaning. The 3 individuals engaged in light-hearted conversation for a while. after which Lu Tianba summoned his subordinates to arrange accommodations for Zhang Xiao and Huang Wenhui, ensuring their wet clothes were dried. Before departing, Zhang Xiao leaned closer to Lu Tianba and whispered in his ear, "Yang Hua, haven't seen my cousin for a short while. If you take a liking to her, I can influence her thoughts." A sly grin spread across Lu Tianba's face as he patted Zhang Xiao's shoulder with satisfaction. Good, good. If she is willing, bring her over tonight. That evening, Huang Wenhui was brought to Lu Tianba's residence. As he gazed upon the fair-skinned and beautiful woman before him, he could no longer suppress his desires and embraced her fervently. Prior to engaging in intimacy with Lu Tianba, Huang Wenhui mustered her courage to make a heartfelt request. "My cousin Zhang Xiao is a straightforward person, often offending others, yet he harbors no ill intentions. Please do not make things difficult for him. He has always treated me well, and I wish for his safety. I hope he can live here under an assumed identity, so that Ma Zhe and Tang Shaolin cannot find him." However, he disagrees, asserting he has nothing to be ashamed of and that a man should not change his name. "I hope you can persuade him to adopt a new name, perhaps Gao Zhangwo, as my aunt, Zhang Zhao's mother, bears the surname Gao. You care deeply for your cousin. Your bond must be quite strong," Lu Tianba remarked, a playful smile gracing his lips. "Indeed, we grew up in the same courtyard, and with our familial ties, our relationship is akin to that of siblings," Huang Wenhui replied earnestly. "Would you consider adopting a new name as well? You could take your mother's surname Gao and become Gao Wenhui, thereby truly becoming siblings," Lu Tianba suggested. "I had not considered that yet, but I will follow your advice. Thank you for your kindness and thoughtfulness, Manager Lu," Huang Wenhui expressed gratefully. "Additionally, do you not have 4 others on the new island? Should we not send someone to retrieve them soon?" Lu Tianba's tone hinted at a touch of jealousy, which Huang Wenhui recognized was due to Yang Hua. "Manager Lu, you can decide on that matter," Huang Wenhui said coyly. "Ha! I do appreciate your understanding and compliant nature," Lu Tianba remarked, before eagerly exploring and kissing Huang Wenhui once more. To Lu Tianba's astonishment and delight, Huang Wenhui possessed the rare white tiger physique. Folklore often suggests that such women bring misfortune to their partners. However, Lu Tianba dismissed such superstitions and found himself drawn to her. Previously, he had discreetly inquired within the camp and had not encountered any woman with a white tiger trait, making this unexpected discovery a treasure in his eyes. Elated, he resolved to keep Huang Wenhui by his side, showering her with affection. As for her boyfriend Yang Hua, he decided to wait and assess the situation before determining whether to send someone to seek them out. Chapter 39. The Death of Yang Chaofeng. 3 days later, the weather cleared, and Tang Shaolin promptly entered the jungle with his team to search for the whereabouts of Zhang Xiao and Huang Wenhui. He divided the 13-member team into 3 groups. He took one group alone, while the other 12 were split into 2 groups of 6. He assigned these 2 groups to search the commonly frequented and relatively safe areas, while he ventured alone into the valleys that others typically avoided. With the enhancement of the energy stone, he was well equipped to evade potential dangers, and his pace was unlike that of an ordinary person. During his exploration, he was astonished to discover that, aside from the usual wildlife, the island harbored fierce creatures such as leopards and bears. Thanks to the energy stone's power, he reached a conclusion within 2 days. Zhang Xiao and Huang Wenhui were not within the search radius, leading to 3 possible scenarios. First, they had perished, fallen prey to the ferocious animals. Second, they had sought refuge in Lu Tianba's camp, hiding away from view. Or third, they had ventured to the new island to meet with Yang Hua and Yang Chaofeng. Tang Shaolin noted 2 large bamboo stalks had been felled. One was confirmed to have been cut by Zhang Xiao and her group, but the quantity was only sufficient to construct a single bamboo raft, the one used by Yang Chaofeng and his companions to escape. The other site, closer to Lu Tianba's camp, showed extensive bamboo cutting, likely executed by those at Lu's camp. It remained uncertain whether Zhang Xiao had harvested bamboo there for a raft. Upon hearing Tang Shaolin's analysis, Ma Zhe swiftly led his team to Lu Tianba's camp. Upon arrival, Ma Zhe addressed Lu Tianba directly. "Chief Lu, I apologize for the intrusion. The individual we seek has committed murder and poses a significant threat. Thus, we have come without prior notice. If he is within your camp, We kindly request his surrender. Lu Tianba responded coldly. We harbor no one you are searching for, Ma Chief. Would you care to search for yourself? Chief Lu, you jest. How could I dare? If you dare not, then please take your leave. Lu retorted, Ma Chief, do not overstep your bounds. Just days ago, an individual defected from our camp to yours. To my knowledge, 13 have defected to your side. I did not seek your people, yet you come to demand ours. Do you believe Lu Tianba is easily intimidated? The last time your esteemed brother Tang Shaolin passed through our camp, he bore an air of arrogance. I, having heard of your reputation, spared him. Yet, he stealthily took 3 individuals from my camp. Your brother is quite audacious, disregarding me, Lu Tianba. When you return, do convey this message. It would be best for him to avoid crossing my path. Ultimately, Maja returned empty-handed, feeling somewhat guilty towards Lu Tianba. Upon his return, he conferred with Tang Shaolin and resolved that Tang should lead a contingent to the new island to ascertain whether Zhang Xiao had indeed arrived there. On the island, the day Yang Hua and Yang Chaofeng arrived with Yin Xiaomei and Wang Mengzhu. They heeded Zhang Zhao's advice and refrained from landing directly at the temporary camp that Tang Shaolin had previously established for them. Instead, they veered left, avoiding the camp, and navigated their bamboo raft to the cave, where they had first spent the night upon their arrival. That evening, under the cover of darkness, Yang Hua stealthily surveyed the temporary camp and discovered it had long been abandoned. He realized that Tang Shaolin had rushed back to the central camp upon learning of Zhang Zhao's disturbances. Yang Hua harbored doubts about Tang Shaolin's prowess, believing he might not be a match for Zhang Xiao. Thus, despite his disdain for Zhang Xiao, he dared not oppose him recklessly. He recognized that Maja and Tang Shaolin were principled individuals, far more suitable to lead the camp than Zhang Xiao or Yang Chaofeng. The treachery of Zhang Xiao and the cunning of Yang Chaofeng left him acutely aware of the peril in associating with them. The fact that Zhang Xiao had taken Huang Wenhui hostage filled Yang Hua with concern. Previously, the inexplicable alliance between Yin Xiaomei and Zhang Xiao had raised suspicions. Now, Zhang Zhao's fixation on Zhao Xiaoman exacerbated his worries for Huang Wenhui's safety. When Zhao Xiaoman had fled, he had felt a conflict within, but now he fervently hoped for her successful escape to seek help from the central camp and eliminate Zhang Xiao. In recent days, Yang Hua had been unable to eat, and their food supplies were dwindling, having already consumed 2 pig legs. Yang Chaofeng suggested sending Yang Hua and Wang Mengzhu out to hunt while he remained with Yin Xiaomei in the cave. Since arriving on the island, Yang Chaofeng had been anxious due to Zhao Xiaoman's escape and Zhang Zhao's uncertain situation, contemplating how to cultivate his relationship with Yin Xiaomei in preparation for future leadership. Wang Mengzhu, seeing through his intentions, remarked discontentedly that the small cave held nothing of value, questioning the necessity of staying behind. Yang Hua conjuret, asserting that more hands would provide greater opportunity, as many hands make light work. Yin Xiaomei, already reluctant to be alone with Yang Chaofeng, supported Wang Mengzhu and Yang Hua's perspective, leaving Yang Chaofeng no choice but to join them, his mood increasingly sullen. Under the blazing sun, the heat was oppressive, causing the grass and shrubs on the hillside to contort in the heat wave. Yang Chaofeng struggled to follow the 3 through the thickets and brush. Suddenly, a wild rabbit darted out, prompting the 4 to give chase. Not long after, Yang Chaofeng, panting heavily, spotted a smooth boulder nearby and decided to sit down and rest. Abandoning the pursuit, as he sat, he inadvertently let out a loud fart, unaware that beneath the stone lay a nest of cobras. The father snake, preparing to venture out for food, was provoked by this affront and lunged, biting his palm. Yang Chaofeng yelped in agony, jumping about, yet the snake clung tightly, injecting venom. By the time the others arrived, he had collapsed, his face a ghastly shade of blue, the snake still attached to his hand. Yang Hua, acting swiftly, struck the snake, severing its head. However, it continued to pump venom into him. Learning that an antidote lay within 10 meters of the snake's lair, Wang Mengzhu hastily gathered suspicious plants. The 3 hurriedly carried Yang Chaofeng back to the cave, where he slipped into unconsciousness along the way. Upon returning to the cave, Wang Mengzhu brewed medicine and treated his wounds, but that night, Yang Chaofeng drew his last breath. lacking the tools to dig a grave. They had no choice but to cast his body into the sea. After the demise of Yang Chaofeng, Yang Hua, accompanied by Yin Xiaomei and Wang Mengzhu, took refuge in a temporary camp established with Tang Shaolin and others. The following noon, Tang Shaolin arrived on the island with Peter, Jessica, and Xiong Kaizhou. By that time, Yang Hua, Wang Mengzhu, and Yin Xiaomei had endured a day and night without sustenance, teetering on the brink of collapse from hunger. Upon their arrival, Tang Shaolin provided them with food, and the three devoured it ravenously, tears of gratitude streaming down their faces. Learning of Yang Chaofeng's death, Tang Shaolin felt a sense of relief, as the troublesome individual was no longer a concern. He had been uncertain about how to handle him if he were still alive. Evidently, Zhang Xiao and Huang Wenhui had not traveled to this island. Tang Shaolin had no choice but to temporarily set aside this matter and lead Yang Hua and others back to the central camp. On the return journey, the group exchanged information. Yin Xiaomei learned that Zhao Xiaoman had safely returned to the camp, while Zhang Xiao and Huang Wenhui were missing. She resolved to expose Zhang Zhao's murderous actions upon their return and to reunite with Lao Zhou. Meanwhile, Yang Hua was consumed by anguish and anxiety regarding Huang Wenhui's disappearance. Although their relationship had been brief, having only begun on the deserted island, he felt that Huang Wenhui had been genuinely sincere with him. She had shared a particular experience with him. Over a year ago, she had naively heeded the slanderous words of a friend and was deceived into joining a pyramid scheme in Guizhou. There, she was captivated by the rhetoric and demeanor of the instructors, witnessing the success of their group and absorbing the propaganda of Comrade Xiaoping's Southern Tour speech. The grand blueprint for the country's Western development and the fair opportunities extended to all thinkers and innovators recognized by the state, encapsulated in the grandiose 1040 project that extolled subjective benefit for oneself and objective benefit for the nation. Unbeknownst to her, all promotional materials were selectively edited and meticulously arranged to deceive the gullible, uncritical masses harboring dreams of wealth. Upon her arrival, Huang Wenhui was deeply impressed by the achievements of those instructors and resolutely joined their ranks. In her quest to successfully recruit subordinates, she reached out to all her relatives, friends, classmates, and even former teachers and principals. After facing numerous rejections, doubts began to creep in, yet occasional successes led her to maintain her faith. Thus, she spent a year navigating through countless refusals and sporadic triumphs. With the instructor's assistance, she began to focus her efforts on those who had once pursued her and had feelings for her, rekindling their relationships and even consenting to intimate encounters. Eventually, she did achieve some measure of success. However, one fateful day, a swarm of police surrounded their community and apprehended everyone, prompting her to question whether this endeavor was indeed state-sanctioned. But by then it was too late. After being detained for 6 months, she was released, fortunate to have a small amount of savings left. In search of clarity regarding her predicament, she decided to clear her mind and travel. A friend was working in New Zealand, which influenced her choice to visit the country. Unfortunately, during her return journey, an accident occurred, and like many others, she found herself inexplicably stranded on this desolate island. Yang Hua elucidated the truth of pyramid schemes to her, highlighting their perilous nature. She found his insights to be quite reasonable, dispelling the doubts that had long troubled her. Consequently, the two began to develop a relationship. On the desolate island, amidst harsh conditions, they felt the necessity of mutual support, and thus their bond swiftly blossomed into romance. Little did Yang Hua anticipate that his girlfriend had betrayed him, falling in love with Zhang Xiao. Even more shocking was the revelation that this woman would become the confidant of Liu Tianba. Chapter 40. Discovery of Iron, or upon returning to the central camp, Tang Shaolin sought out Ma Zhe to report on the situation at the new island. Matzi remarked, since Zhang Xiao and Huang Wenhui did not venture to the new island, it is likely they have defected to Liu Tianba. We have received a total of 13 individuals from Liu Tianba's faction, and now our two camps are nearly equal in numbers, which puts us on even footing. I suggest we construct 2 watchtowers in the forest ahead of the camp to bolster our defenses. These towers should be at least 10 meters high, allowing us to survey the sea, the beaches on either side, and the forest beyond. Great minds think alike. I've already contemplated this matter, Tang Shaolin responded. With Zhang Zhao's defection, it is plausible that he may seek to encroach upon our camp once he gains strength. Thus, it is indeed imperative that we enhance our fortifications, and I will ensure this is executed promptly. At that moment, Old Zhou, Yin Xiaomei, and Aoki Keiko arrived at the entrance. Ma Zhe welcomed them inside. Both Ma Zhe and Tang Shaolin were somewhat puzzled by their simultaneous appearance. Yin Xiaomei expressed her desire to return to Old Zhou's side. Subsequently, she recounted the harrowing incident where she witnessed Zhang Xiao commit murder, asserting her instinct that Zhang Xiao was also a victim of Zhang Xiao. Although her intuition lacked concrete evidence, the fact that she had witnessed the murder left both Tang Shaolin and Ma Zhe profoundly shocked. At this juncture, Aoki Keiko produced a piece of cloth from her pocket, stating, "This was found at the scene. Based on my inquiries regarding Yang Hua, Zhao Xiaoman, and Yin Xiaomei, this fabric is a remnant from Zhang Xiao's torn t-shirt. The evidence at the site indicates that Zhang Xiao's body had been moved, suggesting he was not beside the wild boar when he died, but rather 6 to 7 meters away. The perpetrator intended to create an illusion of an accident by dragging Zhang Xiao's body next to the boar and reinserting the spear into his wound to fabricate the scene of an accident. Therefore, I deduced that Zhang Xiao was murdered by Zhang Xiao, who was present at that time." Tang Shaolin took the cloth from Aoki Keiko, confirming that it indeed belonged to Zhang Xiao, who had been wearing a white t-shirt beneath his jacket when they encountered him. Ma Zhe said, "Miss Keiko, thank you. Your analysis is quite insightful. We have been unable to determine whether Zhang Xiao was a victim of murder or an accident, but with your assessment, we are now 99.9 closer to the truth." "No, it is a certainty," she asserted. "In Japan, my profession is that of a police officer." "Ah, ise ma serepliet." Tang Shaolin expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Aoki Keiko." "No need for thanks, Tang. It is my duty. I would like to explore with you when the opportunity arises. I will certainly take you along next time. Do you promise?" she asked. "Absolutely," he assured her. "Thank you." At last, Ma Zhe informed Lao Zhou and Yin Xiaomei that Zhang Xiao had departed from the camp. In the future, should they encounter him, the camp would regard him as an adversary, urging Lao Zhou and Yin Xiaomei to live peacefully henceforth. After expressing their gratitude to Ma Zhe and Tang Shaolin, the two departed, with Aoki Keiko following suit. "Aoki Keiko is quite remarkable," Ma Zhe remarked. "What is so extraordinary about that? Were I to be present on site, I too could discern subtle clues and deduce conclusions," Tang Shaolin retorted. "I'm not referring to that. Allow me to share a secret. Aoki Keiko has discovered iron ore," Ma Zhe revealed. Tang Shaolin was taken aback, exclaiming, "What? She discovered iron ore? When did this happen? Where? I must see it at once." "It was discovered yesterday." "You seem quite excited," Ma Zhe replied before stepping outside to summon Kai Jingyu to bring Aoki Keiko back. Upon seeing her, Tang Shaolin eagerly inquired, "Aoki Keiko, have you indeed found iron ore?" "Yes, Tang-san." "Where is it?" "It is just beyond the Daming Tomb." "Let's go and take a look." "Excellent." Thus, Tang Shaolin armed himself with a hoe and a bow, accompanying Aoki Keiko to inspect the iron ore. As they passed the seaside, Melissa, Deng Qingqing, and Zhao Xiaoman, who were refining sea salt in a makeshift shelter, noticed Tang Shaolin and Aoki Keiko preparing to leave, prompting Melissa to feel a surge of jealousy. "Where are you two going?" Just as Tang Shaolin was about to respond, Aoki Keiko interjected, "This is confidential. I must accompany Mr. Tang on a secret mission." Tang Shaolin felt a headache coming on. "A secret mission? What sort of secret mission could it be? Am I not allowed to know? I not only wish to know, but I also want to join you." "Absolutely not." Aoki Keiko firmly declined. "Brother Tang, what is the meaning of this? What exactly are you two planning to do?" "We truly are embarking on a secret mission, but I cannot divulge details at this moment. You will certainly learn in due course." In an effort to maintain Aoki Keiko's dignity, Tang Shaolin feigned seriousness as he addressed Melissa. Seeing Tang Shaolin's earnest expression, Melissa was at a loss for how to respond. At that moment, Deng Qingqing spoke up. "Melissa, this matter may indeed be of great significance and requires confidentiality. Do not pressurize Brother Tang." Zhao Xiaoman chimed in exactly. Brother Tang and Aoki Keiko surely have important affairs that are not convenient to disclose. It may truly be a matter of secrecy. Aoki Keiko, do not forget your promise. It's only been 3 months. Rest assured, I will certainly honor my word. Ultimately, Melissa allowed Tang Shaolin and Aoki Keiko to proceed. Once they had departed from Melissa and the others, Tang Shaolin queried Aoki Keiko, "What agreement do you have with Melissa regarding the 3-month deadline?" "That is a matter between Melissa and me. I cannot disclose it to you." "How peculiar. What is it with you girls and all these secrets? To see some iron, or, and you call it secret mission?" "Tang-san, you need not concern yourself. This is merely a way in which we girls interact." More than an hour later, they arrived at the bay where the plum trees stood and ascended the small path. Upon reaching the flat ground at the summit of the burial mound, Aoki Keiko pointed downward and said, "It is just beneath there." They navigated through the underbrush and descended the small hill, arriving at a sloping area strewn with stones amidst the grassy patches. Aoki Keiko casually picked up a stone and remarked, "Tang, this is iron ore." Tang Shaolin also selected a stone, and indeed, these rocks were considerably heavier than ordinary ones. He struck it with a hoe, revealing a of reddish-brown with a distinct golden sheen. Aoki Keiko retrieved a coin-sized magnet from her pocket, placing it against the where it adhered firmly. "It truly is iron ore," Tang Shaolin exclaimed with immense delight. He raised his hoe and began to excavate, uncovering an abundance of iron ore beneath. Overjoyed, he exclaimed, "Now we can smelt iron." "Tang, shouldn't you give me a warm embrace at this moment?" Aoki Keiko said with a smile that was irresistibly sweet. Tang Shaolin enveloped her delicate form in his arms, and Aoki Keiko, standing on her toes, leaned in to kiss him on the lips. Chapter 41. Melissa's temperament at this moment. Melissa was still sulking, consumed by the thought that her brother, Tang Shaolin, had ventured out with the enchanting Aoki Keiko. Surely under her spell, she remained oblivious to their whereabouts or when they might return, and her anger only intensified. "This is infuriating, absolutely infuriating," she screamed hysterically, pounding her chest in frustration. Meanwhile, Deng Qingqing and Zhao Xiaoman found themselves at a loss, uncertain of how to comfort the irate young lady. "Seeing me hurt, instead of offering assistance, you both defend that little enchantress. What are you two thinking?" In response to Melissa's unreasonable tantrum, Deng Qingqing and Zhao Xiaoman could only endure in silence. "You both must do something to soothe my wounded heart, as a form of punishment for your betrayal," she declared. "What can we do to soothe your hurting heart?" Deng Qingqing inquired. In response, Melissa tossed her sneakers onto the ground and instructed the two women, "You shall play rock, paper, scissors. The loser will wash my shoes, and the winner will stay here to prepare sea salt." "And what will you do?" Deng Qingqing asked. "What will I do? I shall lie down and rest. I need to heal." "Very well." Then they agreed, understanding that Melissa was inherently kind-hearted, loyal, and justice-loving. Today's outburst was merely a reaction to her distress. Thus, they commenced their game, and Zhao Xiaoman lost. "These shoes are quite foul," she remarked as she picked them up. Deng Qingqing chimed in, "Wow, your feet smell quite strong. Hurry and wash them by the sea." Melissa burst into laughter at their banter. As they noticed her anger dissipating, they felt relieved. Zhao Xiaoman took the shoes and headed towards the camp. Not long after, Tang Shaolin and Aoki Keiko returned. As they passed the beach, Melissa deliberately ignored them, sulking on the sandy ground beneath the pavilion. Observing her childish demeanor, Aoki Keiko chose to dismiss her and return to the camp alone, prompting Deng Qingqing to discreetly wander away. Only Tang Shaolin and Melissa remained in the pavilion. "Still upset? I have returned. Haven Ti, you're acting like such a child. How old are you?" Melissa turned a deaf ear, shielding her eyes with her hand and pretending to sleep. "Don't lie on the sand. You'll catch a cold," he advised, but she remained unresponsive. When he reached to pull her hand away from her eyes, she playfully kicked him. He grasped her foot, exclaiming, "Wow, your feet smell terrible." At this, she sprang up from the ground, playfully striking Tang Shaolin's chest, insisting, "Not at all. Your feet are the ones that stink. Yours are the smelly ones." All right. Mine stink. Yours are fragrant," he teased. Seizing the moment, Melissa lunged into Tang Shaolin's embrace, wrapping her arms tightly around his neck and passionately kissing his lips. Tang Shaolin attempted to push her away, yet he feared that she might continue to be upset. After a minute, Melissa finally released him with a satisfied sigh. "What about your shoes?" she inquired. "I didn't wear them today," he replied. "How could you come out without shoes? We're on a deserted island. What if something happens? Do you intend to run barefoot through the jungle?" "I realize my mistake. I will wear them tomorrow," he assured her. "Such a thing must not occur again. Do you understand?" "All right, you may go now," she conceded. As Tang Shaolin walked toward the camp, Melissa made a face at his retreating figure. Upon reaching the entrance of the cave-like dwelling, he found Zhao Xiaoman washing clothes. "Xiaoman, busy with laundry?" he greeted. "Oh, brother Tang Shaolin, you're back," she exclaimed. "Yes, we are. Whose jackets are these? Are you washing for someone?" "They belong to Uncle He and Uncle Xiao." "Brother Tang Shaolin, let me wash your clothes as well. They're not dirty yet. There's no need to wash them. When they do get dirty, I'll take them off for you to wash." "Are you sure?" she asked. "Absolutely." Suddenly, Tang Shaolin noticed a pair of freshly washed shoes by the water's edge. Recognizing them as Melissa's, he inquired, "Xiaoman, are these shoes Melissa's? Did you wash them for her? Is that girl giving you a hard time?" "Not at all. We just made a bet. I lost, so I'm helping her with the laundry. If she loses, she'll help me too." "What was the bet about?" "That's a secret among us girls, not something I can share with you. If she troubles you, you must tell me. Don't let her get away with it." "She wouldn't do that to me." "That's good to hear. Brother Tang Shaolin, why not take off your shoes as well? I can wash them for you." "No need to wash my leather shoes. Excessive washing will wear them out." He paused, lowering his voice to change the subject. "I know you are hurting from Zhang Xiaola's passing, but life must go on. I hope you can adjust quickly and live happily." "All right? Thank you, brother. I believe Zhang Xiaola would want me to live joyfully as well." "Don't worry. I'm stronger than you think." "Really?" "Yes. Then I can rest easy. Next time you go exploring, could you take me along if the opportunity arises?" This was the second time someone had made such a request today. He smiled and assured her, "If the chance arises, I will definitely take you. Just make sure to keep up your physical fitness. You need to be in good shape for the outdoors." "Do you know how far I swam after jumping off that bamboo raft?" "At least 20 kilometers. Don't be fooled by my slender frame. My endurance is impressive. Truly, I will make it a point to take you next time." "Thank you, brother Tang Shaolin." "You're welcome. Take your time with the washing. I'll go look for Manager Ma. If you need anything, just let me know." "All right, will do." Zhao Xiaoman felt a warm glow in her heart. As Tang Shaolin made his way toward Maja's residence, he was called to a halt by Zhao Yingmei near the infirmary. "Tang Zong," she said. "Oh, Yingjie, I did not see you," Zhao Yingmei remarked, casting a sidelong glance at him. "Did you not see me? Or did you simply choose not to?" "How could that be? Where is Nyonyo's mother?" Zhao Yingmei replied. "She has gone to the pig pen to check on the piglets." "Do not divert the topic. Tell me. How long has it been since you last visited your sister?" Tang Shaolin explained, "I have been quite busy these past few days. I just returned from New Island today and immediately got caught up with some matters, so I didn't have the chance to seek you out." Zhao Yingmei inquired, "What were you discussing with that little girl, Zhao Xiaoman, just now? She is a newly widowed woman. Do not be too hasty, lest others speak ill of you." "Sister, what are you talking about?" "I was merely exchanging a few casual words with her to offer some comfort. I see how she is. Eventually, she will fall into your grasp." "Sister, what do you take me for? What sort of person are you?" "I am well aware that you're the most fickle man in the entire camp. Tell me, a few days ago, you went alone with that foreign girl, Jessica, to the east. Did nothing happen between you?" "Sister, no. Zhao Xiaoman was with us." "You did not encounter Zhao Xiaoman until the next day, yet you acted all innocent. That day by the pond, she was so wild. I cannot believe that if you were alone together, she would let you be. Also, what were you doing with that Japanese girl just now?" "I went to look at iron ore," Tang Shaolin answered, pulling a piece of iron ore from his pocket to show Zhao Yingmei. "Sister, we can begin mining now. With this iron ore, our tools and weapons will see a significant upgrade." Tang Shaolin feigned surprise and jested, hoping to steer Yingjie's attention away from the previous topic. "That is indeed good news," Zhao Yingmei acknowledged, then sighed. "Alas, stranded on this deserted island, it has turned into your paradise." "Sister, the one I care about most is you, not anyone else. You can tell that to that little girl, Melissa. I do not wish to hear it. Truly, You are my first love. I have adored you since I was 6 years old. So, of course, you are my utmost concern. Leave. I shall not. What were you about to do just now? I was going to find Manager Ma. Then hurry along. Oh. Chapter 42. The recluse Gao Jiangwo, the humid sea breeze, swept across the island, carrying with it the briny scent of the ocean, dispersing the low-hanging clouds at the horizon. Indeed, on the third day after Zhang Xiao and Huang Wenhui's arrival, Lu Tianba set up a martial arts arena in the central clearing of the camp. As the clear sky began to emerge, Gao Jiangwo, attired in light short sleeves and knee-length pants, strode onto the field, under the curious and scrutinizing gazes of the crowd, his garments fluttering in the wind, hinting at an undercurrent of tension. The two formidable experts beside Lu Tianba remained off the field, having meticulously selected 7 participants from the security team to compete. These 7 individuals were known for their exceptional physical prowess and solid fighting foundation, and now, standing on the stage, their eyes gleamed with determination, ready for the impending fierce battle. As the contest commenced, opponents fell one after another. Yet, Gao Jiangwo maintained a demeanor of calm elegance. With each adversary he vanquished, he would graciously extend a hand to assist them back on their feet, sincerely uttering words of respect. His poise amidst the fierce competition created a striking contrast, quietly etching a unique impression in the hearts of the onlookers. When the final opponent crashed to the ground, the audience erupted into thunderous applause. Lu Tianba narrowed his eyes slightly, a flicker of admiration flashing in his gaze. Without the slightest hesitation, he announced Gao Jiangwo's appointment as the martial arts instructor for the entire camp. A satisfied smile graced Gao Jiangwo's lips, and in that moment, the wheel of fate began its slow turn. Zhang Xiao stood alone upon the jagged rocks, the tumultuous waves crashing against the shore, splashing droplets that dampened the edges of his garments. The moist sea breeze howled past him as he dug his fingertips into his palm, the tide of memories surging forth. He recalled the fervent scenes during the great training led by Ma Zhe, the warmth of Tang Shaolin embracing Melissa and Nyonyo, Peter's cheerful conversations with the group, and the painful past of being insulted and called names such as ugly and gorilla, all flashing vividly in his mind. Taking a deep breath, he swept back the damp strands of hair with determination and murmured, "From this day forth, there shall be no more Zhang Xiao, only Gao Jiangwo." His mother's surname became, at this moment, the steadfast armor for his journey through hardships toward rebirth. He silently vowed to use Lu Tianba's camp as his foundation to forge a legend of his own. The once arrogant Zhang Xiao appeared to have vanished like the tide that receded last night, leaving no trace behind. In his stead stood the humble and courteous Gao Jiangwo. When facing Lu Tianba, he nodded slightly, his eyes filled with reverence and submission. In discussions with the camp's higher-ups, his words were earnest, each phrase impeccably measured, neither sycophantic nor overly familiar. And towards the ordinary members of the camp, he was always eager to lend a hand with heavy supplies, patiently teaching the elderly to mend their damaged fishing nets, his hearty laughter often echoing in every corner of the camp. No one could perceive the fervent and ambitious soul hidden beneath this gentle and humble facade. Upon assuming his new role, Gao Jiangwo quickly distinguished himself. He drew inspiration from the training methodologies of Marxism, meticulously tailoring a rigorous and highly targeted training plan that harmonized with the island's unique environment and resources. Each morning, as the first rays of sunlight graced the shimmering surface of the sea, the camp's open space echoed with synchronized chants. Gao Jiangwo consistently demonstrated each movement himself, unfazed by the sweat that drenched his attire, clinging to his back. His focus remained unwavering as he corrected the postures of his team members. Given the already strained accommodations in the camp, the houses left behind by those who had defected to the Marxism camp had swiftly been claimed by others, resulting in families being cramped together with little extra space. Consequently, after deliberation, it was decided to construct a new dwelling for Gao Jiangwo approximately 50 meters away, across a small stream from the residences. When a location was finalized, others expressed concern that Gao Jiangwo might feel dissatisfied, considering the distance from the main group, which could complicate his daily life. Yet, inwardly, Gao Zhangwo felt a surge of joy. This arrangement would afford him a safe distance should Huang Wenhui come to visit, facilitating their communication while mitigating concerns over eavesdropping. On the evening following the completion of the house, the fading sunlight cast a warm glow upon the modest grass hut. From across the stream, the interior was shrouded in darkness, a stark contrast to the exterior. Alone within, Gao Zhangwo took time to arrange the items in his space meticulously. At that moment, Huang Wenhui arrived. In the presence of Lu Tianba, they referred to each other as cousins. Thus her visit aroused no suspicions among others. Upon entering, Gao Zhangwo's demeanor shifted to one of alertness as he quietly inquired, "What is the situation on Lu Tianba's side these past few days? Any valuable intelligence?" He gently took Huang Wenhui's hand, guiding her to a corner near the window. Through the slits of bamboo-made curtains, they could observe the camp's activities across the stream, while their own circumstances remained well concealed. Huang Wenhui turned back to him, offering a radiant smile, then gazed through the curtains at the scenery 50 meters away. The sunset's glow enveloped the grass hut in a warm halo, rendering the scene seemingly tranquil and heartwarming. Gao Zhangwo lowered his voice, remarking, "These curtains are truly excellent. They allow us to see everything outside while concealing our interior." Huang Wenhui, a hint of worry in her tone, replied, "Is it safe? What if we're discovered?" Gao Zhangwo reassured her, "Do not worry. I have tested it thoroughly, and there will be no issues." Their breaths quickened, the suppressed tension and anticipation bubbling to the surface as Gao Zhangwo gently embraced Huang Wenhui from behind, their silhouettes gradually merging in the dim light of the room. Gao Zhangwo astutely recognized the numerous disarrayed elements within the camp's management. After careful contemplation, he proposed a comprehensive reform plan to Lu Tianba to reorganize the personnel into 3 distinct groups: hunting, gathering, and logistics. The logistics group would not only manage daily cooking tasks, but also assume responsibilities for agriculture and livestock, thereby enhancing overall efficiency through clearly defined roles. After much deliberation, Lu Tianba ultimately entrusted this formidable task to Gao Zhangwo for execution. Gao Zhangwo, with resolute determination, vigorously advanced the reform initiatives. He personally selected the leaders of each team and provided systematic and comprehensive training for the members. Under his meticulous guidance, the hunting team significantly increased their catch. The gathering team efficiently completed their tasks on schedule, leading to an abundant supply of resources at the camp. Observing the camp's transformation under Gao Zhangwo's stewardship, Lu Tianba, in recognition of his achievements, arranged a marriage between him and an elderly woman from his circle. On the surface, Gao Zhangwo treated the woman with utmost care, often accompanying her on strolls around the camp and picking vibrant wildflowers for her. However, in secluded corners, he ruthlessly vented his dissatisfaction and ambition through harsh words and actions. Unbeknownst to him, the woman mistook this twisted treatment for affection and became ensnared in an illusory happiness. Gao Zhangwo was acutely aware that his roles as a martial arts instructor and reformer were merely stepping stones toward the zenith of power. He set his sights on the hunting team, selecting the exceptionally gifted Sun Taiyun. After daily training sessions, he would deliberately keep Sun Taiyun behind, imparting combat skills with unwavering generosity and sharing invaluable survival experiences from the island. He patted Sun Taiyun on the shoulder, earnestly encouraging him to contribute significantly to the camp's development, expressing his firm belief in his potential. The glimmer of ambition and expectation in his eyes deeply moved Sun Taiyun, who silently vowed to become Gao Zhangwo's most trusted ally. One day, while Gao Zhangwo guided the training of the hunting team, the resonant sounds of commands and the thud of fists and feet echoed throughout the camp. Not far away, Lu Tianba, accompanied by his confidant Fu Gang and nephew Lu Kuei, silently observed the training. Fu Gang, impressed by Gao Zhangwo's fluid demonstration, couldn't help but exclaim, "This young man indeed possesses genuine skill. His martial arts are exquisite, and his reform methods are formidable." However, Lu Kuei furrowed his brow, his voice laden with caution. "Uncle, he did defect from that side. We must remain vigilant. I notice he pays special attention to Sun Taiyun, perhaps secretly nurturing his own power. Liu Tianba gazed thoughtfully at Gao Jiangwo on the training ground before slowly responding. Such a person, if utilized wisely, could be a sharp blade for expansion. If mismanaged, he could become a dangerous poison. Let him continue as the martial arts instructor for now, and you should learn from him as well. When the time is ripe, send him to explore other islands to expand our territory. As for his little maneuvers, his eyes turn cold, enhance security surveillance, and place reliable personnel in each team to closely monitor his every move. Gao Jiangwo wiped the sweat from his forehead, surveying the well-trained team before him, a faint smile playing on his lips. He understood that his plans were progressing step by step as anticipated. As long as he continued to exercise patience and steadily amass power, one day he would become the sovereign of this archipelago, trampling on figures like Ma Zhe and Tang Shaolin, realizing the once seemingly mad, yet fervently passionate dream he shared with Yang Chaofeng. Chapter 43. Entering the Iron Age at the moment when the existence of the iron or deposit was confirmed. A spark of hope ignited in the eyes of Ma Zhe and Tang Shaolin. This flicker of flame burned fiercely deep within their pupils, as if to consume the lingering anxiety and hardships that had accumulated over the days. They understood clearly that this was not an ordinary ore. It was the key to shatter the shackles of destiny, the dawn that would lead everyone out of savagery. They exchanged a glance, and without the need for further words, they had already sketched the blueprint of the future in their hearts, promptly setting about their plans. This was a battle for survival, where every step allowed no room for hesitation. That afternoon, a dozen strong men set off down the mountain, carrying rudimentary tools. The briny sea breeze, laden with fine sand, whipped against their faces. Yet it did nothing to diminish their enthusiasm. At the seaside, 50 meters from the ore deposit, logs were tightly bound with coarse brown ropes, erected into a sturdy framework on the beach. As the thatched roof was just laid down, a corner was lifted by the wind, and the men laughed as they chased after the straw, using stones to firmly weigh down the edges. Over the course of 3 days, the rhythmic sound of hammers striking would intertwine with the crashing waves, and a cluster of makeshift houses rose from the sands. In the courtyard enclosed by bamboo fences, wild yam seedlings could be seen swaying in the breeze. The construction of the iron smelting furnace was a testament to the legacy of wisdom. Peter's father-in-law, old He, crouched in the sand, his tousled gray hair whipped by the sea wind, yet it did not hinder him from sketching intricate blueprints with a branch. His hoarse voice carried an undeniable authority. The bellows must face the southeast wind, and the furnace walls must be compacted with a mixture of clay and gravel. These are immutable rules passed down from the old generation, established during my apprenticeship in the village blacksmith's shop during the Great Steelmaking Campaign. When the first earthen iron smelting furnace was completed, the gnarled palm of the elder gently caressed the rough furnace wall, his fingertips tracing the uneven clay. Suddenly, tears glistened in his murky eyes. In that moment, the warmth of the furnace seemed to transport him back decades, as the sounds of clanging from the blacksmith's shop echoed in his ears, along with the resounding calls of the master craftsman. The arrangement of the factory personnel was as meticulous as a web. 8 dedicated ironworkers took shifts guarding the furnace, while an additional 4 formed a patrol team. Armed with sharpened spears and bamboo tube bells hanging at their waists, they patrolled the factory area day and night. Whenever the night breeze blew, the bamboo bells chimed, resonating clearly across the tranquil beach, serving both as a warning and a clarion call. Ever vigilant against potential disturbances to Liu Tianba's camp. After 3 days and nights of tireless effort, when the first ingot weighing over 20 kilograms was slowly withdrawn from the furnace, the glowing red iron flowed like molten lava, solidifying into a metallic sheen within the mold. The crowd erupted in thunderous cheers, their voices overpowering the sound of the waves and startling a flock of seabirds. Tang Shaolin, wearing heat-resistant gloves woven from bark and vines, trembled slightly as he lifted the ingot onto a makeshift inspection table constructed from large stones. As sunlight bathed the ingot, its metallic luster shimmered and transformed. It was no longer a cold ore, but rather a spark igniting the future, heralding the dawn of an entirely new era. In the days that followed, The iron smelting factory became the pulsating heart of the camp, throbbing with the rhythm of hope. Tang Shaolin spent nearly all his time there, his garments and cheeks smudged with soot, a layer even settling on his eyebrows, yet failing to obscure the fervor in his eyes. It was a yearning for progress, a vision of the future, as if he were ignited by the very flames of the furnace. At dusk, silhouettes would stealthily approach the iron-smelting factory. Jessica would pout, playfully tugging at Tang Shaolin's sleeve, insisting he accompany her to the hillside to gather the freshest wild fruits. Zhao Yingmei would visit twice with a ceramic pot, filled with a carefully brewed summer soup. Her cheeks flushed as she softly suggested, "Little Lin, when you have time, would you join me in the mountains to gather herbs?" However, it was Aoki Keiko, the discoverer of the iron ore, who frequented the factory most. Her sense of pride in the work imbued her efforts with exceptional diligence. She would quietly sit by the furnace, her delicate fingers occasionally pointing at the dancing flames, gently inquiring in her soft, melodic Japanese-inflected Mandarin, "Tang Jun, if we let this fire simmer for another half-hour, would it render the iron pure?" A gentle smile graced her face as her words harmonized with the crackling of the fire, creating a warm tableau. As a fortnight passed, 20 iron ingots were neatly stacked in the cavernous storehouse of the central camp, glinting with a cold, hard light under the torch's glow. However, as the depth of mining increased, the excavation became exceedingly arduous. The sharp pickaxes struck the unyielding rock, leaving only shallow marks, and the sparks that flew seemed like desperate sighs, falling into the miners' sweat-laden eyes. Reluctantly, the iron-smelting work had to be temporarily halted. Yet, the stockpile of 20 ingots was sufficient to usher in a new chapter. Upon returning to the central camp, a delightful surprise awaited everyone. Old He, accompanied by several young men who had defected from Liu Tianba's camp, had established a brand-new blacksmith shop in the clearing. The massive bellows puffed rhythmically, while the glowing furnace cast a warm hue on the faces of the craftsmen. In the days that followed, the sound of hammering rang endlessly from dawn till dusk, giving birth to tools such as hoes, sickles, and kitchen knives. When an elderly woman grasped a newly forged iron sickle and gently cut through the wild wheat field, the heavy heads of wheat tumbled down, unveiling a long-lost smile on her wrinkled face. "I believe we should forge a batch of weapons," Tang Shaolin declared gravely to Ma Zhe, determined that everyone should possess a means of defense. "Why so many?" Ma Zhe inquired, somewhat perplexed. "First, we will inevitably confront the issue of unification with Liu Tianba's camp. Second, there are too many unknowns on this island. The black bandit mentioned on the Ming tombstone may or may not truly exist, and we must be prepared." Ma Zhe pondered for a moment and nodded. "You are right. It is always wise to be prepared. If we do not need them in the future, these weapons can be remelted and repurposed into other useful items." He paused, a glimmer of insight crossing his eyes. "Moreover, these ingots will have even greater utility. Once the camp evolves to a family-based structure, we can mint currency, facilitating the trade of goods among us. This idea is simply magnificent." Tang Shaolin's eyes sparkled with excitement. As the forging process transitioned into weapon production, the entire camp was enveloped in a fervent atmosphere of creativity. The artisans showcased their unique skills, infusing each weapon with both intellect and labor. The sharp spears pointed skyward, seemingly capable of piercing the heavens. The hefty cleavers glimmered ominously, exuding formidable power. The elongated swords radiated an elegant halo under the sunlight, as if imbued with the soul. The hilt of Tang Shaolin's longsword was wrapped in dark red cloth, allowing him to feel the pulsation of life within his grasp. Melissa's sword was light and graceful, adorned with intricate engravings that combined beauty with utility. Aoki Keiko's 2 Japanese curved blades boasted exquisite arcs, their handles wrapped in the black skin of a cobra, emanating an air of mysterious strength. Ma Zhe's large saber exuded raw power, its blade so sharp that it was daunting to behold. Meanwhile, everyday items such as iron pots and pans were also emerging, and more delightfully, fine tools like files, saw blades, chisels, carving knives, and planes were crafted. These instruments served as magical keys, unlocking the gateway to a more refined civilization. On the day the first iron hoe was officially put to use, the camp held a simple yet solemn ceremony. Everyone gathered by the seaside, watching as the hoe, gleaming with metallic luster, dug into the earth, effortlessly turning the hard soil. In that moment, they realized they had officially bid farewell to the Stone Age and stepped onto the threshold of the Iron Age, with the dawn of civilization slowly rising. In stark contrast, Liu Tianba's camp was shrouded in gloom. When his subordinates reported that Ma Zhe and his group had indeed forged iron, Liu Tianba was so taken aback that he nearly dropped the ceramic bowl in his hand. He dispatched someone to the abandoned smelting factory to verify the news, and upon confirming its authenticity, sent envoys to Ma Zhe's camp, arrogantly demanding, "Many of your people have defected from us. As compensation, either share some iron tools with us or assist us in crafting pry bars and sledgehammers, so we can mine and smelt iron ourselves." Ma Zhe, observing the envoy's haughty demeanor, felt a pang of discomfort. Suppressing his anger, he politely declined, saying, "I'm truly sorry, but we currently lack surplus iron tools and are unable to assist you in crafting pry bars or sledgehammers. Our own iron production is stalled due to insufficient tools. If we had the means, we would not have halted our work." The envoy returned in frustration, and upon hearing the report, Liu Tianba erupted in fury, violently kicking over a nearby grass stump. "How outrageous!" he growled through clenched teeth, a glint of malice flickering in his eyes. He immediately ordered the construction of bamboo rafts, preparing to send people to explore Rift Island. In his view, rather than endure humiliation at the hands of Ma Zhe, it would be more prudent to seek new resources on Rift Island, perhaps even relocating the camp entirely to distance themselves from Ma Zhe and prevent further defections. The waves crashed against the rocks, as if heralding an impending storm. This seemingly tranquil island was on the cusp of significant change. Unbeknownst to them, they had spent over 70 days and nights on this island. To celebrate this milestone victory, Ma Zhe decided to host a grand evening gala. The soiree unfolds on the sandy shores beyond the campsite, where a bonfire blazes brightly, and the fish grilling on the rack emits an enticing aroma. Chapter 44. Bonfire night. Before the commencement of the evening's festivities, Ma Zhe ascended the stage, his resolute visage illuminated by the flickering flames. He delivered an impassioned address. "Brothers and sisters, today marks the 20th of April, 2015, and we have spent a full 74 days on this island. Throughout this period, we have united in our efforts to surmount numerous challenges and have persevered with unwavering strength. Regardless of whether we await the arrival of rescue teams, we must remain steadfast in our will to survive. Only by clinging to life can we hold on to hope. Even if rescue eludes us, we shall live well and with dignity. We are prepared for long-term survival, and no obstacle is insurmountable." The audience erupted in thunderous applause, a chorus of fervor reflecting in the eyes of all present. During this time, we have exemplified a spirit of optimism, courage, and a keen sense of discovery. Now, on behalf of everyone, I wish to particularly commend the following individuals. First, Comrade Tang Shaolin, who discovered rice, potatoes, Buddha's hand melons, and wild hemp seeds, paving the way for us to potentially weave fabric in the future. Second, Comrades Zhao Xiaoman and Yin Xiaomei, who located a rubber forest, ensuring we no longer need to worry about footwear. Third, Miss Aoki Keiko, who uncovered iron ore, ushering us into the Iron Age ahead of schedule. With iron, we are capable of crafting various tools, and we have already produced some implements. Utilizing these, we can eventually construct weaving machines, shoe molds, and even ships. We are diligently pursuing these endeavors. Moreover, our agricultural and livestock initiatives have begun to bear fruit, with certain vegetables reaching self-sufficiency and an impressive survival rate of 95 among various animals, all exhibiting normal growth and reproduction. Here, I wish to extend special recognition to Uncle He, Uncle Xiao, Old Joe, Peter, He Meow Meow, and all logistical personnel for their dedicated contributions. Additionally, leveraging their vast experience and wisdom, they have crafted soap, which I have personally tried and found to be quite effective. Certainly, these achievements are a testament to the hard work of everyone in the camp. This land is one that nurtures hope. With our concerted efforts, we can surely thrive with dignity. I have concluded my remarks. Now, I invite Governor Tang Shaolin to share a few words. The applause resounded once more, accompanied by waves of cheers. Tang Shaolin stepped to the center, cleared his throat, and with unwavering determination surveyed the crowd. I wish to add 2 points. The island we inhabit, Director Ma and I have agreed to name it Jugu Island, while the island we visited previously will be known as Rift Valley Island. On Jugu Island, traces of wild predators such as wolves, brown bears, leopards, and baboons have been observed. Henceforth, when venturing out for hunting, foraging, or grass cutting, please prioritize safety. Teams should consist of at least 5 individuals, and solo excursions are prohibited. Furthermore, we have yet to fully explore the entirety of the island and remain unaware of the presence of any potential wild inhabitants or other forces. Everyone should engage in physical training and hone combat skills, reporting any suspicious activity promptly to Director Ma. We shall expedite our exploration efforts to gain a better understanding of the surrounding islands. There is no need for undue concern. I will leave it at that. Once again, the audience erupted into enthusiastic applause. Subsequently, the bonfire gathering commenced in earnest. The fire blazed fiercely upon the beach, casting a radiant glow across the night sky and illuminating the faces of all gathered. Melissa sat on a nearby rock, playing the ocarina, her melodious notes flowing like a gentle stream upon the sandy shore. At some point, Aoki Keiko had crafted a bamboo flute, her ethereal and intricate melodies intertwining with the sound of the waves, creating a splendid symphony. As the lively rhythm commenced, everyone joined hands and danced around the bonfire, laughter and song harmonizing with the ocean's roar, enveloping the entire beach in a joyous ambience. The climax of the evening was the arm wrestling contest. After several rounds of fierce competition, Tang Shaolin and Ma Zhe found themselves in the final showdown. They sat facing each other, their hands clasped tightly, and the atmosphere around them seemed to freeze. Peter stood beside them, raising his arms and shouting, 3, 2, 1, go! In an instant, the veins on their arms bulged, muscles tensed, both exerting all their strength. Ma Zhe gritted his teeth to push harder, but suddenly felt a powerful energy surge through his arm, a force akin to a deep-sea vortex, spreading throughout his body in an instant. He looked at Tang Shaolin in astonishment, finding the same disbelief reflected in the other's eyes. Both wished to release their grip and end the contest, yet everything was beyond their control. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes passed, and suddenly, as if the charge had ended and equilibrium restored, they simultaneously released each other as hands, staring at one another in stunned silence, both incredulous. Why not continue? The audience voiced their dissatisfaction, clearly disappointed with the outcome. It has already been contested. With no victor declared, Tang Shaolin broke the silence, attempting to explain. What is going on? Are you afraid of losing? Are you unwilling to play for real? Doubts arose from the crowd, as everyone anticipated a definitive conclusion. Ma Zhe, with a wry smile, shook his hand and candidly admitted, I lost. The moment I grasped his hand, I realized I was utterly outmatched. I had been holding on, but I simply could not endure any longer. Tang Shaolin slightly bowed, acknowledging I concede, Master Ma. However, this seemingly simple contest had stirred tumultuous waves within Ma Zhe's heart. The real climax of the evening was yet to come, as everyone gathered around the bonfire to dance and sing. The entire event instilled a profound sense of hope for survival on this island. Seizing the moment of revelry, Ma Zhe approached Tang Shaolin, leaning closer to whisper, let us take a walk over there. The two strolled along the coastline, distancing themselves from the festivities, the silvery moonlight casting long shadows on the sand, their footprints standing out distinctly against the tranquil night. What is truly happening? Who are you? Matze abruptly halted, his gaze piercing as he fixed it intently upon Tang Shaolin, evidently perplexed by the recent contest's outcome and the power he sensed within him. Tang Shaolin felt a tightening in his chest, though his demeanor remained composed. What do you mean, Master Ma? He endeavored to conceal his secret. Stop pretending. Ma Zhe's voice rose, his tone more assertive. From our joint effort to vanquish the python, to hearing of your victory over Liu Tianba's subordinates, And then the incident when you rescued Peter and the other from a pack of wolves, I had no doubts until today's contest. Now, I am certain you harbor a secret. He paused momentarily, his gaze becoming earnest and piercing. In my capacity as an operative of the Special Operations Bureau of the Huaxia Nation, I demand that you elucidate the nature of the peculiar energy surrounding you. What is its connection, if any, to Tianzhong's biochemical research? Tang Shaolin felt a sudden jolt within, yet maintained a facade of calm. Tianzhong? Biochemical research? I have never heard of such matters. I can inform you that to the east of the island lies a depression, where I inadvertently encountered a mysterious magnetic energy field, faint yet palpable. After spending 2 days and nights within that vicinity, my body underwent a transformation. Tang Shaolin refrained from mentioning the energy stone, as it remained his ultimate secret. However, I must ask, can you shed light on the true nature of Tianzhong's biochemical research? Maja remained silent for an extended period, the sea breeze tugging at his garments with a whispering sound, as if he were deep in contemplation, weighing the decision to divulge further information. Ultimately, he did not address Tang Shaolin's inquiry, but instead stated, "Take me to that depression first thing tomorrow morning." His tone was resolute, clearly indicating his determination to explore that enigmatic location and uncover the source of Tang Shaolin's secrets. Chapter 45. Does the strife of civilized worlds hold significance here? The following day, Tang Shaolin and Ma Zhe traversed the eastern side of the island side by side. The sea breeze enveloped them, laden with the briny scent of the ocean, while the sand and stones beneath their feet crunched softly with each step. This marked their first venture together. Tang Shaolin bore a relaxed demeanor, whereas Ma Zhe appeared serious. Upon reaching their destination, Tang Shaolin led Ma Zhe to a hollow where the huaxia palms thrived, his gaze resolute as he declared, "This is the place." Tang Shaolin stepped into the hollow first, his demeanor earnest and his steps measured. Ma Zhe hesitated momentarily, pondering the peculiar significance of this location, before following suit. Tang Shaolin felt a smile tugging at his lips. Thinking to himself, if you could truly perceive it, would you even need to come here? Can you sense the flow of warmth coursing through your body? It's subtle, but try moving, the sensation will intensify. As he spoke, he gestured for Ma Zhe to experiment. Ma Zhe cautiously began to move through the hollow, his gaze fixated and expression earnest. Yet after a brief moment, he shook his head in frustration. "I cannot feel anything." Describe the psychological state you experienced when you first sensed the energy field, Tang Shaolin urged. "Initially, I believed my body was injured during the plane crash, but later I realized it was not that at all. I worried whether this energy might harm me. Yet I sensed not only no harm, but that my body became better, more comfortable, healthier, and more unique through its influence. I even invited Melissa and Alice to experience it, but they too were oblivious." Tang Shaolin shared his past experiences with a calm demeanor. "Do they know you possess this extraordinary ability?" Ma Zhe inquired curiously. "They do not. I prefer to keep it to myself, lest others perceive me as an outlier." "Why can only you perceive the existence of such energy?" "I do not know. I cannot explain it. It's similar to when I engage in an arm wrestling match with others. There is no transfer of energy, yet when I wrestle with you, it occurs. Can you elucidate?" Tang Shaolin Gao De. Ma Zhe pondered silently, contemplating that if Tang Shaolin's remarkable energy stemmed from biochemistry, it should not be transmissible. Perhaps the source of this energy was even more enigmatic, beyond scientific explanation. "How did you feel after receiving the energy transfer last night?" Tang Shaolin asked. "Aside from feeling refreshed, I have no particular sensations," Ma Zhe replied. They subsequently gathered an assortment of fresh seafood along the shore, arriving at the entrance of a small cave, where they kindled a fire and began grilling their catch. As they prepared their meal, Tang Shaolin recounted to Ma Zhe their previous life here with Alice and Melissa, as well as the harrowing experience of rescuing Zhao Xiaoman alongside Jessica. After satiating their hunger, the two embarked on their return journey. Along the way, Tang Shaolin could no longer restrain his curiosity and asked, "Could you enlighten me about the Tianzhong biochemical experiment?" Ma Zhe's expression turned grave as he slowly explained, "There's a white supremacist alliance secretly developing a biochemical weapon. This weapon exists in the form of a virus, capable of infecting specific genetic groups with the aim of diminishing their reproductive capabilities. This alliance harbors ambitions to introduce this virus into food and beverages in certain countries, targeting people of color to ensure that the proportion of white individuals in their populations remains dominant. They have commissioned the Japanese biologist Tanaka to conduct this nefarious research in a biochemical laboratory in Australia. During the experiments, they utilized monkeys, gorillas, and even indigenous Australians as test subjects. Now, the experiments have purportedly achieved a so-called success, yet discord has emerged within the alliance. A faction seeks to terminate the experiments, while the proponents are eager to obtain the results and data. The dissenters have allied with the government, striving to contain the experimental outcomes within safe limits. Tanaka was scheduled to fly to Guangzhou, China, with the intention of being apprehended by the International Criminal Police Organization to seize the experimental data and findings. However, the flight unexpectedly deviated from its course, ultimately resulting in disaster. As a special operative from China, I frequently traverse between China and Australia, closely monitoring the experimental developments and awaiting the opportune moment to act, all to prevent this virus from escaping and wreaking havoc upon the world. Coincidentally, I was visiting relatives in New Zealand when I received orders to accompany Tanaka on his flight from New Zealand to China as part of the international police operation. Unfortunately, an unforeseen incident occurred, leaving us stranded on a deserted island, and now Tanaka's whereabouts remain unknown, with his fate uncertain. Tang Shaolin furrowed his brow, questioning, "According to your account, what connection could there be between the biochemical experiments conducted by Tanaka and the extraordinary energy I possess? Why were you so agitated in your inquiries last night, even invoking your identity from the National Special Operations Bureau? I am not a biologist, so it is entirely reasonable for me to question you. Who knows if their research is limited to a singular focus?" Maja paused momentarily, his tones suddenly turning grave. Aoki Keiko's identity may indeed be that of a Japanese spy, sent to ascertain the results of the biochemical experiments, yet she could be affiliated with Japan's leftist factions, sharing our goal of preventing the virus from spiraling out of control. As night descended, darkness enveloped the deserted island. Tang Shaolin and Maja continued their walk along the sandy shore on their return journey, the moonlight casting silvery glimmers upon the beach. Suddenly, Tang Shaolin had, pointing skyward at the vast expanse of stars. "Look," he said to Maja, "the night sky is exceptionally bright and boundless. That constellation is Orion, and over there is Andromeda, with a small cluster known as the Pleiades comprising 7 stars, which we refer to back home as the 7 Sisters. Observing these constellations and stars brings me a sense of tranquility, reminding me that I am still on Earth. Yet, reflecting on the journey that brought us here stirs a sense of unease within me. Maja, have you ever pondered where exactly on Earth we might be?" Maja's expression grew solemn as he slowly shook his head. "I have indeed contemplated this and yearned to know, yet I cannot discern where we truly are. At times, I even suspect that we may have entered a peculiar realm of time and space. Maja," he continued, "everything here seems so natural, yet it also feels as if everything has been meticulously orchestrated. I discovered a fissure on the new island. This location, in itself, bears no particular significance. Yet, intriguingly, I have hunted wolf packs there on 2 occasions. These wolves always retreat before dawn. In reality, wolves are inherently cunning creatures, likely to linger near the fissure for an extended period, perhaps even lying in wait for an entire day and night, or feigning withdrawal only to launch a surprise attack, leaving one utterly unprepared. However, they did none of this. I suspect that your ability to absorb this energy from me may indeed be the design of a creator or extraterrestrials. Indeed, I have invoked the terms creator and extraterrestrial. Do you believe in the existence of alien civilizations? Sometimes, as I gaze upon the familiar constellations in the sky, I feel a sense of normalcy on this earth. Yet I cannot help but ponder whether everything I perceive is merely an illusion, a ruse crafted to confound us. At times, I wonder if we are merely dreaming, existing within a deceptive reverie. Do you think the conflicts of those civilizational worlds hold any significance for us? Ma Zhou regarded Tang Shaolin with a complex expression. Is it precisely because you entertain such thoughts and doubts that you indulge yourself? I do not comprehend your meaning. I mean, is it due to the multitude of women around you? Tang Shaolin's face flushed with embarrassment. Is this how we converse? After a moment of silence, he earnestly remarked, perhaps this is one reason, but the majority stems from my very nature. Ma Zhou fell silent for a while, exhaling a long breath through his nostrils, akin to a sigh, and asked in a low voice, is Zhao Yingmei your woman? After pondering for a moment, Tang Shaolin, realizing he had been discovered, nodded in affirmation, yes. Do you deem this appropriate? Ma Zhou's tone was somewhat frigid. I have known her for 20 years. Ma Zhou turned his head, regarding Tang Shaolin with an expression of skepticism and surprise. Who would believe that? At first, I too found it hard to accept, yet it is indeed the truth. You may inquire with her. Tang Shaolin ziplit? Ma Zhou offered no response, prompting Tang Shaolin to continue. It should be precisely 19 years ago, when I was merely 6 years old. He then recounted, with embellishments and shameless detail, the story of how he met Zhao Yingmei during his childhood. In the end, Ma Zhou let out a deep sigh before heading towards the camp. His silhouette appeared somewhat solitary, leaving Tang Shaolin with an inexplicable sense of melancholy. At this moment, they had reached the seaside beyond the camp. Chapter 46. The pain of Ma Zhou upon returning to his residence. Ma Zhou was greeted by Zhao Yingjia, who had prepared a warm bowl of fruit porridge for him. She then proceeded to draw hot water for him to wash his face and feet. With the presence of iron pots and basins, life had indeed become significantly more convenient. Zhao Yingjia, perceptive as ever, noticed something amiss with Ma Zhou. The moment he stepped through the door, a gloomy expression clouded his face. Concerned, she inquired if something was wrong, to which Ma Zhou replied that all was well. After finishing their dinner, the couple engaged in light conversation before washing up and retiring for the night. This day had left Ma Zhou feeling particularly fatigued, perhaps due to the long distance he had traversed since arriving on the island. As he lay down, he quickly succumbed to slumber, only to be haunted by that recurring nightmare which had plagued him for 3 years. This dream, which had never surfaced since his arrival on the deserted island, returned with a vengeance that night. An explosive blast echoed, a wave of heat knocked him to the ground, and a searing pain coursed through his lower body. 3 years prior, during a mission, 3 armed assailants had stormed a 4-story building. He and his comrades pursued them, gunfire reverberating through the corridors. As the confrontation reached a stalemate around a corner, he stepped forward to shoot at the assailants above when a grenade detonated right before him. The shockwave from the explosion sent him sprawling, and his comrades dragged him to safety. He realized his right thigh had lost all sensation, and the entire leg was in a grotesque state, with critical areas of his body severely injured. After the battle, he was rushed to the hospital where doctors performed surgery. Upon regaining consciousness 2 days later, he learned of the grave injuries to vital areas of his body and was engulfed by despair. The doctors assured him of a 90% chance of recovery, yet he found himself among the unfortunate 10. Since that moment, the pain from his injuries had frequently tormented their lives, leading him to contemplate divorce. But his beloved spouse comforted him, steadfast in her belief that he would eventually heal. Awakening in a sweat, Ma Zhou's nightmare had once again disturbed his rest. Zhao Yingjia, aware of his distress, gently embraced him from behind, providing solace. Initially, the organization had planned to apprehend Tianzhong and facilitate better surgery, with a leading specialist flown in from Germany. However, stranded on this desolate island, all hope seemed lost, leaving him in a deep state of dejection. Suddenly, he sensed something unusual. Typically, he would awaken from nightmares due to bodily reactions, with pain always stirring turmoil in his heart. Yet this time, although his body reacted, the familiar pain was absent. Rising to assess the situation, he found that while his body still responded, the pain had vanished, filling him with overwhelming joy. Returning to bed, he noticed that Zhao Yingjia was still awake, and a glimmer of hope sparkled in his eyes. This dream had not brought pain. Perhaps circumstances had changed. Perhaps we should verify this later. There's no need to rush. Zhao Yingjia gently suggested. I am too anxious to know if I'm truly well, he replied. Very well, she acquiesced, with a mix of trepidation and anticipation. They cautiously confirmed their suspicions, discovering that his body had indeed returned to normal. Is this truly happening? How could this be? Maja suddenly recalled the miraculous energy that had been transferred to him during his arm wrestling match with Tang Shaolin, and his heart swelled with excitement. Lying in bed, his fingertips unconsciously caressed the wolf fur mat, his chest brimming with the joy of regaining what he had lost. The heavy stone that had pressed upon his heart for 3 years shattered suddenly, and the inferiority bred from pain, along with the cowardice that arose from setbacks, dissipated like mist in the presence of normalcy. He turned his face to glance at Zhao Ying beside him, the moonlight streaming through the thatched gaps, casting a soft glow on the corners of her reddened eyes. Suddenly, he was reminded of those arduous years when she remained steadfastly by his side. At that moment, the pain that had long plagued him post-surgery was supplanted by a vibrant surge of vitality. He quietly curled his toes, sensing the dormant energy within him. Not the strange current transmitted by Tang Shaolin, but rather the long-suppressed life force finally reawakening. As he sought to confirm this newfound reality, his fingertips brushed against the tremor of his wife's spine, and he realized that the upheaval of the past 3 years had not merely disrupted his life, but had also jeopardized the fragile hope they had so delicately nurtured together. To affirm the authenticity of their feelings, they dared to try once more, each interaction imbued with the preciousness of survival after calamity. When he confirmed that the pain had indeed vanished, an almost dizzying sense of relief surged from the depths of his heart, and he heard their voices intertwining with joy. In the enveloping darkness, their clasped hands radiated warmth. He understood that the helplessness and confusion of those late nights had now transformed into the dawn of hope. As dawn approached, he rose to drink water, the moonlight casting his silhouette, his shoulders no longer tense from prolonged worry, his gaze stripped of its past gloom, revealing a hint of a long-lost brilliance. When he returned to bed, he instinctively drew Zhao Yingjie into his embrace, his nose brushing against her hair, imbued with the scent of sea salt. The body nestled against him no longer exuded unease, but found solace in his presence, akin to a flower that had weathered storms and discovered a warm haven. He fixated on the thatched roof's gaps, watching as the morning light gradually seeped in, awakening a previously frozen corner of his heart with the first chirp of a bird. This was not mere physical recovery. It was the reclamation of 3 stolen years, finally returning to his life on this deserted island's morning. Around 7:30, Maja rose and addressed Zhao Yingjie, who still lay in bed. "Darling, sleep a little longer. I'm heading out for morning exercises. I'm so tired. I'll sleep a bit more. All right, I'll be off." Maja made his way to the open space in front of Tang Shaolin's residence and blew the whistle for morning exercises. One by one, everyone emerged from their quarters, bleary-eyed, and gathered in the open area, only to be called to the seaside. Tang Shaolin, having exhausted himself from yesterday's outing, wished to sleep in and asked Alice for a favor. Alice and Melissa approached the seaside, proposing to excuse Tang Shaolin, but Maja refused. "No, everyone, except the duty personnel, must run a full 10 kilometers today." "Ah, Manager Ma, one tea running 10 kilometers be too exhausting?" Melissa exclaimed. "Haha, exhaustion is part of the game. Life thrives on movement." "Manager Ma, don't we need to gather shellfish today?" Melissa inquired again. "Not today. Go summon Tang Shaolin to the seaside for assembly. Haha, he can't slack off." "Yes." Melissa dashed back to fetch him. At that moment, someone called out, "Manager Ma, it seems your wife hasn't come. She rested late last night. Let her sleep a bit longer." Whispers of discussion rippled through the ranks, but Maja remained unfazed, smiling. Upon learning that Maja insisted on participating in the 10-kilometer run himself, Tang Shaolin grumbled. "What does Maja mean by this? Dragging me along? Has he lost his mind?" Despite his complaints, he still followed Melissa to the seaside. After gathering, the group ran east along the coast until they reached the smelting plant, where they paused to rest, each member thoroughly exhausted. Meanwhile, Zhao Yingjie lay in bed, happily reminiscing about the delightful surprise from the previous night. She gently caressed the pendant hanging around her neck, a stunning natural heart-shaped stone, smooth and warm like jade, perfectly symmetrical with one half red and the other half white. the blend of colors seamlessly harmonious. This stone was discovered for her by Ma Zhe. During a palm reading session, Tang Shaolin had mentioned that her fate required a stone, prompting her to ask Ma Zhe to help her find one. Remarkably, just a few days later, Ma Zhe presented her with this beautiful stone. However, due to the absence of a drill, she had been unable to wear it until yesterday. When Uncle He crafted a small drill for her, allowing her to thread it with a hemp cord. Could it truly be so magical? Was this the reason? To be honest, she and T fully believed Tang Shaolin's words during the palm reading. She merely sought solace by having Ma Zhe help her find the stone. Yet, having worn the pendant for the first time yesterday, Ma Zhe's health had dramatically improved overnight. Some matters in this world are indeed so wondrous. Who can truly explain them? She hoped her husband would now recover completely. After a brief respite, Ma Zhe instructed Peter to lead the group back while he stayed behind with Tang Shaolin. I have a request for you, he said. Are you deliberately putting everyone through this? If there is something on your mind, just speak it. You're talking as if you never run 10 kilometers before. This is standard training, Tang Shaolin replied. Why have you kept me here? What is the matter? Let us have another arm wrestling match and see if we can trigger the energy transfer again. What is wrong? I feel in excellent shape and want to give another try. The two positioned themselves in front of the iron furnace, but the energy transfer did not manifest again. What is going on? Are you holding back? Ma Zhe questioned, puzzled. What kind of logic is that? You say I'm holding back, just don't lose. Tang Shaolin zito. But I really can't hold on much longer. If we keep this up, my arm will surely be injured, Ma Zhe said, somewhat disheartened. Tang Shaolin reassured him, perhaps it was just a one-time opportunity, or maybe our energies have balanced out. Let us try again after some time. Reluctantly, Ma Zhe agreed, and they attempted once more, but to no avail, ultimately deciding to give up. Why did you suddenly want to do this? Tang Shaolin inquired. To be honest, I felt a significant improvement in my health last night, and it must be due to your energy transfer. I felt completely different. Well, that is a good sign. I felt the same way at first. I was a bit unaccustomed, but I gradually adapted. Thank you, brother. Don't mention it, just don't overthink it. I want to interfere with your matters, but do take care of yourself and avoid overexertion. Rest assured, I will be cautious. With that, Ma Zhe turned to head back. Tang Shaolin watched his retreating figure, shaking his head, finding the situation somewhat perplexing. Chapter 47. The joyful doctor on this day, beneath the cool shelter by the seaside, Melissa, Zhao Xiaoman, and Nyonyo were engrossed in the art of crafting sea salt. Tang Shaolin approached with an assortment of fruits, tea, and teaware, and joined them in their delightful tea conversation. It was a rare occasion for Tang Shaolin to spend time with Melissa, and he found immense pleasure in simply sharing words with her. As their conversation flowed, the topic shifted to soap, leading to a mention of the female doctor who specialized in soap making. Brother Shaolin, I must tell you, I become good friends with that female doctor. Not only is she beautiful, but she is also exceptionally talented and knowledgeable, Melissa exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Really? I never would have guessed that a young lady could possess such abilities, Tang Shaolin remarked, slightly astonished. Indeed. What do you think? Should I invite her over for tea, so we can all chat? Melissa proposed eagerly. Absolutely. I am quite curious about her. It would be delightful to have her join us for tea and inquire about her soap-making methods, he replied. After Melissa departed, Tang Shaolin turned to Zhao Xiaoman. Xiaoman. Aside from you and Yin Xiaomei, who else knows the location of that rubber forest? Lu Yong and Peter have confirmed it. But I meant when you first discovered it. Did anyone else know? I found it initially, but I had no idea of its significance until a few days ago when I mentioned it to Yin Xiaomei. She indicated that it should be reported to Manager Ma, and that was when we informed him. I worry that Lu Tianba and his group might beat us to the collection. That seems unlikely. At that moment, Nyonyo interjected, Sister Xiaoman, why didn't you tell Brother Shaolin sooner? Because he has been busy with iron smelting during those days, Xiaoman replied. Sister Xiaoman, do you like Brother Shaolin? Nyonyo inquired innocently. Of course I do. Xiaoman responded enthusiastically. Then I like him too. Would you be his girlfriend? Nyonyo asked innocently. Tang Shaolin quickly interjected, playfully tapping Nyonyo's head. What's going on in that little head of yours? What does Sister Melissa teach you all day? Just as they were speaking, Melissa returned with the doctor, announcing her presence before she arrived. Who is just speaking ill of me? Not all. No one is speaking ill of you. Zhao Xiaoman replied with a smile. The doctor, Wei Xiangmei, stood at approximately 1.6 meters tall and appeared to be around 25 or 26 years old, with a strikingly delicate appearance and eyes that sparkled like stars. Dressed in simple work attire, she moved with a lively grace, her lips curved into a bright smile. Despite being a knowledgeable scholar, her personality radiated the vivacity of summer sunshine, gesticulating animatedly while speaking, her eyes twinkling with joy at amusing anecdotes. And even her hair danced lightly with her movements, exuding an undeniable exuberance that shattered the conventional image of a reserved academic. Miss Wei is truly remarkable, both beautiful and talented. No wonder Melissa holds you in such high esteem. I'm quite curious about you, which is why I invited you for tea. I hope I haven't interrupted your work, Tang Shaolin said with a smile. Brother Shaolin, you flatter me. I am not that impressive. Wei Xiangmei waved her hand modestly, her tone light and relaxed. Do not be so humble, Melissa. You have considerable talent. We were just discussing you, and my brother was quite curious. So I invited you to join us, Melissa chimed in eagerly. Tang Shaolin inquired with genuine concern. Are you adapting well to life here? I've grown quite accustomed. In all honesty, it's far more comfortable than my previous surroundings. She beamed with a radiant smile, revealing her charming little canine teeth. Working alongside everyone, experimenting with various tasks. Life has become quite fascinating. Are you studying chemistry? Tang Shaolin asked. Not all. I am pursuing architecture. How remarkable. An architecture student with such extensive knowledge of chemistry. He exclaimed. Do you have a boyfriend? Tang Shaolin chuckled. Melissa, upon hearing this, immediately frowned and retorted, What do you mean by that? I am merely inquiring about our doctoral candidate, Tang Shaolin replied with a grin. I do have a boyfriend. We came here together, Wei Xiangmei interjected. Disappointed, are we? Melissa persisted. Tang Shaolin chose to ignore her and turned to the female doctoral student. He is also a PhD, I presume? Indeed, he studies mechanical engineering. We both came here, and our skills are certainly proving useful. As she spoke of her boyfriend, her eyes sparkled with happiness, her words quickening in pace. Every day, we brainstorm ways to utilize the island's resources. Just a few days ago, we improved the tools for salt production. If you encounter any difficulties or have requests, please do not hesitate to approach me or Manager Ma. We will do our utmost to assist you. From now on, we are all family, so no need to be formal. We already consider ourselves part of the camp, so your words are quite unnecessary, she replied cheerfully, casually picking up a teacup from the table and sipping it like an old friend. Your straightforward nature is delightful. I appreciate such candor. Tang Shaolin laughed. By the way, earlier Melissa mentioned you were curious about how soap is made. Noticing Tang Shaolin's eager demeanor, Wei Xiangmei leaned forward, her voice light and animated as she began to explain. The principle is quite simple. First, you need animal fat. The wild boar fat on the island will suffice. Then, you must procure either potassium hydroxide or sodium hydroxide. Potassium hydroxide is more convenient here. Using wood ash, coconut shell ash, or shell ash mixed with calcium hydroxide will suffice. Mix potassium hydroxide and animal fat in proportion and boil. Soap is produced. Tang Shaolin probed further. Isn't sodium hydroxide easier to obtain? Seawater can extract sodium chloride. Could we not synthesize sodium hydroxide from sodium chloride and calcium hydroxide? Wei Xiangmei, hearing this, playfully pinched a bit of sea salt from the pot nearby, her eyes crescent-shaped with laughter. Brother Tang Shaolin, sodium chloride is a stable neutral salt. No matter how you catalyze it with calcium hydroxide, no chemical reaction will occur. It's merely a physical mixture. To derive sodium hydroxide from sodium chloride, you would need electrolysis, but we lack the conditions here. Even if we had electricity, we'd require an electrolytic cell, and the process would generate flammable hydrogen gas and toxic chlorine gas, which is both complex and hazardous. It's much simpler to use potassium hydroxide. You can produce calcium hydroxide by roasting calcium carbonate, then mix it with clean wood ash water, and finally combine it with animal fat. Soap is then created. Isn't that quite straightforward? She grew more animated as she spoke, her fingers gesturing enthusiastically through the reaction process, resembling a joyful scholar sharing treasures in a classroom. Ah, I see. How does one transform rubber sap into rubber saws on the island? With no chemical reagents at hand, we resort to the most primitive method, extracting the rubber juice, preparing the molds, and gently heating it until it thickens. Once it reaches the desired consistency, we pour it into the molds, continue heating to cure it, and allow it to cool. Voila! She clapped her hands, her tone resolute, asserting that the saws produced in this manner would surpass the durability of those available in the market. Remarkable. Sister May, do you possess the skill to extract essential oils from plants to create perfume? Melissa inquired further. I have a basic understanding, yet I have yet to discover suitable plants for extraction. Should I find them in the future, I am certain I shall succeed. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation, as if envisioning fields adorned with fragrant blossoms. I would also like to experiment with using the island's flowers as dyes. The thought alone is delightful. You learned individuals are immensely valuable to our camp, and the future development of our camp hinges on your contributions. By the way, a thought suddenly struck me. The steward, Mr. Ma, and I have been deliberating on constructing a vessel with a slightly larger displacement. Perhaps you could inquire among your peers if there are any talents in that area. Consider it carefully and see if we could design a ship. Additionally, designing a ship may necessitate blueprints. Please investigate whether it is possible to produce paper. By gathering diverse insights, I believe we can indeed create the ship's blueprints. As for papermaking, I have pondered this matter. Just a few days ago, I discussed it with my boyfriend. Currently, we lack the means to produce paper, but I will devise a way to overcome this challenge. I ask for a little time, and I am confident we will be able to produce paper. Dr. Wei, you are truly an extraordinary individual. Having someone of your caliber in the camp is a tremendous blessing. While engaged in this lively conversation, Kai Jingyu approached and called for Tang Shaolin, informing him that Ma Jin needed to speak with him. After Tang Shaolin departed, Wei resumed her discussion with Mei and Melissa for a while longer, then hummed a light-hearted tune as she briskly returned to her work, the sunlight casting a carefree glow upon her, even her shadow exuding a sense of untroubled joy. Earlier this morning, a young wild boar had darted out from a gap in the pig pen. As I chased after it, I felt an indescribable sensation. When Tang Shaolin found Maja, he excitedly remarked, "Guess what?" I suddenly felt that the little pig wasn't running as fast as it could. I swiftly caught up with it. When it tried to bite me, I could accurately predict its intentions, evading its attack and swiftly subduing it. I was astonished to realize that when I entered that state, my speed was significantly enhanced compared to usual. I cannot articulate it. It feels wondrous. Do you think this is related to that mysterious energy? Perhaps. Tang Shaolin's eyes sparkled with pride. He understood that Maja was continually unearthing the potential bestowed by this extraordinary energy, and in due time, he would undoubtedly emerge as a formidable force. Did you summon me solely to discuss this? Certainly not. I have heard that Mu Huizi has been expressing concern as Zhao Xiaoman has been plagued by nightmares, frequently awakening in the middle of the night. Is that so? Has Dr. Zhao been consulted? Yes, but she has offered no effective remedies. Chapter 48. Joyful Journey. Tang Shaolin furrowed his brow and remarked, I saw Zhao Xiaoman just now. She seemed quite well. The external appearance can be deceiving. Both Zhao Xiaoman and Yin Xiaomei have endured significant distress, with Zhao Xiaoman still struggling to recover from her misfortunes, rendering her condition more severe. Maja appeared to empathize deeply with the tribulations they have faced. He continued, since the weather is pleasant these days, why not take a trip to Rift Valley Island? It would be a good opportunity for them to unwind. I suspect Lu Tianba's men are also over there. Oh, how did you come by this information? Of course, it is from those who have defected. Lu Tianba has long harbored such plans. Recently, I declined to provide him with iron tools, which may hasten his exploration of Rift Valley Island. Should I just take the two of them? It seems inappropriate. You could also bring along old Zhou, Deng Qingqing, and Lu Yong. What do you think? Were you already contemplating this? Matze chuckled foolishly. All right, I will discuss it with the two women. Upon learning that this outing did not include Melissa, she expressed her displeasure. Eventually, Maja emphasized the significance of her role and responsibilities. And since she had been wanting to create some aesthetically pleasing soaps with Wei Xiangmei, she reluctantly agreed to stay behind. Alice, on the other hand, was indifferent. As long as Tang Shaolin could cater to her desires when she wished, she was content. She was preoccupied with numerous matters, burdened with the concerns of the entire camp. Even more so than Maja. The following morning, the sun shone brightly, and the eastern sky was suffused with resplendent crimson clouds. Resembling nature's vibrant palette splashed across the horizon, casting a dreamlike reflection upon the sea, captivating all who beheld it. Tang Shaolin, Lu Yong, Old Zhou, Zhao Xiaoman, Deng Qingqing, and Yin Xiaomei, each equipped with upgraded cold weapons, donned an air of confidence, their eyes brimming with anticipation for the journey ahead as they boldly stepped onto the lifeboat. Throughout the journey, Tang Shaolin's witty remarks enlivened the atmosphere, and spirits soared high, as laughter echoed across the waves. Old Zhou and Lu Yong exchanged knowing smiles and began to sing a rowing song in unison. Their voices rang out, resonant and infectious, carried by the gentle sea breeze. Row quickly, little boat, drift along. Surabaya lies just ahead. You may forget your beautiful garments, but do not forget me. The melodious tune stirred joy in the hearts of the three women, prompting them to join in, swaying to the rhythm. The boat gently rocked upon the sea, their movements, though slightly unsteady, added a unique charm to the jubilant atmosphere. They swayed with abandon, reveling in their inner delight. Observing this, Tang Shaolin rose to his feet, joining in the exuberant celebration, dancing alongside the three women. The girls encircled Tang Shaolin, and as his movements became more animated, the lifeboat swayed precariously, prompting the three to grasp his clothing tightly. Despite the boat's wobbling, it remained upright, with the women supporting him, their laughter ringing out in joyous abandon. It was not until the two oarsmen had sung the song 3 times that the group settled down. In order to train the three women, Tang Shaolin arranged for them to take turns paddling. Unexpectedly, the trio demonstrated remarkable determination, each displaying enthusiasm without a single complaint of fatigue. They diligently learned and swiftly mastered the art of paddling. At the moment they grasped the oars, their eyes sparkled with resolve, and they cheerfully vowed to row the lifeboat to Rift Island. Their spirited demeanor, reminiscent of fierce heroines, garnered admiration from the three men. Instead of docking at the makeshift camp they had previously constructed, they set their course northward, ultimately halting at a beach at the mouth of a valley, an area that Tang Shaolin had once explored with Zhao Yingmei. The weather was sweltering, and Tang Shaolin proposed that they first take a dip in the pool to alleviate the heat before settling for the night at the Rift residence. As the excursion was intended for relaxation, Tang Shaolin hoped that everyone could enjoy the journey with ease and joy, with a shared sense of purpose. They carefully concealed the lifeboat, and once everything was in order, Tang Shaolin led the group into the jungle. They followed the stream, making their way up the mountain. Typically, when entering the forest, everyone maintained silence, focusing their attention on the surrounding environment. This had become a habit and a consensus among them. Not more than 200 meters into the woods, a sudden disturbance near the creek caught their attention, prompting them to halt and observe. They discovered a large wild boar drinking at the water's edge. Lu Yong, who was leading the group, swiftly knocked an arrow, and with a swift motion, he released it, the arrow striking the boar's shoulder with pinpoint accuracy. In pain, the boar turned to flee into the valley. Its escape route led directly to the valley where Tang Shaolin, Zhao Yingmei, and Jessica had previously searched for wild sheep, marking the confluence of 2 valleys. Chase it, Tang Shaolin commanded decisively. The group veered left, pursuing the boar into the valley. Upon reaching a certain point, Tang Shaolin ordered everyone to halt. He noted the unique terrain. The left slope was steep, while the right was more gradual. He quickly devised a plan. Lu Yong, you, and Yin Xiaomei take cover here. I will lead the others around from the right. We must corner this wild boar in this ravine. Thus, Tang Shaolin, accompanied by Lao Zhou, Deng Qingqing, and Zhao Xiaoman, maneuvered to the right side of the valley, placing Lao Zhou, Deng Qingqing, and Zhao Xiaoman at strategic positions. He himself sprinted to the valley floor to block the boar's escape, forming a semi-encirclement. As Tang Shaolin signaled, the encirclement gradually tightened, and the boar, sensing danger, turned to flee back. Lu Yong and Yin Xiaomei, lying in wait among the bushes, suddenly sprang forth. Charging at the boar, Lu Yong thrust his spear forcefully into the boar's belly. The massive creature, a male wild boar with long tusks, erupted with a fierce warning grunt. Although struck, the beast did not suffer a fatal blow. With determination, it attempted to flee. However, Yin Xiaomei, who was pursuing, lunged forward with a spear. It still failed to strike the wild boar's vital spot. The boar struggled fiercely, dislodging the spear from its body, and charged towards Yin Xiaomei. Lu Yong, sensing the impending danger, rushed over, grasped Yin Xiaomei, and pulled her aside, narrowly evading the boar's assault. At that moment, Tang Shaolin arrived, seizing the opportunity to raise his sword and thrust it into the boar's heart, precisely targeting the spot where butchers typically deliver their fatal blow. The blade plunged deep, piercing the heart, and blood gushed forth. After a brief struggle, the creature's legs splayed out, and it succumbed to its injuries. Tang Shaolin withdrew his sword, wiping the blood off on the boar's hide before sheathing it, then using both hands to cleanse himself of the blood. Soon, everyone gathered around the fallen beast, their excitement palpable. However, Zhao Xiaoman, upon witnessing the gruesome scene, was inexplicably stricken with pallor and retreated to a corner to vomit. Deng Qingqing and Yin Xiaomei rushed to her side, gently patting her back in an effort to comfort her. "I am fine," she managed to say, though Tang Shaolin observed her trembling form and ashen complexion, suspecting that the bloody sight might have evoked memories of Zhang Xiaola's tragic demise. After some time, with the support of Deng Qingqing and Yin Xiaomei, Zhao Xiaoman gradually regained her composure. The group gathered vines and felled a branch to bind the wild boar securely, carrying it to the seaside where they processed the meat in the stream. By then, it was already afternoon. Tang Shaolin resolved that old Zhou should take the 3 girls in a lifeboat, transporting the boar meat back to the temporary camp they had originally set up for rest. He and Lu Yong would ascend the mountain to examine the natural bridge and determine if it could lead them to the island across the chasm. With their weapons upgraded, and despite the fact that Yin Xiaomei, Deng Qingqing, and Zhao Xiaoman were women, their daily training had endowed them with a measure of combat prowess. Alleviating concerns of a wolf pack assaulting the camp that night, they were likely capable of handling such a threat. After making arrangements, Tang Shaolin earnestly advised them on how to deal with the wolves. The 3 girls, along with old Zhou, confidently assured him that they would manage. With that, Tang Shaolin and Lu Yong ascended the mountain with a sense of reassurance. Chapter 49. Discovery of rock salt after bidding farewell to old Zhou and the others. Tang Shaolin and Lu Yong embarked on a journey of exploration, filled with curiosity and excitement for the unknown. They had already hunted a wild boar that day. Apart from wolves, they refrained from harming other creatures, granting them a temporary reprieve. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Tang Shaolin spoke with a glimmer of determination in his eyes. "Aren't we headed towards the Tiansheng Bridge? The journey is long, and taking our spoils would be inconvenient." Lu Yong nodded, his gaze directed towards the mountain. "Indeed, if we can cross the bridge, we might explore the other side and perhaps stumble upon unexpected treasures." A flicker of anticipation sparkled in Tang Shaolin's eyes. "Excellent," Lu Yong replied without hesitation. They arrived at the edge of a pond and began to ascend the right slope of the water's edge. The surrounding jungle was dense with rich, dark foliage, with branches intertwining chaotically, and the rugged terrain presented formidable obstacles to their progress. However, without the company of the girls, the 2 men wielded their machetes, clearing their path with significantly increased speed. After approximately half an hour, they reached a valley, where a lively group of figures suddenly entered their view. Over a dozen deer grazed leisurely on the lush grass, their coats shimmering softly under the sun. "Wow, so many deer!" Lu Yong exclaimed, instantly exhilarated, taking a step forward to pursue them. Yet the deer exhibited remarkable agility, swiftly darting away and vanishing into the thick underbrush. "What a pity," Tang Shaolin sighed, feeling regretful. Despite his supernatural abilities, he did not wish to reveal them before Lu Yong and could not catch up to the nimble deer at a normal pace. After a moment of contemplation, they resolved to follow the direction the deer had fled, hoping for an unexpected find. Upon reaching a rocky hillside, They discerned a group of wild sheep in the distance. This place is truly abundant in resources, Lu Yong marveled, his eyes brimming with delight. The slope was nearly vertical, with jagged rocks protruding like canine teeth, as if nature had deliberately crafted a challenge. Yet the sheep navigated the steep incline with ease, gracefully ascending as they fled. Tang Shaolin and Lu Yong took a deep breath, using both hands and feet to carefully follow suit. Each step required precise placement. For moments, inattention could result in a tumble. Be careful. This slope is too steep, Tang Shaolin cautioned. Yes, I understand, Lu Yong replied, his gaze fixed intently on the flock ahead. As they struggled to climb, a sudden commotion erupted in the valley ahead. A great multitude of birds took flight, their wings darkening half the sky, resembling a swirling tempest. These birds varied in shape and size, their iridescent feathers shimmering in the sunlight like a flowing rainbow. Did the sheep disturb those birds? How could there be so many peculiar birds? Lu Yong inquired, his eyes wide with confusion. Tang Shaolin, equally puzzled, felt a powerful curiosity urging them to press onward. The massive stones were stacked precariously. They alternated between climbing atop the boulders and carefully sliding down, expending tremendous energy with each movement. Yet, the two persevered through their struggles, finally reaching the gathering place of the birds. Look, what is that? Tang Shaolin exclaimed, pointing ahead. They had just steadied themselves on a large boulder when a startled flock of birds took to the sky once more, filling the air with their cacophony. Through the gaps in the treetops, they discerned what appeared to be a barren depression below. As they approached, it became evident that this was a salt lake, where the birds had come to replenish their sodium intake. Let's go take a look, Tang Shaolin suggested, leading the way. The two men hastened their steps, collecting some granular substances from the salt lake to taste. The pure, salty flavor unfurled in their mouths, devoid of any bitterness. Suddenly, Tang Shaolin's gaze was drawn to a layer of red crystalline substance beneath the stone ledge at the lake's edge, glistening with a mysterious sheen in the sunlight. Lu Yong, come here. Tang Shaolin beckoned. He approached, drew out his knife, and carefully pried open a piece, tasting it with astonishment illuminating his eyes. It's rock salt. Lu Yong hurried over and sampled it as well, querying in confusion, can this salt be consumed directly? Of course. Just look at how many birds come here for their salt intake. It's certainly safe, Tang Shaolin elucidated, recalling scenes from a documentary he had seen long ago. Over centuries, the salt accumulated here had mineralized, forming rock salt. This type of salt is pure. Pakistan possesses such salt deposits, which can be consumed once crushed. Americans have processed it into salt powder, branding it as a Malayan pink salt. It is reputed to be rich in various beneficial minerals, commanding prices several times higher than ordinary salt domestically. Really? Lu Yong exclaimed, excitement bubbling within him as he began to excavate, revealing chunks of red rock salt. The salt glimmered translucently under the sun, a sight of breathtaking beauty. Tang Shaolin gently licked it with his tongue, reaffirming its purity. It's edible without any processing. These birds are the best testament to that. The wild sheep and deer must also rely on this salt for their sodium needs, Tang Shaolin analyzed. Soon, the two men busied themselves, excavating large chunks of pure rock salt from the earth and placing them into their packs. They speculated that the salt reserves in this area were abundant. Even if it were the only site, extracting all of it would suffice for the camp for many years to come. The salt we gathered could sustain the entire camp for 2 to 3 months. Melissa and the others won't have to toil away refining sea salt anymore. Lu Yong said, his face radiating joy. With their heavy sacks of rock salt slung over their shoulders, they continued their journey northwest. 2 hours later, an imposing natural bridge came into view. This remarkable bridge was a massive column of magma, believed to have formed when a volcanic eruption created a magma column, which later collapsed for unknown reasons, spanning across a fissure to form the natural bridge. Wow, this bridge is magnificent, Lu Yong marveled. The bridge was 5 or 6 meters wide, its surface uneven, with wild grasses and moss thriving in the crevices. The underside was adorned with seabird nests, resembling clusters of mushrooms. Moreover, the bridge bore the scars of time's erosion, giving it the appearance of a colossal, decayed log, exuding an air of peril. Beneath the bridge lies a foreboding marine trench, its depths obscured by the inky waters, while seabirds flit ominously between the chasms, casting an aura of terror that inspires dread. A faint and indistinct trail is discernible on the bridge's surface, believed to be a path forged by wolves over time. Be cautious, this bridge appears rather unstable, warned Tang Shaolin. The two secured their salt reserves and then cautiously ascended the naturally formed bridge, employing both hands and feet. With each step, the stones beneath seemed to tremble, inducing a palpable sense of fear. Gazing down from the bridge, a thin mist enveloped the trench, accompanied by the distant sound of waves crashing, further heightening the atmosphere of dread. Fortunately, they encountered no peril, and after a grueling trek of over 10 minutes, they finally reached the opposite side of the bridge. Emerging through a grove of stones, they were met by a thicket of low shrubs. However, it was not long before the sight before them left them in utter shock. A colossal sinkhole loomed ahead. "Wow, what on earth is this place?" Lu Yong exclaimed. The sinkhole's base spanned at least 5 square kilometers, featuring a gentle terrain and lush vegetation. Its depth exceeded 20 meters, and the afternoon sunlight cascaded onto the smooth stone walls, refracting ethereal shadows, as if it were a gateway to another realm. To the west of the sinkhole extended an expansive forest stretching endlessly, making them realize that this island was far larger than they had ever imagined. Tang Shaolin suddenly noticed numerous flat stones scattered among the nearby shrubs, with holes beneath them that seemed to harbor something mysterious. "This place is too strange. We should leave quickly," he urged, a flicker of unease crossing his gaze. Just then, a peculiar cry echoed from a distance to their right. Tang Shaolin's expression shifted, and with heightened alertness, he commanded, "Hurry, retreat." Without hesitation, the two turned and sprinted back along the path they had come. Chapter 50. The Great Battle Against the Wild Dogs. A cacophony of peculiar and intense sounds resounded, unlike the usual barks of wild dogs. It resembled countless hard objects striking the ground simultaneously, exuding an inexplicable eeriness. Tang Shaolin instinctively glanced back several times, his pupils narrowing in sudden realization. Behind him, a pack of wild dogs was encircling them in a fan-like formation. Their fur was a disheveled mlang of colors. Some were mottled gray and white, others pitch black as ink. Though their forms resembled the commonplace Chinese rural dogs, their eyes gleamed with a feral ferocity, exhibiting a wildness absent in domesticated canines. A rough count revealed there were as many as 30 or 40 of them, the dark mass of dogs flowing like ink, casting a disquieting shadow amidst the underbrush. The consequences of being besieged by such a formidable pack were unimaginable. Lu Yong's voice trembled slightly as he gripped his spear tightly, his knuckles whitening with exertion. The growls of the wild dogs grew ever closer, mingled with their heavy panting, as if they were breathing down the back of his neck. The two men instinctively quickened their pace, the crunch of gravel beneath their shoes echoing in the air. Upon reaching the natural bridge, the wild dogs had already darted to their sides, and the foremost among them revealed their gnarled lips and sharp fangs in stark clarity. Tang Shaolin abruptly shoved Lu Yong towards the edge of the bridge, urgently calling out, "Quick! I'll cover you. Hurry across." However, Lu Yong's face twisted with conflict. His innate fear of heights made each step a challenge, rendering it impossible for him to cross swiftly. Should the wild dogs catch up, a moment of carelessness could send him plummeting into the abyss, becoming a meal for the elusive sea serpents. Suddenly stealing his resolve, he tightened his grip on the spear, taking a defensive stance, and shouted at Tang Shaolin, "Governor Tang, you go first. I'll handle them. If I'm bitten to death, please take care of Ching Ching for me." At that moment, Deng Ching Ching was his sole concern. Tang Shaolin would not abandon him. He understood that Lu Yong's decision to stay behind would likely mean certain death, while his own energy stone could enhance his physical abilities, giving him a fighting chance against the wild dogs. He firmly grasped Lu Yong's arm and declared, "Then let us face this pack together. Be careful not to get bitten. I will take the lead." The terrain here was relatively flat, and the two men stood back to back, the fierce mountain wind whipping at their clothing as they braced themselves for the wild dog's frenzied assault. The pack was in a state of wild excitement, disregarding the weapons in their hands, emitting guttural growls as they lunged forward. In a moment of impending crisis, Tang Shaolin abruptly entered a state of combat. In an instant, everything around him seemed to shift into slow motion. The leaping figures of the wild dogs appeared sluggish in his eyes, each bristle of fur and sinewy muscle detail vividly discernible. With a low growl, he charged into the pack, his sword flashing like silver lightning. Wherever it passed, blood sprayed forth in vibrant bursts. In mere moments, 4 or 5 wild dogs lay howling on the ground, their warm blood splattering against his trousers. Lu Yong was left speechless, once again awestruck by Tang Shaolin's combat prowess. During their previous encounter with a pack of wolves, Tang Shaolin had similarly faced 10 foes alone, his extraordinary speed and strength defying comprehension, leaving Lu Yong to wonder what immense power resided within that lean frame. Perhaps intimidated by Tang Shaolin's fierce demeanor, the pack of wild dogs hesitated, whimpering as they retreated, ultimately turning back to flee. "Where do you think you're going?" Tang Shaolin, clearly enraged, brandished his sword and gave chase, with Lu Yong closely following. The wild dogs, sensing the ferocity of their pursuers, ran for their lives until they reached the site where they had previously observed the sinkhole before halting. Tang Shaolin, unwilling to show mercy, swung his sword and engaged in combat once more. A particularly large alpha dog suddenly lunged from his side. He evaded the attack, delivering a kick that sent the creature yelping through the air, ultimately crashing into the adjacent sinkhole, its anguished cries echoing as it fell, drawing a long arc before the dull thud of impact resounded. The remaining wild dogs, witnessing this, completely lost their will to fight and, howling in despair, fled towards the distant thicket. At that moment, Tang Shaolin heard faint whimpers emanating from a cave beneath a massive boulder. As he parted the underbrush to investigate, he discovered several fluffy little heads peering timidly from the depths of the cave, puppies. With their round, beady eyes wide open, they gazed at him with trepidation, their innocent whines starkly contrasting with the ferocity of the adult wild dogs. It was no wonder they had unwittingly trespassed into the dog's stronghold. Realizing this, Tang Shaolin understood the aggression of the wild dogs was merely a defense of their home. Gazing at the adorably naive little creatures in the cave, an idea struck him. They could be taken back to raise, serving as guardians for the camp in the future. Lu Yong nodded in agreement, seasoned in his approach, suggesting they find more litters to separate males and females to avoid inbreeding. The two meticulously searched the vicinity and, indeed, uncovered several hidden burrows, eventually gathering 4 puppies, 2 males and 2 females. The little ones, with their soft paws and gentle whimpers, were devoid of the adult wild dog's ferocity, exuding an endearing clumsiness that melted their hearts. "Let's bring the dead dog back as well. Dog meat is quite tasty." Lu Yong rubbed his hands together, pointing to the carcass on the ground. Tang Shaolin couldn't help but chuckle, remarking, "These creatures were unfortunate to cross paths with us, due to Lu Yong's fear of heights." The task of transporting the deceased dog across the bridge fell solely on Tang Shaolin's shoulders. Meanwhile, Lu Yong climbed to the opposite bank, finding 2 sturdy saplings and some resilient vines to construct 2 makeshift backpacks for easier transport of their quarry. Once everything was arranged, one carried the lifeless dog, while the other cradled the soft puppies in his arms, also bearing a bundle containing freshly excavated mineral salt as they proceeded along the ridge. As the sun dipped below the horizon, they arrived at a small valley, discovering a gentle stream meandering through. They quenched their thirst with the clear waters before continuing onward. After walking approximately 50 meters, they spotted a small cave elevated a few feet above the ground, its entrance concealed by vines, rendering it quite discreet. Observing the surroundings, Tang Shaolin noted that the cave faced the morning sun and the terrain was dry, leading him to decide to rest there for the night. They first kindled a fire within the cave, the crackling flames swiftly dispelling the dampness and mosquitoes. Afterwards, they returned to the stream to clean the dog meat thoroughly before carrying it back to the cave. Tang Shaolin sliced several succulent pieces of dog meat, skewering them with branches and placing them over the flames to roast. Fat dripped onto the charcoal, emitting a sizzling sound and releasing an enticing aroma. Lu Yong used the freshly excavated rock salt to cure the remaining dog meat, hanging the strips on the stone ledges of the cave walls to roast, thus extracting moisture while facilitating easier transport for the morrow. As night deepened, the only sounds outside the cave were the rustling of leaves in the wind and the distant murmur of ocean waves. Tang Shaolin reclined beside the campfire, watching the dancing flames, and suddenly inquired, "Lu Yong, what did you do before?" Sighing, Lu Yong's voice fell into a somber tone as he gazed into the flames, his eyes drifting. "I didn't have any proper job. After graduating from vocational school, I followed my sister into the world. Later, she ended up in prison, and I resorted to petty business, yet I could never earn any money. I heard that foreign lands offered ample opportunities, so I sought to broaden my horizons by joining a tour group to New Zealand. Little did I know that my first trip abroad would end in calamity, leaving me stranded on this desolate island." "How did your sister end up in prison?" "Tang Shaolin genli pets." "My sister's fate is lamentable," Lu Yong sighed, bitterness lacing his words. "We share the same father but different mothers, and I am 6 years her junior. When I was 6, our mother passed away, and our father was in poor health, relying entirely on my sister's labor to support my education. Others viewed her as a villain. She did associate with gamblers and had tricked people out of their money, but I know her nature is not malevolent. Life compelled her to act thus. Our father needed medical care, and I needed to attend school. What options did she have as a young woman?" He paused, swallowing hard. "The year I graduated from vocational school, my father passed away. I drifted alongside my sister for a while, realizing it was not a respectable life. I urged her to cease her activities and suggested we work together for a better life. One day, she told me to return home first as they were engaged in a deal. She promised it would be her last endeavor before exiting that life and working with me for a better future. I returned home, waiting for her, only to receive the news of her arrest. She was sentenced to 5 years. My sister is inherently good-hearted and kind. I intended to earn some money before her release so that she could live better afterward, yet fate offered no opportunity." The firelight illuminated Lu Yong's reddened eyes. He spoke no further and simply seized a piece of roasted dog meat, silently gnawing on it. Tang Shaolin observed his frail silhouette, suddenly feeling that the night on this island stretched interminably. The following morning, the two of them prepared their belongings, bringing along the puppy and the cured dog meat as they descended the mountain. Arriving at the southern shoreline, they hurried eastward along the sandy beach toward their temporary campsite. By noon, when they reached the cave where they had stayed on their first day upon landing on the island, the sight before them left them momentarily frozen in place. Chapter 51. The contest half a month prior, when Tang Shaolin and his companions arrived on the island to escort Yang Hua and Wang Mengzhu away. The area was barren and desolate. Today, however, a few grass huts stood prominently upon the beach at the cave's entrance. Maja was indeed correct. Lu Tianba was remarkably swift in his actions. As Tang Shaolin and Lu Yong approached within 10 meters of the grass hut area, they were intercepted by 2 survivors wielding long spears. "Who are you, and from whence do you come?" one of them demanded. "How dare you block our path and attempt robbery?" Lu Yong retorted angrily. "This is our camp. You must obtain our leader's consent to pass through." Fury ignited within Lu Yong at this declaration, and he seized his spear, ready to teach the two a lesson. However, Tang Shaolin gently restrained him, whispering, "Do not engage with them without my command." He had already noticed someone rushing into the cave in the distance to report their presence. He inquired, "Who is your leader?" "Gao Jiangwo." Moments later, an unattractive man accompanied by several subordinates emerged from the cave. Upon closer inspection, Tang Shaolin and Lu Yong recognized him as Zhang Xiao. Lu Yong stepped aside, retreating behind Tang Shaolin. "Governor Tang, how delightful to see you." Zhang Xiao's voice dripped with sarcasm. Tang Shaolin replied coldly, "Bring Gao Jiangwo out to speak." "Haha, I am Gao Jiangwo," the man cackled. "Impressive, Governor Tang. You seem to have made quite a haul." "Oh, what do we have here? A wild pup, how adorable." At that moment, a cry for help echoed from the cave. despite the sound being abruptly cut off. Tang Shaolin's keen hearing discerned the voices of Zhao Xiaoman and Deng Qingqing. His brow furrowed in concern. Zhang Xiao noted the shift in Tang Shaolin's expression, openly admitting, "Indeed, Governor Tang, I have captured the 3 lovely ladies from your camp." "Zhang Xiao, you have audacity to kidnap my people," Tang Shaolin exclaimed. No, I misspoke. You are mistaken. Allow me to clarify. Yin Xiaomei has always been mine and was destined to be with me. Zhao Xiaoman and Deng Qingqing were originally from our camp. It was you, Tang Shaolin, who deceived them into joining you. As for that old tortoise, Zhou, if you possess the ability, feel free to take him. It became evident that Zhang Xiao had indeed allied himself with Liu Tianba's camp. He had been dispatched to expand territory and seize land, having resided there for over 10 days. During this time, he had successfully delivered hunted animals and gathered fruits back to the camp on 2 occasions. Liu Tianba was exceedingly pleased with his performance, hoping he would establish a stronghold and ensure a steady food supply. The events traced back to early this morning. At dawn, Zhang Xiao dispatched a hunting party of 7. The choice of early morning for hunting was strategic. As the temperature was cooler, animals ventured out to forage, and the hunters were in peak condition, thus increasing the likelihood of a successful hunt. As the hunting party passed by the temporary camp established by Tang Shaolin and his companions, they were astonished to discover that it was occupied. The team leader promptly directed some members to return and report to Zhang Xiao, while the majority remained to covertly observe the camp's activities. Upon receiving the news, Zhang Xiao immediately rushed over. Zhang Xiao had long anticipated an inevitable encounter with Tang Shaolin and his associates, secretly devising a plan to eliminate him on Rift Island. Upon discovering that the camp comprised 1 man and 3 women, he recognized the man as Old Zhou and the 3 women as Deng Qingqing, Zhao Xiaoman, and Yin Xiaomei. His heart surged with excitement at the unexpected presence of Zhao Xiaoman, whom he had longed for. Seizing the opportunity, he launched an attack on the camp. At that moment, Yin Xiaomei and Old Zhou were inside a thatched hut, while Deng Qingqing and Zhao Xiaoman were in another hut, chatting and adding firewood to the blaze, roasting game. The upheaval came too abruptly, leaving them defenseless. Old Zhou and Yin Xiaomei charged out with spears to obstruct him, yet they were no match for Zhang Xiao and his men. Thus, the 4 were taken to Zhang Zhao's makeshift camp. Coincidentally, less than half an hour after their arrival, Tang Shaolin and Liu Yong also appeared. "Zhang Xiao, you are courting death, do you realize? Release my people at once, or I shall take your life today." Tang Shaolin spoke with a calm demeanor and a smile, though his expression was laden with menace. Zhang Xiao retorted, "You are indeed impressive. Yesterday, you felled a great wild boar. I had intended to find you last night to reminisce, yet here you are, delivering yourselves right to me. They say you, Tang Shaolin, are formidable. I am eager to witness it." Brothers, attack. Several of his subordinates armed with spears moved in to encircle them, while Liu Yong stepped forward, ready to engage. Tang Shaolin bellowed, "Zhang Xiao. No, Gao Jiangwo. You have even changed your name. Your cowardly disguise is contemptible. Aren't you reputed to be a champion in Sanda? Dare you face me in unarmed combat? If I lose, do with me as you wish. If I win, let them go. Do you dare? Ha ha, you foolhardy wretch. Today, you shall concede with true humility, kneeling and calling me grandfather." Zhang Xiao contemplated fiercely, determined that Tang Shaolin must not leave alive, even if unforeseen circumstances arose. He believed that sheer numbers would suffice to eliminate him. Moreover, defeating Tang Shaolin would bolster his own reputation among his followers. Tang Shaolin entrusted the 4 captives to Liu Yong, casting aside his burdens. On the beach, a makeshift arena was established, drawing a crowd of both men and women. Once stripped of his outer garments, Zhang Xiao arrogantly declared, "Today, I shall bury you in this wretched sand." No sooner had he spoken than he lunged forward, his right fist slicing through the air toward Tang Shaolin's temple. Tang Shaolin sidestepped, using his elbow to block while his left knee surged toward Zhang Xiao's abdomen. Anticipating the move, Zhang Xiao retreated a half step to evade, immediately following up with a sweeping kick aimed at Tang Shaolin's outer knee. Tang Shaolin was in no hurry to secure victory. He intended to toy with Zhang Xiao. Sand flew beneath their feet as Zhang Xiao unleashed a flurry of punches like a torrential downpour, while Tang Shaolin continually retreated to absorb the force. Suddenly, he seized Zhang Zhao's feigned thrust and, using the momentum, executed a shoulder throw. Zhang Xiao crashed heavily onto the sand, yet in that instant, he ensnared Tang Shaolin's neck with his legs. Tang Shaolin's elbow struck Zhang Zhao's ribs with a thunderous impact, prompting a muffled groan from Zhang Xiao, who loosened his grip. They both rolled to their feet simultaneously. Tang Shaolin feigned exhaustion, wiping the sweat from his brow, then surged forward. After feinting with left and right punches, he unleashed a powerful front kick aimed squarely at Zhang Zhao's chest. Zhang Xiao staggered backward, his back colliding with the sharp rocks, crimson blood staining the white sand. It was not over. Zhang Xiao howled as he lunged forward once more, his strikes becoming increasingly fierce. Tang Shaolin feigned evasions, but was unable to escape the onslaught, receiving several powerful blows that left his face bruised and blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Panting heavily and appearing to be at a disadvantage. Observing this, Zhang Xiao displayed a triumphant grin and shouted to his subordinates, "Bring those 3 bitches out. Let them witness how I deal with this fool." Moments later, 3 women were pushed to the front of the crowd. Lu Yong's heart clenched upon seeing the bound women, while Deng Qingqing, with tears in her eyes, smiled and nodded at him. In a moment of impulsiveness, Lu Yong attempted to rush forward, only to be halted by a piercing glance from Tang Shaolin. The sight of Tang Shaolin's injuries pained the 3 women deeply, with Zhao Xiaoman's eyes brimming with tears. Enraged by this, Zhang Xiao charged at Tang Shaolin with a flying knee strike. Tang Shaolin sidets pet, delivering a whip-like kick to Zhang Zhao's ear. Seizing the opportunity as Zhang stumbled, he advanced, unleashing a flurry of punches to Zhang's face, culminating in an uppercut that struck his jaw. Zhang Xiao fell backward, his jaw dislocated, his visage even more grotesque as the back of his head struck the sharp shells. Blood mingling with sand washed away by the tide. With a face full of fury, Tang Shaolin approached Zhang Xiao, when suddenly a middle-aged woman from the crowd rushed to shield him, pleading with Tang Shaolin, "Please, do not kill him. We concede. Take those captured away." This woman was Peng Kaihua, a middle-aged woman gifted to Zhang Xiao by Lu Tianba. "Big sister, you should not intervene. This man deserves to die," shouted Yin Xiaomei. "Do you not realize? He is a devil. He once murdered a woman from your camp, one of similar age to yours, in a manner so brutal it is beyond human capability. He is a beast, a demon. No, I do not believe it. He would not kill. He is Gao Jiangwo. You have mistaken him. He would not commit such acts. Taiyun, let them go and return their weapons." Standing aside, Sun Taiyun suddenly snapped out of his daze. His face pale as he replied, "Understood, sister-in-law." The peculiar expression on Sun Taiyun's face did not go unnoticed by Tang Shaolin and Lu Yong, who etched it into their memories. Chapter 52. Revenge. This was a fair duel, and Zhang Xiao had suffered a devastating defeat. A wager must be honored. Having lost, one must fulfill their promise. Moreover, they were all survivors, with no deep-seated animosity among them. Furthermore, Tang Shaolin was exceptionally skilled, and mere mortals were no match for him. Weighing the pros and cons, the others had no intention of complicating matters for Tang Shaolin, allowing him and his group to depart with their supplies and weapons. As they were about to leave their makeshift camp, 3 women were irresistibly drawn to 4 adorable puppies brought by Tang Shaolin's group. Watching the 4 charming little creatures, the women seemed to forget the pain they had just endured, excitedly clamoring to hold the delightful pups. After walking approximately 2 kilometers, footsteps echoed from behind. The group turned alertly, and to their astonishment, it was Sun Taiyun approaching. They halted. Old Zhou, Deng Qingqing, and Zhao Xiaoman instinctively tightened their grips on their weapons. Bracing themselves, the others regarded Sun Taiyun with puzzled expressions, silently speculating about his intentions. Only Tang Shaolin, Lu Yong, and Yin Xiaomei appeared to have already discerned each other's motives. Sun Taiyun first glanced eagerly at Yin Xiaomei, his eyes filled with anticipation and anxiety, as though she were his sole hope. He then turned to Tang Shaolin and said, "Brother Tang, I have something to ask Sister Yin." May I? His tone was laced with cautious pleading, fearful of rejection. Tang Shaolin's gaze shifted back and forth between Yin Xiaomei and Old Zhou, weighing the implications. Noticing Old Zhou's slight nod of approval, he finally responded, "Very well, you may converse here while we wait for Xiaomei under those coconut trees ahead." "Thank you, Brother Tang." Sun Taiyun replied earnestly, gratitude swelling within him for Tang Shaolin's willingness to grant him this opportunity. "You're welcome," Tang Shaolin replied calmly, though vigilance lingered in his heart. Despite the distance, the unique ability of the energy stone allowed him to hear their conversation clearly. Sun Taiyun meticulously inquired about the appearance of the victim, the location of the incident, and her physical characteristics, with each question posed in great detail, his anxiety and urgency palpable. Yin Xiaomei answered each inquiry. Upon hearing Yin Xiaomei mention that the woman bore a black birthmark on her right shoulder, and that Zhang Xiao had not only marred her visage, but had cruelly severed one of her breasts, a chill coursed through Tang Shaolin. Even after hearing such a description for the second time, it left him shaken, pondering how truly monstrous Zhang Xiao was. His curiosity about Sun Taiyun's reaction intensified. 20 minutes later, the conversation concluded, and Sun Taiyun departed in haste. When Yin Xiaomei returned to the group, her face was as pale as a sheet. Zhao Xiaoman, noticing her distress, asked with concern, "Xiaomei, are you all right?" "I'm fine." The victim could possibly be Sun Taiyun's mother. Yin Xiaomei replied in a subdued voice, reflecting on Sun Taiyun's reaction to the descriptions, her heart a tumult of emotions. The group was taken aback, their faces registering shock. Lu Yong, reveling in the misfortune, declared, "That scoundrel Zhang Xiao is doomed this time. He deserves to die. It's only fitting." Zhao Xiaoman gritted her teeth, her body trembling slightly with rage. Beside her, Deng Qingqing quickly grasped her hand in an attempt to comfort her, her heart also heavy for the victim. Tang Shaolin rose to his feet, attempting to alleviate the tense atmosphere with a light-hearted remark. "Let us return to the camp. I am concerned that the wild boar meat might be snatched away by wolves. Indeed, it would be a great shame if it were to be taken by the wild beasts." Old Zhou chimed in, hoping to divert everyone's attention. As they engaged in trivial conversations, the group walked towards the campsite. After parting ways with Yin Xiaomei, Sun Taiyun ambled back to the temporary encampment like a mere shell of himself. Memories of his mother's fiercely tragic life flooded his mind, culminating in her untimely demise on this desolate island. Overcome with grief, tears streamed down his face. His mother had been a primary school teacher in their hometown, and when Sun Taiyun was merely 10 years old, his father had passed away. Thereafter, his mother never remarried, shouldering the burden of raising him alone, sacrificing everything to ensure he receive an education, nurturing him into a university student, and even supporting his endeavors to study abroad in Australia. His mother was the most remarkable person in the world, his sole family in this life. He felt profound sorrow for the hardships she had endured throughout her life. During the spring festival holiday, he had invited her to travel to Australia for some respite. They spent a week exploring Australia, followed by a delightful week in New Zealand. His mother was filled with joy, praising his filial piety. Their original plan was to return home for the spring festival, but tragically, their flight met with disaster, leading them to this forsaken place. For 3 harrowing days adrift at sea, they struggled for survival, only to find that landing on this island marked the onset of his mother's nightmare. On that fateful day, a female corpse was recovered near the camp. Sun Taiyun could scarcely believe it, fearing to look or accept that it was indeed his mother. Yet, the grim reality was undeniable. Witnessing his mother's brutal death shattered him, causing him to faint from despair, later to be rescued by others. He could never have imagined that the perpetrator of his mother's murder would be Zhang Xiao, a man who had aspired to mold him into his right-hand ally. This monster, who had assumed the alias Gao Jiangwo. The name change was merely a cowardly attempt to evade justice for his numerous misdeeds. Who could fathom where his so-called mentorship would lead? Sun Taiyun had long perceived Zhang Xiao's insatiable ambition and his discontent with the status quo. If allowed to continue his reckless ways, one could only speculate what fate awaited this island. He shuddered to think that even someone as innocent and kind-hearted as Zhang Xiaola could fall victim to Zhang Zhao's ruthless nature. Such disregard for human life was utterly unconscionable. A being of such moral depravity did not deserve to inhabit this world. With his eyes aflame with vengeance, Sun Taiyun returned to the encampment, summoning his girlfriend, Yi Xiaojia, under the pretense of foraging for wild vegetables and gathering firewood, to send all the women away. The remaining men at the temporary campsite were mostly his subordinates or allies. Moreover, Lu Tianba's spy, Chen Mingwei, had returned to the central camp with supplies the previous afternoon and would not be back for at least 3 days, an opportune moment for revenge. Once the others were dismissed, Sun Taiyun seized a stone axe and strode purposefully toward the cave. At that moment, Zhang Xiao lay on a bed of grass, his face swollen and bruised, his head resembling that of a pig. Upon seeing Sun Taiyun enter with the stone axe, an ominous realization dawned upon him. Sun Taiyun roared, "You beast!" as he mercilessly swung the axe toward Zhang Zhao's head, reducing it to a mangled, bloody pulp. Those outside the cave had already learned that the so-called Gao Jiangwo was none other than the man who had slain Sun Taiyun's mother. Despite being greatly frightened by the terrifying sound, everyone felt that Zhang Xiao had received his just deserts. After killing Zhang Xiao, he summoned a few individuals to carry his lifeless body and cast it into the vast ocean. In the afternoon, the sun reigned supreme, illuminating everything with its radiant warmth, infusing this desolate land with life and hope. In this tranquil moment, it seemed one could hear a dialogue between the sunlight, the earth, the ocean, and existence itself, experiencing the boundless allure and power of nature. Facing the endless sea, Sun Taiyun cried out passionately, "Mother, your son has avenged you by slaying the murderer. May your spirit find peace in the heavens." The hearts of all present were deeply moved. Chapter 53. The emergence of affection upon returning to the camp. Everything seemed well. The fire in the pit still flickered brightly. The group hung the dog meat above the hearth, alongside the wild boar meat. Tang Shaolin noticed the wild boar intestines and stomach had been meticulously cleaned and were now suspended for smoking with the other meats. He remarked, "Lao Zhou, I have a spice pouch here that is perfect for cooking the intestines and stomach of the pig. Shall we stew these delicacies for tonight?" At that moment, he hoped to uplift everyone's spirits through culinary delights and instill some anticipation for the days ahead. To his surprise, Lao Zhou responded with a smile. "I didn't expect you to enjoy such fare as well. I have a penchant for it too." He then turned to the others, inquiring, "What do you think? Do you have any objections? Tonight, we shall feast on pig stomach and intestines. I suggest we also stew some dog meat. I'll venture out to find some dog meat seasoning." Lu Yong interjected, swallowing hard. "Excellent. Let us prepare a variety of dishes tonight. Everyone can have whatever they desire." Tang Shaolin Tuka. The 3 young women, upon hearing this, cheered with delight, praising Governor Tang for his generosity. They suggested preparing some barbecued treats and a pot of wild vegetable soup for a sumptuous meal, lamenting the absence of wine, declaring that otherwise they would certainly indulge until inebriation. Tang Shaolin assured them that in the future, such pleasures would be at hand. He retrieved a carefully crafted spice pouch from the supplies and handed it to Lao Zhou. This special blend contained herbs, wild ginger, wild garlic, and wild yanshi, all of which he and Ying had discovered previously. At that moment, he recalled the mineral salt they had collected with Lu Yong, who then presented it for everyone's admiration. Indeed, almost overlooked it. "We stumbled upon a pure salt mine. Henceforth, we shall never fret about salt in the camp." Lu Yong exclaimed with a chuckle. The group beamed with joy upon seeing the glistening mineral salt. "Can it be consumed directly?" Deng Qingqing asked, her curiosity piqued. "Share by all. This is quality salt," Lao Zhou replied, holding a piece of salt, addressing the 3 girls. "It's red mineral salt, which I believe is fit for direct consumption. I have purchased it domestically before, and it is more expensive than regular salt. There are countless birds in that salt lake. If they can eat it, we surely can. Governor Tang and I sampled it last night." He added, "How splendid. No more tedious efforts to refine seawater into salt." Deng Qingqing exclaimed, brimming with excitement. "You, I, and Melissa might soon find ourselves out of work," Zhao Xiaoman jested, prompting laughter from the group. Amidst the exuberance, they gathered around the mineral salt, engaged in animated discussions. At this juncture, Tang Shaolin called Zhao Xiaoman aside, signaling that he wished to speak with her. A mixture of curiosity and anxiety filled Zhao Xiaoman's heart, as she was uncertain of Tang Shaolin's intentions. They stepped out of the camp and made their way to a secluded stretch of beach, settling beneath the shade of a tree. The afternoon sun cast a shimmering glow upon the rippling sea, creating a dazzling spectacle. With a flushed face and a hint of nervousness, Zhao Xiaoman timidly asked, "Brother Tang, what is it that you wish to tell me?" Gazing out at the vast expanse of the ocean, Tang Shaolin spoke solemnly. "Xiaoman, I must apologize. I have failed to fulfill my promise to you today. I did not slay the fiend Zhang Xiao." His face was etched with guilt, feeling he had betrayed Zhao Xiaoman's trust. Zhao Xiaoman interjected before Tang Shaolin could finish, saying, "Please do not say that, Brother Tang Shaolin. I understand that you acted out of a desire to protect us, unwilling to take a life before so many witnesses. Moreover, that woman had already knelt in supplication. You could not possibly have slain that wretched fiend in her presence." As she spoke, her heart ached with empathy and understanding for Tang Shaolin's careful deliberation. "It is not for those reasons," Tang Shaolin replied. "Allow me to explain. When that woman rushed to shield Zhang Xiao, and Yin Xiaomei accused her, claiming that Zhang Xiao had once killed a woman from our camp, I caught a glimpse of horror on Sun Taiyun's face. It led me to suspect that the slain woman might have been connected to him, prompting me to decide to spare him for the time being. I believe my intuition was correct. Xiaoman, our current objective is to unify the two camps, fostering solidarity among us to diminish conflicts and enhance our quality of survival. This will also bolster our camp's development and our ability to withstand external threats. At present, we have yet to fully comprehend the circumstances of this island and remain uncertain of the existence of wildlings or other factions. Thus, we cannot afford to be complacent. Even if Zhang Xiao manages to escape this time, I shall one day take his life myself." His gaze was resolute, the flames of vengeance for Zhang Xiao never extinguished, merely awaiting the opportune moment. "I understand, Brother Tang Shaolin," Zhao Xiaoman replied, her heart swelling with emotion. She longed to lean against his shoulder, captivated by his profound foresight. "I believe you and Manager Ma truly make an excellent pair." She admired the harmonious synergy between the two and felt fortunate to have such leaders within their team. "You speak the truth," Tang Shaolin responded, then jested, "You and I could also become a formidable duo." He hoped to alleviate Zhao Xiaoman's somber mood. Unsure of how to respond, Zhao Xiaoman felt a flush rise to her cheeks. The term good partner held many connotations. In professional realms, one could be a good partner, as well as in life's various endeavors. Zhao Xiaoman shifted closer to Tang Shaolin, who caught a whiff of her delicate fragrance. He instinctively wrapped his arm around her slender shoulders, and she nestled against him. In that moment, her heart brimmed with sweetness and reassurance. As if all the perils of the world had ceased to exist, Tang Shaolin whispered to her, "The original intent of this outing was to offer you a respite. From now on, let's live joyfully, shall we?" He silently vowed to protect those around him, providing them with a secure existence. The inclusive term "we" delighted Zhao Xiaoman, and she felt deeply moved, biting her lower lip and nodding earnestly. "Brother Tang Shaolin, I feared you were no match for that demon. When I saw the injuries on your face, I was frantic. I intentionally allowed him a minor advantage to let him grow overconfident. He believed I was no match for him, which is why he summoned his subordinates to witness your humiliation. That was precisely the effect I desired. Is that so? Do your wounds not ache?" Zhao Xiaoman asked, reaching out to gently touch the bruises on Tang Shaolin's face. "Not all. Wait a moment. Upon our return, I shall prepare a medicinal decoction of rhubarb to soothe your injuries," said Tang Shaolin. Zhao Xiaoman's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Really? Just the two of us?" Regretting her question the instant it left her lips, she felt a delightful mix of anticipation and shyness, her heart racing. Tang Shaolin nodded with a smile. Despite her flushed cheeks, Zhao Xiaoman radiated joy and happiness. She seemed invigorated, as if filled with newfound energy. Rising to her feet, she grasped Tang Shaolin's hand and declared, "Let us return. I will brew a pot of rhubarb medicine to tend to the bruises on your face and body." Her heart ached for his injuries, filled with a fervent desire to care for him. I am fine. Such minor injuries are inconsequential. Tang Shaolin feigned bravado, yet felt warmth in his heart at Zhao Xiaoman's concern. No, you must heed my words. All right, I shall follow your wishes. Upon returning to the camp, they shared some jerky and sipped on wild vegetable soup, which sufficed for their lunch, leaving room for the anticipated dinner. After the meal, Zhao Xiaoman insisted that Tang Shaolin rest in the grass hut. Unable to resist her insistence, he acquiesced. Having had a restless night in the cave with Lu Yong, he soon succumbed to slumber. When Zhao Xiaoman entered with the prepared medicine, she found him fast asleep, snoring evenly. Believing he was exhausted from the fight or gravely injured, her heart ached for him. She chose not to awaken him, instead quietly exiting, thinking that allowing him a proper rest was of utmost importance. Standing at the doorway of the grass hut, she glanced back at the slumbering Tang Shaolin, her heart brimming with tenderness and concern. Chapter 54. Nightmares After Lunch. Lu Yong retired for a nap. Tang Shaolin also succumbed to slumber. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Xiaoman busied herself with dinner alongside Lao Zhou, Yin Xiaomei, and Deng Qingqing. They not only prepared braised pig intestines and stomach, but also planned to grill some barbecue, gathering an abundance of tender wild vegetables nearby. Throughout the dinner preparations, Zhao Xiaoman remained preoccupied with Tang Shaolin's condition, occasionally tiptoeing into his quarters to check if he had awakened. It was only when all the ingredients for dinner were ready that Tang Shaolin stirred from his slumber. Zhao Xiaoman urged him to continue resting while she warmed a bowl of rhubarb decoction and carried it into the grass hut. Tang Shaolin, you need to remove your clothes, Zhao Xiaoman said, her eyes shimmering with a blend of shyness and determination, her voice trembling slightly. Tang Shaolin was momentarily taken aback, waves of emotion rippling through him, and he complied, shedding his shirt and lying on the bed. Zhao Xiaoman dipped a clean cloth into the dark brown medicinal liquid in the earthenware jar, meticulously tending to the bruises on his body, each stroke deliberate, occasionally glancing up to softly inquire, "Does it hurt?" "No, it doesn't." Tang Shaolin could distinctly sense the subtle tremor in her hands, imbued with a barely perceptible tenderness. As she applied the ointment to his chest, the dim light cast a warm glow, and Zhao Xiaoman's cheeks flushed, her long eyelashes creating delicate shadows beneath her eyes, her exquisite features appearing even more enchanting in the muted illumination. "Tang Shaolin, I owe my life to you and Jessica for finding me on the eastern side of Jugu Island. Otherwise, I might have been lost forever," Zhao Xiaoman whispered, her tone laden with gratitude. Tang Shaolin replied, "It was divine providence. Even if we hadn't crossed paths, you would have awakened on your own." "Not at all. Jessica told me that you both took turns resuscitating me, nearly for half an hour. I'm truly grateful to you. It feels wonderful to be alive." Zhao Xiaoman's voice brimmed with relief. Zhao Xiaoman continued to speak at length, yet Tang Shaolin found himself lost in reverie, recalling the graceful way she danced on the lifeboat. Observing her lithe form up close, every curve of her body seemed perfectly proportioned, igniting a surge of impulse within him, compelling him to grasp her hand. However, he quickly recognized his indiscretion and released her. Zhao Xiaoman gasped softly, her eyes wide with surprise and bashfulness as she regarded Tang Shaolin. Just as he was about to apologize, Zhao Xiaoman gently covered his mouth with her hand and then leaned in, softly kissing his lips. The air was thick with affection and ambiguity, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Their intimate moment was abruptly interrupted by the voices of Lu Yong and Deng Qingqing from outside, prompting them to quickly part. Soon after, Lu Yong, Deng Qingqing, Lao Zhou, and Yin Xiaomei entered the room to check on Tang Shaolin. He feigned composure, assuring them he was fine, which allowed them to leave with ease. Zhao Xiaoman suddenly felt her earlier actions had been too impulsive. Her cheeks flushed. She hurriedly gathered the medicine jar and exited Tang Shaolin's room, her steps brisk yet tinged with a hint of anxiety. During dinner, 3 individuals, a man and 2 women, arrived from outside the camp, claiming to be from the Sun Taiyuan camp. Upon learning their identities, Tang Shaolin welcomed them into the camp. 2 men in their 30s, brimming with vitality, were joined by a young woman in her 20s, whose delicate features caught the eye. She introduced herself as Sun Taiyuan's girlfriend. At that moment, Tang Shaolin and his companions were dining, and he warmly invited the three to join their meal. Initially, the trio politely declined, but the tantalizing aroma of the food proved irresistible. Unable to suppress their appetites, they finally accepted Tang Shaolin's genuine invitation and partook in the feast, with everyone praising the freshness of the ingredients and the exquisite flavors of the dishes. After the meal, the two men accompanied Lu Yong to the seaside for a chat, while the girl, Yi Xiaojia, remained behind to converse. She recounted the events of the afternoon when Sun Taiyun had killed Zhang Xiao, and with a sense of urgency, she expressed her concerns. Brother Tang Shaolin, I fear Lu Tianba may complicate matters for Sun Taiyun because of this incident. If things escalate, I implore you to assist us by allowing us to join your camp. Otherwise, Sun Taiyun and I will be doomed on this desolate island. Zhang Xiao was a demon, and I hope Lu Tianba, upon learning the truth, will not hold Sun Taiyun accountable. Tang Shaolin sought to comfort her. You may not know that Lu Tianba is quite fond of a woman who is actually Zhang Xiao's cousin, Yi Xiaojia stated, her tone growing more anxious. Zhang Xiao has a cousin? What is her name? Tang Shaolin inquired. I believe her name is Gao Wenwei. That is not Zhang Xiao's cousin. Her real name is Huang Wenwei, exclaimed Yin Xiaomei in surprise. Deng Qingqing and Zhao Xiaoman chimed in, affirming, yes, she is not his cousin. She is Yang Hua's girlfriend from our camp. Tang Shaolin interjected, Huang Wenwei's past identity is no longer significant. The crucial matter is that she is now Lu Tianba's woman. I do not know what their prior relationship with Zhang Xiao entailed, but since they refer to each other as cousins, they may have established some form of collaboration. It is indeed possible that Lu Tianba could create difficulties for Sun Taiyun due to Huang Wenwei's influence. This remains merely my conjecture. The actual circumstances are uncertain. However, Xiaojia, fret not. If Lu Tianba proves unwelcoming to you, you may come here. Should others wish to join, they are also welcome. Chun Minghui is not returning until a few days from now, and by the time he reports back, it will be another matter. You should advise Sun Taiyun to stabilize the situation, unite his subordinates, and refrain from returning to Jugu Island until Lu Tianba's stance is clearer. We shall remain here, and you can reach out to me at any time. Thank you so much, Brother Tang Shaolin. I was so worried before, but now I feel relieved. Yi Xiaojia expressed her gratitude. We are all survivors and should unite to better face the various challenges ahead, Tang Shaolin said earnestly. At that moment, dark clouds began to roll in from Jugu Island toward Rift Island, accompanied by the rumble of thunder. Yi Xiaojia suggested returning to the camp. Tang Shaolin and Lu Yong escorted them out, and after bidding farewell, Tang Shaolin turned to Lu Yong, gazing at the ominous clouds over Jugu Island, and said, There is no need to stand guard tonight. The island should pose no danger. It may rain later, so let everyone rest well this evening. Lu Yong found truth in Tang Shaolin's words, nodding in agreement. After Yi Xiaojia and the others departed, several girls speculated about Huang Wenwei's situation, engaging in gossip. The curiosity and imagination of women rival those of men, as they exchanged various possibilities in lively discussion. Lao Zhou took great care of the 4 little wild dogs, even weaving 2 sturdy cages for them, pairing 1 male and 1 female in each enclosure. When feeding them, Lao Zhou would chew the food before patiently offering it to the pups, mirroring the wild dog mother's nurturing, who would regurgitate her own food for her young. This ensured the pups ate heartily. To protect these little creatures from the chill of the night, Lao Zhou placed them in the thatched hut where he and Yin Xiaomei resided, creating a warm environment for them. That night, Tang Shaolin retired to his hut first. As the night deepened, Yin Xiaomei, Deng Qingqing, and their partners paired off to sleep in their own huts, deliberately leaving Zhao Xiaoman in the barbecue house. From the moment they departed, Zhao Xiaoman understood the implications in Yin Xiaomei and Deng Qingqing's glances, which left her feeling shy and embarrassed. How could she dare to sleep in Tang Shaolin's room? Outside, a heavy rain began to fall, the raindrops pattering rhythmically against the roof. She sat quietly by the fire, gradually succumbing to drowsiness, leaning against a wooden pillar as she gazed at the crackling flames, unaware of when she drifted into slumber. The rain continued to pour, the interior of the house remaining relatively warm, as if she were wrapped in a cozy, fluffy blanket. Outside, thunder rumbled and lightning flashed. She curled up under the blanket, when suddenly, The fierce wind burst through the door, creaking ominously. Startled, she rose to close it, and in a brilliant flash of lightning, she spotted a figure standing in the rain outside, facing away from her. She could not discern who it was, but as the next bolt illuminated the scene, the figure turned, revealing a wickedly grinning face. It was Zhang Xiao. With a piercing scream, she jolted awake from her nightmare, drenched in cold sweat. The first to rush in was Deng Qingqing, aware that Zhao Xiaoman had once again been disturbed by a nightmare, which had been a frequent occurrence of late. Shortly thereafter, Yin Xiaomei and Tang Shaolin followed. Faced with Tang Shaolin, Yin Xiaomei and Deng Qingqing felt a wave of embarrassment. As they had playfully conspired to send Zhao Xiaoman to his room, Tang Shaolin, upon hearing their explanation, could only chuckle in disbelief, realizing they had not intended any malice, and allowed them to return to their rest. After they left, he gently addressed Zhao Xiaoman, saying, "Could you not simply be bold enough to sleep in my room?" His tone carried a hint of tenderness and exasperation. Chapter 55. Tenderness on a rainy night. Upon entering Tang Shaolin's abode, Zhao Xiaoman stood somewhat awkwardly at the threshold, her fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her garment. The air was imbued with a subtle blend of grass, ash, and sea salt. Tang Shaolin, holding a torch, approached the bed and, noticing Zhao Xiaoman's stillness, gestured invitingly. "Why are you dawdling? Come lie down." With a swift motion, he lifted the thin blanket. After a moment of hesitation, Zhao Xiaoman cautiously made her way to the bedside, removing her shoes and outerwear before carefully settling into the bed, her body taut as a drawn string. Tang Shaolin extinguished the torch and, without hesitation, removed his own shoes and clothing. Lying down beside her with a respectful distance of a hand's breadth between them, their breaths resonating in the silence. In the darkness, they lay side by side, gazing at the indistinct contours of the ceiling. The storm outside intensified, the thatched roof crackling under the assault of raindrops, while the distant waves crashing against the rocks rumbled like thunder, echoing sharply in the stillness of the night. Zhao Xiaoman felt the warmth of the man beside her, a flutter of anxiety stirring within her as her fingers instinctively fidgeted with the corner of the blanket. It was Tang Shaolin who first broke the silence, turning towards her with a gentle tone that resonated in the dark. "You had a nightmare just now, didn't you? What was it about? Would you share it with me?" His inquiry prompted Zhao Xiaoman to recall the horrific visions from her dream, her body trembling slightly at the recollection. Sensing her distress, Tang Shaolin gently embraced her, his arm exuding a comforting strength. She instinctively nestled into his embrace, feeling the warmth of his chest and the steady beat of his heart, her voice quivering as she recounted her haunting nightmare. Her words came in fragmented bursts, laced with fear and lingering dread, as if she were being drawn back into that suffocating dreamscape. As he listened, Tang Shaolin's brow furrowed, a chill creeping over him at the unsettling nature of her tale. He held Zhao Xiaoman tightly, resting his chin atop her head, his voice firm as he reassured her, "He is gone, truly gone. With me by your side, there is no need for fear." His words acted as a balm, gradually soothing her anxious heart. Zhao Xiaoman clung to him more tightly, her nose brushing against his strong chest as she whispered, "Tang Shaolin, I like you. Could you hold me a little tighter?" His heart raced at her words, and he embraced her with fervor, lowering his head to gently kiss her lips. That kiss was imbued with tenderness and affection, akin to a feather caressing her heart. In an instant, Zhao Xiaoman's breath quickened, her heart pounding like a drum. Tang Shaolin, equally stirred, struggled to restrain himself, softly asking, "Xiaoman, is it permissible for us to?" Before he could finish, Zhao Xiaoman leaned in, fervently kissing him, as if seeking to release all her fears and uncertainties within that kiss. Tang Shaolin could no longer contain himself. He reached to unfasten her undergarment. At that moment, the storm outside became mere background noise, and all of Zhao Xiaoman's worries and troubles faded away, leaving her enveloped in the warmth and security that this man provided. His kiss was filled with passion and devotion, his embrace warm and robust, instilling in her an unparalleled sense of safety. The sea breeze whipped the briny rain, battering the thatched cottage with relentless force. The straw roof groaned under the weight of the downpour, as if it might be torn away by the tempest at any moment. Not far from the shore, the inky waves crashed against the rocks like an army of relentless soldiers, their thunderous roars mingling with the patter of rain on the grass leaves, weaving a terrifying tapestry of sound in the night. Yet it hardly disturbed the two souls within the cottage. After a prolonged silence, the two gradually emerged from their near-faint state. Zhao Xiaoman lay blissfully in Tang Shaolin's embrace, savoring the exquisite moments they had just shared, a blissful smile unconsciously gracing her lips. She turned her head to gaze at Tang Shaolin's profile. In the dim light, his features appeared particularly gentle. "Tang Shaolin, you are truly wonderful," she murmured, her voice laced with a hint of languor and contentment. "You are wonderful too, Xiaoman," he replied. "Really?" Zhao Xiaoman asked, a flicker of uncertainty dancing in her heart like a timid rabbit. "Absolutely," Tang Shaolin affirmed, planting a soft kiss on her forehead, his tone earnest. "Xiaoman, could you share your story with me?" At his words, Zhao Xiaoman's body stiffened slightly, a glimmer of sorrow flashing in her eyes, as if he had touched the softest part of her heart. She whispered, "There's nothing much to tell. The past felt like scars she was reluctant to unveil. Everything about you captivates me, and naturally, I am concerned about your story," Tang Shaolin said sincerely, thinking that to help Xiaoman heal completely, she must be encouraged to share her experiences. One's mental well-being is often closely tied to their past. If given the chance to confide in someone trusted, emotions can be released, leading to significant improvement in one's condition. Zhao Xiaoman hesitated, her voice barely audible. "I fear that if I share my story, you might abandon me." Her tone was tinged with anxiety and fear, worried that her past would repel him or evoke disdain. "That is because you do not realize how remarkable you are. Speak freely. On this deserted island, regardless of what transpires, I will never leave you." Tang Shaolin's voice was resolute, instilling Zhao Xiaoman with immense courage. Zhao Xiaoman remained silent, her bright eyes fixed on Tang Shaolin, searching for any hint of hesitation. Yet all she found was sincerity and determination. The rain continued to fall softly outside, drumming against the roof, echoing in her heart. "I swear by the heavens, if Tang Shaolin, were to abandon Zhao Xiaoman because of her past, then..." Tang Shaolin's words trailed off as Zhao Xiaoman hurriedly covered his mouth, imploring him not to make such a vow. "Don't say that. I believe in you." Thus, encouraged by Tang Shaolin, Zhao Xiaoman finally summoned the courage to lay bare her tragic past. "When I was 9, I was assaulted by a neighbor while home alone. I was too young and terrified to speak out, choosing silence instead, not daring to tell anyone." At this point, her voice quivered. "When I was 12, my father, just out of prison, violated me again. I felt as though the entire world had collapsed, and I didn't know what to do." Tang Shaolin listened quietly, his arms instinctively tightening around her, his heart filled with profound sorrow. "At the tender age of 17, I fell victim to a deceitful syndicate that lured me to northern Myanmar with the promise of a lucrative job. There I endured inhumane torment, living each day engulfed in fear and suffering." Zhao Xiaoman's tears flowed uncontrollably, soaking Tang Shaolin's chest, where I met Zhang Xiaola. "Ultimately, with the aid of his uncle, I was able to return home. In time, I married Zhang Xiaola." She paused momentarily before continuing. "It was not until we traveled to New Zealand that our return flight met with disaster, leaving us stranded on this desolate island." As she recounted her harrowing tale, Zhao Xiaoman was overwhelmed with emotion, her painful memories crashing over her like relentless waves, rendering her nearly speechless. Tang Shaolin, unable to contain his own tears, embraced Zhao Xiaoman tightly, his heart brimming with compassion and sorrow. "Xiaoman, I am so sorry. I had no idea you had endured such suffering." He held her even closer, wishing he could bear her pain in his stead. "I wonder if everything I have done to you has caused you harm." Zhao Xiaoman shook her head, wiping away her tears, and earnestly declared, "Though my fate has been tragic, I am still a normal woman, possessing the common desires and aspirations of humanity. Brother Shaolin, I love you." Her gaze was resolute, imbued with affection. Tang Shaolin, gazing back at her, was filled with deep emotion. "I love you too, Xiaoman." "Brother Shaolin, I want more. Zhao Xiaoman's voice carried a hint of shyness and longing. Without a moment's hesitation, Tang Shaolin drew her into his embrace once more, and the two sank into each other's warmth, fervently seeking one another's love. The storm outside seemed to accompany their intimate exchange, and the temperature within the room continued to rise. After their passionate encounter, Zhao Xiaoman gradually regained her composure. Yet a sense of unease began to creep into her heart. She pondered whether she had been too impulsive, surrendering herself to this man so swiftly. Would he perceive her as frivolous? Earlier, he had mentioned her fate was entwined with romance. Perhaps she had always harbored a certain levity? Such thoughts troubled her. As Zhao Xiaoman wrestled with her reflections, Tang Shaolin once again enveloped her in a tender embrace and kissed her, his fierce yet gentle advances proving irresistible. She cast aside all worries, immersing herself in the beauty of the moment. The rain continued to fall softly, as if tireless. Zhao Xiaoman lost track of time, unaware of when she had drifted into slumber, but she perceived her sleep as blissful, sweet, and secure, for she lay nestled in Tang Shaolin's warm embrace. No longer afraid and no longer alone. Chapter 56. Not asking for much at the break of dawn the following day, the morning light, akin to golden silk, gently spread across the horizon, dispelling the shadows of night, and the weather turned fair. After a simple breakfast, armed with provisions in their packs, Tang Shaolin and Zhao Xiaoman set forth once more on their journey. Tang Shaolin was not indifferent to the impression he made on Lu Yong, Old Zhou, Yin Xiaomei, and Deng Qingqing. However, in the presence of Zhao Xiaoman, the impulse to offer her more care and affection surged within him like an unstoppable tide. He yearned for his actions to inspire greater trust in her. Perhaps this was the innate instinct of the strong, to protect the fragile and provide warmth and support. Zhao Xiaoman's heart was fraught with turmoil and conflict. It had been less than a month since Zhang Xiaola's passing, and the closeness she shared with Tang Shaolin filled her with trepidation over the whispers of onlookers. Yet, the charm exuded by Tang Shaolin was irresistible, drawing her in like a magnet. From their first encounter, his tall, imposing figure and strikingly handsome visage instilled within her a profound sense of security. Witnessing his valiant demeanor in combat against Liu Tianba's formidable men only deepened her admiration for him. Perhaps it was a woman's nature to be drawn to strength, an instinct etched into her very being. As they retraced their previous path towards the waterhole and the fisher dwelling, Tang Shaolin reflected on how each visit to this place, accompanied by different companions, held distinct significance. Much like travel, one might find a single visit sufficient for mere sightseeing, but the experience resonates differently when shared with varied company. He fervently hoped that this outing would bring Zhao Xiaoman joy and help her emerge from the sorrow of losing Zhang Xiaola. Through Zhao Xiaoman's demeanor and actions, Tang Shaolin discerned that while she was undeniably beautiful, she was also exceedingly sensitive, burdened by deep-seated insecurities and profound fragility, all of which were intertwined with her tumultuous past. She often claimed to be strong, yet the reality was quite the opposite. Such women are often more susceptible to depression and emotional collapse, desperately in need of tender care and abundant love. Due to the prolonged battle the previous night, Zhao Xiaoman felt some soreness in her body, her steps slightly sluggish. Thus, it was only by noon that they arrived at the valley's mouth beneath the pool. Upon entering the thicket, the fresh scent of flora enveloped them. After a short distance, Zhao Xiaoman suddenly halted, pointing to a tree with a trunk as wide as a bowl, her gaze resolute as she informed Tang Shaolin. "This is the rubber tree." "The rubber tree? Is this truly a rubber tree?" Tang Shaolin, who had passed this spot twice before, had overlooked this seemingly ordinary tree. "Go ahead. Make a cut in the trunk with your knife. I've seen this tree in Zixingbana," Zhao Xiaoman asserted confidently, her eyes shimmering with certainty. Though Tang Shaolin had grown up in Yunnan, he had never encountered a rubber tree. With curiosity piqued, he quickly retrieved his knife and gently sliced into the bark. Instantly, a white sap began to flow forth, cascading like a gentle stream. He reached out and gently squeezed. The juice was exceedingly sticky, a novel sensation coursing through his fingertips. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Tang Shaolin's eyes, He pondered whether there existed vast rubber forests on Rift Island. Xiaoman, how did you know this is a rubber tree? He inquired. Xiaoman paused momentarily. Then a subtle smile graced her lips as she replied. Many years ago, I was deceived and taken to northern Myanmar. I memorized the sights along the route as I clandestinely crossed into Laos, all the while yearning for an opportunity to escape. Upon hearing this, Tang Shaolin felt a surge of compassion. He gently embraced Xiaoman, allowing her to lean against the rubber tree, and slowly bent down to plant a tender kiss upon her lips. The pair continued their journey, arriving at the edge of a tranquil pool. The scenery before them resembled a breathtaking masterpiece. The crystalline waters sparkled, with sunlight filtering through the leaves, casting shimmering golden spots upon the surface that danced with the gentle ripples. The verdant grass in the dry riverbed unfolded like a soft velvet carpet. Colorful butterflies flitted gracefully among the treetops. Brother Tang Shaolin, this place is simply exquisite, Xiaoman exclaimed, her eyes brimming with wonder and delight, her voice unable to conceal her joy. She was utterly elated, resembling a sprightly little bird, joyfully gathering wildflowers on the grassy expanse, hopping about with the exuberance of an innocent young girl. Tang Shaolin occasionally joined her in playful antics, at times quietly sitting nearby, a gentle smile adorning his face, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon her. As the weather grew warm, they indulged in their playful frolics, soon becoming drenched in sweat. Subsequently, they shed their garments and splashed about in the pond. Water droplets erupted from the surface, their laughter echoing throughout the valley. That day, they reveled in their cherished moments together, casting aside all worries. After dinner, as twilight descended, they retreated to their abode within the rift. The moonlight cascaded softly upon them, the surroundings enveloped in serene silence, save for the gentle rustle of the breeze through the leaves. In this tranquil atmosphere, after sharing a fervent embrace, Xiaoman nestled contentedly in Tang Shaolin's arms, listening to the rhythmic cadence of his heartbeat, and softly queried, "Brother Tang Shaolin, do you find me beautiful?" "Absolutely. You're not only beautiful, but uniquely captivating," Tang Shaolin replied without hesitation, his tone deep and tender. "When compared to Melissa, who is more beautiful?" Xiaoman lifted her head, her eyes reflecting a hint of youthful curiosity and trepidation. "Each of you possesses your own beauty. Both are striking in your own rights. Is that truly so? You wouldn't deceive me?" "Indeed, it is the truth. I may not possess Melissa's advantages or bravery, but as long as you hold me in your heart, I am content." Tang Shaolin gently kissed her forehead, affirming, "Xiaoman, I shall always treat you well. You previously mentioned that I am fated to have romantic encounters. Does that imply I am fickle?" "Of course not. If that were the case, I would be insulting you. Being fated for romance signifies an irresistible allure that captivates men. Is Melissa also fated for romance?" Xiaoman inquired with curiosity. Tang Shaolin then responded with a warm smile. "Indeed. This is much better, Brother Tang Shaolin. I love you." "Xiaoman, I love you too. But with so many women surrounding you, what shall I do when I miss you in the future? Who told you that I have many women by my side? I'm not a fool. I can see it clearly. I know of Alice, Melissa, Jessica, Aoki Keiko, and also, Ingjia's gaze toward you is peculiar. Is she not one of your women? What nonsense is this? What strange thoughts occupy your mind? Do you dare to claim that any of the ones I mentioned are not your women? You've overlooked one. Who else?" Xiaoman. Xiaoman playfully pinched him at the waist. "Answer my question. What shall I do when I miss you in the future?" Tang Shaolin wanted to assure her that he would share his affection equally, but the words eluded him. He jested instead, "Darling, do as you wish. How could I bear to part with someone as wonderful as you? You are so charming and unique, and thus my special love is reserved for you. Kulme, let me love you fully with that." Tang Shaolin kissed her lips without further ado. They spent 3 entire days here, leaving traces of their joy and madness in every corner of this land, a testament to their love. Tang Shaolin's sweet words and abundant affection were like warm sunlight, gradually soothing Xiaoman's wounded heart. On this deserted island, Xiaoman felt as if she were reborn. She thought to herself that as long as he was by her side, she would willingly live on this island for a lifetime, even for another lifetime. She was aware that many women admired Tang Shaolin, and there might be even more in the future, but she did not care. All she desired was a touch of tenderness, an exchange of two hearts, and simply his love. However, tranquil moments are always fleeting. On the third day at dawn, a cacophony of noise erupted from a distance, ruthlessly shattering this tranquility. The sounds of human shouts mingled with the howls of wolves, reverberating through the valley like a chilling net of sound, shrouded in darkness. The expressions of the two instantly turned grave, and they hurriedly donned their clothes. Empowered by the energy stone, Tang Shaolin, illuminated by the moonlight, spotted a group of people brandishing torches, retreating in panic while desperately defending against the onslaught of wolves. In the flickering light, he immediately recognized the figure of Sun Taiyun. Chapter 57: The Emergence of the Native's Brother, Tang Shaolin. Have you discerned who those individuals are? Zhao Xiaoman's voice was laced with anxiety as she fixated on the flickering torches in the distance. They are Sun Taiyun and his companions, Tang Shaolin replied with unwavering certainty. The energy stone at his chest radiated warmth, enhancing his vision and hearing beyond the ordinary. He could distinctly see Sun Taiyun brandishing a makeshift spear, leading several subordinates through the night, while behind them, a dozen pairs of eerie green wolf eyes flickered in the underbrush. It became apparent that Sun Taiyun's group had ventured out to hunt under the cover of darkness, hoping for a stroke of luck, only to find themselves besieged by a ferocious pack of wolves. Outnumbered, they could only flee, ultimately cornered to this very spot. As Sun Taiyun and his companions neared the chasm, Tang Shaolin shouted at the top of his lungs, "Quick! Over here! Come this way!" Following the sound, Sun Taiyun's group spotted Tang Shaolin vigorously waving from the edge of the chasm, illuminated by the torchlight. Swiftly, Tang Shaolin lowered a wooden ladder, and like a lifeline, 7 or 8 individuals scrambled up the crevice. The pursuing wolves below howled in frenzy, darting back and forth. One particularly robust alpha wolf even clawing at the ladder in a desperate attempt to ascend. Tang Shaolin scanned the group, noticing one individual trembling uncontrollably, and he inquired with concern, "Is anyone injured?" Upon confirming that no one was harmed, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. At that moment, Zhao Xiaoman, composed and poised, knocked an arrow to her bow and, with a swift motion, released it. The arrow whistled through the air, striking a wolf with pinpoint accuracy. The creature let out a mournful howl before collapsing, struggling briefly before falling silent. Sun Taiyun and his companions stared in astonishment. They had previously regarded Zhao Xiaoman merely as a delicate flower, and having witnessed her formidable skill now left them utterly shocked. Displaying remarkable proficiency, Zhao Xiaoman drew another arrow, took aim, and released it with a swift whoosh. Thud! Another frenzied wolf fell victim to her shot. Tang Shaolin couldn't help but admire her prowess. Realizing he had underestimated her previously, a wave of joy surging within him. To ensure she received due recognition in front of the others, he refrained from intervening, even going so far as to offer a quiver of metal-tipped arrows to Sun Taiyun and his men. These arrows were vastly superior to the wooden ones they typically employed, providing exceptional power and accuracy. Ultimately, they succeeded in slaying 11 wolves, eliciting jubilant cheers from the group. Once the wolf pack dispersed, they settled at the chasm, resting and conversing until dawn broke. The following morning, Sun Taiyun, filled with gratitude, invited Tang Shaolin and Zhao Xiaoman to join them at their camp. Tang Shaolin waved his hand dismissively, saying, "You all go ahead. We will return later. Take the wolf carcasses with you and leave the arrows." "Is it appropriate for us to take all the wolf carcasses, Brother Tang?" One among the group hesitantly inquired. "Not to worry. Take them all. We have ample provisions here," Tang Shaolin replied with a smile. Little did he anticipate that by afternoon, the wolf meat would indeed belong to their camp. The group bowed in gratitude to Tang Shaolin, who reciprocated the gesture with a nod. While the others were busy disposing of the wolf carcasses, Sun Taiyun pulled Tang Shaolin aside and, lowering his voice, said, "Yesterday, Chun Mingwei and Lu Kuei arrived. They may return to Jiugu Island today. We thought to gather more supplies for them to take back. So we ventured out last night to hunt, hoping to encounter nocturnal creatures like porcupines. Unexpectedly, we ran into a pack of wolves and were driven to this place where we found you. With such a significant haul, I truly thank you, Brother Tang. No need for such formalities, Tang Shaolin replied with a smile, patting Sun Taiyun on the shoulder. He then inquired, by the way, what was Lu Kuei's reaction upon learning about Zhang Xiao? He did not express a stance. At this point, the wolf bodies had been completely cleared. Tang Shaolin suggested, "Little son, you should head back now." "All right, Brother Tang. Xiao Man, see you later." Due to the events of the previous night, Tang Shaolin and Zhao Xiaoman had hardly slept, and after bidding farewell to Sun Taiyun and the others, they took a short rest, awakening close to noon. After a light meal, they descended the mountain from the north. With Tang Shaolin planning to return to the camp along the northern coastline, while also taking care of the wasp nest he and Zhao Yingmei had discovered previously. Upon reaching the seaside, they spotted a canoe several dozen meters away, prompting immediate alertness as they swiftly concealed themselves behind the rocks. The two canoes were steadily heading east toward Jugu Island. With the aid of an energy stone, although Tang Shaolin could not discern the faces of those aboard, he could identify their animal hide garments and dark complexions. A sense of urgency gripped him as he recalled the fearsome black e-bandits. Without delay, they hurried back to the temporary camp. Upon arrival, they found Sun Taiyun and others already waiting there, having brought along all the wolves they had hunted that morning. Sun Taiyun approached Tang Shaolin and said, "Brother Tang, we brothers and sisters have discussed and decided to align ourselves with you, no longer returning to Lu Tianbai's camp." What transpired? Although Tang Shaolin sensed a shift in circumstances, he was still somewhat taken aback. Sun Taiyun sighed this morning. Chun Mingwei and Lu Kuei hastily returned to Jugu Island, taking Pu Kaihua and several others with them, leaving us behind. Tang Shaolin counted. There were 9 men remaining, 7 of whom had hunted together the previous night, and 2 older ones. Additionally, there were 3 women, Sun Taiyun's girlfriend Izayaja and 2 other young ladies, totaling 11 individuals. They had intended to take all the women, but fortunately, Zayaja had been cautious and took the 2 girls to a distant place while gathering sea resources in the morning, thereby avoiding capture. I never anticipated Lu Kuei to be so petty. Regardless of Lu Tianbai's attitude, we will not return, Sun Taiyun declared resolutely. Tang Shaolin turned to the others. "Are you all willing to join Sun Taiyun in seeking refuge with our camp?" The group responded enthusiastically. "We are eager to join. It is by our own volition." Among them, 2 young men expressed their agitation, mentioning that their girlfriends had been taken by Lu Kuei and inquired whether they could return to Lu Tianbai's camp to retrieve them. Tang Shaolin responded without hesitation, "Absolutely." The 2 young men clenched their fists in excitement. "Excellent. We warmly welcome you to join us," Tang Shaolin said with a smile. The crowd exchanged glances, their faces illuminated by expressions of contentment. Tang Shaolin then spoke with gravity. "On our way back with Zhao Xiaoman, we spotted a small boat heading towards Jugu Island. I suspect it belongs to the wild men. It seems your movements have been detected, and they are now keeping a watchful eye on you. Perhaps they observed Lu Kuei and the others departing on their bamboo raft and followed them for reconnaissance. This is merely my conjecture, yet we must exercise caution. I have decided to send a portion of our group back to the central camp on Jugu Island using our lifeboat, while we will leave behind a few individuals to investigate the situation on the other side of the Rift Valley Island. I suspect there may be a tribe of wild men or other forces present there." Sun Taiyun immediately responded, "We can leave 7 or 8 people to assist Brother Tang." After careful consideration, Tang Shaolin chose to retain only 5 capable fighters, sending the remainder back to Jugu Island. Just before their departure, Zhao Xiaoman approached Tang Shaolin, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Brother Tang Shaolin, I want to stay with you." He gently embraced her, replying softly, "Be obedient, return and wait for me. I understand your concerns, and I will be vigilant. You must not come to harm, otherwise my existence would hold no meaning." Zhao Xiaoman's voice trembled. "I understand, but please be safe. I promise, dear sister, I will be fine. Upon your return, do not wander. The wild men have already reached Jugu Island. Do you hear me?" Tang Shaolin gently patted her back. "Yes." Zhao Xiaoman nodded obediently. Tang Shaolin specifically cautioned Lu Yong, who was responsible for the escort. "If you encounter any suspicious vessels along the way, respond with arrows immediately, without mercy. Understood, Lu Yong replied emphatically. With 10 individuals aboard, along with provisions such as wolf carcasses and dog meat, the lifeboat, now at its weight limit, slowly made its way towards Jugu Island. Chapter 58. The savages scout. The individuals who remained were Tang Shaolin, Sun Taiyun, Liang Jianfeng, Wang Zhanxing, and Shirlei. Last night, while gathered in the crevice, Tang Shaolin, illuminated by the flickering flames, had become acquainted with them through casual conversation. Liang Jianfeng and Shirlei's girlfriends had been taken away by Lu Kuei, prompting Tang Shaolin to retain the two men. Beyond their robust physiques, he was concerned that they might, upon returning, succumb to their impulses and hastily confront Lu Tianba's camp, thereby exacerbating tensions prematurely. They carried with them all the semi-dried, wild boar meat, glistening with fine beads of oil on the surface. As they made their way to the temporary camp of Sun, Taiyun, and the others, their bamboo raft awaited them, which they intended to use to cross to the other side of the island in search of the savage tribe. Upon arriving at the camp, they erected a makeshift grill and roasted some wild boar meat. The fat sizzled as it dripped onto the glowing coals, releasing an enticing aroma. After satisfying their hunger, they set about reinforcing the raft, binding the loose bamboo joints with newly cut rattan. As the sun dipped towards the west, painting the sea's surface with a warm glow, they prepared for departure. Meanwhile, on the other side of Jugu Island, Lu Kuei arrived at the camp with his straw sandals still caked in wet mud. He hurriedly sought out Lu Tianba to report the events that had unfolded on the Rift Island. "Uncle, there's been an incident. Zhang Xiao is dead." "What? Zhang Xiao is dead?" Lu Tianba exclaimed, rising abruptly, nearly dropping his smoking pipe. Lu Kuei recounted the details of the incident. Lu Tianba, upon hearing the account, was left in utter shock. His murky eyes gazed out beyond the thatched walls, lost in thought. Just as he was about to speak, the sound of a woman's weeping pierced the air. Soon after, Gao Wenhui and Pu Kaihua burst into the room, tears streaming down their faces, and the room was filled with cries of despair. "My lord, you must seek justice for my husband. He died such a tragic death." Pu Kaihua sobbed, her voice trembling. Gao Wenhui, wiping her tears, added, "Husband, Sun Taiyun cannot simply believe the words of outsiders and accuse my cousin of murder. He is not that kind of person. He must be wronged. You must seek justice for him. He cannot die without clarity." The room was awash in sorrowful lamentations. "Enough. Stop wailing." Lu Tianba rubbed his forehead, feeling overwhelmed. "You must leave for now. I need to think about how to proceed." He quickly gathered several key members for a meeting. After intense discussion, they analyzed the current situation, taking into account Sun Taiyun's influence and the potential internal conflicts the incident could trigger. They ultimately decided that tomorrow, they would invite Sun Taiyun back to clarify matters and provide an explanation, especially for Gao Wenhui. If it were proven that Sun Taiyun's mother had indeed been killed by Gao Zhangwo, they would address this directly. Lu Tianba resolved to personally invite Sun Taiyun. The strategist remarked, "There is no need for the chief to go personally. I, Chun Minghui, and Lu Kuei can handle it." "No. Lu Kuei's previous actions have already displeased Sun Taiyun. I will go myself to save face for him and demonstrate my stance. I also wish to see the situation firsthand. If conditions permit, we may consider relocating there." It was not until dusk that Lu Yong and his group finally reached Jugu Island safely in their lifeboat. They slowly approached the coastline outside the central camp. The soldiers stationed in the watchtower spotted a lifeboat filled with people approaching, and unable to discern their identity at first. They shouted loudly, "Who goes there?" Lu Yong stepped forward and responded with a strong voice, "It's us. I am Lu Yong." Only then did those in the watchtower realize that they were indeed their own. Shortly after, a dozen individuals emerged from the camp to welcome them. Some were astonished to see so many unfamiliar faces. Among them, two soldiers who had come from Lu Tianba's camp recognized familiar visages in the crowd, both surprised and delighted, greeting them with cheerful smiles. Time rewound to several hours earlier on the sea, aboard the wildman's canoe, led by the robust black man Kurt, accompanied by his loyal confidants, Della, Tony, and Pikey. They stealthily trailed Lu Kuei and his companion's bamboo raft, maintaining a safe distance, uncertain whether they had been detected. As they neared Jigu Island, they caught sight of the smoke and fireworks above Maj's camp, as well as the two tall watchtowers in front of the camp. However, Lu Kuei's bamboo raft did not head toward the camp. Instead, it veered left toward the northern part of the island. Observing the heightened security at Maj's camp, with figures moving along the shore, Kurt and his companions prudently chose to keep their distance, opting to follow Lu Kuei's group northward. When Lu Kuei's bamboo raft reached the shore, they discerned that there might be two camps on the island. They paddled their canoe around the periphery of Lu Tianba's camp and noted that the number of people was sparse, with lax management and minimal security. After passing the camp, they found a secure spot to hide the canoe, instructing Della and Pikey to find a place to conceal themselves and wait. While Kurt and Tony ventured cautiously into the jungle, stealthily approaching Lu Tianba's camp to observe from the shadows. Kurt surveyed the camp, filled with individuals clad in peculiar attire and exhibiting strange behaviors, his mind brimming with confusion. He had encountered both Chinese and English people before. Although these individuals bore a resemblance to the Chinese, their distinctive clothing and mannerisms, combined with an inexplicable aura that stirred unease within him, led him to suspect that they might be embodiments of demons. This island, originally the domain of his ancestors, had been invaded by the Chinese and the English, and the two largest islands remained under their control. This land must not fall into the hands of these strange outsiders, and a fierce anger ignited within Kurt, vowing to eradicate these intruders or capture them as slaves. Just as he prepared to leave, Kurt noticed two foreign women approaching them, one elderly and one young, both fair of face and neatly groomed. The younger woman, clad in a short dress, revealed her smooth, slender legs, captivating him utterly, reminiscent of Helen, who had been captured and brought to the camp as a sister-in-law years ago. The two women entered a nearby grass hut, which stood apart from the other structures, separated by a small stream and close to the edge of the forest. Kurt observed the tears on the women's faces, their expressions sorrowful, and listened to the intermittent sounds of weeping from within. Although he could not comprehend their words, he surmised they were mourning the loss of a husband. A bold idea surfaced in his mind. He would abduct the two women when they returned. He scrutinized the surrounding terrain, methodically calculating the details of his plan, a triumphant smile gradually spreading across his face. Kurt and Tony discreetly departed, and, after reuniting with Della and Packy, they consumed some jerky to stave off hunger. As the sun began its descent, they set forth towards the burial mound, intending to scout the heavily guarded encampment. Kurt believed that, by this time, all those who had ventured outside the camp would have returned, making it an opportune moment for observation. At dusk, they arrived at the burial site, where Kurt beheld the earth beneath the earthen rampart, haphazardly excavated, along with iron smelting furnaces and makeshift structures. Having never encountered such sites before, they assumed it to be a place of worship for outsiders. Filled with animosity towards these interlopers, Kurt vehemently commanded his subordinates to dismantle the sacrificial furnaces. He was convinced that these individuals shared a kinship with the Chinese, and their rituals were intended to honor the ancestors interred within the mound. His men then used large stones to obliterate the largest grave and its headstone. Only after darkness enveloped the land did they cautiously approach the heavily fortified encampment. They chose to observe from the lofty branches of ancient trees within the forest, where they witnessed the vastness of the camp. Reminiscent of a place once inhabited by the Chinese many years prior, now repurposed by the newcomers. The camp was bustling with activity, housing an estimated 100 individuals. Occasionally, peculiar melodies resonated through the air, tunes they had never heard before, accompanied by the enchanting sound of a musical instrument, unbeknownst to them as the flute of Keiko Aoki. They discerned that both inside and outside the camp, patrols were vigilant, ensuring formidable defenses. Kurt furrowed his brow, realizing the formidable challenge of launching an assault on this encampment. Contemplating the possibility of other similar strongholds, his mood grew increasingly somber, fully aware of the urgent necessity to ascertain the overall situation of the island. Chapter 59. The indigenous vessels at the harbor upon their hurried return to the camp, Lu Yong, along with Old Zhou and others, did not take a moment to wipe the sweat from his brow. He swiftly approached Ma Zhe, his voice urgent and slightly breathless, conveying in meticulous detail the recent events on Rift Valley Island and the intelligence regarding the potential presence of wild men on Jiugu Island. Each word seemed laden with a heavy burden, rendering the air thick with tension. As Ma Zhe listened, his brow furrowed into a deep frown, his expression grave enough to suggest the weight of impending doom. Thoughts swirled in his mind. The arrival of the wild men on Jiugu Island. Could it be that Tang Shaolin had orchestrated this elaborate ruse to entice Liu Tianba's camp members and send them back? Were the four individuals left behind merely pawns in a scheme to explore the western expanse of Rift Valley Island? This notion pricked at his heart like a thorn, leaving him restless and uneasy. To ascertain the truth of the information, he promptly summoned Zhao Xiaoman, meticulously verifying the details of what Zhao had witnessed alongside Tang Shaolin. Zhao, with a hesitant demeanor, admitted he could not clearly discern whether it was a small boat or a canoe, nor the appearance of those aboard. However, he firmly asserted that Tang Shaolin had undoubtedly seen clearly, expressing unwavering belief in his words. Ma Zhe, acutely aware of Tang Shaolin's exceptional vision, still harbored doubts, yet could not dismiss the possibility that those on the vessel were indeed wild men. The thought of an imminent attack on the survivors sent cold sweat to Ma Zhe's palms. Resolutely, he began to organize a response. He issued a loud command, instructing all personnel to bolster the camp's defenses, intensifying patrols to ensure every corner was under surveillance. Simultaneously, he resolved to set traps in the nearby jungle at dawn to guard against ambushes. He also organized a nimble team to venture forth in search of the wild men's tracks, halting all hunting, coastal foraging, and grass-cutting activities, mandating that no one stray beyond 500 meters of the camp. They must operate in teams of no fewer than 10, with at least 5 men, all possessing combat capability. On Rift Valley Island, the sun began its descent, casting an eerie red hue across the sky, as if heralding the approaching danger. With unwavering resolve, Tang Shaolin, accompanied by Wang Zhanxing and others, cautiously navigated a bamboo raft towards the western shores of the island. The raft glided over the shimmering surface of the sea, each stroke of the oar seemingly a struggle against the unknown fate that awaited them. Upon reaching the sea trench, Tang Shaolin prudently directed the raft away from the trench's mouth. Within the trench, turbulent currents roiled, occasionally erupting into formidable whirlpools that resembled gaping, menacing maws. The sensation of being preyed upon by a colossal beast rendered everyone breathless, their nerves taut with apprehension. As twilight descended, enveloping the surroundings in a vast shroud of darkness, the bamboo raft had successfully crossed the trench, now navigating along the western coastline of Rift Valley Island. For safety's sake, they maintained a significant distance from the shoreline, affording them a better vantage point to observe any signs of wild man tribes in the mountains above. In the coastal forest, the mournful cries of night owls reverberated through the still air, intertwining with the chaotic chirping of various birds and the growls of wild animals, creating an atmosphere imbued with an eerie sense of foreboding, as if each sound heralded the approach of danger, sending shivers down one's spine. The bamboo raft glided slowly through the darkness, time slipping away second by second. Everyone appeared slightly fatigued, yet dared not relax their senses. Around 11 o'clock at night, amidst the pitch-black void, they finally glimpsed a faint flicker of firelight within a vast bay. The glow resembled the eyes of a demon, flickering in the darkness, evoking both excitement and anxiety. They cautiously approached, and as they drew nearer, the outlines of several thatched huts became discernible along the shore. Illuminated by the wavering torchlight at the hut's entrance, an array of small boats lay anchored at the water's edge. Tang Shaolin lowered his voice, his expression grave. Everyone remained concealed. We must halt the bamboo raft here and cannot advance any further. His tone, though subdued, carried an undeniable authority. Sun Taiyun swallowed hard, his voice trembling as he remarked, "This must be where the wild men dock their canoes, right?" His words were laced with unease and trepidation. Shirley furrowed his brow. Confusion etched across his face. Why are there so many canoes? His gaze reflected deep concern, for such a multitude of canoes suggested a significant number of wild men. Tang Shaolin's eyes glinted with sharp insight as he swiftly assessed the situation. There's likely a wild man tribe in the vicinity. His demeanor remained calm, yet his mind raced with strategies for addressing the potential threat. Liang Jianfeng, visibly anxious, inquired, "Boss, what should we do now?" His voice bore a hint of panic as he awaited Tang Shaolin's directive. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Shaolin decisively replied, "Let us turn around slowly, paddle back a bit, conceal the bamboo raft, and find a place to rest. At dawn, we will search for the location of the wild man tribe." His words were resolute, instilling a sense of reassurance among the group. Wang Zhanqing surveyed their surroundings and conjectured. The wild man tribe should be situated on the mountains near this bay, not too far away. His voice carried both a cautionary alertness to the danger and a yearning for the truth. The bamboo raft gradually turned around, and with unified effort, they paddled back approximately a kilometer. Tang Shaolin meticulously scanned the area, deeming it sufficiently safe, and led the group to conceal the bamboo raft. Behind a large rock on the beach, a few of them carefully kindled a fire. The flames danced in the darkness, illuminating their weary yet tense faces, unaware of what awaited them next. Meanwhile, on the other side, the moon cast a cold, frosty light akin to snow. After departing from Maja's camp, Cute and his companions were engulfed by a sense of unease and anxiety. They feared the presence of other intruders' camps in different locations. This worry hanging over them like a dark cloud, preventing them from relaxing for even a moment. They hurried along the southern coastline, their steps urgent and heavy. The silence was haunting, broken only by the whispering of the waves against the shore, reminiscent of the breath of death itself. At the culmination of the highest peak at the end of the sandy beach, the perilous journey through the woods to the northern coastline compelled them to retrace their steps. For nighttime traversing was fraught with danger. Fortunately, no encampments of outsiders were discovered along this stretch of shore, granting them a modicum of relief. Upon arriving at the smelting facility of the outsiders' sacrificial site, they ascended the mountain, passing through a grave mound that exuded an eerie atmosphere, sending shivers down their spines. Each step felt as though they were being scrutinized by unseen eyes. Ultimately, they reached the concealed location of the dugout canoes along the northern seaboard and began their eastward journey, paddling steadily. As they passed the abandoned encampment of Maja, they cautiously approached a beach, carefully observing the remnants of the deserted site. The surroundings were enveloped in a profound silence, and upon confirming its abandonment, the taut nerves of the four individuals began to relax somewhat, allowing them to rest there for the night. At dawn the following day, rain began to fall. Nevertheless, they continued to paddle their dugout canoes, braving the downpour with hearts laden with worry and uncertainty as they slowly navigated towards the eastern edge of the island. Meanwhile, on Rift Valley Island, the rain had yet to arrive, and Tang Shaolin and his companions, utilizing the hazy morning light, ventured into the jungle, gradually making their way towards the mountain overlooking the harbor where their small boat lay anchored. Chapter 60. The indigenous maidens. The damp sea mist had not yet fully dissipated, and the briny sea breeze carried the scent of decaying leaves from the jungle, enveloping them. Tang Shaolin and his companions crouched low, cautiously advancing through the impenetrable tropical undergrowth by the seashore. Sharp vines occasionally grazed their arms, leaving delicate traces of blood. They moved carefully towards the spot where they had discovered the canoe mooring the previous night, diligently avoiding dry branches to prevent any noise that might disturb the surroundings. After approximately an hour, the terrain began to level, and a wide valley unfolded before them. The group pushed aside layers of foliage, revealing a vast village of wild men. The valley was tightly encased by lush, tropical jungles, with dozens of thatched huts constructed of coarse timber scattered throughout. This tribe is substantial. There are many visible houses, and one can only imagine the hidden dwellings amidst the towering trees, Tang Shaolin remarked. Look over there in the forest. Smoke is rising, indicating there are indeed more inhabitants. Wang Zhanqing responded. The group crouched on the hillside opposite the village, holding their breath as they gazed intently. Faintly, the sounds of crowing chickens and the cries of wild children drifted from within the settlement. At the village's edge, they occasionally spotted figures of wild men bearing rudimentary farming tools, leisurely making their way to the fields. At that moment, more than a dozen wild men emerged from the village, marching towards the shoreline. These individuals wore only rudimentary grass skirts woven from vines, their bronze skin adorned with varying shades of tribal tattoos that glistened under the sun. "They are likely heading to the mooring area by the sea," Tang Shaolin whispered, his eyes glinting with caution. To observe the wild men's movements more clearly, the group stealthily relocated to a nearby hillock. The vantage point was excellent, providing an unobstructed view of the bay below. 3 rickety grass huts stood solitary on the beach, with nearly 100 canoes densely parked in front of them, while figures flitted around the huts, punctuated by intermittent conversations. Having discerned the layout of the wild men's village, Tang Shaolin decisively stated before the wild men venture far, "We must leave this place immediately and return the way we came." No sooner had he spoken than the group began to retrace their steps with utmost care. However, the very thing they feared occurred. Just as they departed the hillock and entered deeper into the jungle, they unexpectedly encountered 2 wild maidens. Barefoot, they wore simple garments fashioned from animal hides, clutching stone sickles in their hands. Upon seeing 5 unfamiliar men, the wild maidens' eyes widened in shock, frozen in place, their cries for help caught in their throats. Tang Shaolin, without a moment's hesitation, dashed forward and swiftly rendered the 2 maidens unconscious. "Boss, what shall we do? Should we kill them?" Shirley asked, his face pale with anxiety. Tang Shaolin furrowed his brow and reprimanded sternly, "How can we harm the innocent? We must take them back. Quickly gather their belongings, leaving no trace behind. We must evacuate immediately." The group sprang into action without delay. Some individuals expressed apprehension that the girls might awaken and resist, prompting one to hastily produce a handkerchief to gently stifle their voices. Tang Shaolin and Wang Zhanqing each carried a girl, racing ahead, while the other 3 remained vigilant, attentively observing their surroundings. Breathless, they reached the shoreline, where Tang Shaolin noticed Shirley holding 2 stone sickles belonging to the wild girls. An idea sparked in his mind. "Shirley, hand me those sickles," he commanded. After receiving the sickles, Tang Shaolin gauged the tide's reach and carelessly discarded them onto the sandy beach. They swiftly boarded a bamboo raft and set sail across the mist-covered sea. "Boss, are you staging a drowning scene?" Shirley inquired. "Haha, drowning seems unlikely. Perhaps they'll be devoured by a sea monster," Tang Shaolin replied with a chuckle, eliciting laughter from the group. Approximately 2 kilometers later, the 2 girls gradually regained consciousness, only to discover themselves in an unfamiliar environment, immediately succumbing to panic and thrashing about, their eyes filled with terror, emitting muffled sounds. Tang Shaolin quickly gestured with a warm smile in an effort to soothe them, attempting to communicate in English, but the girls merely shook their heads, clearly unable to comprehend. Despite their dark skin, the girls bore no resemblance to Africans. Their features were pronounced, with a hint of Central Asian depth in their eyes. The taller girl stood around 1.6 meters, possessing a delicate appearance, while the shorter girl measured slightly less, approximately 1.5 meters. It was challenging to ascertain their ages, though they appeared to be around 13 to 16 years old. The bamboo raft continued its journey, crossing the western coastline and heading southward. In the distance, ominous clouds gathered over Jugu Island to the east, signaling an approaching storm towards. Tang Shaolin felt an urgent need to hasten their pace, urging everyone to paddle faster in order to return to the temporary campsite before the torrential rain arrived. Finally, at noon, they arrived at the makeshift camp of Sun Taiyun and the others. Almost simultaneously, large raindrops began to pelt the sand, splattering mud in their wake. For safety, they loosely bound the girls' wrists and ankles with vines and entrusted them to Sun Taiyun's care while the others began to prepare a meal. Once the rags were removed from the girls' mouths, they immediately began chattering in their own language, oblivious to the content of their exchange. Observing the group kindle a bonfire, the girls grew tense, fearing they would be used as food, and began to shout anxiously. However, as the meat sizzled over the fire, releasing an enticing aroma, and the seafood stew bubbled with fragrant steam, they gradually recognized that these outsiders bore no ill will and their anxiety began to wane. Tang Shaolin approached the girls with 2 pieces of roasted meat, squatting down with a smile to offer them. Initially, the girls remained on guard, hesitant to reach out. Noticing their reluctance, Tang Shaolin took a bite himself, signaling that the food was safe. It was only then that the taller girl cautiously accepted the meat, gingerly taking a bite, the rich flavor instantly enveloping her palate. In surprise, she turned to her companion and spoke a few words in their indigenous tongue, their fear dissipating a little more. Upon witnessing the scene, Tang Shaolin procured several pieces of roasted meat to share with the girls. This time, the 2 did not resist. Instead, they relished the food with evident delight. Subsequently, Tang Shaolin instructed Sun Taiyun to serve them a bowl of seafood soup. As the 2 girls ate, they regarded the newcomers with a mixture of curiosity and bewilderment. In their understanding, if their own tribe were to capture outsiders, they would likely be killed. And in the past, such individuals had even been used as sacrificial offerings. However, the individuals before them not only refrained from causing harm, but also generously shared their food, leaving the girls perplexed about the fate that awaited them. Tang Shaolin gazed at the camp in the rain, a sense of unease brewing within him. Just yesterday, Lu Kuei and his group had departed, and the wild men's canoe had set off, an occurrence he deemed too coincidental. He feared that this temporary camp had indeed drawn the attention of the wild men. After much contemplation, he resolved to relocate to the central fisher dwelling on the island. Although uncertain of its safety, its central location would facilitate a swift retreat from either the northern or southern flanks. He swiftly devised a plan. He would instruct Sun Taiyun and Liang Jianfeng to remain at the fisher dwelling to guard the 2 girls, while he would take Wang Zhanxing and Shilei to the northern shore to construct a bamboo raft. That night, they would circumnavigate the northern side to the western part of Rift Island to investigate the presence of any other coastal tribes. The heavy rain had arrived at an opportune moment, persisting for over an hour and surely washing away any traces left by the group near the wild men's tribe. Standing beneath the eaves, Tang Shaolin gazed at the gradually clearing sky, silently relieved. After lunch and a brief rest, the rain finally ceased. The azure sky re-emerged, with a few languid white clouds drifting by. At Tang Shaolin's command, everyone set off according to the plan, ascending along the small stream beside the camp toward the fisher dwelling. Chapter 61. The Abduction of Huang Wenhui in the Early Morning. Fine strands of rain slanted across the horizon, yet they did not disrupt Maja's plans. As dawn broke, he dispatched a search team to explore the island for traces of the wild men. This group comprised Lu Yong, Yang Hua, Jessica, and Aoki Keiko. Armed and laden with provisions, clad in brown garments, and wearing conical hats, they traversed the rain-soaked terrain, meticulously scrutinizing every suspicious locale on the island. Meanwhile, Maja and Peter led a few seasoned individuals to diligently set traps around the camp. With a furrowed brow and a grave demeanor, Maja instructed Uncle He to urgently craft as many iron nails as possible. These nails were of paramount importance, as he intended to secure them firmly to wooden boards to defend the vulnerable areas around the camp, where alternative traps could not be effectively established. These relatively open spaces were likely routes for enemy assaults, necessitating strict precautions with iron nail traps. Maja had several wooden signs made, inscribed with carbonized warnings indicating danger and advising against approach. He carefully positioned these notices at the trap locations, aiming to alert survivors to steer clear of these perilous zones. He reasoned that, after all, the wild men would be unable to comprehend the script, thus ensuring the safety of his own people. Lu Tianba's journey was delayed by the rain, forcing a postponement of his early morning expedition to Rift Island. He paced restlessly in the thatched hut, occasionally lifting the curtain to gaze skyward, his face etched with anxiety. Fortunately, the weather cleared swiftly, and by midday, the rain had subsided. Sunlight once again bathed the ground, allowing him to exhale deeply as his taut nerves began to relax. After lunch, Lu Tianba set forth with Lu Kuei, Chun Minghui, and the strategist known as Doghead, leaving Fu Gang behind to oversee the camp. After reiterating his instructions, Fu Gang nodded solemnly, assuming responsibility for the camp's management. Around noon, Kurt and his companions arrived at the eastern side of the island by canoe. They approached the shore with caution, and after a thorough examination, confirmed the absence of any other foreign camps. Standing at the bow, Kurt's gaze was contemplative. They could now ascertain that only the two previously encountered camps existed on the island. Upon disembarking, they scoured the seaside, gathering a bounty of seafood, and unexpectedly discovered a small cave once inhabited by Tang Shaolin and his group. Remnants of unburned firewood lay at the entrance, and the interior was strewn with dry grass, clearly indicating that outsiders had once made their abode here. These vestiges seemed to narrate tales of a bygone era. Gazing out at the tumultuous sea, where waves crashed against the rocky shore, Kurt was filled with a profound sense of reflection. Memories of the brutal battles fought since the incursions by the Tang and the English flooded his mind. They had faced repeated defeats. A surge of humiliation and resentment welled within him, and he silently vowed to return, select true warriors, and bring them back to vanquish the intruders on this island, reclaiming all that rightfully belonged to them. To beseech divine favor in realizing his aspirations, Kurt proposed a simple sacrificial ceremony. His idea received unanimous approval from his three companions, their eyes brimming with anticipation. Together, they meticulously bundled the dry grass from the cave to fashion a scarecrow. Subsequently, Cute's expression turned solemn as he muttered incantations, encircling the scarecrow and seemingly engaging in communication with the divine. Ultimately, the four men raised their spears, fueled by an intense rage and desire, and plunged them forcefully into the scarecrow while emitting bizarre howls that echoed throughout the cavern. Thereafter, they ignited the scarecrow, and a roaring flame ascended. As they danced around the bonfire, brandishing their spears, singing enigmatic ballads in hopes of receiving divine protection. Upon the conclusion of the ritual, they roasted some seafood to quell their hunger, and after a brief respite, set off in their canoe, heading north along the western coastline of the island. The paddles stirred the water, creating rippling waves. Along the way, Cute elaborated on his abduction plan to his three subordinates, Della, Tony, and Pikey, who listened with exhilaration, their eyes shimmering with avarice. Once we capture those two women, we shall bring them to the abandoned survivor camp, where we can relish their company. The people at our camp will surely not discover their absence for some time. A wicked smile curled at the corners of Cute's mouth, his eyes brimming with desire. Should we kill them immediately and toss them into the sea to feed the fish? Tony inquired eagerly, a cruel expression manifesting on his face. That depends on our mood. If they serve us well, we may spare their lives. In due time, once we have vanquished them, they shall become our slaves, Cute replied coldly, his tone laced with arrogance. Indeed, we shall keep them as our female slaves. The three subordinates rubbed their hands together in anticipation, as if they could already envision the scene of victory. As dusk fell, the setting sun bathed the sea in golden hues, and they reached the abandoned camp. After confirming that the camp was deserted, the trio consumed a modest amount of jerky before paddling toward Lu Tianba's encampment, their canoe gliding smoothly over the shimmering water. They anchored their vessel at the secluded cove where they had docked the previous night, leaving Della to stand guard, who nodded in understanding. Cute, accompanied by Tony and Pikey, approached Lu Tianba's encampment with utmost caution, every step taken with meticulous care to avoid any noise. Suddenly, Lu Tianba awoke from a nightmare, in which his camp was besieged by Tang Shaolin and his men. The sounds of battle still echoed in his ears. He sat up abruptly, drenched in sweat, his clothes soaked through, momentarily disoriented as he struggled to recall his whereabouts, his eyes filled with fear and confusion. Hearing the thunderous snores of Lu Kuei nearby, he remembered that he was in a cave on Rift Island, where the sound of waves crashing against the rocks outside resonated incessantly, as if narrating a tale of unrest. They had departed from Jugu Island at noon and arrived at the temporary camp on Rift Island around 6 o'clock p.m., only to find it deserted, with embers still glowing in the fire pit. They speculated that Sun Taiyun and his group might have gone hunting, but as darkness enveloped the area, their return remained elusive. Lu Tianba paced anxiously within the cave, a sense of unease gnawing at him. Lu Kuei queried Lu Tianba, "Uncle, Do you think Sun Taiyun and the others might have betrayed us and sought refuge with Ma Zhe and his group? His voice resonated with a deep, sonorous quality, betraying a certain navet, while his face was etched with confusion. Do not indulge in baseless conjectures. This is utterly impossible. I have placed my unwavering trust in him and treated him well. How could he ever betray me? Observing the lingering warmth of the fire, Lu Tianba surmised that they had been there in the morning, perhaps even having spent the previous night in this very spot, possibly venturing out to hunt after the weather cleared. Lu Tianba's voice rang out, albeit with a hint of uncertainty flickering in his gaze. The strategist, Doghead, pondered. Could they have discovered a more favorable location elsewhere and chosen to remain there temporarily? This was indeed plausible. On a deserted island, it is entirely natural to relocate to an area with richer resources or greater convenience. Tonight, we shall rest here peacefully, and tomorrow, Lu Kuei and Chan Mingwei will set out to search for them. Lu Tianba reassured himself, though his voice trembled slightly. As darkness enveloped the surroundings, they settled down to sleep. However, Lu Tianba was abruptly awakened from a nightmare not long after. Lying on the ground, he gazed up at the cave's ceiling, unable to find solace in slumber. Meanwhile, on Jugu Island, concealed within the thicket adjacent to Lu Tianba's campsite, Kurt, Tony, and Paik were poised like coiled leopards, intently watching the nearby grass hut. Kurt was utterly astonished to find himself back in the same hiding spot as the day before. Hearing the voices of the two women within the hut, a surge of elation coursed through him. Their luck was extraordinary, encountering these women twice in such a short span. Cautiously, Kurt emerged from the underbrush and approached the rear of the grass hut, peering through the gaps in the walls to observe the two women engaged in conversation beneath the dim light of an oil lamp. Sensing the opportune moment had arrived, he signaled to Tony and Paik to approach the hut stealthily. The two men crept from the thicket, joining Kurt, and through the cracks in the grass wall, they too caught sight of the women inside. At that moment, the surrounding structures were silent and devoid of activity, presenting the perfect opportunity to strike. The trio held their breath, inching closer to the hut's entrance before suddenly bursting inside. The two women, taken by surprise, were swiftly rendered unconscious. Kurt and his companions hoisted the women and hastily vanished into the dense jungle, leaving the grass hut desolate. A little over 10 minutes later, they rendezvoused with Della, placing the two women into a dugout canoe and paddling toward the abandoned campsite, their oars slicing through the water and leaving ripples in their wake. Meanwhile, the search party composed of Lu Yong, Aoki Keiko, Jessica, and Yang Hua faced a stroke of misfortune, continually missing encounters with Kurt and his group. Their discovery of the smelting facilities and the desecrated graves of their ancestors incited their ire. They scoured the island, leaving no suspicious area unchecked, and, as night fell, they returned to the camp empty-handed, each one disheartened and despondent. Chapter 62. The Death of Lu Tianba around 10 o'clock in the evening. On the surface of the sea outside the bay, where the wild men had moored their canoe on the western side of Rift Island, a bamboo raft gently swayed with the waves. This bamboo raft was crafted anew by Tang Shaolin and his companions earlier that afternoon. At this moment, seated upon the raft were Tang Shaolin, Wang Zhanxing, and Shi Lei, intently observing the flickering glow of torches amidst the thickets on the hillside. Indeed, according to Tang Shaolin's plan, they had divided their efforts. Sun Taiyun and Liang Jianfeng remained at the rift dwelling to guard the two wild girl captives, while Tang Shaolin, Wang Zhanxing, and Shi Lei ventured northward to the island, sourcing bamboo to construct a second raft. As dusk fell, they departed from the northern shores of Rift Island, navigating along the coast to arrive at the bay where the wild men had anchored their canoe. Throughout their journey, they encountered no other coastal tribes, leading them to conclude that this region was solely inhabited by the wild tribe they had previously observed. Could those wild men be searching for the two missing girls? Shi Lei inquired softly. You're not entirely foolish, Wang Zhanxing jested in response. Tang Shaolin, possessing keen hearing, discerned a woman among the searching wild men, calling out the names Irina and Kuya. I believe by tomorrow morning they will certainly locate the eastern area, especially around your temporary encampment. Therefore, upon our return tonight, we must prepare swiftly, so that we can escort the two wild girls back to Jugu Island directly from the Northern Sea at dawn. The two nodded in agreement. Look over there. It appears there is a canoe. Tang Shaolin and Wang Zhanqing followed Shirley's pointing finger, spotting a solitary canoe resting by the seaside at the mouth of the bay, leading towards the mountain encampment. After observing the surroundings and confirming the absence of any onlookers, they cautiously approached. Upon nearing the shore for a closer inspection, they verified that indeed no one was present, allowing them to swiftly come ashore and untie the ropes securing the canoe. The canoe was substantial, hewn from a massive tree, with 4 paddles affixed at both ends. They climbed aboard, gently rowing the canoe into the sea, retracing their earlier path. Rowing the canoe proved far less laborious than the bamboo raft, offering greater speed and safety. Consequently, they returned to the valley entrance of the rift dwelling in just over 2 hours. After concealing the canoe, the trio retrieved the torches they had previously hidden in the area, ignited them, and ventured into the thicket, following the stream towards the rift dwelling in the mountains. At that moment, a large gathering of individuals stood in a clearing within the wild tribe, holding torches as they returned from the mountains. In the center of the crowd stood an elder, approximately 60 years of age, who was the tribal chief, Shan. He too held a torch, his face somber as he addressed the assembly. I thank you all for your efforts tonight. Although we have not located my daughter Irina and my granddaughter Kuya, I remain grateful to everyone. I believe that those destined for greatness have their guardian spirits. They must still be alive, perhaps merely lost somewhere. Tomorrow we shall venture out once more to search for them. Please return home and rest early, and thank you all once again. My dear uncle, tomorrow morning we shall split into 2 groups. Sister Tasha will lead her team to search the nearby mountains, while I shall take my group to the eastern encampment of the outsiders on Rift Island. We will surely locate Irina and Kuya. The speaker was Gutra, the nephew of the chieftain. Tasha, the second daughter of the chieftain and Irina's elder sister, stood beside him, her delicate features etched with concern in the flickering firelight. Beside her was her close friend Luna, whose expression mirrored her own worry. Luna, a strikingly beautiful mixed-blood woman, was the daughter of the tribe's chief healer, Helen. The chieftain expressed his gratitude, saying, My beloved nephew Gutra, thank you for your suggestion. We shall proceed as you have advised. We will search separately. Now, everyone, return and rest early. With that, the gathering dispersed. The following morning, a thick mist enveloped the sea. Gutra, accompanied by over 20 wild warrior companions, paddled their canoes vigorously towards the temporary encampment of the outsiders on the southern side of Rift Island. Lu Tianba, shaken awake by a nightmare the previous night, had struggled to find sleep and passed the night in a haze. Upon rising, his eyes were bloodshot, and restless sleep had claimed him before dawn. Alone, he stood by the shore, gazing out at the ocean, his heart heavy with melancholy. As the first light of dawn appeared, he ventured to the sea, gathering an abundance of seafood and foraging for wild vegetables along the thicket by the shore. When Lu Tianba returned to the encampment, his arms laden with bounty, the sun was already high. Chun Mingwei, Lu Ke, and the strategist Doghead had risen and kindled a fire, sitting silently around it with glum expressions etched upon their faces. Chun Mingwei took the provisions Lu Tianba had brought to the stream to clean, but faced a dilemma. There was no pot to cook the vegetables, meaning they would have to resort to roasting their meal over the fire. Lu Tianba felt a wave of reflection wash over him. He truly understood the hardships faced by his followers in the wild. As their leader, he had seldom grasped their struggles. He resolved that if he were to meet Sun Taiyun again, he would adopt a humble demeanor, engage in sincere dialogue, and express his thoughts openly. He believed that Sun Taiyun must have had a valid reason for eliminating Zhang Xiao, as it could not have been a mere impulsive act. In truth, he had long sensed something amiss in the relationship between Zhang Xiao and Huang Wenhui, yet he had refrained from voicing his suspicions. He was unaware of how Ma Zhe and Tang Shaolin managed their encampment, feeling that his own leadership had faltered, repeatedly witnessing betrayal from those within his ranks, leaving him powerless and disheartened. Perhaps the conventional methods of managing a camp were ineffective in this realm. Should the conditions on Rift Island prove favorable, he would encourage everyone to relocate, selecting a promising youth to assist him in governance. While Lu Tianba contemplated these matters, a sudden clamor arose from the western beach, accompanied by hurried footsteps, indicating that someone was racing towards them. Lu Kuei peered out, his expression shifting dramatically as he shouted, "Run! The wildlings are coming!" Instantly, chaos ensued among the four. "Where do we flee?" The strategist stammered. "This way." Lu Kuei dragged Lu Tianba towards the stream, hoping to utilize the terrain to escape to the mountains. Behind them, over 20 wild men pursued, their guttural roars echoing through the air, their footsteps shaking the ground beneath them. Lu Tianba, weakened, lagged behind as he struggled to keep pace. When he attempted to scale a rocky outcrop, he found himself unable to ascend, and an arrow struck him in the back with a thud. Gritting his teeth, he seized a large stone and hurled it at the wild men, causing the foremost among them to fall, his head crushed. Upon witnessing his uncle in peril, Lu Kuei turned back and retaliated with stones, driving the attackers away. Suddenly, a tall, muscular young wild man pushed through the throng, and in the blink of an eye, he flung his spear, which pierced Lu Tianba's neck with a swift, fatal thrust. Blood gushed from his mouth and nose as his gaze drifted toward the distant sea, his face contorted with fear and despair. As dawn broke over the ocean, the rising sun bathed the waters in a crimson hue. At this moment, Tang Shaolin and his companions were journeying through the vast expanse of the sea, accompanied by 2 wild women, on their way back to Jugu Island. The previous night, Cute and his 3 subordinates had transformed into beasts, mercilessly tormenting the 2 women throughout the night. As dawn approached, they resolved to return to the tribe on Rift Valley Island. "I intend to bring this young outsider woman back to the tribe," Cute declared to his 3 subordinates. "What do you all propose we do with her?" The 3 men exchanged glances, and finally, Della spoke up. "I suggest we take her with us." Tony and Paik exchanged looks, both agreeing with Della's proposal. Thus, the 4 wild men paddled their canoe, carrying 2 weary and barely alive survivors away from Jugu Island. The outcome for Lu Tianba and his 3 companions against the 20 fierce wild warriors was all but inevitable. Ultimately, Lu Tianba and Chen Minghui met a tragic demise, while Lu Kuei and the cunning strategist, Doghead, were captured alive. Chapter 63. The merging of camps upon his return to Jugu Island. Tang Shaolin first arranged for the proper supervision of the 2 wild girls before joining Ma Zhe in the conference room. Once seated, they promptly began to compile the intelligence they had gathered. After a thorough analysis and discussion, they resolved that Tang Shaolin would personally lead a team to convey crucial information to Lu Tianba's camp. This decision stemmed from their shared identity as survivors on the island. They recognized that informing Lu Tianba's faction about the existence of wild tribes on Rift Valley Island, as well as the potential for an impending incursion, could effectively avert unnecessary casualties. However, upon arriving at Lu Tianba's camp, Tang Shaolin was taken aback by the scene before him. An atmosphere of dread pervaded the camp, steeped in chaos. The individual who came forth to meet him was Fu Gang, a robust young man previously selected by Lu Tianba to spar with Tang Shaolin. Although they were already familiar with each other's identities, they exchanged courteous introductions and pleasantries upon meeting. As their conversation progressed, Tang Shaolin gradually discerned that Fu Gang was indeed a trustworthy individual. Tang Shaolin promptly relayed the intelligence he had gathered. At the mention of the term wild men, Fu Gang's expression shifted dramatically, exclaiming, "Wild men? Are there truly wild men on this island?" In his astonishment, he began to pace back and forth within the grass hut. After about a minute, he halted, his demeanor grave as he addressed Tang Shaolin. "This morning, we discovered that 2 individuals from the camp had gone missing, likely during the previous night. Earlier today, we found 3 shoes in the grass outside their hut, presumably dropped during their abduction. If your camp is not responsible, then it must have been the wild men. Furthermore, Lu Tianba and Lu Kuei left for Rift Valley Island yesterday morning with 2 others. We cannot ascertain whether they are in danger." "What? Lu Tianba and Lu Kuei went to Rift Valley Island?" "Tang Shaolin et Karim Astonitz." "Yes, they went to find Sun Taiyun." Fu Gang confirmed. "This is dire. They must be in trouble. The temporary camp they are heading to has surely been targeted by the wild men." Tang Shaolin felt a tightening in his chest. He understood that Liu Tianba and Liu Kuei would inevitably head to the temporary camp established by his son Taiyun and the others. Just yesterday, they had kidnapped 2 wild girls, Ilya and Kuya, and today the wild men were likely to discover that camp. Should the 2 factions encounter one another, the consequences would be catastrophic. With this thought, Tang Shaolin recounted the circumstances under which son Taiyun had sought refuge in his camp and meticulously analyzed the potential dangers Liu Tianba and Liu Kuei might face from the wild men. After listening, Fu Gang inhaled deeply, exhaling slowly, and sighed in resignation. In conclusion, Tang Shaolin reflected, I never anticipated son Taiyun would be so resolute. Perhaps Liu Kuei's abrupt departure without notice left him disheartened. Fu Gang resumed his pacing, deep in thought, before ultimately making a decision. Our camp no longer holds any purpose. I have resolved to lead the remaining personnel to join your ranks. The 2 camps shall merge, and you will assume unified command. Only by coming together can we withstand external threats. What if Liu Tianba and Liu Kuei return? Tang Shaolin inquit ansioli. Regardless of everything else, I have made up my mind. Liu Tianba, lacking any aptitude for managing the camp, would remain an ordinary survivor even if they returned. Thus, on that day, the 2 camps merged seamlessly. Fu Gang brought along 20 individuals from Liu Tianba's camp, integrating them into Ma's camp. Among these 20, there were 11 men and 9 women, with all but 1 being young women, save for a middle-aged lady. To ensure that the new members felt the warmth of home, Maja convened a grand welcoming ceremony for all camp personnel and initiated a one-on-one support activity. This event not only fostered bonds between the old and new members, but also led to the blossoming of romantic relationships among several young couples. Shirley and Liang Jianfeng seized this opportunity to reconnect with their girlfriends after a prolonged separation. In light of the new additions to the camp, Maja began to strategize the development of the camp. He planned to construct a row of 11 still houses on the hillside at the western edge of the camp, adjacent to the forest, to alleviate housing pressure. Simultaneously, he recognized that if the population continued to swell, the only option for expansion would be to clear the forest to the south. Previously, Maja had been surveying the surroundings of the camp, seeking suitable land for the large-scale cultivation of wild hemp, cassava, potatoes, and dry rice. And he had preliminarily identified 2 locations approximately 3 and 5 kilometers away from the camp. With the surge in camp population, Maja intended to implement the planting plan as soon as the houses were completed. Despite the promising developments in the camp, dangers loomed ominously. Liu Yong and Aoki Keiko were still scouring the island with 2 companions in search of traces of wild men. In light of the destruction of ancestral graves and the abduction of women from the camp, Maja and Tang Shaolin surmised that there might be a long-standing feud between the wild men and their ancestors, predicting that a confrontation was inevitable. Contemplating the impending conflict, which would undoubtedly escalate the demand for medicinal supplies, the 2 conferred, leading Tang Shaolin to withdraw first. Subsequently, Maja summoned Zhao Yingmei and said, Sister, we must augment our stock of traditional Chinese medicine, particularly for treating injuries and wounds. I appreciate your hard work over the past 2 days. I will assign 2 individuals to accompany you in gathering herbs. Certainly, we do need to stockpile more of those medicines. Better to be prepared than to regret later. Given the current insecurity on the island, I will have Tang Shaolin and Liu Yong accompany you. You can set off after lunch. How does that sound? Zhao Yingmei pondered for a moment before responding. Let Liu Yong remain at the camp. We need men here, especially since we are building houses. Bring Jessica along with us. I will speak to her shortly. Very well. At that moment, Maja sensed something amiss with Zhao Yingmei, but could not pinpoint the exact issue. After Zhao Yingmei left the meeting room, she approached Jessica and pulled her aside, whispering, Join me this afternoon for herb gathering. Governor Tang will be going too. Will you come? Jessica smiled mischievously and teased, Sister, could it be that we might be gone for a day or 2? You want me to join you without worrying that I might be a hindrance? Oh, I see. Are you implying that you want us both to accompany him? Jessica, what do you mean by that? Zhao Yingmei feigned sternness. Jessica immediately put on an innocent expression and said sweetly, Sister, I apologize. I must have misunderstood. Zhao Yingmei smiled coldly, her expression reminiscent of Wang Shifeng. No, you are correct, dear sister. That is precisely my intention. Miss Jessica, will you join us? If not, I shall seek out Miss Wheezy. Jessica exclaimed, her face a mask of disbelief. Of course, I shall go. Sister, dear sister, how could I not be close to you? Besides, bringing her along would only make things uncomfortable for that little girl. And creating discomfort for her would ultimately bring discomfort to you. Are you referring to Miss Melissa? Indeed, it is not she. Yes, you are absolutely right. Thankfully, it is you I am seeking. Indeed. Prepare yourself. After we dine, I shall come to fetch you. As Zhao Yingmei turned to leave, she recalled something and gestured for Jessica to come closer, whispering, "That fickle scoundrel has grown increasingly audacious with me. I have a premonition that when I mention our outing, he shall undoubtedly mock me. Why not tease him a bit as we depart, and put him in an awkward position? What do you propose we do to him?" Zhao Yingmei leaned closer to Jessica, quietly divulging her scheme, and soon both were adorned with triumphant smiles. Indeed, when Zhao Yingmei approached Tang Shaolin to discuss their herbal gathering, Tang, noticing the lack of onlookers, teased in a low voice, "Sister, are you yearning for me? It's about time, since the last time we shared a cooling soup. Nearly half a month has passed. Indeed, who else shall accompany us? Who else do you wish to invite? None. It is entirely up to you. That is more agreeable. This time, we must thoroughly study the art of writing Kuan. How scandalous! Aren't you afraid the wild men will scare you into a frenzy? I fear not the wild men. Should one approach, I shall dispatch him, and should two come, I shall handle them both. Rest assured, perform well. Rascal, I fear you may find yourself unable to return. Hee, when shall we depart? Immediately. We shall set off after lunch. I can hardly wait to soar with you into the dense jungles and tranquil valleys. We shall see how I manage you then," Zhao Yingmei replied, before turning to leave. Watching her retreating figure, Tang Shaolin's lips curled into a mischievous smile. After lunch, Tang Shaolin and Zhao Yingmei exited the camp together. They walked eastward along the coast for less than 500 meters when Jessica slowly emerged from the trees by the sea, an alluring smile gracing her face. As Tang Shaolin beheld the two women wearing mischievous grins, his face flushed crimson, akin to a ripe tomato. Chapter 64. The frenzied Cute. As the twilight bled into hues of crimson, the silhouettes of Cute and his entourage elongated in the fading light. With a stoic demeanor, Cute returned to the tribe, weary yet resolute. His frosty gaze swept across his subordinates, and with a decisive wave of his hand, he issued a low, commanding order: confine these two outsiders in the cave, separate their quarters, ensure they have clean rooms, and provide them with sustenance. No sooner had he spoken than his men escorted Huang Wenhui and Pu Kaihua towards the foot of the mountain, dragging his fatigued frame to his home. Cute had yet to catch his breath when the cacophony of anguished cries erupted from within. A tightness gripped his heart as he hastened into the dwelling, only to find his young wife collapsed on the floor, tears cascading down her cheeks, dampening her garments. Quine had been missing for 2 days, and the family's sorrow was palpable. Upon hearing of Cute's return, their grief intensified, especially that of Quine's mother. "Cute, you have finally returned. Do you not know? Our daughter is missing. You must bring her back. Without our daughter, how am I to survive?" His wife's voice trembled with despair, and Cute felt a thunderous pulse in his head, the world spinning around him. Steeling himself, he crouched down and spoke in a low tone. "Speak slowly what transpired." Through her sobs, his wife recounted the timeline and circumstances surrounding the disappearance of the two children. Irina, as the cherished youngest daughter of the chieftain Shanu, had always been doted upon, and now, along with Quine, she had vanished, plunging not only Shanu's family into chaos, but also sending tremors throughout the entire clan. Just as Cute's anxiety mounted, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed. His uncle Shanu and General Rabang approached in haste. Shanu, tall and dignified despite his advancing years, possessed a gaze filled with wisdom. After Cute's father's passing, he had assumed the mantle of chieftain. General Rabang, robust and imposing, had once exhibited unparalleled valor on the battlefield, having been promoted to general during a fierce confrontation with the yellow-haired people. With a grave countenance, Shanu relayed the capture of the two foreigners and the troubling news of Qian and Irina's disappearance. As Cute listened, a fire of fury ignited within his eyes. Although Shanu mentioned a sickle found by the seaside, implying a potential attack by sea monsters, and stressed that there was currently no evidence linking the children's disappearance to the outsiders, Cute had already attributed the incident to them, his heart ablaze with hatred. After Shanu and Rabang took their leave, Cute hastily consumed a meager meal before rushing towards the cave where the prisoners were held. The cave, nestled at the foot of the mountain behind the tribe, was a deep cavern shrouded in mist, exuding an aura of mystery and foreboding. Inside, the expansive space was adorned with stalactites of various forms, while the uneven ground presented a rugged terrain. This cavern served as both a storeroom for the tribe's larger possessions and a prison, fortified with stone and clay in its solid chambers, arranged with meticulous order. Cute first arrived at the cell housing the male outsiders. Through the wooden bars, he beheld two men, one robust, the other lean, lying amidst a disheveled heap of straw. The muscular outsider bore numerous wounds, his garments soaked in blood, a stark sight under the dim lighting, clearly having endured considerable suffering. A guard leaned close to Cute's ear, whispering, "That big one is troublesome. It said he has slain several of our brothers." Kurt clenched his fists, his teeth grinding together as murderous intent surged within him. He darkly vowed, "I swear, I shall tear this detestable outsider to pieces." Subsequently, Kurt approached the cell of Huang Wenhui. The interior was relatively dry, with hay strewn across the floor. Following Kurt's instructions, the cells of the two foreign women were kept notably clean. Huang Wenhui lay on her side, her back to the door, revealing her long, lustrous legs that gleamed like jade. This sight evoked memories of Helen, the enchanting apothecary, who had been a captive during the tribe's battle against the yellow-haired people many years ago. She became the concubine of Kurt's elder brother and bore him a daughter. After his brother's demise, Helen became the mistress of Kurt's second brother. Following the latter's death, the adult Kurt had desired to wed Helen, only to be met with refusal. Now, at the age of 40, Helen still possessed her allure, and every encounter with her stirred a whirlwind of thoughts within Kurt. The woman before him also bore skin as fair as snow. He coldly inquired, "Has this woman eaten?" The guard hastily replied, "As per your instructions, we have provided food to both women, but this one has eaten little." Observing Huang Wenhui curled up in the hay and thinking of his daughter, Kuya, who might be suffering, an unnameable fury ignited within Kurt. He gestured for the guard to leave, firmly instructing that no one was to disturb him without his command, as he intended to interrogate the prisoner personally. The guard, recognizing the ferocity in Kurt's gaze, understood his intent despite the language barrier, and obediently withdrew. Once the guard departed, Kurt cautiously opened the cell door. This type of door could only be operated from the outside. He quickly entered and secured the door behind him. Startled, Huang Wenhui trembled at the sight of the fierce Kurt entering, immediately curling up in the corner, her eyes filled with dread. Kurt gazed at the quivering woman before him, a strange glint flickering in his eyes. Soon, muffled sounds emanated from the cell as darkness enveloped everything. The following morning, sunlight streamed into the cave, yet it could not dispel the gloom that lingered. Kurt, accompanied by his warriors Della, Tony, and Paik, who had also journeyed to Jugu Island, arrived at the prison. His eyes were cold and menacing as he signaled to the three that they could act against Pu Kaihua. The previous night, on Jugu Island, they had taken turns standing guard for safety, but now the four had completely transformed into beasts of prey. Afterwards, Kurt vehemently warned the guards, "No one is to lay a hand on these two foreign women. Anyone who defies this order shall face death." In the afternoon, when Shano brought Helen to interrogate Huang Wenhui, they were obstructed by the guards. Helen, fluent in English, Spanish, and capable of conversing in Chinese, though not perfectly, was able to communicate effectively. During the conflict between the English and the Ming, she had served as a translator. Originally of Spanish descent, her father was a wealthy merchant, and she had spent 6 years in China during her childhood. In her youth, she had traveled to England with her father, but both were wronged by English merchants and sentenced by the English government to transportation to Australia, where they were shipwrecked and stranded in this land. Shano first interrogated the timid strategist, who, in a bid to save his own life, divulged everything he knew. When Shano attempted to interrogate Huang Wenwei next, the guard appeared hesitant, stating, "Lord Kurt has issued a strict order, forbidding anyone from approaching." Shano's attendant was suddenly enraged, drawing his machete and pressing it against the guard's throat. "Do you wish to die? Will you heed Cute or the chieftain?" The guard, terrified, turned pale and repeatedly pleaded for mercy. "I will listen to the chieftain." During the interrogation, Shano learned of Huang Wenhui's plight and inwardly cursed Cute for his reckless actions. Cute, resolute, decided to lead the warriors to assault the survivor tribe of Jugu Island. His plan was to either kill the men or enslave them, capturing the women, keeping those of exceptional beauty for himself, while distributing the others among the warriors. Cute had carefully analyzed the situation and was confident in his ability to defeat those outsiders. He estimated their numbers to be no more than 100, including women and the elderly, with only a few dozen truly capable of combat. Their own tribe could muster over 100 warriors. A force of more than 100 against a mere few dozen would yield a predictable outcome. Once he vanquished the outsiders, he would gain widespread support within the tribe, and the position of chieftain would naturally be his. Shano had held the chieftaincy for 10 years. It was time for this aged leader to step aside, as the tribe was ripe for a change in governance. Chapter 65. The ambition of Cute. Cute clenched his fists, his nails digging deeply into his palms. He contemplated that if he could successfully capture the encampment of the outsiders on Jagudo, he would undoubtedly garner widespread support within the tribe. At that point, it would be only natural for him to ascend to the position of chieftain, a role that rightfully belonged to him. Regrettably, when his father passed away during his childhood, it was his uncle who inherited the chieftaincy. Now, having matured into adulthood, he had yet to find a suitable reason to usurp the position, and this opportunity felt as if it were a divine gift. He hurried to General Rabang, pouring out his thoughts in a torrent. General Rabang had always held a fondness for him, treating him as if he were his own son, and had frequently supported Cute in his endeavors. Upon hearing Cute's plan, the elder's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, "My dear child, you have truly grown. This is indeed a rare opportunity. I will lend you my full support. However, we must also seek the aid of the Sea Eagle tribe, persuading them to send a contingent of warriors to join us in our assault against the outsiders. I shall dispatch an envoy immediately to negotiate this matter. General, do you believe the Sea Eagle tribe will be willing to support us?" Cute asked, a hint of apprehension in his voice. "I think it should not be a problem. Have you forgotten how Barot's eldest son met his demise? He harbors a deep-seated hatred for the outsiders, and on top of that, if he sends troops and achieves victory, he stands to gain significantly. Furthermore, you are still Barot's son-in-law, and with Kuya missing his granddaughter, he has every reason to intervene," General Rabang patiently analyzed. Regarding the death of Barot's eldest son, Cute was well aware of the circumstances. It was said that he had been engaged in trade on Tangren Island, and, during his stay at an inn, had bullied a local girl, only to be brutally killed by the innkeeper. Deeply moved, Cute responded, "General, I am truly grateful for your kindness and support. If I am fortunate enough to become the leader of the tribe, you will undoubtedly be my most trusted general." General Rabang regarded Cute with a benevolent gaze, replying, "I have always considered you as my own son." 3 days later, on a morning bright with promise, the leadership of the Sea Shark tribe and the Sea Eagle tribe gathered for a conference. Shano presented the intelligence gathered from interrogating the outsiders, but Cute, with an air of disdain, arrogantly interjected, "I was already aware of this. I understand it better than you do." Shano, taken aback, felt an immediate flush of embarrassment. Standing frozen in place, unsure of how to respond, Cute rose, surveying the assembled crowd with an authoritative gaze, and boldly proposed, "I suggest we select 100 warriors from the Sea Shark tribe and 60 from the Sea Eagle tribe, and I shall lead them personally to assault the survivors' camp on Jagudo." Barot, the chieftain of the Sea Eagle tribe, immediately stood, his face contorted with anger, and vehemently concurred, "Cute speaks the truth. My granddaughter remains unaccounted for, and this blood debt must be repaid by the outsiders. I will choose 60 warriors from the Sea Eagle tribe, and we shall follow Cute's command." but we demand half of the spoils. Cute promptly nodded, secretly reveling in the support he had received from his father-in-law. At that moment, Shano immediately stood up to voice his dissent, speaking with heartfelt conviction. For the past 50 years, we have either been at war or preparing for one. Engaging with the Tang people or the yellow-haired individuals has resulted in devastating losses for our tribe. The Sea Wolf tribe perished due to warfare, and we must learn from this lesson. Our tribe now stands at a critical juncture, facing dire poverty and a slow population growth. After enduring years of conflict, we have finally glimpsed a few years of peace. It is imperative that our two tribes focus on recuperation, enhancing the living standards of our people and fostering population growth. Furthermore, we possess no direct evidence to suggest that the survivors on Kayaguchi Island harbor ill intentions towards us. Rushing into war would yield no benefits for our tribe. Above all, I urge us to remain calm, to cherish the current state of peace, and to concentrate our efforts on tribal development until the opportune moment arises. Additionally, the land and seas to the west of Rift Island are currently sufficient to sustain our existence and development. Before Shano could finish, Ballot interjected with a scornful remark. Shano, your beloved youngest daughter may very well be enduring inhumane torment at this very moment. As her father, your attitude is profoundly disappointing. Shano was momentarily rendered speechless, opening his mouth to respond. Who among you has evidence proving that Irina and Kuya were abducted by outsiders from Kayaguchi Island? Is evidence truly required? During this time, only outsiders from Kayaguchi Island have appeared on Rift Island, which serves as the best proof. Did you not capture a few outsiders? Conversely, is it not possible that these outsiders could have taken our people? Bala mocked. Furrowing his brow, Shano pondered for a moment before responding. Esteemed Chief Ballot, the ones who are missing are my daughter and granddaughter, and my heart aches more than anyone else's. However, as the group leader, I must prioritize the welfare of the entire tribe and adhere to a policy of pragmatism. What you have stated remains mere speculation. We lack tangible evidence to confirm that Kuya and Irina were indeed taken by those outsiders. We must cherish the peace we currently enjoy, and until the matter is thoroughly investigated, we cannot act rashly or let our emotions dictate our actions. As a group leader, I am willing to lead a party to their camp to ascertain the truth myself. Before Shano could finish, Cute interrupted. Leader, I truly do not understand your reasoning. Even if no abduction of Irina and Kuya has occurred, we cannot tolerate the invasion of our homeland by these outsiders. They are more barbaric and audacious than the Tang and Englishmen of the past. Not only have they encroached upon Kayaguchi Island, but they have also extended their reach to Rift Island, relentlessly compressing our living space. Such a situation is intolerable. Moreover, my intuition tells me that Irina and Kuya have indeed been abducted by them. As our leader and the spiritual beacon of the Haisha tribe, your continuous forbearance only serves to make these outsiders perceive our tribe as easy prey. For decades, we have faced the Chinese, the English, the venerable patriarch, my father, and my two brothers. When have they ever bowed to these foreign intruders? Even in death, they would rather perish on the battlefield, and they have done so. Yet you, esteemed patriarch, I can no longer articulate my thoughts. It is evident that calling him patriarch rather than uncle has been rather disrespectful toward Shano. With a flushed face, Shano was at a loss for how to persuade these foolish individuals. He sighed and spoke. I am also concerned for the safety of our tribe. We truly cannot afford to suffer any more significant losses. If a conflict is inevitable, might I propose this? Helen and I could journey to England Island to negotiate with the blonde-haired people, relinquishing a portion of our interests in Fire Oil Island in exchange for their military assistance in our assault. General Labong scoffed disdainfully and remarked, Pray tell, esteemed patriarch, what interest do we still possess in Fire Oil Island? Over the years, what benefits have the blonde-haired people provided us? Have they not acted according to their own whims? The so-called interests are merely our fanciful delusions. Did they grant you any particular advantages? Ha ha, of course, this is merely a jest. Do not take it seriously. Upon hearing General Labang's words, Shano's face turned a deep shade of anger as Labong continued to address the assembly. When we grow stronger in the future, the first to be dealt with shall be those blonde-haired people. They're nothing but deceitful and scrupulous bandits. The outsiders we face now, judging by their appearance, must surely have ties to the Chinese, perhaps even belonging to the same lineage. With the Chinese and the blonde-haired people growing closer, will the latter aid us? Moreover, the blonde-haired population is sparse. Even if they agree to deploy troops, their hesitation is inevitable. When we tally our numbers alongside those of the blonde-haired and their enslaved individuals, we find ourselves outnumbered by the Chinese, not to mention the newly arrived individuals. We cannot depend on outsiders. We must strike while they remain unconnected to others. Catching them off guard is our best strategy. Suddenly, Ballot, chief of the Sea Eagle tribe, rose with fervor, proclaiming, "While these outsiders are still establishing their foothold, we should eliminate them or enslave them. Now is the time to act, and our chances of victory are high. If we prevail, these slaves can aid in the development of our tribe." High Priest Clavny clasped his hands together, a solemn expression upon his face, and stated, "In the name of the divine, I endorse General Lebang's proposal and support Kurt's offensive against the outsiders." The healer, Helen, sat quietly to the side. As an outsider herself, she felt her voice carried little weight, remaining silent, her gaze filled with helplessness and concern. Ultimately, amidst the discussions, Kurt garnered the support of the majority. After the assembly dispersed, Shano exited the meeting room with a dejected demeanor, gazing into the distance, his heart heavy with anxiety. He understood that the tribe was about to embark on a perilous path, one that could lead to an abyss of irreparable devastation. All of this stemmed from Kurt's unquenchable hatred and ambition, as well as the intricate web of interests tangled among the tribe's leadership. Chapter 66. The sacrificial, slaying Cute-S fingers absently traced the beast-tooth necklace dangling at his waist. As a frenzied, yet exhilarating notion surged within him, he contemplated offering the young foreign man as a sacrificial tribute before his expedition, slaying him in honor of the celestial deities, and subsequently allowing all warriors to partake of his flesh. He firmly believed that in the moment the warm blood and meat coursed down their throats, fear would transform into fearless courage, significantly bolstering the morale of the warriors, rendering them audacious on the battlefield. However, Cute was acutely aware that his uncle Shano would vehemently oppose such a notion. The tribe had once practiced cannibalism, but ever since Shano ascended to the chieftaincy, he had resolutely abolished this ancient custom. To Cute, his uncle's ideology appeared to be tainted by the influences of the Tang people and the yellow-haired folk, rendering him weak and estranged from their venerable traditions. This time, Cute was determined to revive the archaic rite. He reasoned that as long as he could persuade General Labong to convince High Priest Crofney to solemnly conduct the ritual with the backing of these two influential figures, he could wholly disregard Shano's opinions. This not only marked a return to tradition, but also sent a compelling signal to Shano that Cute held him in utter contempt. When Cute approached General Labong, his heart raced with a mix of trepidation and exhilaration as he articulated his thoughts. The general's brow furrowed, his gaze filled with concern. He spoke slowly. "Have you considered the repercussions of your actions? This would amount to a complete affront to Shano, not only offending him, but also alienating the apothecary and a significant portion of his supporters." A rebellious impulse surged within Cute, and he retorted impulsively, "In fact, this is precisely for Shano to witness. I care not for his opinions. What could he do to me?" His words brimmed with the arrogance of youthful folly. The general fell silent for a moment, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes, as if weighing the pros and cons, or perhaps reminiscing. Finally, he spoke gravely. "If you are resolute, then pursue your intentions. The more absolute your actions, the greater your advantage. Oppose him, overthrow him, and supplant him. That is a path you must tread eventually. However, this matter must remain confidential for now. I will confer with the high priest to ascertain whether he is inclined to align with us. If he is amenable, then this endeavor shall come to fruition." Upon hearing this, a wave of ecstatic joy surged through Cute, and he exclaimed, "Thank you, General. You are like a father to me." At that moment, he was consumed by the thrill of impending realization, oblivious to the fleeting pain and helplessness reflected in the general's eyes. General Labong gazed at this spirited youth, yearning to reveal to Cute that he was indeed his father. Cute was the offspring of his clandestine liaison with a late chieftain as concubine. Yet, the words died in his throat. He pondered in silence, vowing to disclose the truth to Cute one day, perhaps upon his triumphant return from battle or in the twilight of his life. Regardless of when, what mattered was that Cute was his own flesh and blood. Meanwhile, Crofney was also contemplating his own machinations. He was well aware that Shano's replacement by the youth was inevitable, and the prospect of Cute triumphing over the outsiders seemed increasingly plausible. The newcomers, fresh to this land and preoccupied with their livelihoods, could hardly possess formidable combat prowess. Should Cute emerge victorious, he would undoubtedly ascend as the new chieftain. Consequently, Clavney assented to Cute's demands. Yet he stipulated a condition, abolishing the tradition that the position of the high priest could only be passed down to male heirs, allowing him to designate the future successor. With his mind solely focused on the sacrificial ceremony, Cute readily acquiesced to this condition. In truth, the high priest had already devised a plan. His 3 sons were of rather diminished intellect, while only his daughter Sim, born of a lowly woman with whom he had an illicit affair, proved to be a healthy and astute descendant. He cherished this woman of humble origins, who, despite her low status, possessed remarkable virtue, raising their daughter alone in silence for the sake of his reputation. He had long struggled to find a justification to appoint this daughter as the next high priestess, and thus saw this opportunity to propose the breaking of tradition as a bargaining chip with Cute. Their scheme was kept under wraps, and Shano remained blissfully unaware until the day of the ceremony, when he uncovered this heinous plot. Upon arriving at the square, Shano's face bore an icy veneer, his expression grave and solemn. Following him were his eldest daughter's family, his second daughter Tasha, the chief herbalist Helen, and her daughter Luna, along with several supportive nephews and nieces, totaling 3 to 4 dozen individuals. They stood amidst an exuberant and fervent crowd, appearing starkly out of place yet resolutely determined. At that moment, all the tribespeople had gathered in the square, recreating a lively scene unseen for years. The thundering drums of the ceremony reverberated through the valley, and the crimson sunset painted the altar in shades of blood. Cute, bare-chested, bore bronze skin adorned with white bone powder, while the teeth of beasts hung from his waist, clattering with each step. His eyes burned with fervor as he commanded his followers to push 2 foreign men towards the altar's edge. A savage thrust abound, robust foreigner to the center of the altar, his ankles marked with deep grooves from beast sinew, blood seeping through his tattered garments. His terrified gaze sweeping over the surrounding wild men who brandished stone axes, reciting incantations, their eyes filled with despair. Blood for the moon goddess. Clavney, the high priest, rasped, his voice slicing through the twilight as the serpent-headed bone staff struck the stone altar with a heavy thud. The dark red liquid in the already prepared earthen vessels rippled with the impact. Several burly savages stepped forward to restrain the offering, while Cute seized the sharpened obsidian dagger from the priest, its blade reflecting the fervor ablaze in his pupils. His heart raced with both trepidation and exhilaration, anticipating the monumental act ahead, envisioning the establishment of his absolute authority through this sacrificial rite. The victim's screams were drowned by the drumbeats. The instant the dagger sliced through skin, blood gushed forth, splattering against the grotesque beast carvings on the altar's edge. Cute grasped a handful of blood to smear upon his forehead, then raised the bloodied blade towards the heavens. The surrounding wild men erupted into synchronized cries, their stone spears clashing against shields, the flames casting distorted shadows upon their faces. The priest trembled as he held a wooden bowl to catch the blood, chanting incantations, as the blood within the bowl mingled with the last vestiges of twilight. The entire valley seemed to tremble in resonance with this gruesome ritual. Observing the entire spectacle, the strategist with a canine visage nearly succumbed to faintness. His face was as pale as parchment, his legs weakened, feeling as if he were a drifting leaf, akin to a kite caught in the wind. An overwhelming sense of dread and despair enveloped him as he cried out in desperation, "I must see your chieftain. You cannot take my life. I can be of service to you. I possess much knowledge and can contribute to the development of your camp. Whatever you ask of me, I will gladly comply. Please do not kill me. I beseech you. Let me speak to your leader." His voice resonated with a profound yearning for life and a deep-seated fear of death. Two robust warriors callously thrust the weeping strategist toward the center of the sacrificial altar. At that moment, Chieftain Shano slowly emerged from the crowd, approaching the platform with heavy yet resolute steps, each footfall a struggle against his inner turmoil of rage and sorrow. He turned to Cut, who stood above with a bloodthirsty grin, and sternly declared, "Cut, who granted you the authority to act in such a manner? Do you not realize that this outsider has been cooperative and harbors no malice towards us? To so recklessly take a life will bring divine retribution upon you." His words were laden with anguish and indignation. The strategist, catching sight of the chieftain, felt a flicker of hope ignite within him, assuming Shano was interceding on his behalf. He cried out, "Great chieftain, save me. Madam Translator, I implore you to convey my words to them. They do not comprehend my language. They do not understand my worth. Please beg them not to kill me. I would rather serve them as a beast of burden." In a fit of rage, Cut stormed forward and struck the strategist twice across the face, leaving him dazed and silenced. Helen could no longer bear to witness the scene. She intervened, calling out to Cut and relaying the words of the unfortunate outsider, hoping that Cut might show him mercy. With a fierce glare, Cut surveyed the crowd before turning to Helen, saying, "Helen, it is not a matter of disrespect. This man exudes the demeanor of a cunning deceiver. He is certainly no good. It is possible that the idea to abduct Kuya and Irina originated from him. I cannot let him go. Today, I must offer the blood of these two outsiders as a sacrifice to the gods." "Cut, have you lost your senses? It has been many years since we last performed a human sacrifice. What are you trying to accomplish today? Do you not recognize my authority as chieftain?" Shano's voice trembled with fury. "Uncle, you have been unduly influenced and poisoned by these outsiders. This is our tradition. We sacrifice the blood of outsiders to honor our gods. It has been an undeniable practice throughout history. You are the one who has altered this sacred tradition and thus angered the deities, leading to our misfortunes over the years. I make it clear to you, such sacrifices will occur again." Cut shouted, his face flushed with rage, filled with resentment for Shano's betrayal of tradition and a fierce defense of his own authority. With a wave of his hand, Cut commanded the two strong men to once again force the strategist to the center of the altar, and the sacrificial rites resumed. Shano's complexion turned ghostly pale, his heart heavy with profound sorrow, for he knew he was powerless to avert this tragedy. He slowly turned, departing from the square with weary steps, followed by a throng of 30 or so individuals, each bearing a countenance heavy with sorrow, as if the entire future of their tribe lay shrouded in darkness. Perhaps recalling that Helen was his beloved in dreams, Kurt spared the strategist's life, opting only to sever his ears. Unable to kill him, he resolved to vanquish the invaders first. Chapter 67. War won on a clear afternoon. The sun blazed mercilessly in the sky, casting a shimmering light upon the sea. A gentle sea breeze swept across the water, carrying a briny scent, yet could hardly alleviate the oppressive heat in the air. Cute stood at the forefront of the formation, gazing at the distant, elusive Rift Island, his heart ablaze with fervent determination. He caressed the bone blade at his waist, his gaze resolute and fierce, contemplating how this expedition would undoubtedly bring unparalleled glory and wealth to his tribe. Cute led a formidable fleet composed of 50 canoes and 150 warriors, departing from the tribal harbor in grand procession. The warriors were dispersed across the canoes, with some vessels carrying as few as 3 warriors, while others had 2 or 4. Each warrior exuded confidence and valor, their eyes shining with the light of victory. They had deliberately left ample space on the boats, firmly believing that this battle would secure their triumph, and that these vessels would one day return laden with spoils, survivors, and captives. Cute, accompanied by his 3 trusted confidants, Della, Tony, and Paik, traveled aboard the largest canoe, leading the way. With his chest held high, he reveled in the awestruck gazes of his peers, his heart swelling with pride as if victory was already within his grasp. Della, and the others closely flanked Cute. Their eyes filled with loyalty and flattery, fully aware that should this expedition succeed, their fortunes would rise accordingly. However, not everyone shared Cute's fervent desire for war. Gutra, the chieftain's nephew, felt a deep-seated aversion to the impending conflict. He understood all too well that war would only bring bloodshed and sacrifice, afflicting both his kin and the outsiders alike. Yet, the decisions of the tribal leadership were beyond question. All were compelled to obey unconditionally. Gutra clenched his fists in resignation, harboring a sense of unwillingness. Yet he could only follow the procession alongside a few subordinates, silently vowing to minimize casualties and avert unnecessary slaughter. On Jugu Island, Maja and Tang Shaolin had recently sensed the escalating tension and peril. They toiled day and night, diligently preparing for war. Maja often wore a furrowed brow, his eyes betraying both anxiety and resolve. He led the warriors in repeated drills of combat techniques, while simultaneously guiding craftsmen in the creation of defensive implements. Observing the artisans carefully fashioning shields from wood and iron, he felt a flicker of reassurance. These shields would not only deflect arrows but also withstand spear attacks, serving as a crucial line of defense against the enemy. They had also constructed new watchtowers on the edge of the forest to the south of the camp, and an observation post atop the mountain overlooking the northern cave. Standing atop the lookout, Tang Shaolin surveyed the surrounding forests and seas, silently calculating the potential routes of enemy assault. The enemy was most likely to invade from the beaches to the south and north, as well as the jungle in the south. Although traps had been set in the southern woods, he understood that should the enemy launch a large-scale attack, troops would still need to be dispatched to defend this position. The prospect of involving both men and women from their camp in this war weighed heavily on his mind, and he sighed, increasingly concerned for the safety of the women. Additionally, they had successfully developed a new type of crossbow. Tang Shaolin picked up one of the crossbows, examining it with care, a glimmer of satisfaction flickering in his eyes. This weapon possesses a greater lethality than a bow and arrow, coupled with superior accuracy, potentially capable of altering the tide of battle at a crucial moment. With preparations complete, they awaited the enemy's arrival in silence, their hearts a tumult of anxiety and resolve. As darkness fell, Kurt's team quietly approached the vicinity of Liu Tianba's former encampment from the north. Standing at the bow of the vessel, Kurt scanned the surroundings with vigilant eyes, speculating on the enemy's movements. Unbeknownst to him, the two camps had merged, leaving this site abandoned. The wild men surrounded the camp, and at Kurt's command, all warriors surged forth like a tidal wave into the encampment. Upon discovering the emptiness within, shock and confusion washed over their faces. Kurt's countenance darkened instantaneously. He clenched his fists, filled with rage and resentment. He recalled those he had assassinated on Rift Valley Island, perhaps key figures of this encampment. Furrowing his brow, he swiftly analyzed the situation. The camp had lost its leadership, and the enemy had likely recognized the impending peril, either relocating or merging with another camp. The latter seemed the most probable. The enemy had united to confront the threat, undoubtedly complicating their current endeavor. Kurt resolved to allow his team to rest for the night at this encampment and dispatch scouts to gather intelligence on Maja's camp. Tony, take 3 men eastward, traverse the jungle, cross the Tangren Grave Hill, and approach the enemy's camp from the southern coast for reconnaissance. Paiji, you lead 3 men north, following the coastline to the west, and scout the enemy's camp from the north side. Exercise utmost caution. Do not let the enemy detect your presence. The orders were acknowledged in unison by his subordinates. As Tony and Paiji received their tasks, a surge of tension and excitement coursed through them. They understood the paramount importance of this reconnaissance mission, for its success or failure could dictate the entire campaign. As Paiji and his team neared the northern perimeter of the outsiders' camp, they discerned an anomaly from afar. Atop the northern hill stood a newly erected watchtower, absent during their previous visit, indicating that the outsiders had indeed fortified their defenses. To avoid detection, they halted their advance upon spotting the tower, stealthily veering into the left side forest, inching closer to the outsiders' camp. Shortly after entering the thicket, a sudden cry erupted from one of the men. "Are you trying to get us killed?" Paiji hissed. Cousin, I think I've been bitten by a venomous snake. The mention of serpents sent a wave of panic through the group, each fearing a similar fate. Reluctantly, Paiji instructed his cousin to return to the beach and rest, awaiting their return. Indeed, this area harbored a plethora of venomous snakes, and Maja's camp frequently encountered these serpentine intrusions. Fortunately, within the camp was a skilled snake catcher named Xiong Kaijo, who could swiftly capture the snakes when alerted. The snake meat could be stewed, and the skin could be harvested, the leather on Aoki Keiko's knife handle being a product of this very practice. Not long after advancing, another member was bitten by a snake. Why are there so many venomous snakes in this place? In a moment of indecision, Paiji felt that they could no longer take risks. The mere addition of a lookout tower by the enemy warranted a report back to Kurt. And further advance might yield no discoveries, but only increased danger, which was not worth the risk. As Tony and the others concealed themselves in the forest south of the camp, climbing a tall tree for observation, they were taken aback by the sight before them. The number of people within the camp appeared to have increased since their last reconnaissance, and a significant row of new buildings had been erected near the western edge, close to the forest. A sense of alarm surged through Tony. It seemed that the two camps had indeed merged here. He also noticed that the intruders had established lookout points beside the southern forest and atop the northern mountain, revealing their prior preparations and suggesting that this operation would be fraught with challenges. Tony slowly descended from the tree, hesitating whether to approach the camp for a closer observation. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a few barks from small wild dogs echoed from the direction of the camp. "Who is there?" shouted the intruder atop the lookout tower. A sense of foreboding gripped Tony, prompting him to signal the others to retreat swiftly. The small wild dogs had been specifically arranged by Tang Shaolin, with 4 of them tethered at potential enemy approach points around the camp at night. Upon returning to the camp, Tony and Paiji quickly reported everything they had observed to Kurt. Furrowing his brow, Kurt paced back and forth in the grass hut, his anxiety palpable. He understood the formidable strength of the enemy, and this battle would undoubtedly be a fierce one. Under the moonlight, the tumultuous waves crashed against the rocks, producing a dull thud. The waves on the surface of the sea reflected the silvery moonlight, lending an eerie quality to the night. As the hour grew late and the warriors drifted into slumber, only the faint glow of fire remained within Kurt's temporary tent. This tent was the very one where the 2 female intruders had been previously held captive, now heavily guarded by vigilant soldiers. The ground was strewn with fine sand, and Kurt was sketching in the sand with a stick while outlining the battle plan for the next day to the 7 or 8 key figures present. His gaze was resolute, and his tone exuded an undeniable authority. "Tomorrow, we shall divide our forces. I will lead one group along the western coast directly towards the enemy camp, while Tony will lead the other group along the route scouted tonight, approaching the enemy camp from the southern beach. When I signal the attack, we will engage them in a pincer movement from the north and south. With our formidable combat strength, we shall surely triumph over these intruders." The group engaged in animated discussions regarding the details until around 11 p.m., when they finally dispersed. Kurt instructed Tony to stay behind, as he had matters to discuss. Once everyone had departed, Kurt beckoned Tony to the seaside. In the darkness of night, Kurt's gaze was cold and fierce as he lowered his voice. "Tomorrow, I will arrange for Gutra to join you in the southern assault. Seize a good opportunity to eliminate him." A tightness gripped Tony's chest, although he was already aware of this plan. Hearing Kurt articulate it made him feel a surge of anxiety. He knew that Gutra was a valiant warrior, and eliminating him would not be an easy task. However, he was acutely aware that defying Kurt's orders could lead to dire consequences. Thus, he gritted his teeth and replied softly, "Understood." Kurt gazed at Tony, nodding in satisfaction. While contemplating that once Gutra was eliminated, his position within the tribe would be further solidified, leaving no one capable of rivaling him. Chapter 68. War 2. On the following dawn, as the thick fog lingered, dark figures suddenly emerged along the northern beach. The sentinel atop the watchtower widened his eyes in alarm, witnessing a formidable horde of savages surging towards them like an overwhelming tide. The countless silhouettes cast elongated shadows upon the sand, instilling a sense of dread. Boom, boom, boom. The urgent sound of war drums erupted, reverberating through the camp like distant thunder. Tang Shaolin and Ma just swiftly grasped their swords, leading their troops out of the camp like arrows released from a bow. Not far from the beach, a battalion of savage warriors, numbering in the hundreds, marched forward with fierce intent. At the forefront stood an impeccably aligned formation of archers, their steps steady and their eyes glinting with lethal determination. Closely following were infantry warriors wielding spears, each footfall heavy upon the sand, raising clouds of dust as if the specter of death was drawing near. With keen eyes, Tang Shaolin swiftly arranged his forces. 2 rows of shield bearers stood ready, shields raised high with their left hands and machetes firmly gripped in their right, forming an impenetrable wall. Behind them, archers had already nocked their arrows, their gazes fixed intently on the approaching enemy. When the distance between the two sides narrowed to approximately 20 meters and the savage ranks had yet to fully stabilize, Tang Shaolin bellowed with a voice like thunder, "Fire!" In an instant, arrows from both sides soared through the air like meteors, weaving a dense net of projectiles that hurtled towards the opposing ranks. The archers, skilled in their craft, swiftly nocked more arrows, drawing back their bows in a relentless, ceaseless barrage. Despite the formidable defense of the shield-bearers, a few arrows slipped through the gaps, mercilessly striking at the heart of their formation. Cries of agony echoed as numerous warriors succumbed to their wounds, staining the sands with blood. In contrast, the savage ranks suffered grievous losses, with many falling, their once orderly formation descending into chaos. At this moment, a piercing whistle suddenly cut through the clamor of battle. As confusion spread, a deafening roar emanated from the southern direction, akin to the growl of a beast. Tang Shaolin and Ma Zhe's hearts sank, realizing this was the signal for a pincer movement by the savages. Without hesitation, they resolved to split their forces. Tang Shaolin would continue to fend off the northern foes, while Ma Zhe would lead his men to confront the threat from the south. On the battlefield, many survivors trembled in fear at the ferocity of the savages, particularly those who had defected from Liu Tianbai's camp, who, due to inadequate training, cowered at the rear, too intimidated to advance. Meanwhile, the savage warriors charged forth with unyielding bravery, their innate combat instincts fully awakened, fearlessly rushing into the fray. Following the initial volley of arrows, the spear-wielding savages surged forward like ravenous wolves, poised for hand-to-hand combat. Lacking shields for protection, they relied on their raw strength to inflict harm upon the survivors. Under the cover of the shield-bearers, the spear-wielding survivors bravely pressed on, their weapons striking like venomous snakes from the gaps between shields, as the leading savages were pierced and fell with cries of despair. At that moment, from the rear of the savage ranks, Q's hawk-like gaze was fixed intently upon Tang Shaolin. Surrounded by several individuals, 2 of whom were Della and Paiji, Cut spoke in a low voice. "Did you see that fellow wielding the longsword? And the young girl beside him clad in wolfskin? Pay close attention." The 3 subordinates nodded eagerly. "In a moment, I will rush in and disrupt their formation. You take the opportunity to capture that girl." Cut's target was none other than Melissa, who stood beside Tang Shaolin. Tang Shaolin had also noticed the imposing figure of the wild man and instinctively sensed that he was the leader of the savages. Before Cut could act, Tang Shaolin took the initiative. He unsheathed his sword, his gaze sharpening to that of a hawk, and charged into the wild man's ranks with the ferocity of a tiger. In his perception, time seemed to slow, and he could see every movement of the wild man with crystal clarity. His long sword danced through the air, and wherever it struck, blood and flesh flew as effortlessly as slicing through vegetables. Witnessing this, Cut let out a furious roar, brandishing his spear with a metallic tip and charging forward. His strength was formidable, and his movements agile. He struck ruthlessly, injuring 2 shield-bearers in succession. The remaining soldiers were paralyzed by his overwhelming presence, rendered helpless in their shock. At a critical moment, Tang Shaolin lunged toward Cut. Just as Cut raised the spear again, poised to strike at the survivors, Tang Shaolin's sword flashed like lightning, and with a sharp crack, blood gushed forth as Cut's right arm was severed, crashing heavily onto the sandy ground. Cut, filled with terror, instinctively bent to cover his wound with his left hand. However, Tang Shaolin's sword was swifter. With another crack, Cut's left arm was also severed. In disbelief, Cut could hardly fathom how easily his hands had been severed. A cold smile curled at the corners of Tang Shaolin's mouth, his eyes radiating undeniable authority. A few wild men rushed forward to shield Cut, retreating with him in haste. Lu Yong and Jessica stayed closely by Tang Shaolin's side, fully aware that he was the backbone of their group and their hope for victory. In the midst of battle, Jessica sustained an arm injury while protecting Tang Shaolin. Yet she gritted her teeth and continued to fight alongside him, showing no signs of retreat. Tang Shaolin's valor greatly uplifted their morale, inspiring the survivors to muster their courage and engage in a desperate struggle against the wild men, the battlefield echoing with the sounds of battle cries. Meanwhile, Maja was supported by Aoki Keiko, Fu Gang, Sun Taiyun, and others. The enemies to the east numbered over 50 wild men, some of whom rushed into the forest, attempting to flank the camp from the south or west. However, they were unaware that traps had already been laid around the camp, and within the camp, Peter and dozens of others stood ready with crossbows, waiting for any stragglers who managed to avoid the traps. Thus, only about 20 enemies remained to confront them head-on. Empowered by Tang Shaolin's energy transfer, Maj's combat prowess surged, allowing him to take on 5 opponents with ease, and the situation became relatively manageable. The wild men began to retreat in disarray. Suddenly, a robust young wild man wielded a spear, entangled with Sun Taiyun and Fu Gang. This wild youth, named Gutra, exhibited extraordinary fighting ability, leaving the two struggling to keep up. Observing this, Maja shouted and surged forward like an arrow released from a bow, timing his kick perfectly to send Gutra flying far away. As the fallen Gutra struggled to rise, a wild man named Tony suddenly sprang from the side, brandishing a spear aimed directly at him. In a moment of peril, Gutra seized the spear with his bare hands, sustaining a deep wound on his palm, his expression one of disbelief. How could Cut allow such treachery on the battlefield? At that moment, an arrow struck Tony in the left shoulder. Fearing a counterattack from Gutra, Tony turned and fled into the depths of the forest. The wild men who charged into the woods fell victim to traps, suffering heavy casualties. Some wounded wild men, unable to resist, crawled out of the forest and surrendered. The wild men were in disarray, the outcome of the battle already determined. Akiyuki Keiko glanced back towards the northern battlefield, where the sounds of conflict echoed, chaotic and thunderous. She called out, "Chief Ma, I shall go lend my support. Hurry." Maja nodded in agreement. Akiyuki Keiko dashed towards the northern front, where she saw Tang Shaolin, Lu Yong, Jessica, and others engaged in fierce combat. Although the situation appeared somewhat hopeful, she suddenly witnessed a distressing scene. 3 robust wild men had disarmed Melissa of her sword and were pushing her into the nearby thicket. Melissa seemed injured, her predicament dire. Akiyuki Keiko's heart raced as she wielded her blade, carving a bloody path towards the edge of the forest where Melissa had vanished. Without hesitation, Akiyuki Keiko pursued into the woods, sheathed her curved sword at her waist, drew her crossbow, and nocked an arrow, poised to strike at any moment. After a short chase, she caught up to the scene, discovering the 3 wild men attempting to bind Melissa with ropes. These 3 were none other than Della and his 2 subordinates. An arrow flew through the air, striking down one of the wild men with a thud. Della turned to see a petite and striking woman approaching, grinning as he raised his spear, contemplating capturing her as well. Akiyuki Keiko readied her crossbow and drew 2 Japanese curved blades, prepared for battle. With Akiyuki Keiko's arrival, Melissa felt a surge of confidence. With only 1 wild man left beside her, she seized the opportunity, delivering a knee strike that doubled him over. Taking advantage of his momentary weakness, she broke free from her bindings just as the wild man regained his stance to fight. Melissa countered with a precise punch to his throat, accompanied by the ominous sound of his windpipe shattering. This was the lethal strike Tang Shaolin had taught her. The wild man clutched his neck and fell to the ground, struggling briefly before succumbing to asphyxiation. Meanwhile, Della, approaching Akiyuki Keiko, sneered at the sight of her drawn blades, dismissing her as a threat. Discarding his spear, he brandished a short knife. Instantly, the air was filled with the glint of steel as their blades clashed, sparks flying with each impact. After several exchanges, Della bore several cuts, his eyes glinting with malice as he charged at the audacious foreign woman. With a flash of cold steel, before Della could react, he was struck twice in the neck, warm blood gushing forth as he collapsed into a pool of crimson, unwilling to accept his fate. Melissa exhaled in relief, smiling as she said, "Thank you." Akiyuki Keiko replied with a slight smile, "You are most welcome." By the time the two emerged from the forest, the battle was nearing its conclusion. After several minutes of fierce combat, some wild men discovered that Cute and his companions had already retreated. The remaining wild men became disorganized and fled northward along the shore. The surviving warriors were instantly invigorated and pursued them fervently. However, after a few hundred meters, Tang Shaolin observed that some wild men had escaped into the jungle. He immediately commanded in a loud voice, "Do not pursue the desperate." Tang Shaolin thought to himself that the remaining wild men were already at their last gasp, and there was no need to annihilate them completely. Granting them a chance to flee was more prudent. Relentless pursuit would only lead more wild men to recklessly scatter into the forest, posing unnecessary dangers to those outside the camp. Tang Shaolin led everyone back to the camp to clean the battlefield. They gathered and guarded the captured, injured wild men, removed the bodies from both sides, and treated the wounded. Upon assessment, it was reported that 43 wild men had been killed and 30 injured wild men had been captured. On the side of the survivors, there were 2 fatalities, 1 severely injured, and 26 with minor injuries. Such a casualty rate was already quite favorable. Yet Tang Shaolin felt a profound sadness, for in his eyes, each survivor's life was invaluable, and reaching this point had been fraught with hardship for everyone. Once the battlefield was cleared, Tang Shaolin promptly organized a small team of over 10 individuals. They advanced approximately 3 kilometers in the direction the enemy had fled, only to discover that the wild men had escaped by boat. From a distance, they could still see a few canoes trailing behind the wild men as fleet. Scattered along the shore were 11 canoes, indicating that the natives lacked sufficient manpower to row them all away. These vessels would become the spoils of their victory, and Tang Shaolin ordered his men to row them back. He intended to moor them at the seaside outside the camp, right under the watchful eyes of the sentinels in the lookout tower, thus alleviating any concerns about the wild men stealing them away. Chapter 69. Tony's Dreams. Tang Shaolin, Alice, and Melissa moved out of the cave and into the thatched cottage previously assigned to them, while the cave was temporarily transformed into a prison for the captured indigenous warriors. In their treatment of the wounded, Tang Shaolin and his companions adhered steadfastly to the principle of equality. Whether they were survivors injured within the camp or indigenous fighters captured on the battlefield, all received prompt medical attention. The medical staff meticulously cleaned the wounds of the injured, applied homemade herbal remedies, and regularly provided warm meals and fresh water. The wounded indigenous captives were not only afforded medical care, but also ample food and clean drinking water, ensuring that they were well fed. This unexpected benevolence left the captives, who had anticipated slaughter or torment, feeling a mixture of emotions. Melissa had sustained a deep gash on her left arm from a warrior's spear and was likewise receiving treatment. Both Alice and Tang Shaolin were preoccupied, with no time to attend to her, especially Alice, who was exceedingly busy. Fortunately, Zhao Xiaoman and Nyonyo, who had only minor injuries, remained by her side, and later, Irina and Kuya would also visit whenever they found the time, though it was unclear how she had formed friendships with the 2 wildlings. "What should we do with these indigenous people?" Tang Shaolin inquired of Maja. Maja replied, "What do you think would happen if we were to be defeated by them?" "I am uncertain, but I suspect that the men would likely be killed or enslaved, while the women would endure inhumane torment," Tang Shaolin responded. Maja concurred, "I believe so as well. However, we are different. We are civilized individuals from the civilized world, fundamentally distinct from them. Yet, we cannot simply release them. That would be akin to letting a tiger return to the mountain, leading to endless repercussions. It would be wiser to keep them here, allowing them to serve as our laborers, treating them with kindness as much as possible. I have identified 2 plots of land. Let us assign them to work there as a form of punishment. In the future, if we can truly reconcile and coexist peacefully with the indigenous tribes, we can return them then. Tang Shaolin expressed his approval. I agree with your perspective and support your decision. We must find ways to diminish their hostility towards us. Indeed, Maja replied, I have been contemplating this issue as well. Suddenly, Tang Shaolin recalled the possibility of some wildlings having escaped into the jungle and remarked, during this battle, some of the wildlings may have fled into the forest, unable to retreat in time. Before he could finish, Maja interjected, Yes, how could I have forgotten this? I witnessed wildlings fleeing into the forest with my own eyes. This is indeed a serious concern. Tang Shaolin acknowledged, yes. If there are still wildlings remaining on the island, failing to eliminate these stragglers poses a significant threat to the camp's safety. We currently have no shortage of food, so we should minimize our outings during this time. If we must venture out, it should only be around the camp's periphery. Please take care of matters within the camp. I will go out to address this issue tomorrow. Maja asked, How many people will you need for this task? Tang Shaolin remarked, Given the multitude of prisoners in the camp, an unforeseen incident could easily arise. I believe it would be prudent for me to venture out alone. I have confidence in dealing with the remnants. Maja countered, I acknowledge your formidable skills and capabilities, yet it would be unwise for you to go alone. How about this? Let Aoki Keiko accompany you. Her prowess is commendable as well. The two of you can support one another. Tang Shaolin relented, very well. We shall discuss this matter further at a later time. For now, let us deliberate on how to alleviate the animosity of the indigenous people toward us. The two engaged in discussion until 9 o'clock that evening, formulating several strategies to be implemented gradually in the future. Meanwhile, in the cave where Zhang Xiao and Huang Wenhui had taken refuge on the night of their escape, Tony was sketching plans for several wild warriors. Among them were Bachala, Vito, Tibu, and Jinsa. Vito, Tibu, and Jinsa had fled into the forest during the northern battlefield's collapse, while Bachala and Tony had sought refuge after the southern front's defeat, converging during their escape. Upon learning that Cute had lost both hands to the invaders, rendering him incapacitated, Tony solemnly stated, The primary cause of this failure was his underestimation of the enemy. Had I been tasked with assaulting Jiugu Island, I would not have employed such a strategy nor summoned so many warriors. A mere 10 skilled fighters would suffice to dismantle the survivors on that island. Bachala, intrigued, inquired, What ingenious method does Lord Tony propose that requires only a handful of warriors to triumph over these invaders? Pray, enlighten us. As a warrior from the Sea Eagle tribe and the nephew of Chief Ballot, Bachala's presence underscored the significance of this conflict. Renowned for his valor and swiftness, he was unmatched in the hunt, with a speed akin to that of a cheetah and stamina reminiscent of the legendary 1,000-mile horse. In this battle, Bachala, leading a contingent of around 20 Sea Eagle warriors, was tasked with launching an assault on the invaders' camp from the southern jungle. However, upon entering the thicket, they either triggered the invaders' traps or suffered injuries from unseen forces. Those who were hurt fell to the ground, writhing in pain from an unknown affliction, only to be struck down by the invaders' arrows, often met with a gruesome demise. Bachala, perplexed by the malevolent circumstances, noticed wooden plaques scattered throughout the woods, seemingly inscribed with the invaders' arcane incantations. Convinced that these spells were to blame, he began to uproot and destroy them, yet it was already too late. Observing the warriors battling the invaders along the shoreline collapsing one by one, he sensed the tide had turned against them and discreetly retreated into the forest. Eventually, he encountered Tony, and the two fled together, later joining forces with Vito, Tibu, and Jinsa. Deeply troubled by the loss of so many tribal brothers and the disheartening outcome of the battle, Bachala felt an unwavering desire for vengeance. Inspired by Tony's words, he contemplated joining Tony's ranks to return to Jiugu Island and avenge their fallen warriors. Tony concluded, It is quite simple. A dozen warriors can lie in wait on this island, executing a strategy of abduction against the survivors. In order for outsiders to survive on this island, they must venture forth to capture those solitary wanderers among them, subsequently returning them to the tribe to be tamed as slaves. This strategy serves to instill a formidable psychological deterrent against the intruders, gradually eroding their resolve over time. Truly, Lord Tony's approach is astute. However, it appears that some of these outsiders possess formidable skills. Initially, we may succeed, but as they become more vigilant, our task will undoubtedly become more challenging, Bartula remarked. Tony responded, this is a long-term combat mission. Without absolute certainty, we should refrain from acting hastily. When we do, we must ensure our success, striking at the vulnerabilities of the outsiders. Over time, we shall discern which survivors are particularly skilled, allowing us to avoid them and target their weaknesses. Moreover, even the mightiest tiger must rest. When those strong ones let down their guard, we shall seize the opportunity to take their lives. This island is our homeland. Every blade of grass and every tree belongs to us, and the spirits will surely bless us in overcoming these intruders. His fervent words stirred the hearts of those present. They all recognized the wisdom in Tony's strategy, believing that rather than engaging in a large-scale confrontation, it would be more effective to exploit their opponent's weaknesses and strike when they are unprepared. Tony declared, upon our return, I shall reorganize our forces for rigorous training, genuinely cultivating a cadre of brave warriors adept in survival and stealth, so that we may reclaim Jugu Island. The eyes of those present gleamed with anticipation, eager to join Tony's future battalion. As the most capable subordinate of Kurt, now rendered incapacitated, Tony's prowess positioned him as a likely candidate to rise to prominence. The assembled individuals were captivated by the prospect of joining Tony's covert team, envisioning a bright future filled with opportunities, including the chance to claim the outsider's women. Only Jinsa, still young and unencumbered by complex thoughts, simply perceived that Tony was undertaking a significant endeavor that would benefit the tribe. With a smile, Tony addressed them. I see that you possess remarkable physical potential. With diligent training, you should be able to meet my expectations. Today, it seems fate has conspired for our paths to cross once more, and I welcome you to join the future battalion. If you heed my guidance, success will surely be yours, and you shall enjoy boundless wealth and glory. The excitement among those present was palpable, as if the fruits of victory were within their grasp. Bartula interjected, Lord Tony, the immediate concern is how we shall escape this wretched place. Even if Kurt and his companions left behind some canoes, they have likely been seized by the outsiders. Their vigilance must be intense, making theft impractical. Thus, we must devise a means to construct bamboo rafts to return. Yet, I am uncertain where on this island bamboo can be found for such a purpose. At this moment, Tibu spoke up, I know where there is bamboo. On my escape route, I spotted a vast area where outsiders had previously cut some down, and a considerable amount remains. Tony exclaimed with excitement, Tibu, can you locate that bamboo again? Tibu replied, I should be able to find it. Wonderful. Tony responded, let's construct bamboo rafts to return. After pondering, Tony remarked, chopping bamboo during the day would generate too much noise, potentially alarming outsiders. Instead, we should fell and prepare the bamboo tonight, transporting it to a location not far from the coast tomorrow to facilitate the crafting of the rafts. Under the cover of darkness tomorrow evening, we shall navigate the rafts back to the tribe. But what is it, Master Tony? I find your plan quite commendable, Jinsa inquired. Before we depart, I wish to inspect the encampment of the outsiders we have refurbished, he continued. It was well understood that he referred to Liu Tianba's abandoned camp. Victor, puzzled, asked why. Master Tony? Tony replied solemnly, within that camp remain 2 of our companions, who were bitten by venomous snakes during last night's reconnaissance and stayed behind to recuperate. I am uncertain of their condition. If they are still alive, I wish to bring them back. The gathering was deeply moved, recognizing Tony's loyalty and commitment to his comrades. They felt assured that aligning with such a leader could only lead to success, thus solidifying their resolve to follow Tony into the future. Consequently, everyone eagerly volunteered to accompany Tony in the rescue mission. With a smile, Tony addressed the group. Let us not quarrel. Allow me to coordinate. Tomorrow, we shall split into 2 teams, one to rescue our companions and the other to construct the rafts. Victor, Tibu, and Jinsa, you 3 have injuries. You shall focus on the rafts, while Bartula and I will go to rescue. Everyone agreed to Tony's strategy. Tibu then led the group to the bamboo grove, where they took advantage of the night to cut down the bamboo, preparing it for later use before returning to the cave to rest. Prepare someone to meet us here tomorrow with the completed rafts. They all nodded in agreement. Tony and Bartula began to strategize for the following morning's endeavor. Tony's insistence on rescuing the two individuals was fueled by personal motives. He was aware that one was the cousin of Pikey. He pondered, I wonder how Pikey is faring? If he is still alive, and I can bring his cousin back, Pikey will certainly hold me in higher regard. Moreover, as we are already good friends, Pikey will undoubtedly support me in the future, which would be highly advantageous for my endeavors. Chapter 70. The Cunning and Suspicious Tony at the break of dawn the following day. Tang Shaolin set forth with Aoki Keiko on a mission to eradicate the remnants of evil on the island. This time, Melissa, who typically harbored an adversarial disposition towards Aoki Keiko, bid them farewell with a beaming smile. She was acutely aware that their venture was fraught with peril, and the outcome bore significant implications for the safety of all in the camp. Having just endured a momentous upheaval, what could she do but comply, despite her reluctance? What further irked her was that Aoki Keiko, whom she referred to as the fairy of the island, had unexpectedly become her savior. The caprices of fate were indeed poignant. Leaning closer to Tang Shaolin, Melissa spoke with a fierce tone, imbued with both concern and a warning. Do not lose focus, or you may jeopardize the mission and your very life. Tang Shaolin and Aoki Keiko advanced along the western coastline, intent on first investigating the abandoned camp of Lu Tianba. They remained highly vigilant, their eyes constantly scanning the surroundings for any signs of movement within the jungle. They were uncertain whether the wild men who had fled into the forest the previous day had emerged to join the retreating group, yet no suspicious traces were detected. By midday, they arrived at Lu Tianba's camp. Proceeding with caution, they inspected each building, ultimately discovering two wild men on the brink of death, those who had been bitten by a venomous snake during their reconnaissance with Paiji the night before. These wild men retained a flicker of consciousness, but were so weak that they could scarcely muster the strength to drink water. Observing their frail condition, Aoki Keiko furrowed her brow, her heart heavy with concern. Turning to Tang Shaolin, her eyes inquired, Tang-san, what shall we do now? Perhaps you should stay here to watch over them, while I return to summon a boat to transport them back to the camp for treatment. Tang Shaolin pondered for a moment, realizing that with the aid of the energy stones, he could procure help more swiftly. He felt uneasy about allowing Aoki Keiko to return alone, yet leaving her to guard the two wild men also troubled him. After deliberating, he proposed, let us bind them for now. Although they appear feeble, I cannot shake my apprehension. You shall remain here to oversee them while I fetch assistance. That sounds prudent. You can have confidence in me. Aoki Keiko replied resolutely, her eyes radiating assurance. These wild men are so weakened. What threat do they pose? Even if they were lively, I would not fear them. You may go without worry. Tang Shaolin, reassured by Aoki Keiko's evident courage and martial prowess, felt a measure of relief. As he departed, he securely bound the two wild men and provided them with a small amount of water before hastily leaving. Once Tang Shaolin was gone, Aoki Keiko paced restlessly within the camp, feeling a sense of ennui. She envisioned the lives of those who once inhabited Lu Tianba's camp, and before she realized it, she found herself at the shoreline. Gazing out at the vast sea and the distant coastline, her thoughts drifted back to her homeland. At this time of year, cherry blossoms bloomed splendidly in Japan. She wondered how her parents were faring upon learning of her disappearance in the plane crash. How deeply they must be grieving. As she pondered, a sudden rustle behind her caught her attention. Casually glancing back, she spotted a figure resembling a wild man emerging beside the very dwelling once occupied by Zhang Xiao. The wild man noticed her too, and their eyes locked in an intense gaze. A surge of alarm coursed through Aoki Keiko, prompting her to swiftly unstring her crossbow and nock an arrow, ready to release it. The wild man, however, crouched low and disappeared into the thicket, only to reappear moments later on the sandy shore not far away. Aoki Keiko took off in pursuit, but after a short distance, she halted, her heart racing with anxiety as she grappled with the decision of whether to continue the chase. After a brief contemplation, she returned to the room where the two wild men lay and scrawled a message in the sand at the entrance. I have spotted a wild man heading out. Wait for me here." Completing her note, she sprinted along the beach in pursuit of the fleeing figure. Meanwhile, hidden among the underbrush, Tony observed Aoki Keiko with keen clarity. He distinctly recalled this petite woman as the one who had battled them the previous day, her prowess evident as several warriors had perished beneath her curved blade. The memory of his fallen comrades ignited a wave of resentment within him. Previously, Tony and Bachelor had devised a plan. Upon reaching the encampment, Bachelor would first infiltrate to assess the situation. If no outsiders were present, he would signal Tony. If intruders were detected, Bachelor would flee immediately. Being remarkably agile, Bachelor would be difficult to pursue, thus allowing Tony to enter the camp and rescue their two companions if the outsiders were distracted. However, Tony had just witnessed the woman chase for a while before returning to the camp, leaving him puzzled about her intentions. Was she retrieving something? Cautiously, Tony approached the thatched hut where the two abducted outsiders had been held, seeking to glean information about the encampment's condition. After waiting for what felt like an eternity, he saw no sign of other intruders. Just as he considered making his move, he recalled that the cunning outsiders might be employing a ruse, perhaps lurking in a nearby structure, waiting for him to fall into their trap. After much deliberation in the brush, Tony resolved to remain concealed for the time being. Approximately half an hour later, he felt confident that the camp was devoid of any presence. Just as he prepared to rise, a tall, muscular outsider suddenly appeared at breakneck speed on the western side of the encampment, startling him into silence. It seemed the outsider was searching for companions. After some time, the outsider moved to the shoreline and then returned to the camp. Seizing the opportunity, Tony quietly turned and slipped into the jungle, swiftly distancing himself from the encampment in an easterly direction. He understood the necessity of leaving the area, unwilling to confront the formidable outsider directly. Given the man's imposing physique and the speed he exhibited while approaching the camp, it was evident that he was a formidable adversary. Tony recalled his plan with Bachelor. If Bachelor entered the encampment and was discovered by an outsider, he would flee, drawing the intruder towards the trap-laden area they had prepared the day before. In a small valley, they had set numerous traps. Following the chaos of the previous day's conflict, Tony had sought refuge in the forest, concealed within the underbrush, observing the battlefield. Only when he witnessed the inevitable downfall and saw Gutra captured by the invaders did he retreat into the depths of the forest. He understood that the timing to eliminate Gutra was far from ideal, yet he feared the repercussions of missing this opportunity, for returning empty-handed to Kut would be unacceptable. He had no desire to take the life of his compatriot on the battlefield, but the command came from Kut, who was both his superior and a dear brother. He found himself with no alternative. Not long after fleeing into the forest, he encountered Bachelor, and together they embarked on their escape. Relying on their memories and sense of direction, they aimed to navigate through the jungle to the location where Kut had anchored his canoe. As they ventured into a valley, fatigue from hunger and thirst overwhelmed them, rendering them nearly immobile. Fortunately, they discovered a small stream where they quenched their thirst with refreshing water. Unsure of their next move, they sensed that heading west might not be safe. The more Tony pondered, the more fear gripped him, concerned that the invaders could find them at any moment. While scouting the enemy camp, Tony distinctly heard the barking of dogs, heightening his anxiety that the adversaries might use their hounds to track them by scent. Upon voicing his apprehensions, Bachelor quickly devised a plan, setting traps in the small valley. If the invaders triggered these traps, it would instill caution in them, thereby slowing their pursuit and granting the pair precious time to escape. Bachelor, a skilled trapper, wasted no time, and soon they had set up 7 or 8 diverse traps throughout the valley. They intended to make do for the night by the stream and devise their plans for the following day. However, they were unexpectedly confronted by Jinsa and Vito, who had come to the stream to fetch water, leading them to a nearby cave. To their dismay, events unfolded in a manner that aligned with Tony's worst fears. As a robust invader appeared on the scene, Tony contemplated that their plan to leave that night on a bamboo raft might no longer be secure. The invaders were surely on high alert. Chapter 71. Keiko Aoki in peril. Half an hour rewound in time. In less than an hour, Tang Shaolin returned to Liu Tianba's abandoned encampment. Keiko Aoki, He instinctively assumed that she would be in the room and called out loudly as he reached the door. But no response came. Cautiously peeking inside, he saw two wild men lying motionless on the grass bed, yet there was no sign of Keiko Aoki. As he turned to search elsewhere, he was startled by the markings left by Keiko Aoki at the entrance. A sense of alarm surged within him, and an unsettling feeling rapidly spread through his heart. He hastened south along the beach beside the camp, and soon discovered the footprints of Keiko Aoki extending eastward. 20 minutes later, Sun Taiyun and Wang Zhanxing finally arrived in haste. "Be quick. You two take these wild men back. Keiko Aoki has spotted the wild men's trail. And when I arrived, she had already pursued them, leaving a note behind. I fear for her safety and must find her at once," Tang Shaolin urged, his anxiety palpable. "Perhaps one of us should accompany you to search for Keiko Aoki. These two are barely alive and bound, unlikely to pose much threat. Let Zhanxing escort them back. I will remain here to assist you," Sun Taiyun suggested. "Indeed, Governor Tang. What Sun Taiyun says is entirely reasonable. We must leave someone to aid you," Wang Zhanxing concurred. "Very well, Zhanxing, you are responsible for escorting these two natives back. By their appearance, they are likely suffering from snake venom. Do your utmost to assist them, but do not overexert yourself. Exercise caution on the way back and steer clear of the coastline," Tang Shaolin instructed. "Understood. You all take care." After sending off Wang Zhanxing, Tang Shaolin and Sun Taiyun pressed onward, following the footprints left by Keiko Aoki as they pursued southward along the shore. At this moment, Keiko Aoki was relentless in her pursuit of Bachelor. Having crested a ridge, they had already covered 3 kilometers. Bachelor maintained a tantalizing distance from her, and Keiko had never encountered such a formidable opponent. Not only was the intruder astonishingly swift, but his strength was also formidable. From the outset, she sensed something was amiss. She had delayed her departure by 2 minutes, yet that wild man ambled leisurely on the beach 200 meters away, as if deliberately waiting for her to take the bait. However, at that moment, her singular focus was on apprehending him, leaving little room for contemplation. To her surprise, this chase extended for 3 to 4 kilometers, yet the distance between them remained stubbornly unchanged. Keiko Aoki's inherent tenacity flared, and even knowing the dangers that lay ahead, she vowed to bring this wild man to justice. She was confident in her abilities, even if she were to fall into an ambush. She believed she could extricate herself unscathed. This confidence was not unfounded. During a mission in Japan, she had set a record by pursuing a criminal through the urban streets for 5 kilometers, ultimately capturing him. It was only afterward that she discovered he was a junior high school physical education teacher. Her remarkable skills and outstanding capabilities were the reasons she was selected by Interpol for this operation. Furthermore, Interpol had another consideration. The Japanese female bodyguard by Tanaka's side was not only adept in combat, but also excelled in running. They were concerned that this individual might abscond with experimental data, thus choosing Keiko Aoki as a capable assistant. As they pursued into a secluded valley, Aoki Keiko astutely observed that Bachelor's running posture appeared somewhat irregular, as if he were deliberately evading certain obstacles. Drawing upon her memory, she concentrated intently on mimicking his trajectory, striving to avoid any deviation. When Bachelor led Aoki Keiko into an area meticulously laced with traps, he too was beset by anxiety, his palms clammy with sweat, fearful that a single misstep might trigger a mechanism. Consequently, his movements seemed slightly stiff. Noticing that the woman behind him had begun to replicate his actions, he feigned composure, navigating past the final trap with a deliberate grace, narrowly avoiding the trigger point, leaving even himself astonished by the perilous maneuver. Once past the trap, a sense of dread gnawed at him. This was the most treacherous of snares, and should she emerge unscathed, whether he could manage the situation remained uncertain. Yet, after this prolonged chase, he understood that the woman before him was no ordinary adversary. As he silently prayed for her downfall, an unexpected noise erupted behind him, and upon glancing back, he confirmed that Aoki Keiko had indeed triggered the trap. Aoki Keiko was completely unprepared for the hidden dangers lurking within the valley. By the time she realized the peril, her momentum was irretrievable, In an instant, her right foot found no purchase, and a sensation of weightlessness enveloped her. She had anticipated being pierced by bamboo stakes, only to find herself ensnared in a noose trap, her body abruptly suspended in midair, her heart racing. Almost immediately, a piercing agony shot through her right leg, and the twin daggers she held slipped from her grasp. Gritting her teeth against the pain, she curled up, laboriously extracting a dagger from her shoe. Just as she bent to sever the vine, a sudden blow struck her head, plunging her into darkness and rendering her unconscious. Bachelor then delivered a brutal strike to Aoki Keiko's carotid artery, ensuring she would not awaken for a considerable time. With a sinister smile, he laid her down, only then taking note of her exquisite features and petite frame, which stirred within him a nefarious desire to take her back to his tribe. Initially intending to cut the vines to bind her, he reconsidered, fearing that other survivors might pursue him, and thus hastily reconfigured the traps before seeking new vines. Upon finding suitable vines, he turned only to be confronted by a serpent, the size of his wrist, gliding beneath his feet. Unable to evade its approach, the snake latched onto the outer side of his right knee, injecting venom into his bloodstream like a rushing torrent. Quick to react, Bachelor swiftly severed the snake in two with his blade, then forcefully removed the head that was coiled around his leg, hastily binding the wound with vines to prevent the venom from spreading. Overwhelmed by fear, he fervently prayed for his survival. He recalled tales of individuals in the tribe who had been bitten by such snakes, some fortunate enough to survive. Having heard that applying nearby plants to the wound might prove beneficial. Scanning his surroundings, he noticed the vines were particularly lush, and he quickly chewed them into a paste to apply to the wound, wrapping it tightly with leaves and chanting prayers in his heart. Once he had treated his injury, he grabbed another length of vine and returned to securely bind Aoki Keiko, stuffing leaves in her mouth to stifle her cries. He retrieved the fallen dagger and secured it at his waist before hoisting her over his shoulder and hastily making his way towards the designated cave. As Bachelor arrived at the small cave with Aoki Keiko in tow, the sun hung low in the western sky. Already waiting there, Jinsa was growing increasingly impatient, his face etched with agitation. When he spotted Bachelor carrying an unfamiliar woman, his eyes widened in astonishment. Bachelor wearily set the person down and inquired, "Has Lord Tony not yet returned?" "No, there has been no sign of him," Jinsa responded anxiously. A heavy weight settled in Bachelor's heart as he concluded that Tony must have encountered misfortune, considering his own condition, having been poisoned by a snake. He realized that every moment of delay increased his peril. He resolved to head immediately to the seaside to rendezvous with Vito and Tebu. Aware that they still had a captive to carry, he commanded Jinsa, "We can no longer afford to wait. If we linger any longer, none shall escape." Jinsa, understanding the urgency of the situation, nodded in agreement. "Then let us set forth at once." Bachelor gestured for Jinsa to carry the captive, but Jinsa's face betrayed his fear. The woman before them, though tightly bound, still instilled a sense of terror within him, as he feared she might suddenly awaken and bite him. In his eyes, the foreign woman's complexion was strikingly different, evoking an instinctive dread. Noticing Jinsa's hesitation, Bachelor glared at him fiercely and intoned, "I commanded you to carry her. This is an order. Do you not see my injuries?" Reluctantly, Jinsa steeled himself and hoisted Aoki Keiko onto his shoulders, his entire being tensed like a bird startled by an arrow, as if he bore a fierce beast that could awaken at any moment. Tang Shaolin and son Taiyun relentlessly pursued their quarry, initially able to follow the footprints along the beach. However, once they entered the jungle, tracking became akin to an insurmountable challenge. Time was of the essence, and they needed to act swiftly. Even with Tang Shaolin bolstered by the energy stone, they wasted precious moments. Upon reaching the area where Bachelor had set traps, they narrowly avoided falling prey to them. Beside the last trap, they discovered Aoki Keiko's lost dual blades, and a chill gripped their hearts. Clearly, the trap had been triggered. Fearing that Aoki Keiko might be injured or captured, Tang Shaolin was consumed by urgency and rage, and he struck the trap with his blade, rendering it utterly destroyed. When they finally reached the western shore, night had quietly fallen. Gazing at the vast, endless ocean, Tang Shaolin felt engulfed by despair, enveloped in a shroud of darkness. Chapter 72. The perilous rescue of Aoki. Tang Shaolin and son, Taiyun, sprinted along the sandy shores, the grains swirling in their wake. Son, Taiyun gasped for breath. Beads of perspiration cascading down his cheeks, soaking his collar. Tang Shaolin had resolved that upon returning to the camp, he would promptly organize a team to embark on a nocturnal journey to Rift Island, in pursuit of the savages who had kidnapped Aoki Keiko. Her image lingered in his mind, her safety weighing heavily upon his heart like a massive stone. Upon reaching the camp, Tang Shaolin exchanged a brief greeting with Ma Zhe before hastily gathering provisions and water. He summoned Wang Zhanxing, Lu Yong, and Sun Taiyun. Without further ado, the quartet hastened to paddle their canoe towards Rift Island with fervor. The moonlight danced upon the surface of the sea, creating a tapestry of silver glimmers. The rhythmic splashes of the oars against the water echoed like a heartbeat, each stroke a reminder of their race against time. Every second was vital to Aoki Keiko's survival. He recalled the first time he had seen her, the shy glance she cast his way, the moment he had tended to her wounds. Her eyes reflecting both anxiety and trust, and that unexpected kiss during their visit to the iron or sight. Sitting by the smelting furnace, she called him Tang Sang on one side and Tang Jun on the other, her crescent-shaped, playful eyes filled with warmth and reliance. In that moment, Tang Shaolin silently vowed that if he could rescue her this time, he would cherish this intriguing island girl without hesitation. Meanwhile, on the bamboo raft, where Bachelor was Vito, Tibu, and Jinsa took turns wielding the oars. The crude wooden paddles generated little propulsion through the water, making their task exceedingly laborious. Prolonged rowing had blistered their palms, each exertion accompanied by sharp pangs of pain. Bachelor's right leg had swelled and grown numb, with a dull ache coursing through his muscles and meridians, occasionally pierced by sudden, excruciating jolts akin to being stung by a hornet. An increasing sense of panic gripped him, as his thigh burned with an abnormal heat, compelling him to dip it into the sea for a fleeting respite. At that moment, he had long since lost interest in the foreign woman lying on the raft. Bachelor urgently urged Tibu, Vito, and Jinsa to hasten their pace. He promised them, "If I survive this ordeal, I shall help each of you find a beautiful bride from the tribe." Tibu, Vito, and Jinsa were intrigued by Bachelor's proposition, as none had yet found partner. Bachelor's words invigorated them, spurring them to row with renewed vigor. Tibu declared loudly, "Bachelor, you must keep your word. We will exert ourselves to ensure your safe arrival at the tribe, and you must fulfill your promise. Indeed, seek out the most beautiful girl in your tribe." Vito chimed in enthusiastically. Vito couldn't resist teasing Jinsa. "Jinsa, if you desire a wife, row with all your might." At last, around 2 a.m., approximately 2 kilometers from the bay where the wild men had moored their canoe, Tang Shaolin discerned traces of the wild men paddling their bamboo raft ahead. Despite the faint glow of moonlight, the others could hardly perceive the situation in front of them. Only Tang Shaolin could distinctly see the figures of their adversaries. He swiftly commanded, "Paddle to the right. We shall circumvent them from that direction." The canoe immediately veered right, and as Tang Shaolin directed the bow to turn left and urged them to accelerate, the 4 individuals exerted every ounce of their strength, propelling the canoe forward as if it were equipped with a powerful motor. At that moment, on the wild men's bamboo raft, Bachelor, who had been struck by snake venom, began to experience hallucinations. For reasons unknown, his vision became extraordinarily acute, as though it were daytime. He spotted a canoe slowly passing them at a distance, and, pointing in that direction, exclaimed with a loud laugh, "Look, everyone, see that? That is Cute's grand vessel. Cute is aboard that boat. I am not mistaken. It is the boat of deities, and the divine is upon it." The other 3 were greatly unsettled by Bachelor's frenzied behavior. In the hazy moonlight, they followed his pointing finger, yet all they could perceive was the vast, empty sea. Jinsa trembled with anxiety, nearly on the brink of collapse. Thanks to Tang Shaolin's astute judgment and the collective effort of his companions, They finally overtook the wild men's bamboo raft when they were about a kilometer away from the bay where the wild men had moored. The canoe now rested in front of the bamboo raft. At that moment, the two paddlers aboard the wild men's raft were wholly engrossed in their task, oblivious to the presence of the approaching vessel. After paddling further, they suddenly spotted a canoe lying across the water, mere meters from them. The small boat swayed gently in the slight waves, and it appeared that several figures stood quietly upon it. Under the dim moonlight, the scene appeared both eerie and terrifying. "Is there a ghost?" shouted Vito. "Do you see it? It truly resembles a specter." Tibu's voice trembled with fear. Jinsa was nearly rendered unconscious by the sight. As the two remaining men stood bewildered, uncertain of their next course of action, a shadow suddenly leapt from the water beside their boat, splashing onto their bamboo raft. A water ghost! Jinsa screamed in terror. They all tightly shut their eyes, too afraid to behold the specter that had boarded their raft. In the ensuing moments, their heads were assaulted with a series of sharp slaps. One by one, they were sent tumbling into the sea. It turned out to be Tang Shaolin, who had stealthily submerged himself, leveraging his exceptional swimming skills to approach their bamboo raft. In an exhilarating flash, he sprang onto the raft and struck each of the wild men soundly, sending them plunging into the water. Witnessing Tang Shaolin's success, Wang Zhanxing and the others swiftly paddled their canoe closer. Tang Shaolin gently lifted Aoki Keiko, who lay upon the bamboo raft, and then boarded the canoe. They swiftly rowed the boat ashore, and Tang Shaolin carefully cradled Aoki Keiko, laying her gently on the ground. As he untangled the vines that ensnared her, he instructed the others, "You three, take the canoe and bring those wild men to the shore." Once they departed, Tang Shaolin incessantly shook Aoki Keiko's body, anxiously calling her name, yet she remained unresponsive. He pinched her philtrum, but still there was no reaction. Upon closer examination, he discovered her pulse and faint breath, prompting him to perform artificial respiration. As his lips met hers, Tang Shaolin suddenly sensed something amiss. The girl was not unconscious, for he felt a gentle response from her lips. He abruptly pushed her away, exclaiming in frustration, "Do you find this amusing? Do you realize how worried I was about you? I am sorry, Tang-san, for causing you trouble. It is entirely my fault for being too impulsive and overconfident." Aoki Keiko replied, a hint of guilt in her voice. "Are you all right? Are you injured?" Tang Shaolin inquired with concern. "I am fine, just repeatedly knocked out by that wild man. It seems he was affected by snake venom. Well, as long as you are safe, that is all that matters. If anything happened to you, I might feel guilty for a lifetime." Aoki Keiko suddenly wrapped her arms around Tang Shaolin's neck and kissed him. Taken aback, he did not pull away. Instead, they shared a quiet kiss, as if the world around them had come to a standstill. Moments later, upon seeing Wang Zhanxing and the others rowing back with the wild men in tow, Tang Shaolin finally parted from Aoki Keiko. Chapter 73. Stripping away the foundation after Wang Zhanxing and his companions escorted the four defeated foes ashore. They utilized the ropes they had prepared prior to departure to securely bind the wild men. Once they were properly restrained, they noticed that Aoki Keiko had already regained consciousness, prompting them to inquire about her well-being with genuine concern. Aoki Keiko feigned nonchalance, claiming she was fine, albeit feeling both thirsty and hungry. Someone chuckled, rummaging through their belongings to produce water and food for her. Tang Shaolin pondered for a moment before addressing the group. "Let us all eat something to satiate our hunger. We are on the verge of executing a grand plan." Wang Zhanxing, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Governor Tang, what do you propose? Just say the word, and we shall comply. If we do not disturb the wild men's camp tonight, we shall not return." "Indeed, Governor Tang. How shall we proceed?" the others inquired eagerly. "Driving our adversaries to a dead end is not the way of the Huaxia people. We strive to conquer without resorting to battle. I propose that since we have come this far, we should destroy the vessels moored in the harbor. These boats, crafted from robust trees, vary in diameter, with the largest measuring 5 meters and the smallest about 2 meters. Such large trees are scarce on the island, and the construction of these canoes is both labor-intensive and demanding. If we were to obliterate these canoes, They would be unable to launch an assault against us for a considerable time. Excellent plan. This strategy is aptly named stripping away the foundation, Liang Jianfeng declared with enthusiasm. The group was filled with anticipation and excitement. Tang Shaolin had long contemplated delivering a severe blow to these wild men. Believing that the number of guards at the harbor would be minimal, given its distance from their village and the intervening hill that concealed any disturbances. Once everyone had satisfied their hunger, Tang Shaolin initially intended to assign Aoki Keiko to guard the wild men. However, she expressed a reluctance, stating, "Could you assign someone else? I wish to accompany you all. It is my first visit to the wild men's village, and I would like to witness it firsthand. Rest assured, I will not be a hindrance." Today's events were purely coincidental. After deliberation, Tang Shaolin assigned Lu Yong to oversee the wild men. Before departing, he meticulously ensured that the wild men were securely bound and instructed Lu Yong, should any of the wild men attempt to resist, do not hesitate to eliminate them. It is better to forsake mercy than to place oneself in peril. Understood, boss, Lu Yong replied. After leaving Lu Yong, the four of them paddled their canoe gently towards the bay, anchoring it at the point where they had previously seized the wild men's canoe. This location marked a pivotal bend in the path leading from the mountain to the village and the harbor, conveniently situated by the bay. Once they secured their canoe, the four of them crouched low and swiftly approached the thatched huts. Concealed behind a thicket of low shrubs, they observed the situation near the huts. A torch was planted in a wooden post at the entrance, its light flickering in the gentle sea breeze. Tang Shaolin clearly discerned an elderly wild man seated on a stone at the eaves, his head resting on his knees in slumber, a self-fashioned spear gripped in his hand. Tang Shaolin signaled for the other three to remain stationary, instructing them not to move as he approached the elder alone to resolve the situation. No one dared to challenge Tang Shaolin, for they all recognized that his martial prowess was unparalleled and his speed unmatched. Stealthily, Tang Shaolin neared the old wild man, and with a sudden strike, the elder collapsed to the ground, rendered unconscious before he could utter a sound. Surveying the vicinity revealed no anomalies. The two thatched huts consisted of 2 rooms, likely occupied by individuals in slumber. Noticing several torches beneath the burning flames,